My family runs a health supplement store, and the customers who come to buy things often tease me. Since childhood, my mother always insisted that I refer to the women who frequented our shop as sister or aunt. While the sisters were generally benign, merely ruffling my hair, the aunts were a different story altogether. They not only patted my head, but also playfully jested, saying things like, "Come with Annie tonight, they'll take good care of you." Some even went so far as to proclaim, "Oh, I just adore your youthful charm." As several of them were regular patrons, the sisters began to join in on the teasing as well, saying, "Come, let's have some fun tonight." My heart raced with excitement. Had my mother not been at home, I would have undoubtedly accepted their invitations. On the day I turned 15, my parents were out attending to matters, and since it was a weekend, I helped watch the store. Soon enough, my first customer arrived, a familiar sister named Ying, 3 years my senior. She entered, ruffled my hair as usual, and inquired, "Where are your parents?" I replied that they were out, leaving me alone. A perfect opportunity. Ying chuckled, patted my head again, and asked, "Shall we go have some fun?" Without hesitation, I responded, "Sure. How about I wait for you at a hotel tonight?" Surprised by my boldness, she paused but quickly recovered, smiling as she said, "You little rascal, so clever for your age." I playfully provoke her, "If you're too scared, then don't tease me anymore." To which she retorted, "Fine, I'll wait for you tonight. Here is my phone number." She recited a string of digits, and I hurriedly noted them down. Just as she left, another customer read me classmate, Su Xiaohua. I was taken aback. She was usually so innocent and pure. "Xia, Xiaolu, what are you doing here?" she asked, bewildered. I grinned and replied, "What about you? Are you here to buy something?" Her face flushed as she stammered, "I am just buying something for my parents." "Huh, I don't believe you." I turned my face away dismissively. Flustered, she pointed at me and urged, "Xiaolu, don't say such things." With that, she hurried out without purchasing anything. I thought to myself that I would find Ying tonight. As for Su Xiaohua, I had plenty of time ahead. By afternoon, my parents returned, and my mother asked about the day's business. I casually mentioned it hadn't been great, with only one woman stopping by who left without buying anything. I dared not mention Ying's visit. Upon hearing my account, my mother muttered something and retreated to her room. At around 6, I decided it was time to leave. I told my mother, "Mom, I won't be home for dinner. I'm going to a friend's birthday party." She replied with a warning not to stay out too late. I casually agreed and dashed out, planning to concoct a convenient excuse upon my return, claiming I had drunk too much and stayed at a classmate's place. Once outside, I eagerly called Ying multiple times, but she didn't answer. Anxiety crept in. Was she just toying with me? So I sent her a text. "I'm out now, where are you?" After about 10 minutes, Ying finally called back, apologizing, "Sorry, little brother, I was busy." I pressed, "Where are you?" "I've been waiting." After a brief silence, she replied, "I won't be off until midnight. Can you wait for me?" I thought it unreasonable to wait outside so late. "How about I book a room first, and you can join me when you're done?" I suggested. "All right," she agreed. After hanging up, I checked into a hotel. Coincidentally, I encountered Su Xiaohua again, but she was alone. "What mischief are you up to?" I teased, tapping her shoulder from behind. She turned, her face paling as she stammered, "Xiaolu, please don't say that." With that, she hurriedly ascended the stairs, clutching her room key. I scoffed inwardly, thinking she was merely pretending to be innocent around us. Once upstairs, I realized I had some time to kill, so I texted Ying and then lay down on the bed to rest. When I awoke, it was past 11. I quickly called my mother, claiming I had drunk too much and wouldn't be returning home. She cautioned me to be safe before hanging up. As I glanced at the clock, anticipation bubbled within me, the sensation almost intoxicating. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. I suppressed my excitement and rushed to open it. There stood Ying, her face adorned with subtle makeup, looking utterly enchanting. "Little rascal, aren't you afraid your parents will find out?" she teased. I froze, fear gripping me at the thought of my parents discovering the secret. I would surely face their wrath. Seeing my silence, Ying giggled. "You should focus on your studies and not dwell on frivolous thoughts." My face flushed, and in a moment of panic, I declared, "Who said I'm afraid? Besides, you wouldn't tell my parents, would you?" "That's not guaranteed," she replied, pulling a food container from her bag. "You must be hungry, let's eat." My heart raced. Food was the last thing on my mind. Without thinking, I embraced Ying, exclaiming, "I'm not hungry, I want you." Suddenly, she pushed me away, sitting up and saying, "I'm sorry, little brother, I didn't think you were serious. I'm just here to check on you, but I have to go soon." Panic surged within me. "Why must you go? Can't you stay?" She shook her head and led me to the window, indicating a car parked below. "Ying isn't a good person. I have work tonight." In that moment, clarity struck. Meth car downstairs likely belonged to someone who had hired her. Can't we just forget about tonight? They'll pay you. I pleaded desperately. Ying remained resolute, asserting that she didn't want to put me in a compromising position. With that, she opened the door and left. I sat there, feeling a profound sense of discomfort. A sleepless night followed. The next morning, I messaged Ying. Ying, last night didn't work out. How about tomorrow night? After a while, she replied, focus on your studies. I shot back, if I can't have you, I won't be able to concentrate. She responded, all right, they'll come by tomorrow night. We can see how things go. Hope reignited within me. If she came, I might have a chance. Tomorrow night, regardless of who else was around, I wouldn't let her leave. I opted for tomorrow night instead of tonight because if I didn't return home for 2 consecutive nights, my mother would surely be upset. So, I decided to head home for now. Not long after sending the message, Su Xiaohua entered the classroom. Upon spotting me, she quickly averted her gaze and hurried to her seat. Today is Monday. In order to enhance the efficiency of student learning, our school has arranged for us to change seats every 2 weeks, and this just happens to be the second week. After the homeroom teacher announced the seat changes, I hurriedly moved my desk to sit beside Su Xiaohua. Her desk mate, a hefty boy named Peng Long, expressed his discontent, saying, Xia Lu, who wants to switch with you? I shot him a glance and replied, little brat, go play elsewhere and don't hinder my business. Peng Long snorted, and though reluctant, he still moved his things. Su Xiaohua was certainly not keen on sitting with me, but she was too shy to ask the teacher for a switch, so I seized this opportunity to sit next to her. After the seating arrangement was completed, our homeroom teacher left. As soon as she did, Peng Long shouted at me, Xia Xiaobi, just you wait. I grinned and retorted, Peng Laobi, I'm waiting for you to buy me some candy. After that, I ignored him and turned my attention to Su Xiaohua. Her face turned as red as a tomato, and she dared not look at me, focusing intently on her book. I playfully tapped her and asked, Xiaohua, who did you go to the hotel with last night? Su Xiaohua blushed intensely and protested, you. Can you not say such things? I forgot my house keys last night, so I stayed at a hotel. Oh, is that so? I recall you mentioning that your parents asked you to buy some protection. Why weren't you home? I continued teasing with a smile. Su Xiaohua's face reddened further. She huffed and buried her head in her book, ignoring me. I sighed, feeling a bit bored, and decided to lay my head down for a nap. As I rested, my mind was consumed by thoughts of Sister Ying, eagerly anticipating what would transpire that evening. The fool Peng Long kept glaring at me, trying to intimidate me. I smirked, and when he looked my way, I deliberately reached out to touch Su Xiaohua's face, provoking him. He was evidently furious, but found himself powerless against me. I chuckled softly and resumed my nap. Finally, the long-awaited evening arrived. I quickly called my mother, informing her that I would be studying at a classmate's house and would not return home for the night. Before she could respond, I hung up the phone. Afterward, I checked into a room at a hotel and called Sister Ying, telling her I was already waiting in the old room for her. There was a brief silence on the other end before she said, wait for me to finish work. I agreed, reminding her not to run away tonight. She chuckled lightly before ending the call. Feeling rather bored in the room, I decided to take a stroll. Unbeknownst to me, Su Xiaohua was also at the hotel, and I rushed over to greet her with a mischievous grin. The sight of me nearly made her cry. You, why can't you just disappear? Su Xiaohua exclaimed, her face contorted in frustration. I smiled widely. Xiaohua, why are you here again? Who are you at this time? Turning pale, she replied, I told you, it's just me. Oh, is that so? Then let me see your room, I said as I tugged her upstairs, but she resisted fiercely, refusing to comply. I teased, if you won't let me see, it must mean there's a man hiding in your room. I don't. Su Xiaohua huffed, clearly agitated. I continued to pull her upstairs, insisting, we're desk mates now, surely it's acceptable to visit your room? In her struggle, she pleaded, Xia Lu, can't you stop this? Come back another day? I declared earnestly, absolutely not. As her desk mate, I must supervise your life to prevent you from going astray. In truth, I was curious. Su Xiaohua had bought items intended for both genders and repeatedly visited hotels, completely contradicting her image as a pure and innocent girl. Could it be that she was not as innocent as she appeared? This time, Su Xiaohua was clever, leading me through the hallway without revealing her room number. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Sister Ying. I quickly stepped aside, turning my back to Su Xiaohua to take the call. Sister Ying inquired about my location, and I cheerfully replied that I was waiting at the usual spot, speaking as though to an old flame. She asked if I had eaten, and, after a moment's thought, I said, I've eaten, no need to bring food. Hurry over. After a brief pause, Sister Ying said, I might need to leave a bit early tonight, but I'll be there soon. My heart soared with joy, and I eagerly agreed. She hummed an acknowledgement before hanging up. Turning back to Su Xiaohua, I began, Xiaohua, I won't be looking for you today, but you must tell me. Before I could finish, I was stunned to discover that Su Xiaohua had seized the opportunity to escape while I was on the phone. I shook my head. It seemed she was not as foolish as I thought. No matter, she was my desk mate, and I could always pursue her tomorrow. Upon returning to my room, I left the door slightly ajar, my fingers brushing over the safety items on the desk as excitement coursed through me. Tonight, I would lose my virginity, and when I returned home afterward, I would see who dared to tease me. Anticipating the delights of my forthcoming life, I couldn't help but laugh aloud. After approximately 20 minutes, Sister Ying finally arrived, looking as beautiful as ever. Though she may not possess Su Xiaohua's purity, she exuded a mature allure befitting her profession. As she entered, I hurried over and grasped her hand, exclaiming, Sister Ying, you've finally arrived. She forced a smile, her expression tinged with concern. Sister Ying, what's wrong? I asked, somewhat lecherously holding her hand. She remained silent, glancing at her watch before sighing deeply. To be honest, I was too preoccupied with my own desires to concern myself with her troubles. After all, it was my first time. However, out of courtesy, I still inquired, Little brother, I need to leave soon. He's still waiting for me downstairs. At that moment, I froze, a surge of anger rising from within me. Sister Ying, I won't let you leave tonight, I asserted resolutely. No one is taking you away from me tonight. You belong to me. Chapter 3. Seeking a woman as support? Sister Ying gently caressed my head and said, That's not possible. This is my job. Once I have some time, I will accompany you to play. All right? Quit your job, I retorted fiercely. Sister Ying chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and replied, If I quit my job, who will support me? I opened my mouth, almost uttering the words, I will support you, but I knew that was an impossibility. How about this? I grinned mischievously. Once you finish your work, you can come find me, okay? The moment those words left my mouth, Sister Ying's expression soured. Clearly, my remark was offensive. But at that age, I was oblivious to such nuances and felt a sense of pride in my words. However, Sister Ying was upset. Yet being the child I was, she didn't scold me harshly. Instead, she said in a somewhat stern tone, I didn't expect you to take a joke so seriously. If I were to truly come find you, how would we face each other afterward? If you genuinely wish for this, fine, I can agree to it. But we must never meet again afterward. How about that? Naturally, that was unacceptable. I became anxious, though Sister Ying's words held some truth. I did not want to let her go. You can't leave tonight, no matter what. I won't allow you to exit this room. I insisted stubbornly. Sister Ying smiled, but chose to remain silent. Seizing the opportunity, I attempted to take advantage of Sister Ying, but just as I raised my hand, a knock sounded at my door. My anger flared, and I cursed. Who dares to interrupt my good fortune? I'll make you pay. After saying that, I opened the door, revealing an older man, roughly the same age as my father. Who are you? I asked, pointing at him with dissatisfaction. He ignored me and walked straight into the room. Approaching Sister Ying. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I pulled at him. The older man pointed at Sister Ying and said, I came to see her. She hasn't come down in a long while. I need to take her with me. In that instant, I understood this older man was the one from the car. A wave of discomfort washed over me. I had initially thought Sister Ying was being taken care of by a handsome young man, only to find out it was an older man instead. Sister Ying, are you really going to leave with this old, ugly man? I glared at her and pointed at him. Hey, you little brat, who are you cursing at? The older man turned around and slapped my face. Being in his 40s, it was effortless for him to knock me, a barely developed teenager, onto the bed. Don't hit him, Sister Ying pleaded with him. How dare you hit me? I retorted. Just wait, I'll flatten your tires someday. The older man took Sister Ying away, leaving me fuming on the bed, filled with frustration. The following day at school, Su Xiaohua was already seated when I arrived. Seeing her brighten my mood, I didn't know why, but I enjoyed teasing her, probably due to my name. I walked over, ruffled her hair, and said, Xiaohua, did you have fun last night? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and seeing her blush made me happy and want to laugh. Just as I sat down, Peng Long rushed over, knocking on my desk. Xiao Lu, come out for a moment. I snorted and replied, Peng Long, what do you want with me? Although I said that, I still followed him outside. As soon as we stepped out of the classroom, I spotted a beautiful girl. Wow, her figure and face were truly captivating. To my surprise, Peng Long led me directly to her. Chunjie, this is him, Peng Long said to the beauty. The woman known as Chunjie nodded and then asked me, Kid, do you know me? I pondered for a moment and replied, Of course, I know every beautiful girl, especially someone like you. Chunjie scoffed and said, If you know me, how dare you provoke Peng Long? I was taken aback and responded, What does knowing you have to do with Peng Long? Besides, I didn't even hit him. What? You want to hit me? Oh my gosh! Peng Long exclaimed excitedly. Chunjie extended her delicate hand and swiftly slapped me. I caught her wrist and pulled her into my embrace. TSK, TSK, it's not wise to be aggressive, I said with a grin. Chunjie was instantly furious, struggling as she shouted, Do you dare provoke me? Are you looking for death? Surrounding students halted, gaping at us in astonishment. I thought, what's there to get worked up about? I merely hugged a beautiful girl. Well, in broad daylight. Holding such a stunning beauty wasn't appropriate, so I released her. Fuming, Chunjie pointed at me and declared, You're dead. Kid, wait for me after school. I remained unfazed. What could a girl do to me? Could she crush me? Hee hee. Back in the classroom, Peng Long wore a look of schadenfreude, as if I were doomed. But I ignored him and sat next to Su Xiaohua. Xiaohua, why did you run off last night? Are you going again tonight? I asked playfully. Su Xiaohua looked on the verge of tears, anxiously stomping her feet. Xiaolu, why are you like this? What did I do to you? Can I even ask? What is the matter? I'm simply asking if you're going tonight. Why are you getting so worked up? I said nonchalantly. Su Xiaohua fed silent, laying her head on the desk and refusing to look at me. I shrugged and also rested my head on the desk, playing on my phone. At lunchtime, as school ended, Peng Long knocked on my desk and said, Kid, you're finished. This time I can't save you. You dared to provoke Chunjie. She will definitely beat you to death, haha. Idiot, I muttered, then stood up and walked outside. I didn't go home for lunch. I just grabbed something to eat outside. As I exited the school gate, I spotted Sister Ing waiting for me. Hey, Sister Ing, what brings you here? I joyfully ran over and took her hand. Sister Ing reached out and touched my face, asking, Are you all right after last night? I waved my hand dismissively. Oh, it was nothing. Are you free tonight? Sister Ing gently caressed my face and said, I just came to check on you and brought you something to eat. With that, she pulled out a bento from her bag. Oh, a loving bento? At that moment, a female voice called from behind me. I turned around to see Chunjie, accompanied by several men, clearly intending to confront me. Little brother, who is she? Sister Ing inquired. I waved my hand dismissively. Just a few foolish kids. It's nothing. You can go, Sister Ing. Sister Ing anxiously asked, Are they going to hit you? Before I could respond, one of Chunjie's companions shouted, Hey, isn't this woman a prostitute from the 8th grade alleys? Laughter erupted among Chunjie's group. Looks like you found a prostitute to support you. You really think highly of yourself. Chunjie sneered. I frowned. I had previously thought well of Chunjie, but now I wanted to tear her apart with my words. Little brother, take the food. I'll leave now. Sister Ing hurriedly stuffed the bento into my hands and tried to leave. Her panicked and despondent expression etched in my memory forever. Suddenly, Chunjie slapped the bento from my hands, spilling rice and meat all over the ground. This woman is someone I see often in the 8th grade alleys. What is she doing in school? I thought. No wonder she was so arrogant. It's because she mingles with those kinds of people. In the early morning, as those individuals around Sister Chun continued to hurl cold taunts, Sister Ing lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, murmuring, Little brother, I'm sorry. My heart ached for her, and I embraced Sister Ing, reassuring her, Sister Ing, it's all right. It's my fault. Chapter 4. Revenge on Sister Chun. Having said that, I turned my gaze to Sister Chun and her companions, shouting, If any of you dares to laugh again, I'll tear your mouths apart. A bewildered boy among them asked, Hey, are you new here? You don't know any of us? I pointed at him and replied, Sorry, I only recognize those who are good-looking. Wow, you found a girl and think you're something special? A boy with a face full of acne retorted. I said, Do not call her a whore. I gritted my teeth and declared, I just said it. What are you going to do about it? He sneered. I once thought Xiaolu, was the most shameless person in the world, only to find someone equally shameless. People like me wouldn't resort to violence. There were too many of them and too few of us. I was angry, but I couldn't afford to be beaten up right here at the school gate. So, I declared, You all wait here. I'm going to find someone. Are you scared? Sister Chin replied, Sure, go ahead. We'll be right here waiting for you. I said, Fine, if you all leave, may your entire family perish. With that, I took Sister Ying's hand and strode away from the school gate. Once we reached a secluded corner, I gently touched Sister Ying's face and asked, Are you all right? Sister Ying? She smiled and replied, I'm fine. Why did you get into a fight at school? I feigned indifference, saying, don't worry, Sister Ing. They wouldn't dare to do anything to me. By the way, when will you have time? Give me a specific date. Sister Ing pondered for a moment before saying, I'll call you when I have time, all right? I did not answer her, but instead asked, Sister Ing, where do you work? She was taken aback, then patted my head, saying, don't think about anything inappropriate. Those places are not for children. Focus on your studies. I sighed, thinking I couldn't just give up like that. When I returned to school in the afternoon, the area by the gate was deserted. I secretly smiled, thinking those fools had fallen for my trick. Upon entering the classroom, Peng Long approached me and poked me, saying, you really did it, didn't you? You just messed with Sister Chun. Do you know she's furious? I scoffed, wondering what kind of person Sister Chun truly was. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I asked Peng Long, what makes Sister Chun so special? Does she really have a good reputation at school? Peng Long, with an air of superiority, replied, of course. Do you even know who Sister Chun is? Everyone who asks anyone in this school knows her. If you provoke her, you're asking for trouble. I clicked my tongue, thinking I was in for a rough time at school. However, I remained optimistic, telling myself it wouldn't be too bad. At worst, I'd just get a beating. Xiaohua, someone wants to hit me. Won't you feel sorry for me? It is Su Xiaohua. She turned her head weakly and said, why should I care if you get beaten up? I'm getting beaten up for you. Do you know why Peng Long and I are making such a fuss? I exclaimed, isn't it because of the desk issue? Su Xiaohua asked, her big eyes wide with confusion. Of course not. Us men have a broad tolerance. We wouldn't make a fuss over such trivial matters. To be honest, the real reason we had a falling out is that he wanted to secretly make a move on you. I caught him and stopped him. So he got angry and sought people to beat me up. I pretended to be furious. Su Xiaohua innocently asked, is that true? I declared solemnly, if it's a lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning. After saying that, I couldn't help but glance out the window, relieved that the sky was clear. Otherwise, I would have dared to utter such words. What was initially a far-fetched joke, Su Xiaohua took seriously. She looked at me softly and said, I'm sorry, and thank you for helping me. I didn't expect Peng Long to be that kind of person. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, no problem, no problem. What will you do now? Su Xiaohua asked, worried. I sighed and replied, for a beauty like you, I would accept any fate, even death. Su Xiaohua blushed and called me a rogue. I thought to myself, how could such a compliment be misconstrued as lewdness? After the first class ended, Sister Chun arrived with several boys. She slammed her hand on the desk, wincing in pain. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? If you think you're tough, Sister Chun doesn't mind having a little fun with you. She taunted, holding her injured hand. I grinned and said I wouldn't dare. Sister Chun, given our long-standing acquaintance, can we let this matter pass? Sister Chun, fuming, retorted, who has a long-standing acquaintance with you? At that moment, I fully embraced my identity as Xia Lu. Not now, but there will be in the future. Who can predict what will happen? Maybe in 10 or 8 years. You'll be giving me children. Who the hell is going to have your children? Are you looking for death? Sister Chun shouted angrily. Just then, Su Xiaohua piped up, Sister Chun, can you not hit him? Sister Chun shot her a glance, saying, what is it to you? Mind your own business. Then, she pointed at me, commanding you step forward. I sighed and said, fine. I stood up obediently and followed her outside. As soon as we stepped out, several boys surrounded me and pinned me to the ground, punching me while cursing. Do you have any idea how long we waited for you? I didn't even get to eat. After they had their way with me, I felt a bit nauseous, likely due to the beating. I hurried to the restroom to clean myself up. I am not one to be easily victimized, regardless of the odds. Although I may not stand a chance against them in a fair fight, I could play dirty. Since those guys were sent by Sister Chun, I would target her first. That evening after school, I quietly squatted in the bushes by the entrance, waiting for Sister Chun to emerge. After a short while, she appeared, accompanied by several boys. They were laughing and chatting, oblivious to their destination. I stealthily followed them for several hundred meters until they entered a restaurant. I quickly made my way to a nearby milk tea shop to wait. As soon as they separated, I would deal with Sister Chun. I ordered a cup of milk tea and spent a whole 2 hours in the shop. Even the server began to ignore me. Fortunately, after 2 hours, Sister Chun finally came out, supported by a few boys, clearly having had quite a bit to drink. As they exited, they gradually separated, and Sister Chun walked home alone. She held a small bag and wore a short skirt, igniting a flame of urgency within me. I quickly settled my bill and stealthily followed her. Sister Chin staggered forward until she reached a dimly lit corner. This was my chance to act. Suddenly, I jumped out in front of Sister Chun. Ah! She screamed in fright, fearing she would call for help. I quickly embraced her and covered her mouth. Don't scream. Do you hear me? If you do, I will make you regret it, I threatened. Sister Chin blinked rapidly, signaling her compliance. I slowly released my grip on her mouth, ready to cover it again if she dared to scream. What? What do you want? Sister Chin asked, looking at me with fear. I rubbed my hands together with a grin and asked, what are you up to? Guess. You. Do you dare to provoke me? If you do, believe me, I'll have someone beat you to death tomorrow. Chen Jie threatened me. I replied, sure, if you can kill me, I'll accept it. At least I die with some satisfaction. TSK. After saying this, I mischievously leaned towards Chen Jie. She gasped in fright, and I quickly covered her mouth, leaning close to her ear to whisper, if you make another sound, I'll take care of you right here. You'd better behave. Cooperate with me, and I assure you nothing will happen to you. Do you understand? Chen Jie quickly blinked her eyes in response. I gradually released her, then suddenly tugged at her clothes and snapped a photo with my phone, capturing a moment that made it seem like we were up to no good, though that was far from the truth. Nevertheless, it sufficed. I had my revenge, and if she dared to trouble me again, I could use this against her. The thought of future encounters made me chuckle. Chapter 5. Assistance from Xiao Hua. Chen Jie blinked her large eyes, her lips trembling, clearly frightened. Ah, women are indeed women. During the day, she acted so pretentious. But now she had to comply, looking utterly scared. I asked her again, is Ying a slut? I glared at Chen Jie menacingly. She opened her mouth and murmured, no. That's more like it. Now you're being good. I grinned, gently stroking Chen Jie's cheek. Now say it. Chen Jie is a slut. After saying this, I activated the recording feature on my phone, carefully concealing this little detail from her. Chen Jie choked back her words, feigning innocence. I was wrong. Please don't do this honestly. With her current demeanor, she appeared quite innocent. If not for her heavy makeup and revealing outfit, I might have genuinely believed she was a pure girl. However, no matter how she pretended, she could never compare to the natural purity of Su Xiaohua. Speak up. I glared at her and pretended to assault her, causing her to panic and quickly stammer out, Chen Jie. Chen Jie is a slut. Huh. I couldn't help but laugh. For some reason, hearing Chen Jie call herself a slut gave me a perverse sense of pleasure. Men are truly incomprehensible. Well, behave yourself at school from now on. I'll let you off this time. But if you dare to trouble me again, don't blame me, I said with a smile, and then turned back to add coldly, of course, if you continue to bother me tomorrow, don't say I didn't warn you. As long as you don't kill me, I won't let this go. Then ye nodded fearfully. I chuckled and turned to leave, keeping my accomplishments hidden. Upon returning home, I played back the recording and reviewed the photos, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Ah, yet I still lacked a girlfriend. How wonderful it would be if Chen Jie were mine. However, Su Xiaohua wasn't too bad either. If I could have both, that would be delightful. I shook my head, realizing I was daydreaming. Neither of them liked me, and I was speaking as if I was choosing between them. After a good sleep, I awoke feeling refreshed, though slightly uncomfortable. I hurriedly got ready and headed to school. Before leaving, my mother reminded me to come home that night and not to stay out again. I smiled wryly and agreed, thinking that even if I wanted to stay out, Ying wouldn't permit it. At school, Su Xiaohua worriedly asked, are you okay? I laughed heartily and replied, what could possibly be wrong with me? Su Xiaohua responded with a soft "oh," her head slowly bowing down. I leaned in closer, playfully asking, so, what did you sleep last night? Su Xiaohua's face flushed instantly as she retorted, why do you care where I slept? From her response, I already knew the answer. She had likely spent the night at her home, but I couldn't understand why she went to a hotel and didn't let me in. Could it be that she was hiding someone there? Unlikely. I couldn't believe that such a pure girl as Su Xiaohua would do such a thing. She must have had her reasons. I sighed softly and leaned on my desk, preparing to play on my phone. Just as I took out my phone, I noticed a new message. I opened it and found a message from an unfamiliar number. Xia Lu, let us talk after class in the school back garden. Although I didn't recognize the number, I could guess it was from Chen Jie, likely wanted to settle last night's issue. So, I replied, what is up? Not satisfied last night. Want to continue today? Chen Jie quickly responded, get lost. I chuckled and didn't reply further. Let her come. Who is afraid? After all, I have something on her. After class, I was cautious and left my phone on my desk to prevent her from forcibly taking it. Once that was settled, I swaggered to the back garden. Upon arrival, I found Chun Jie there, but to my dismay, she was accompanied by several robust men, all towering at around 6 feet tall and weighing at least 180 pounds. I immediately sensed trouble and turned to leave, but Chun Jie called out, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Without a second thought, I bolted, but alas, I barely got 2 steps before I was kicked down. Sighing, it seemed last night's scare hadn't worked. 2 burly men dragged me before Chun Jie and held me down. Chun Jie playfully slapped my face twice, saying, "Oh, look at you so bold, still daring to sneak attack and threaten me?" I scoffed and replied defiantly, "I have your secret. If you dare to touch me, I'll expose it." Chun Jie laughed and said, "I'll just find it and delete it." With that, she leaned in and began searching my body. I couldn't help but smirk. Having such a beautiful girl touch me felt quite delightful. "What is this?" Suddenly, Chun Jie paused, and I felt my face flush. Damn it, she had inadvertently grabbed my private part. Chun Jie scoffed. "No wonder they call you lewd." After that, she continued searching but failed to find my phone. I mentally applauded my own cleverness. "Where's your phone?" "Then, in with it." I huffed. "I didn't bring it. It's at home." Chun Jie's eyes darted around. Then she said, "Oh, I know. It must be in your desk drawer, right?" Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on my forehead. It seemed I had seriously underestimated her intelligence. She pulled out her phone and called someone, instructing them to search my desk. I didn't have to think hard to know it was Peng Long cursing. Sooner or later, I would deal with him. "What? It's not there." Just as despair began to set in, Chun Jie suddenly shouted into the phone. Damn! Chun Jie couldn't help but curse. Why didn't he know what was happening? I couldn't suppress my joy. "What did I tell you? I said it's at home. If you're capable, go get it from there." I grinned. Chun Jie bit her lip, remaining silent. "What is going on? Are you going to let me go or not?" I boasted with confidence. Chun Jie gritted her teeth and finally stomped her foot, saying, "Let him go." The 2 men then released me. I stood up, brushed off the dust, and glanced at the 2 men, saying, "You 2 must be athletes, right? I have committed your appearance to memory. You may await your fate." The 2 men immediately retorted, "What? You think you're tough now?" I disregarded their comments and turned to Chun Jie, stating, "It seems you did not comprehend what I said last night." "Very well. We shall see." With that, I strode out of the back garden and returned to the classroom. Upon my arrival, I hurriedly searched for my desk. But despite turning it upside down, I could not locate my phone. It was quite perplexing. Could it be that Peng Long had found my phone and deliberately withheld the information from Chun Jie? Unlikely. That rascal Peng Long was not that considerate. "What are you looking for?" At that moment, Su Xiaohua gently poked me and inquired. I waved my hand dismissively, responding impatiently, "It's none of your business. I'm searching for my lifeline. Are you looking for your phone?" Su Xiaohua pradi mege. I was taken aback and quickly turned to her, asking, "Do you know where my phone is?" Instead of answering, she reached into her pink backpack and retrieved my phone. A wave of joy washed over me. So, it was Su Xiaohua who had taken it. "Thank you, Xiaohua. But why did you take my phone?" I questioned, slightly puzzled. Chapter 6. Chun Jie agrees to 3 conditions. Su Xiaohua explained softly. "When you left, you placed your phone in several spots. I noticed Peng Long coming over to search your desk, so I figured he was after your phone, and that's why I chuckled, pleasantly surprised by Su Xiaohua's cleverness. "Thanks, Xiaohua," I said with a grin. After she spoke, I turned my attention to Peng Long. This was becoming unbearable. He persistently sought to harm me, and I could no longer tolerate it. I glared at him, rising from my seat and slowly making my way toward him. Peng Long, unfazed by my approach due to his larger stature, stared back at me. When I reached his side, he sneered dismissively. I slammed my palm down onto his desk, finally comprehending why Chun Jie had cried out in pain when she slapped my desk that day. My hand was now stinging from the impact. Nevertheless, I suppressed the pain and glared at Peng Long, saying, "You still haven't had enough, have you?" Peng Long stood up without hesitation, pointing at me. "Xia Xiaobi, let's be honest here. What makes you think you can talk back to me? Do you know who my brother is?" I retorted, "What your brother does is of no concern to me. I simply ask if you're done." Peng Long stood his ground, slamming his hand on the desk. "I'm not finished with you. If you don't keep your distance from Su Xiaohua, I swear I'll make your life miserable." "How dare you?" I exclaimed, and with that, I threw a punch at his face. Seeing me strike, Peng Long retaliated without hesitation. As the scuffle progressed, I realized I was outmatched. I lacked his strength, but his bulk hindered his agility. Thus, after landing a blow, I turned and fled, with Peng Long chasing after me, cursing in frustration. I waited until he was exhausted from running before I kicked him and continued my escape. Enraged, he begrudgingly returned to his seat while I returned, grinning from ear to ear. When the school day ended, I noticed several unfamiliar boys loitering at the entrance, likely summoned by Peng Long, casting a glance back at him. I confirmed my suspicion as he wore a smug expression, even giving me the finger. Sitting at my desk, I anxiously raked my fingers through my hair, feeling utterly helpless. Very well, if it comes to it, I'll just fight, I resolved, lifting my chair and removing a leg to conceal it for use against them. As soon as the bell rang and our teacher exited, the boys burst into the classroom, their carefree, rebellious expressions etched into my memory. Everyone get out. Summer Lou, stay. The leader, a boy with a horse-like face, shouted. The others, being timid, quickly vacated the room. Su Xiaohua poked me again, asking, are you okay? I feigned indifference, replying. Just them? I could knock one out with a single punch, believe it or not. My life philosophy is to never forget to act tough, regardless of the situation. Su Xiaohua nodded and exited the classroom. Once everyone had left, Peng Long and his gang approached me. He snatched a stick from the boy with the horse-like face and jabbed it at me. What now? Aren't you the fast runner anymore? I smiled sheepishly. It's all a misunderstanding. Peng Long cursed and struck my arm with the stick, a blow that made me want to cry. Misunderstanding? How dare you? He shouted, following it up with another strike. I quickly retrieved the stick from my cloak and swung it at his arm, caught off guard by my resistance. Peng Long howled in pain, clutching his arm. Bro, get him, he yelled to the boy with the horse-like face. The boy, equally enraged, along with his companions, began to pummel me. I fought back fiercely, grabbing the horse-faced boy's hair and striking his head. After several blows, blood streamed from my nose, and I noticed he was similarly injured. Remember this. Behave yourself in school from now on, the boy with the horse-like face warned. I remained silent. It was not the time for bravado. Peng Long swaggered out, reveling in his perceived victory. Once they departed, I hurried to the restroom to wash the blood from my face. Though I hadn't felt much pain during the fight, now I was acutely aware of the soreness throughout my body, and I couldn't help but groan in discomfort. Just then, a boy exited a stall, and I quickly masked my pain with bravado, saying, what a pity. If only I had a knife, I would ensure they never bother me again. He glanced at me and replied, enough with the act. Everyone knows you've been getting beaten up these days. You're that Summer Lou who dared to provoke Chen Jia, right? I tossed my hair back, declaring, indeed, I am Summer Lou, the one even Chen Jia refrains from offending. The boy couldn't help but laugh, saying, in all my years, I've never seen someone so full of themselves. Someone like you deserves a good beating. With that, he walked away, leaving me to curse his retreating figure. Reluctantly, I made my way to the cafeteria. Just as I settled down, I received a text from Chen Jia, asking, Summer Lou, may I meet you in the back garden later? I scoffed, replying, do you think I'm a fool? You tricked me once. Do you think I would fall for it again? Before long, she responded, this time, I promise I won't deceive you. I genuinely wish to have a serious discussion. After contemplating, I replied, very well, this evening after school, the back garden it is, but you had best not play tricks. As I said, my phone is at home. Chen Jia agreed. I added, you must come alone. She assured me she would. The thought of being alone in the garden with her sent a thrill through me. Upon returning to class, Su Xiaohua laughed, covering her mouth. You said you were fine, yet look at you, bruised and battered like a pig's head, she remarked. Wide-eyed, I patted my chest, asserting, you are mistaken. Those fellows are no better off than I. Su Xiaohua seemed to realize I was boasting and fell silent, stifling her laughter. After finally getting through the day at school, just as I was about to leave, Peng Long bumped into me casually from behind. I was in a hurry to find Sister Chun, so I ignored him. However, he seemed to think I was frightened by his antics. The next morning, he flipped my desk over. I rushed to the back garden and, as expected, found Sister Chun there, all alone. She wore a flowing black dress paired with leggings, exuding an air of purity amidst the chaos. I was momentarily captivated. Approaching her, I asked, what do you need me for? Sister Chun bit her lower lip and replied, you know. I chuckled impishly and said, oh, I see. You want me to delete something from my phone? She nodded. After pondering for a moment, I grinned and said, I can do that, but I have 3 conditions. Go ahead, Sister Chun said through clenched teeth. First, you must apologize to Ying, I stated solemnly. Sister Chun gritted her teeth and agreed, fine. I promise. Second, you must ensure that once I delete it, you won't cause me any trouble. I added, feigning nonchalance. Sister Chun patted her chest, assuring me, no problem. As long as you delete it, I guarantee I won't bother you. I acknowledged her with a nod, then shifted my expression into a mischievous grin, saying, as for the third condition. Sister Chin immediately understood my implication and retorted, absolutely not. Don't even think about it. I scoffed, then forget it. Do you think I want to? I'm merely trying to help you. With that, I turned to leave, prompting Sister Chun to call out to me in haste. Chapter 7. Confessing to Su Xiaohua, I turned back with a playful smile and asked, what is wrong? Sister Chin's cheeks flushed as she asked, so what do you actually want? What else can I desire? Just to take advantage of you a little, I replied shamelessly. Sister Chun stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, before finally exclaiming, how about this Friday after school? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but smile. It appeared there was hope. I nodded eagerly and said, all right, Friday it is. Afterward, Sister Chun extended her hand and demanded, give me your phone. I was taken aback and replied, didn't I mention? The phone is at home. Besides, you must fulfill my 3 conditions before I return it to you. Sister Chun clenched her teeth, clearly on the verge of frustration, but I remained unbothered as I confidently strode out of the back garden. The following morning, upon returning to school, Peng Long suddenly swaggered over to my desk, gazing at me with a crooked neck and squinted eyes. Annoyed, I remarked, whose large pig has escaped from its pen? His face shifted from green to pale upon hearing my words. Finally, he slammed his hand on the desk and declared, Xiao Lu, you're finished. Oh, how am I finished? Please enlighten me, I replied with a smirk. Peng Long scoffed and said, you know your uncle, right? I was puzzled and responded, of course I know my uncle. What about him? He continued, your uncle works at an agricultural company, correct? If I'm not mistaken, he should be a section chief, right? I nodded. Indeed, my uncle was a section chief, and my family had been quite pleased about it. But what was Peng Long getting at? He pressed on. I'm afraid I have to inform you that my father happens to be your uncle's superior. If you dare to provoke me, I assure you, your uncle will be out of job. Go ahead and test me. What a shocking revelation. Peng Long was leveraging his family connections. I hurried to the restroom to call my father. Upon entering, I encountered the man from the restroom incident. He seemed set on using the facilities, casually walking in and flashing me a smile as a greeting. I reciprocated, though inwardly I cursed him. After calling my father, I discovered that indeed, my uncle's superior surname was Peng. Good heavens, this was disastrous. Would I really have to endure Peng Long's bullying from now on? If he reported me to his father, there was a real possibility of trouble for my uncle at work. My uncle had always been kind to me and my family. I couldn't let him face any issues. After much contemplation, I realized I had no choice but to endure Peng Long for the time being. Perhaps once my uncle received a promotion, I would no longer have to fear him. Upon returning class, I found Peng Long still occupying my desk. When he noticed me, he raised an eyebrow. With a grin, I approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, hey, Brother Long, this was all a misunderstanding. Peng Long shrugged off my hand, saying, I can overlook the past, but you need to switch seats with me. He pointed towards Su Xiaohua in a flash of inspiration. I responded, Brother Long, I can agree to switch seats, but it depends on Su Xiaohua's opinion. If she is willing to switch, I promise I'll do it. Peng Long scoffed and turned to Su Xiaohua, plastering a smile on his face. Little flower, how about I switch seats with Xiao Lu? You don't mind, do you? Su Xiaohua, with her innocent big eyes, shook her head vigorously. No, I don't mind, she said. All right, you can leave now. Peng Long pointed at me. I shook my head. Su Xiaohua's answer is a no. She didn't say she didn't mind. Peng Long, resigned, turned back to Su Xiaohua and asked, Little flower, is it a no, or do you not mind? Su Xiaohua stuttered in no. It's a no. Upon hearing this, Peng Long's expression darkened, but he couldn't vent his frustration towards her. Instead, he directed his ire at me. What does switching seats have to do with Little Flower? Hurry up and switch. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I glared at Peng Long, wishing I could slap him, but I had to prioritize my uncle's situation. Alas, what a righteous person I was. How about this, Brother Long? Let us wait until next week when we're supposed to switch seats, and I'll trade with you then. Does that work? I suggested, hoping to buy some time. Peng Long pondered for a moment before conceding. All right, but you mustn't bully Little Flower. I assured him, of course not. You can rest easy. With that, Peng Long huffed and turned to leave. Once he was gone, I settled next to Su Xiaohua. Xia, Lu, why don't you want to switch seats with him? Su Xiaohua asked timidly. I was taken aback and replied, Wasn't T at you who didn't T want to? She shook her head. I saw you didn't T want to, so I went along with you. Suddenly enlightened, I felt a warm surge of gratitude. Su Xiaohua had helped me more than once. When faced with a vulnerable girl, there's an innate desire to protect her. And I found myself wanting to tease her again. Thus, with feigned sorrow, I declared, Little Flower, the truth is, I like you. I've liked you for a long time, but I was too timid to say anything, which is why I didn't want you to sit with Peng Long. I want to sit with you. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaohua's face instantly turned crimson. She nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothes and replied shyly, but I've never been in a relationship. That's all right. I can teach you, I said, reaching out to touch her cheek. To be honest, I hadn't been in a relationship either. Su Xiaohua sat there with her head bowed, silent for a while before saying, well, can I think about it? I held back my excitement and nodded, saying, of course, I'll wait for your answer. Despite my usual shamelessness and unscrupulousness, I felt a twinge of nervousness while uttering these words. For Su Xiaohua is extraordinarily innocent, and I sensed that my words might tarnish her purity. Yet, I genuinely yearned to pursue a romantic relationship with her. After spending several days together, I discovered that Su Xiaohua is indeed a remarkable young lady. After class, Chun Jie unexpectedly appeared at the door. Upon seeing her, Peng Long hastily rushed outside, exclaiming, Chun Jie, what's the matter? Ignoring him entirely, Chun Jie called out to me, Xiao Lu, come out for a moment. I feigned impatience, replying, ugh, what is it? You keep bothering me. It's truly annoying. With that, I sauntered out. Peng Long, with an unpleased expression, glared at me indignantly. Chun Jie, I can handle my matters with Xiao Lu myself, he declared confidently. Patting his chest, Chun Jie shot him an impatient glance and retorted, are you annoying? Did I call for you? Scram, and stop hovering around me. I stifled a laugh, relishing the moment. Chun Jie's irritation with Peng Long was quite understandable, as he was the root cause of this entire situation. Had he not sought out Chun Jie, she would not have so many pieces of leverage against me. Seeing me chuckle, Peng Long grew furious. He reached out and smacked my head, saying, what are you laughing at? Laugh again, and I swear I'll knock you out. My expression soured instantly. Had it not been for my uncle, I would have retaliated immediately. Just then, Chun Jie suddenly slapped Peng Long across the face and scolded, did I tell you to stay? Can't you hear? Rubbing his face, Peng Long glared at me fiercely before slinking away. Once he departed, I asked Chun Jie, what is up? She huffed and replied, follow me. I inquired, where are we going? Are you planning to hit me again? Chun Jie glanced back at me and sneered, I didn't realize you were such a coward. One Peng Long can intimidate you like that. Chapter 8. An apology to Ying Jie. Upon hearing this, my face fell, and I retorted, there's a reason I didn't dare to hit him. I already confronted him when he sought you out previously. Chun Jie huffed again and continued walking, saying, if you're not afraid, then why don't you dare to come down with me? I insisted, what is there to be afraid of? I'm walking with you now, aren't I? We didn't walk far when we stopped at a stairway. Chun Jie addressed me, Xiao Lu, do you know why everyone in school gives me a bit of respect? I shook my head, replying, sorry, your circle is too chaotic. I've never been involved. Besides, not everyone in school respects you. For instance, I don't. Chun Jie seemed accustomed to my retorts, so she didn't get angry. Instead, she explained slowly, because my brother is a student at the neighboring vocational college. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but scoff. What could a vocational college student do to me? Moreover, does his status grant her the audacity to act so arrogantly? And then, I replied nonchalantly. Chun Jie took a deep breath, stared at me for a long moment, and finally waved her hand, saying, forget it, just go back. I muttered a curse under my breath and turned to walk back. Upon returning to the classroom, I saw Peng Long sitting in my spot conversing with Su Xiaohua. A wave of displeasure washed over me. After all, Su Xiaohua was on the verge of agreeing to be with me. His chatting with her felt akin to him conversing with my girlfriend. I approached the desk and lightly tapped Peng Long on the shoulder, saying, class is starting. Hurry back. He turned his head and shot me a glare, saying, dude, I've been waiting for you, didn't you know? While speaking, he patted my head repeatedly, as if reprimanding a subordinate. Anger surged within me as I glared at him, my fists clenched. What, you still want to fight? Peng Long sneered. I gritted my teeth and replied, long go. Class is starting. With that, I pushed him aside and took my seat. Just then, the teacher arrived, and Peng Long didn't pursue the matter further. Returning to his spot, Su Xiaohua gently poked me and asked, why are you so afraid of Peng Long? Is it because of me? I shook my head. saying, "It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you." Su Xiaohua replied with a soft "oh" and returned to her studies. The morning passed without incident, and during the lunch break, I headed to the cafeteria for a meal. I tend to be rather brash, but I have few friends, so I typically eat alone. After getting my food, I wandered around the cafeteria for a while, and lo and behold, I spotted the squatting guy, who was also dining alone. I took my tray and approached him. "Hey, you're alone too?" I said, sitting down across from him. The squatting guy looked up and nodded. "Yeah, what a coincidence." I thought to myself, what a coincidence indeed. Who doesn't tea come to eat at this time? Despite my internal thoughts, I replied, "Yes, what a coincidence." He nodded and asked, "Why are you so afraid of that Peng Long from your class?" I was taken aback and said, "Oh, how do you know?" He chuckled and replied, "I saw it when I passed by your class." I let out a resigned "oh," remaining silent, thinking it was embarrassing enough without it being broadcasted to other classes. We then chatted about trivial matters, and when he mentioned his fondness for playing Red Alert, I confessed that I enjoyed it as well. The squatting guy became excited, pulling my hand and saying, "That's great. No one in our class likes to play. It's so dull." I smiled. Red Alert is a game that has become outdated, yet I genuinely enjoy it. After hastily finishing my meal, I prepared to leave. Before departing, the squatting guy informed me that he was from the class at the end of our hallway, specifically class 16, and invited me to come find him and hang out. I agreed. During my free time at noon, I like to lie on a large playground because the sunlight was quite warm there. After basking in the sun for a while, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up to find it was a call from Ying Jie. I promptly answered, asking, "Ying Jie, what is up?" On the other end, Ying Jie said, "Little brother, I bought you a piece of clothing. Shall I send it to your home?" I was taken aback, aside from my mother. It was the first time a woman had bought me clothes. "Ying Jie, I'm at school. Could you bring it to me here? I'll wait for you at the school gate." I told her, thinking I could also call Chun Jie to join and apologize. Ying Jie hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Maybe it's better not to. My identity might cause you embarrassment." I quickly reassured her, "Ying Jie, don't worry. No one would dare to insult you this time. Anyone who tries will have to deal with me. Just come over. I'll be waiting." After that, I hung up the phone. Afterward, I called Chun Jie, deceiving her by saying I was bringing her phone and asked her to meet me at the playground before hanging up. Before long, Chun Jie arrived at the large playground. She extended her hand and said, "Where's the phone?" I replied, "Didn't I say I'd give it to you once you completed those 3 conditions? Oh, and don't think about snatching my phone. I have a backup on my computer." With gritted teeth, Chun Jie exclaimed, "Xiaolu, why did you call me over?" I replied casually, "No rush. We're going out for a bit so you can fulfill the first condition." With that, I took her hand and led her toward the school gate. Chun Jie yanked her hand away and asked, "Where are we going?" I let out a hum and said, "Sister Ying will come over shortly to deliver something to me, so hurry and apologize to her." Chun Jie gritted her teeth while looking at me, and finally huffed in annoyance. When we reached the school gate, I noticed Chun Jie greeting the 2 security guards, indicating a certain familiarity. After exchanging pleasantries with them, she cast a triumphant glance my way, seemingly eager to convey her influence within the school. After a brief wait, Sister Ying arrived, riding a rather worn-out electric bike, which elicited a pang of sympathy. Upon approaching me and noticing Chun Jie beside me, her expression soured. I nudged Chun Jie and urged, "Apologize. Fenye impatiently muttered sorry." "Apologize properly," I retorted angrily. With clenched teeth, she repeated her apology. "Oh, come on. Are you trying to avoid it?" I exclaimed anxiously. Sister Ying quickly pulled me aside, saying, "It's fine. Don't worry about it. I've forgotten all about it." Chun Jie huffed again and turned back toward the school. Internally, I couldn't help but curse. This woman truly lacked reason. Sister Ying took out a black shirt from her bag and handed it to me, saying, "Quick, try it on." I held it up against myself and remarked, "It fits well. Thank you, Sister Ying." She gently patted my head and said, "All right, I have to get back to work now." I nodded and replied, "Take care, Sister Ying." After seeing her off, I returned to school, realizing class was about to begin. So I headed to my classroom. Upon entering, I spotted a pale-faced boy standing in front of Su Xiaohua, seemingly engaged in conversation with her. I quickly took my seat. The pale boy glanced at me, but ignored my presence, continuing to ask Su Xiaohua, "Leave me your phone number, and we can keep in touch." Su Xiaohua shook her head and replied, I don't want to be friends with you." The boy, with a gentle tone, asked, "Why not?" "I just want to be friends. Can you please give me your number?" I turned to look at Peng Long, who was huddled at the back like a frightened child, clearly someone who feared confrontation. Su Xiaohua ignored the boy and cast a pleading look in my direction. Chapter 9. Humiliation, although the boy might have been formidable. I couldn't allow myself to lose face in front of Su Xiaohua. Thus, I tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Enough. She doesn't want to be friends with you, so why are you bothering her?" The boy was taken aback, clearly surprised that I dared to intervene. He shot me a glare and said, "I remember there's no leader in your class, right? Aren't they all a bunch of cowards? Where did you come from?" I let out a cold laugh and replied, "Indeed, we may be cowards, but I cannot tolerate you harassing my girlfriend." The boy was momentarily stunned, sizing me up as he said, "With your looks, how could Xiaohua possibly like you?" His words struck a nerve, and I was about to retort when he turned to Su Xiaohua, asking, "Are you really his girlfriend?" Su Xiaohua's face flushed, appearing quite conflicted. After all, I wasn't officially her boyfriend yet. "Is that so?" The boy pressed, a hint of impatience in his voice. Su Xiaohua clenched her teeth and replied, "Yes. Xiaolu is indeed my boyfriend." Her declaration sent shockwaves through the classroom, and Peng Long's expression soured as well. I sighed inwardly. Knowing I was bound to encounter trouble, Peng Long would surely seek me out. "Oh, so you're his girlfriend, huh?" the boy said angrily. I nodded and affirmed, "Yes, I am her boyfriend." He grunted in response and walked away. I breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he might resort to violence. Once he left, I teased Su Xiaohua, saying, "So, you really consider me your boyfriend, huh?" She looked at me bashfully, silent yet fixated on me. I chuckled, saying, "Of course. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare to bully you." Just as I finished speaking, Peng Long slung his arm around my shoulder and said, "Come, I need to have a word with you." He led me out of the classroom and into the restroom. Once inside, he handed me a cigarette and said, "Well, you've got guts. I won't bully you anymore." I chuckled. "What do you mean? I don't quite follow." Peng Long continued, "I mean the way you just defended Xiaohua, claiming she's your girlfriend. I'll remember this favor. Sorry. But I wasn't just defending her. She truly is my girlfriend," I admitted with an awkward smile. Upon hearing this, Peng Long's anger flared. He threw the cigarette to the ground and exclaimed, "What did you say? You dare to steal my girl?" Confused, I replied, "What do you mean by your girl? She doesn't like you at all." Peng Long slapped my head and said, "All right, Xiaolu, you got some nerve. We're not done here." With that, he stormed out. Watching his retreating figure, I clenched my fists, wanting nothing more than to confront him fiercely. However, I restrained myself. While I might feel satisfaction in hitting him, it would only bring trouble to my uncle. Sighing, I returned to class and changed into the shirt Sister Ying had given me. It looked quite good. Indeed, her taste was impeccable. As the afternoon approached dismissal, apprehension gnawed at me. I feared Peng Long would seek revenge. Yet, instead of him, the pale boy reappeared, standing at the entrance and casting a provocative look my way. Alas, beauty often brings trouble. Such is the way of the world. After school, I reluctantly followed him to the playground, where it was dimming, yet many athletes were still practicing, throwing shot puts and running. As we arrived, the athletes ceased their activities and gathered around us. I counted at least 7 or 8, one of whom ominously held a shot put. "What's going on, Bai Ge?" the athletes inquired of the pale boy. Bai Ge pointed at me and declared, "This guy is stealing my girlfriend. What do you think we should do?" No sooner had he spoken than one of the athletes kicked me in the back, causing me to stumble and fall to the ground. "How dare you steal Bai Ge's girlfriend? You're asking for it." The athlete cursed. I remained silent, slowly rising to my feet, only to be kicked down again, the assailant growling, "Did I tell you to get up? Kneel." I glared at him and said, "Sorry. I've never knelt before my parents." The boy cursed in disbelief and approached, grabbing my hair, stating, "Then today, consider me your father. Kneel." "I refuse," I shouted angrily. A man of my stature would never kneel to others. Upon hearing my defiance, several of them rushed forward, surrounding me and delivering blows. I tightly covered my head and fell to the ground. At that moment, Bai Ge approached and said, "All right, everyone, stop." He then seized my hair, towering over me as he said, "Listen closely. I'm giving you 2 days. You must leave Su Xiaohua alone. Otherwise, I'll make it a point to beat you every time I see you. Do you understand?" I merely huffed in response, refusing to speak. At that moment, the boy wielding the lead ball approached me, brandishing it menacingly in front of my face, and remarked, "What do you think would happen if I smashed this lead ball in his face? Perhaps it would require some cosmetic surgery." The boy who had kicked me sneered in response, "Here is your chance. Kneel and bow twice, and I won't harm you. If you refuse, I I shall bring this lead ball down upon you, declared the boy with the lead ball. I scoffed defiantly and retorted, I will never kneel before you. Enraged, the boy raised the lead ball and struck it against my abdomen. The impact felt akin to a cannonball detonating against my stomach. I had initially believed he was merely attempting to intimidate me, but I was taken aback by his audacity. Spitting in disdain, a few of them expectorated on me, and the boy who kicked me shouted, Tomorrow, you must break off your association with Su Xiaohua. Do you understand? With that, they departed, leaving me to rise from the ground. Damn it, my newly purchased shirt was now soiled. Suppressing the pain, I returned home, where I found my parents sporting bruises. They inquired what happened. I shook my head and replied, It's nothing, just a little accident. Ignoring them, I retreated to my room. When they called me for dinner, I disregarded their summons. Lying on my bed, my anger intensified. I had never been so brutally beaten or humiliated in my life. By heavens, I vowed to confront them the following day. The next morning, I retrieved a chopstick from home, sharpened the tip, and headed to school. Upon arrival, I approached Peng Long and asked, Do you know which class that guy belongs to? Peng Long glanced at me, then burst into laughter. Look at you, getting beaten up like that. You deserve it. Huh, enough of your nonsense. Just tell me which class Bai is in. I snapped impatiently. Peng Long huffed and replied, I want to tell you. What are you going to do about it? After he has done with you, I'll give you a beating too. Clenching my teeth, I could hardly contain my frustration when suddenly Su Xiaohua rushed over and whispered, I know. I glanced at her and demanded, Which class is he in? With a worried expression, she replied, What are you planning to do? I retorted, Don't concern yourself with my intentions. Just tell me his class. My voice, raised in irritation, startled her. 13. Class 13, she said timidly. I grunted in acknowledgement, tightened my grip on the chopstick, and strode out of the classroom, heading straight for Class 13. Chapter 10. Confronting Xiao Bai. As I made my way down the hall, I encountered Chen Jia. It was unusual for her to be out during class. Where are you going? She called out. I shot her a glance and replied, Mind your own business. Chen Jia retorted, Do you think I want to babysit you? Ignoring her, I continued downstairs. To my surprise, she followed me to Bai's classroom. I grew impatient and asked, Why are you following me? Chen Jia argued back, Who says I'm following you? I happen to be going this way too. What I said to you? I had no time for her banter and kicked open Bai's classroom door, shouting, Where's the guy named Bai? Come out. Who are you from which class? The teacher protested, visibly displeased. I dismissed him and called out to Bai, Get out here. Bai lazily rose from his seat, saying, Looking for trouble? As he spoke, his companion stood up and approached. The teacher, frantic, exclaimed, What are you doing? Is this a riot? Bai ignored him and led his friends outside. So, you came looking for Xiao Bai. Chen Jia mused. Oh, Chen Jia, what are you doing here? Bai seemed familiar with her. For some reason, I hoped she would say she was here to assist me. Oh, nothing. I was just passing by, she said, turning to leave. I sighed, realizing my feelings were misplaced. After she left, Bai remarked, I thought you were here to help him. He then turned to me and sneered, What do you want? Coming to our class and making a scene? I replied, It's nothing. I just want to discuss something with you. I suggested, Let us go to the restroom. It's too crowded here. I scoffed, clearly dismissive of me. Once inside the restroom, he lit a cigarette. Speak, what is it? He asked, looking down on me. I stared him down and declared, I will not break up with Su Xiaohua. With that, I produced my chopstick and thrust it toward his neck, stopping just an inch away. Don't move. If you do, I'll end you, I said with a grin. Startled, Bai dropped his cigarette. I wrapped my arm around his neck and pressed the chopstick against his throat, taunting, You think I want to retaliate? You believe you can dictate my relationship with Su Xiaohua? Bai, now visibly anxious, urged, Don't be impulsive. If you stab me, you'll have no place in this school. Feigning indifference, I scoffed. Is that so? Then I shall test that theory. Unable to contain my anger any longer, I drove the chopstick into his abdomen. Although it was sharp, it couldn't compare to a knife, and since he was dressed thickly today, it only penetrated slightly. Nevertheless, blood began to seep from the wound, achieving my intended effect, inflicting pain without risking his life. Bai's face turned pale as he cried out, Quick, take me to the hospital. His companions hurriedly called for help as they rushed him downstairs. Though I felt a twinge of panic inside, I maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Remember this. Anyone who dares to bully me will face dire consequences, I declared jovially before returning to my classroom. As I rounded the corner, I encountered Chen Jia again. She asked, What happened? Did you get beaten up again? I was displeased with her previous behavior and snapped, My business is none of your concern. Don't bother me anymore. As I attempted to leave, she grabbed my arm, glaring. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you want me to make your life miserable? Fuming, I brandished the chopstick and retorted, You want a nup like Bai? The chopstick still bore traces of his blood, and being a girl, Chun Jia was understandably frightened. I huffed and continued walking. After a few steps, she yelled after me. Xiaolu, are you mad? You'll get expelled for this. Without looking back, I retorted, Let them expel me. This school is filled with fools. Having uttered those words, I returned to my classroom, where the homeroom teacher scolded me for my tardiness. Xiaolu, where have you been? Who allowed you to come in? Thinking I was already facing expulsion, I replied defiantly, I'll come and go as I please. What are you going to do about it? With a mocking smile, I left him fuming. Xiaolu, have you lost your mind? Su Xiaohua asked cautiously. I'm not entirely sure why, but the sight of Su Xiaohua brings a sense of relaxation to my heart, accompanied by an urge to tease her. Thus I spoke to her wife. The man who troubled you yesterday has been dealt with. You needn't fear anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaohua's face paled in fright. Her response echoed that of Sister Chun, warning of dreadful consequences. I chuckled and gently caressed her cheek, asking, Wife, will you miss me when I'm gone? To my surprise, instead of scolding me for being a rogue, she nodded affirmatively, expressing that she would. Touched by her response, I embraced her. Oh dear, stop fooling around. What are we going to do now? Su Xiaohua exclaimed anxiously. I patted her head reassuringly. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Really? Is that true? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. Initially, I contemplated revealing the truth to her, but reconsidered. Su Xiaohua is too innocent. If I told her I might be expelled, it would surely disrupt her studies. The morning passed with an undercurrent of unease. It was impossible not to feel fear. If I were truly expelled, my father would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon me. Yet, as the morning unfolded, nothing occurred apart from a reprimand from the homeroom teacher. At lunchtime, I encountered the boy from the restroom again, and we shared a meal together. Throughout our meal, he incessantly rambled about red alert, while I struggled to focus, repeatedly glancing at him to signal the injury on my face. However, he seemed oblivious, engrossed in his game talk. I sighed in resignation. Encountering both a fool and a blind man in one day was quite the misfortune. What happened to your face? Did that Peng Long from your class hit you again? He finally noticed my injury. I coughed awkwardly and clarified. No, it was a guy named Xiao Bai. Do you know him? The restroom boy shook his head. I waved dismissively. I figured you wouldn't know him. You're the quintessential nerd. He paid no heed to my comment, instead inquiring, What happened after he hit you? Didn't you seek revenge? I proudly replied, I did. I stabbed him. He should be lying in the hospital right now. I expected him to be shocked, yet his response was merely, Good job, without a hint of surprise. I might not be able to chat about Red Alert with you anymore. I think I'm about to be expelled, I lamented. The restroom boy patted my shoulder, reassuring me. That won't happen. Don't worry. Why not? I asked, puzzled. He explained, Think about it. Did the school know you stabbed him? I shook my head, uncertain. Then that's it. The school has no idea. Why would they expel you? I countered, but when Xiao Bai returns, he'll tell the school. He continued to shake his head. No, he only stabbed him with a flimsy chopstick. It's not serious. He'll find a way to retaliate. But where would he go to get you expelled? After contemplating his words, I found them quite reasonable. His analysis eased my mind considerably. No need to worry, he said, patting my shoulder. Once we finish lunch, how about we head to the Internet CAF for a couple of rounds? Initially, I intended to refuse, but then realized I had nothing pressing at school and might as well relax a bit. So I acquiesced. It just so happened to be Friday. The day Sister Chan had promised me something, which stirred a bit of excitement in me. After arriving at the Internet CAF, two guys greeted the restroom boy, and he led me over to join them. We played a round of Red Alert together. Although the restroom boy enjoyed the game, his skills were lacking, and he was quickly defeated, which left him fuming while I found it amusing. After one round, it was time to return to class. I called out to the restroom boy to join me, but he insisted, No, I didn't play well this time. I need to try again. You go ahead. I teased him, with skills like yours, a few more rounds won't help. At this, the two guys beside him glanced up at me before returning to their game. The afternoon dragged on with classes, and when school ended, Sister Chun came looking for me. I smiled and packed my bag, heading outside. As I reached the classroom door, I playfully slapped her shoulder, grinning, Let's go, Xiao Chun. Sister Chun shot me a glare and scolded. Who are you calling Xiao Chun? From now on, it's Sister Chun. Understood? I replied, No way. If I call you Sister Chun, isn't that a bit incestuous? This left her fuming, yet she couldn't counter my logic. Let's hurry up. After we finish this, I never want to see you again. She snapped, marching ahead. I called out after her. Are you in such a hurry? Can't wait? Sister Chun, realizing she couldn't win the argument, fell silent. I, too, chose to remain quiet. We made our way to a nearby hotel, and upon entering, Sister Chun booked a room. I joked, so familiar. Do you come here often? She retorted with a dismissive get lost, and grabbed the room key before heading upstairs. I quickly followed her up. The moment we entered the room, I lunged towards her, but she pushed me away, saying, What exactly do you want? If you're thinking of anything inappropriate, that's absolutely out of the question. I was aware that a genuine physical encounter was unlikely, but I hoped for some leniency. Honestly, I'm not as awful as you think. I merely admire you and wish to be closer, I confessed. Sister Chun promptly replied, Then pursue me openly. If you do, I'll accept you. Using such tactics is beneath a man. Her words left me speechless for a good 10 seconds. She had just said that if I pursued her, she would agree. I was taken aback. When did I become so audacious? Are you serious? I asked half-jokingly. She nodded without hesitation. Absolutely, I mean it. I shook my head. Forget it. I already have a girlfriend. The moment those words left my mouth, I regretted them. Why did I mention girlfriend? That would surely deter her from allowing me any liberties. As I expected, her expression darkened immediately, and she grabbed her bag, her heels clicking sharply on the floor. Oh, so you have a girlfriend and still want to take advantage of me? Haha, typical of men. With that, she stormed out, leaving me in a daze, filled with regret. Wait a minute, I had a bargaining chip. I recalled that I possessed a photo of her, which I could use to leverage the situation. In a hurry, I dashed after her. Just as she reached the first floor, I caught up and pulled her back, saying, Hey, you better come back. I have your recordings and photos. Sister Chin's expression shifted dramatically, and she shouted, Xia Lu, you beast. I shrugged nonchalantly. Hee hee, I am a beast. I never claimed to be a good man. Two security guards from the hotel noticed our quarrel and approached, one of them leering at Sister Chun with a decidedly inappropriate gaze. What's going on between you two? One of the security guards inquired, and a lecherous guard promptly asked, Little sister, is this man bothering you? Sister Chun cast a glance at the lascivious guard and swiftly kicked him in the groin, causing him to double over in pain. Hey, why are you hitting people, kid? Another guard scolded. We were just trying to help, fearing you might be harmed, and you retaliate against us? At that moment, I could no longer remain silent. I pulled Sister Chun into my embrace and declared, It's none of your business. We're merely arguing. As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted them upon spotting Su Xiaohua not far ahead, staring blankly at me with a look of profound disappointment. Xiaohua! I called out hurriedly, releasing Sister Chun. Xiaohua lowered her head, flustered, and stammered, I'm Fine. I interrupted you. After saying this, she hurriedly dashed out, her speed leaving me astonished. I stood there, dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. Sister Chin let out a cold laugh and asked, Is she your girlfriend? I nodded helplessly, to which Sister Chin scoffed, Deservedly so. People like you, who are fickle and enjoy putting on airs, deserve such a fate. Oomph. This sentiment had also been expressed by the toilet man. I sighed, reflecting that it was indeed inappropriate. I, Xia Lu, lacking both talent and wealth, had no right to deceive such a pure and beautiful girl as Xiaohua. Who is the toilet man? Sister Chun inquired. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating it was none of her concern. Do you still want to go up? Sister Chun asked, a hint of annoyance in her tone. I impatiently shook my head and gestured for her to leave. Sister Chan extended her hand towards me, stating, You need to delete that stuff first. I got it. I'll delete it when I get back, I replied, my voice tinged with disappointment. With a huff, Sister Chun turned and departed. I sat alone on the couch, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within me. I was unaware of when the two security guards had exited, but I found myself alone, feeling stifled indoors. I stepped outside for some fresh air. Just as I did, I heard Sister Chin's piercing scream. The two guards were lecherously covering her mouth and dragging her towards an alley. My heart raced in shock. How dare they be so brazen? I was torn, unsure whether to rush to Sister Chin's aid. Although our relationship was not particularly close, I could not bear to watch her being mistreated. Yet if I intervened, I risked being beaten senseless, which contradicted my personal code of conduct. As I watched Sister Chun being pulled into the alley, I could no longer hesitate. To hell with it. I refused to believe those guards would dare to kill me. Gritting my teeth, I picked up a stone from the ground and followed them. Upon entering the alley, I saw the lecherous guard holding Sister Chun while the other covered her mouth, attempting to grope her. I could not fathom why these guards, employed at such a reputable establishment, would act without fear of legal repercussions. Stop! I shouted at them. They turned their attention towards me. Striding forward with determination, I demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Chapter 12. Sister Chin's retribution. The guards regarded me and retorted, "Mind your own business." Infuriated, I protested. "What do you mean mind my own business? Didn't I just say she's my girlfriend? Don't think I can't see that she isn't your girlfriend." The lecherous guard sneered. "Aren't you afraid of facing legal consequences?" I questioned, puzzled by their audacity. If they were so bold, they wouldn't be working as guards, especially at such a young age. "We won't harm her. We just want to teach her a lesson." That kick she delivered was not without reason. The lascivious guard replied. I had no desire to engage them further. I pulled out the brick I had and pointed it at them, insisting, "Let her go, or I won't be polite." To my surprise, the guard brandished a knife, threatening me. "Who do you think you're scaring with a broken brick?" I had never encountered a knife before. Although I had stabbed someone with chopsticks, the sight of that gleaming blade made my legs weak. Just then, Sister Chun suddenly broke free and turned to flee. The guard snapped back to reality and shouted, "Stop her!" I stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Part of me wanted to help Sister Chun, but I feared the guard's knife might be unpredictable. Sister Chun was surprisingly swift, and the guard struggled to keep up. I cast my worries aside, grabbing the brick and sprinting after them. With the guards focused on pursuing Sister Chun, their backs were turned to me. Seizing the opportunity, I hurled the brick with all my might at their heads. The brick struck the lecherous guard squarely on the back of his head, causing him to stagger and collapse. The other guard, witnessing this, halted his pursuit to attend to his fallen comrade. Realizing the situation was precarious, I turned and fled. The guard yelled at me, but there was nothing he could do. After escaping, I felt a mix of frustration and discontent. My recent experiences had been quite disheartening. Not only had I failed to resolve matters with Sister Chun, but I had also upset Su Xiaohua to the point of tears. Just then, a call from Sister Ying interrupted my thoughts. Upon seeing her name on my phone, I felt a rush of excitement and quickly answered, "What is up, Sister Ying?" "Little brother, I have time tonight. I'm waiting for you in the old room at the hotel. Aren't you coming?" Sister Ying said. Upon hearing this, I was filled with exhilaration and replied eagerly, "Sure, I'll be there right away." After hanging up, I immediately regretted my decision. I had just offended the two guards at the hotel. How could I dare return? Yet this was the first time Sister Ying had invited me. And if I missed this opportunity, it might never come again. Why does fate always present me with such dilemmas? If I didn't go, I would surely regret it later, but if I did go, the guard would likely beat me to a pulp. Ultimately, desire triumphed over fear. I resolved to return to the hotel, reasoning that one of the guards I had knocked out would need to rest, giving me a chance to avoid them and sneak upstairs. No matter what, I had to go. After all, it was Sister Ying's invitation, and tonight was significant. Gathering my courage, I headed towards the hotel, discreetly pocketing a stone for protection. However, as I neared the hotel, I suddenly spotted 6 or 7 men marching towards it with fierce intent, led by none other than Sister Chun. Her face was a mask of fury as she led the group towards the hotel, presumably seeking revenge on the two guards. A sense of relief washed over me. With her leading the charge, I wouldn't have to worry about retaliation from the guards, and I could ride on her coattails. I hurried to catch up to Sister Chun and exclaimed, "Sister Chun, are you going for revenge?" She glanced at me in surprise and said, "You're all right? I thought you would have been beaten up by them." I patted my chest confidently, replying, "How could that be? I don't even regard those two guards." Sister Chun smiled and said, "Those two are done for. How dare they treat me this way? Today, I will make them regret it." Upon hearing Chun Jie's words, a wave of anxiety washed over me as I recalled that night when I had ambushed her. It seemed that she could perceive my thoughts, for she deliberately gestured provocatively, nearly causing me to shrink in fear. Yet, in truth, there was little to dread. After all, I had just rescued her, and she ought to be grateful. Before long, we arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Chun Jie strode forward with an assertive demeanor, forcefully pushing the door open and calling out to the front desk. "Where are those 2 security guards?" The female attendant, clearly flustered by this encounter, trembled as she stammered, "I don't know, don't give me that nonsense." "How dare you say you don't know?" Chun Jie slammed her hand on the counter in frustration. The attendant quickly explained. "They left and haven't returned since." With a huff, Chun Jie declared, "Fine, if they're not back, we'll wait here." She promptly sank into a sofa, and the men she had brought along followed suit. Eager to bask in her presence, I hurried over and sat beside her. The men accompanying Chen Jie appeared robust and certainly not students. I pondered how she had come to know them, considering she had previously mentioned relying on her older brother in vocational school. "Hey, Chen Jie, who are these people?" I whispered, to which she shot me a glance and replied, "My friends." "Your friends?" "They all seem quite formidable, each one more impressive than the last," I said, a hint of trepidation creeping into my voice. Chen Jie waved her hand dismissively, stating, "Never mind that. I'm going to make those 2 security guards pay." The group of 5 or 6 men, all brawny, lounged on the sofa, their chests bare. When guests arrived to check in, they quickly turned and left upon witnessing the scene. Frankly, if I were in their shoes, I wouldn't want to stay either. After nearly an hour of waiting with no sign of the guards, the attendant, exasperated, decided to call their manager. Shortly thereafter, a man in a suit entered through the door, conversing with the receptionist before casting a glance our way and approaching us. A surge of apprehension coursed through me. Was he here to confront us? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely, with so many of us present. It would be foolish to provoke us. As anticipated, the manager approached with a smile, inquiring, "What seems to be the problem?" Chen Jie, still fuming, retorted, "Those 2 security guards had the audacity to detain me. If I don't see them today, I want to leave, no matter what you say." The manager frowned at her response and turned to the receptionist, asking, "Who was on duty today?" The attendant replied, "It was Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang." "And where are they?" the manager demanded, his brow furrowed. "I don't know," the attendant mumbled, lowering her gaze. The manager erupted, "Get them back here immediately." The attendant, fearing the manager's ire, hastily dialed the 2 guards. I glanced at Chen Jie, who was glaring daggers at the manager. He continued to apologize, promising to address the issue with the guards, but Chen Jie was unmoved, coldly declaring, "I don't need you to handle it. I'll take care of it myself." The manager chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. Moments later, the 2 guards entered the room, their expressions shifting from confusion to alarm upon spotting Chen Jie and me. One of the men accompanying her pointed a finger and asked, "Is it them?" Chen Jie gritted her teeth and affirmed, "That's them. I'll make them pay." Hey, the manager interjected, attempting to diffuse the situation. The man with a scar on his face, whom I mentally dubbed Scarface, shot a glance at the manager and replied, "Don't interfere." The manager quickly responded, "Listen, my friend, let me help resolve this conflict. How about I treat you all to drinks at Dongfeng Hotel tonight?" I was surprised by the manager's generosity for the sake of 2 guards. However, Scarface dismissed the offer, pointing to Chen Jie and saying, "You should ask her." "Ask what?" "I'm taking these 2 with me." Tenya retorted vehemently. Scarface nodded and approached the guards, who were now visibly terrified, pleading, "Big sister, we're sorry. We made a mistake. Please forgive us this once." Then, not sparing them a glance, the men under Scarface's command seized the 2 guards as if they were mere chickens, dragging them toward the exit. The manager watched the scene unfold with a cold demeanor before instructing the receptionist, "Call the police." Having exited the hotel, I felt I had no further role to play and suggested, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I have someone to meet." Chen Jie shot me a look and said, "If you have something else to do, go ahead. This has nothing to do with you." I let out a nervous chuckle and made my way back toward the hotel. Just as I reached the entrance, Chen Jie suddenly called out, "Hey." Turning back, I asked, "What is it, Chen Jie?" She approached briskly and pinched my ear, her grip firm enough to elicit a yelp of pain. Yet, despite the discomfort, I felt a thrill. Such playful gestures typically occurred only between couples. "What is going on, Chen Jie? Why are you upset with me?" I protested, feigning innocence while clutching my ear. Chen Jie huffed. "What were you planning at the hotel? Meeting someone? You have quite the wandering eye." Realizing I had inadvertently revealed too much, I panicked at the thought of her discovering my plans with Ying. But then it struck me, Chen Jie and I had no relationship to speak of. My affairs were none of her concern. "Chen Jie, where I go is really none of your business." "You're not my girlfriend," I retorted. Chen Jie's face flushed with indignation, and she stomped her foot, declaring, "Go wherever you please. I couldn't care less." With that, she hurried across the street. I sighed, lamenting my inability to control my loose tongue. I resolved to apologize to Chen Jie on Monday. Upon returning to the hotel, I hurried upstairs, eager to meet Ying, feeling a sense of embarrassment at the prospect of nothing happening. However, when Ying opened the door, I was taken aback to find not just her, but also several other women I recognized from my neighborhood, making a total of 4. Xiaoyu, Bing, Shuang. I stood frozen, anticipating an intimate encounter, only to find myself surrounded by so many. Ah, the little brother has arrived. Komin, Komin, one of them exclaimed. Indeed, it's been a while. We've missed you. Another chimed in. Feeling awkward and unsure of what to say, I nonetheless mustered the courage to step inside. Ying stifled a laugh as she watched me, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. What was the purpose of gathering so many? Even with my bravado, I certainly wouldn't dare flirt with 4 women at once. I suddenly remembered that I had something to attend to. My mother had called me home for dinner. I told them I had to leave, eager to escape the situation. My desire to flee stemmed from the fear of what had transpired between me and Ying. If she had confided in them, I would have been utterly humiliated. Don't be in such a rush. Come and have some fun with us. We are on vacation, they teased, attempting to lure me back. I exhaled in relief, realizing that Ying had likely kept my secret. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Chunjia. I quickly answered and informed the others. My mother is calling. I must leave now. Let's play together another day. Without another glance, I hurriedly exited. Once outside, I returned Chunjia's call. She asked if I had time, as she was feeling down and wanted some company. Drawing from my experience with Ying, I cautiously inquired, Are you alone? Of course, I'm alone. If I weren't, would I be calling you? Are you coming or not? Why are you so slow? She snapped. I quickly agreed, asking where she was. She replied, I'm sitting by the park entrance on the east side of the school. I assured her I would be there shortly. Noticing the darkness settling in, I became concerned for her safety and decided to take a cab. Upon arriving at the park entrance, I found Chunjia sitting alone, a cigarette in hand. I approached her and asked, What is wrong? Why are you smoking? She waved her hand dismissively, saying, It's family matters. I didn't want to go home, so I came out by myself. I nodded, suggesting we take a stroll in the park. She agreed with a nonchalant attitude. I lit a cigarette of my own as we walked. Curiously, I realized I didn't know her full name. So I asked, Chunjia, what does your name mean? She glanced at me and replied, Zhao Zichen. The name sounded somewhat masculine. I acknowledged it and chose to remain silent. Chunjia then asked how I planned to handle the situation with Xiaobai. I chuckled, teasingly saying, But you're here to protect me, right? She shot me a cold glance, stating, Are you not embarrassed to rely on a woman? I was momentarily taken aback, speechless. It was indeed quite shameful for a man to depend on a woman. I waved my hand dismissively, changing the subject. Were those people sent by your brother? I inquired. She shook her head, replying, No, I can't let him know. I was puzzled and asked why. She sighed, explaining if my brother finds out, he would definitely harm those 2 security guards. I don't want to escalate things. Chunjia then fixed her gaze on me, causing an unsettling feeling within. I thought, if her brother found out about my previous encounter, what would he do? Yet, considering her brother was merely a vocational school student, I doubted he would have the audacity to act. After contemplating this, we wandered around the park for a while until it was past 10 o'clock. I glanced at my watch. It was time to head home before my mother began to worry. Just as I was about to inform Chunjia of my departure, she suddenly said, I don't want to go home tonight. I was taken aback, wondering if she was hinting at something more. Why don't you accompany me to a hotel room? She continued. My heart raced with excitement, leaving me momentarily speechless. I hesitated, replying, But I need to go home tonight, perhaps another day. She playfully tapped my head, insisting, What are you thinking? I meant for you to go to a hotel room with me, and then you can go wherever you like. Realizing her intentions, I felt a twinge of disappointment. I accompanied her to a hotel room, helped her upstairs, and then hurriedly left. Upon reaching the first floor, I encountered Su Xiaohua, who was sitting with a middle-aged man on the sofa, engaged in conversation. My brow furrowed. Could he be her old flame? I decided to approach them and greeted Su Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Her expression changed upon seeing me, and before I could address the man, he asked her with a smile, Xiaohua, is this your classmate? I thought to myself, how bold of this man. Without hesitation, I pulled Su Xiaohua into an embrace, declaring, You're mistaken, sir. I am her boyfriend. The man's demeanor shifted immediately, and even Su Xiaohua's face grew pale as she protested. What nonsense are you talking about? A chill ran through me. Was she denying our relationship to avoid conflict? Xiaohua, have you started dating? The man asked nonchalantly. Su Xiaohua quickly responded, Don't listen to him. This is not true. My heart sank upon realizing that this man was indeed her father. What were they doing at the hotel late at night? I'm so sorry. Sir, I was just joking, I stammered, trying to explain myself. Surprisingly, her father merely nodded and smiled, unfazed by my presence. I made a hasty exit, feeling utterly defeated. After arriving home, I skipped dinner and went straight to bed. Thus, my weekend passed uneventfully. Notably, Ying had come by to purchase something, and I noticed her slight embarrassment, her cheeks flushing. However, my parents remained oblivious to our situation. When Monday arrived, Xiaobai had returned to school. Peng Long smugly approached me, saying, "Xiaobi, you're finished. Just wait and see how Xiaobai deals with you." I smiled at him, saying nothing. This Peng Long, leveraging his father's connections with my uncle, had bullied me repeatedly. I was at my breaking point. If not for my close relationship with my uncle, I would have long since retaliated. Once Peng Long left, I turned to Su Xiaohua and asked, "Did your dad give you any trouble the other day?" She shook her head, appearing withdrawn. I poked her gently, asking, "What's the matter?" She continued to shake her head. "By the way, why were you and your dad at the hotel late at night?" I pressed on. Once again, she shook her head, and I sighed, realizing that she wasn't inclined to speak. Perhaps her father's words had upset her. After class, when Peng Long deliberately knocked my book to the floor as he walked by, I shot him a furious glare, wishing nothing more than to retaliate. When he returned, he made a beeline for my desk, saying, "Xiaobi, Brother Bai is looking for you," pointing toward the door. I harbor an intense aversion towards Peng Long, not solely because he troubles me, but also due to the troubling nature of his character. The boy Xiaobai is evidently pursuing Su Xiaohua, and Peng Long, too, has feelings for her. This renders Xiaobai's rival in love, yet rather than resent him, Peng Long willingly acts as his lackey. Such a person is truly unworthy of existence. Nevertheless, I find myself unable to confront him directly. I offered Peng Long a sardonic smile before rising and exiting the scene. It appeared that my earlier actions had not harmed Xiaobai. He bore no signs of injury, not even a bandage. I glanced at him and remarked, "What's the matter? Did my hit not satisfy you?" Xiaobai scoffed, "Cut the nonsense. Are you coming with me to the restroom?" I retorted, "Get lost. I'm not going anywhere. Say what you need to say right here." Xiaobai huffed, "Afraid, are you? You don't dare go?" This Xiaobai resorted to provocation. However, regrettably for him, such tactics were ineffectual on me. I cheekily replied, "Indeed, I don't dare." "So what?" Xiaobai's face turned even paler with anger as he pointed at me, declaring, "You may evade the initial strike, but you cannot escape the final blow. Just wait and see how long you can hide." With that, Xiaobai led his entourage away. No sooner had they left than Peng Long emerged with his usual smugness, saying, "Well, Xiaobai, did you get beaten up?" I grinned, "Sorry, but no, I didn't tea." Peng Long looked taken aback and then slapped my head, exclaiming, "What S with the arrogance? Just seeing you like this makes me want to hit you." My fists instinctively clenched, yet my face remained adorned with a grin. Peng Long scoffed, "Let me tell you, Xia Lu, as long as my father remains your uncle's superior, you had better behave yourself. Don't think I'm intimidated just because you've ingratiated yourself with Chun Jie. If you have the guts, hit me." I forced a smile and replied, "Not daring. Not daring at all." Peng Long huffed and returned to class. As soon as he did, Chun Jie approached me. "What was that all about?" "I saw Peng Long bullying you," she inquired. I shook my head, dismissing it as nothing. Chun Jie, puzzled, remarked, "If you could confront Xiaobai, how could you let Peng Long bully you?" "Yes, just a coward." I sighed, "There are things you don't understand." Chun Jie maintained a look of confusion, but chose not to press further, perhaps wishing to avoid getting involved. "By the way, has Xiaobai come to bother you?" she suddenly asked. I sighed, "He just left, but it's nothing serious." Chun Jie responded, "Should I go have a word with him, tell him to leave you alone? He will respect my authority." I shook my head vigorously. "Have you forgotten what you told me that night? I'm a grown man. I don't need a woman to protect me. Don't worry, I can handle it myself." Chun Jie scoffed, "Do as you please. I can't be bothered with you." With that, she walked away. Indeed, Xiaobai is a nuisance, but the real headache is that despicable Peng Long. I find myself utterly powerless against him, alas. At noon, when classes ended, Xiaobai returned with his gang, this time blocking the entrance as we were dismissed. Xiao Huan noticed Xiaobai and asked with concern, "Is he here to cause you trouble? Should I plead with him on your behalf?" I immediately refused, "No way. Don't worry. I won't get into any trouble. He wouldn't dare hit me." Ridiculous. I could never allow my girlfriend to plead with my rival. Upon hearing my words, Xiao Hua's expression fell. Soon, Everyone else in the class departed, leaving me alone. Xiaobai swaggered in, asking, "So, what is it going to be? Are you heading to the restroom, or do you prefer to stay here?" I cheerfully replied, "Let us go to the restroom." With so many students milling about outside, I certainly did not wish to be assaulted here. Xiaobai smirked, pulling out a shiny knife from his pocket, stating, "Good, the restroom will be more convenient." Seeing the knife made my heart sink. We followed them to the restroom, where Xiaobai instructed two of his companions to guard the door. He then brandished the knife, saying, "If you eat a pile of shit, I'll let you go. What do you say?" At that moment, someone suddenly shouted from the toilet stall, "Can anyone use the restroom in peace? Who is making all this noise?" To be honest, I thought it was the guy in the stall yelling, as he frequented it often, but upon listening closely, it didn't quite sound like him. Who could it be? Xiaobai and his crew were instantly enraged by the insult. One of them even kicked the stall door open. "Who the hell are you cursing at?" Before he could finish, he quickly changed his tone. "Sorry, Fengge, I didn't realize it was you." The one called Fengge, while pulling up his pants, cursed, "Who dares kick the door? You got some guts." Xiaobai's lackey wore a face of despair, casting a pleading glance at Xiaobai, who, in turn, began to panic, hastily apologizing to Fengge. "Sorry, Fengge, my little brother is ignorant." Before Xiaobai could finish, Fengge slapped him across the face, scolding, "Your little brother may be ignorant, but what about you?" When I saw Fengge emerge from the stall, I was stunned. He was the very person who had played the game with me that day. My heart raced with excitement as I grabbed Fengge's hand, exclaiming, "Fengge, it's me. Do you remember me?" Fengge eyed me with suspicion. "Who are you?" I anxiously replied, "Don't you remember? I played the game with you and the guy in the stall." "The guy in the stall? Ha ha ha." Fengge burst into laughter upon hearing the name. Indeed, it was a fitting title, but if he knew you called him that, he'd probably beat you senseless. Xiaobai and his gang stared at us in disbelief, apparently shocked that I knew Fengge. "Fengge, hold on a second. These guys are trying to beat me up and stab me. You must help me." "I pleaded, clutching Feng Yi's feet." Fengge shook his head. "I don't know you well. Why should I help you?" Upon hearing this, Xiaobai and his companions visibly relaxed. Right. Don't try to climb the social ladder. Fengge, I'll treat you to dinner another day." Xiaobai offered. Feng Yi nodded, adopting a spectator's attitude towards our predicament. Internally, I lamented, unable to believe Fengge could be so unfeeling. But upon reflection, it made sense. I didn't even know his name, having only played a game together once. He had no reason to assist me. "Well then, let us see where you run today. You can choose, eat shit or take a stab from me." Xiaobai sneered. With that, his lackeys closed in. Grinding my teeth, I retorted, "Screw you. If you don't stab me to death today, just wait and see how I'll deal with you tomorrow." I struck a defiant pose. Xiaobai chuckled, slowly retracting the knife and calmly stating, "True, I'm not daring enough to stab you, but forcing you to eat shit is still within my capabilities." With that, Xiaobai snapped his fingers and his companions lunged at me. One of them held my head down, forcefully pushing me towards the toilet pit, where a pile of excrement lay, freshly deposited by Fengge. The mere thought of it made me feel nauseous. I struggled desperately, but my fists were no match for their numbers. How could I possibly overcome them? At that moment, the bathroom door was suddenly kicked open, and a tall girl rushed in. It was Chunjie, who boldly disregarded the distinction between genders and entered the restroom to rescue me. Xiaobai glanced at Chunjie and asked, "Chunjie, what are you doing? Are you going to help him?" Chunjie remained silent and turned her gaze towards Fengge, saying, "Oh, Fengge, what brings you here?" Fengge chuckled and replied, "I came to assist Xiao Lu." Upon hearing this, Chunjie's face instantly darkened with anger. "Then why are you just standing there? Don't you see they're trying to shove Xiao Lu into the restroom?" Fengge laughed and said, "I was just about to save him, and then you showed up." Xiaobai and his companions stood frozen, momentarily unable to react. "Aren't you going to let go?" Fengge said coldly. Xiaobai and his gang quickly released me and hurriedly asked, "Fengge, you're really going to help him?" Fengge nodded, stating, "Indeed, I am." "What of it?" Xiaobai anxiously replied, "But he stabbed me. I can't just let that go." Before Xiaobai could finish speaking, Fengge slapped him across the face, scolding, "What does his stabbing you have to do with me? Is what I say no longer valid?" Xiaobai covered his face and apologized. "I am sorry, Feng Yi." Fengge huffed and said, "Get lost." Xiaobai nodded and led his gang out of the restroom in a flustered manner. "Well, are you satisfied now?" Fengge said with a wry smile as he looked at Chunjie. Chunjie snorted and grabbed my hand, pulling me outside. Once we exited the restroom, I couldn't help but ask, "Chunjie, did you call Fengge?" Chunjie shook her head, saying, "No, I was puzzled about how you knew him." "Then how did you know I was in the restroom?" I inquired, puzzled. Chunjia's expression suddenly changed, and she released my hand, saying, "Humph. Your little girlfriend asked me to help, or else I wouldn't bother with you." My little girlfriend? Could be Su Xiaohua? I fell silent, realizing that asking someone to plead for their romantic rival was a painful task, much like when Su Xiaohua had to plead with Xiao Bai for me. "You should go check on her. She left in tears," Chunjie said, crossing her arms and looking at me coldly. "She left in tears? Where is she?" I asked urgently. Chunjie replied, "How would I know? You go find her yourself." Without looking back, she turned and walked away. I quickly took out my phone to call Su Xiaohua, but her phone was unreachable. Growing anxious, I thought she might be at the home inn, where she usually stayed. So, I hurriedly rushed there. As I entered, I saw Su Xiaohua's father sitting on the sofa. I quickly approached him and asked, "Uncle, is Xiaohua here?" He smiled at me, holding a large cigar, and said, "She didn't come back for lunch." "What's the matter?" I shook my head, saying it was nothing, just that I remembered I needed to find her for something, thinking she might come here. It was better not to let her father know about this. After leaving the home inn, I felt a bit lost. Su Xiaohua was such a fragile girl. Where could I possibly find her? Dragging my weary body, I searched the school repeatedly, yet I could not locate Su Xiaohua. At that moment, Chunjie sent me a message. She told me she gave you up for me, as long as I went to save you. After saying this, she ran away in tears. I was stunned. Now I finally understood why Su Xiaohua had looked so upset earlier. It was undoubtedly due to something I said over the weekend at the home inn. But I only said that to help Chunjie. Chunjie and I were not even in a romantic relationship. At this moment, I wanted to punch myself. If only I hadn't stirred up trouble, this wouldn't have happened. I sat blankly in the classroom all afternoon without eating. Fortunately, Su Xiaohua came to class later, but her eyes were red, clearly having cried a lot. Without a second thought, I pulled her into a tight embrace, gently stroking her hair, and softly said, "Silly girl, there is nothing between me and Chunjie. How could I ever leave you?" Su Xiaohua looked up at me, her innocent expression questioning. "Really?" I nodded emphatically, saying, "Of course." At that moment, Peng Long suddenly approached us, slamming his hand on the desk, and shouted, You dare to hug Su Xiaohua?" I cursed under my breath as he prepared to strike me with a chair. Luckily, I dodged in time, and the chair crashed down on my desk with a loud bang, attracting the attention of the entire class. Sensing danger, I quickly fled the scene. Peng Long, wielding the chair, chased me outside, but his bulk made it impossible for him to catch up. Damn it. Even Xiao Bai wouldn't dare to confront me. Yet this coward was chasing me for several hundred meters with a broken chair. Once back in the classroom, Peng Long had calmed down and lightly tapped my desk, saying, "Come out for a moment." I complied and followed him outside, while my classmates looked on in confusion. Peng Long, merely an ordinary student in our class, usually bowed to the real bullies in school. Why would I be afraid of him, especially since I could handle Xiao Bai? We reached a corner of the staircase, where he patted my shoulder and said, "If you don't leave Su Xiaohua, I'll beat you up every time I see you." Do you believe that? Looking at his disgusting face made me feel nauseated. When Xiao Bai flirted with Su Xiaohua, he didn't dare to say a word. Yet now he was acting tough in front of me. Don't think you're something special just because you stabbed Xiao Bai and have Chunjie backing you up. In my eyes, you're just a pathetic loser, got it? Peng Long attempted to lecture me, slapping me repeatedly on the shoulder. I gritted my teeth, forcing a smile, and said, yes, you're absolutely right." Peng Long pulled out a cigarette and stuck it in his mouth, then asked, "When are you going to break up with Su Xiaohua?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "Maybe in a few days." Peng Long frowned and said, "I'll give you 3 days. If you don't break up, I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp." Got it? I nodded silently, contemplating asking my mom when I got home if my uncle's job was important. If there's a suitable alternative, I could persuade my uncle to switch jobs. Just then, Xiao Bai suddenly walked up the hallway, glanced at me, and said nothing. Meanwhile, Peng Long took out a cigarette and grinned. "Brother Bai, what brings you here? Here to seek revenge on Xiaolu?" Xiao Bai accepted Peng Long's cigarette, sneering, "I wouldn't dare. So many people are supporting him. Who would be bold enough to touch him?" Peng Long laughed heartily, saying, "Brother Bai, what is Xiaolu to me? No matter who supports him. He is just a nobody in front of me." As he spoke, he continued to slap my face. Xiao Bai looked at Peng Long incredulously and then at me, finally saying to Peng Long, "You have some guts." Peng Long, grinning, replied, "How about this, Brother Bai? Should I help you teach him a lesson?" Xiao Bai's eyes lit up for a moment, but he ultimately shook his head and said, "Forget it." After saying this, he turned and left. Peng Long huffed, turning to me and said, "You may act tough in school, but from now on, you better call me Brother Long whenever you see me. Understood?" I'm quite frustrated. This Peng Long has truly overstepped his bounds. Throughout my life, I have never allowed anyone to bully me to such an extent. This cannot continue. I must persuade my uncle to seek a different job. After returning home from school that evening, during dinner, I asked my mother, "Mom, is it possible for my uncle to change his job?" My mother looked at me in confusion and replied, "Why would he want to change? His current job is quite good, and he is currently working on a project with his boss. Seizing this opportunity might lead to a promotion. Why would he want to leave? Are there no other companies he could go to?" I asked, unwilling to accept the situation. My mother shook her head, stating, "Jobs like that are not easily found. You have no idea how many gifts your uncle had to give to secure that position." I sighed and replied, "All right. However, the situation isn't entirely bleak. My uncle is currently accompanying his boss, so perhaps one day he might turn his fortunes around and rise above Peng Long." The next day, during lunch, I encountered the restroom dweller again and sat with him to eat. After he settled down, I gave him a thumbs up and remarked, "You were right on the money. That little white didn't inform his school." The restroom dweller chuckled, but said nothing. "By the way, who is that Feng Ji we played games with the other day? Are you close with him?" I inquired. He nodded, saying, "Yeah, he often buys me cigarettes and such." I was taken aback, thinking to myself that little white wouldn't dare to speak up in front of Feng Ji, yet Feng Ji buys cigarettes for the restroom dweller. "Do you know Qin Jie?" I asked him again. He looked up at me and replied, "No, I don't." "Then who do you know?" I thought it was absurd. Was he really boasting? Did he frequently buy cigarettes for Feng Ji? "I don't know anyone. I only know Red Alert," he said nonchalantly. "Want to join me for a game later?" I nodded helplessly, replying, "Sure." After lunch, the restroom dweller and I went to an internet CAF near the school, where Feng Ji and another guy were still engaged in a game of Red Alert. I bought a pack of cigarettes from the attendant and approached Feng Ji, saying, "Feng Ji, thanks for that day." Feng Ji accepted the cigarettes and replied, "Why are you thanking me? I just happened to run into you." I nodded and said nothing more. After playing games all afternoon, before leaving, the restroom dweller told me, "If you encounter any unresolved issues at school, come find me." He pointed to Feng Ji, and upon glancing at Feng Ji, I noticed he said nothing, seemingly in agreement. I nodded and expressed my gratitude. The restroom dweller was still quite inexperienced at Red Alert, while I excelled in it due to my fervent enthusiasm for the game. Consequently, he often sought me out to discuss strategies, and as we talked more, we became quite familiar. However, our conversations mostly took place on the playground, where he would sometimes drag me out of class to chat about games. The playground was dominated by the athletes, and whenever we were there, people would greet the restroom dweller. Yet he completely ignored them, not even glancing their way. I couldn't help but chide him. "Why don't you acknowledge them? Isn't that a bit rude?" The restroom dweller responded, "Oh, I don't know them. Why should I bother?" I was momentarily at a loss for words. Even if he didn't recognize them, they at least recognized him and initiated conversation. Ignoring them seemed rather pretentious. Nonetheless, those individuals appeared unfazed, greeting him each time without any irritation, while the restroom dweller continued to ignore them. I found this quite perplexing. If I were to greet someone and they ignored me, I wouldn't attempt to greet them again. Those people are certainly strange. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed, and Peng Long was starting to make his move. On the third evening, Su Xiaohua suddenly poked me, asking, "Do you have time tonight?" I was taken aback and glanced at her in surprise. This was the first time she had ever asked me such a question. Could it be that she wanted to invite me out? I quickly nodded, saying yes, yes, yes. "What's up?" Su Xiaohua, somewhat nervously, said, I want you to accompany me to the home inn." "Huh? To the home inn? Really?" I felt a rush of excitement. Su Xiaohua was actually inviting me to the home inn. She blushed and nodded, prompting me to hug her and exclaim, "All right, of course I have time." This display caught the eye of Peng Long, who promptly gave me the finger, cursing under his breath, fearing trouble from him. I grabbed Su Xiaohua's hand and hurriedly left school as soon as the bell rang. "Why are you running so fast?" Su Xiaohua asked. "I'm just a bit anxious," I fabricated, and she meekly replied with an "oh," obediently following behind. I held her hand as we made our way to the home inn, my heart racing with excitement. Upon arriving at the home inn, I was taken aback to find Su Xiaohua's father there as well. I felt an awkwardness wash over me. What were the odds? Had her father arrived at the same time? However, Su Xiaohua appeared completely unfazed, leading me directly to her father. He greeted me with his usual smile and gestured for me to sit down. I called him uncle and settled onto a nearby sofa. He then inquired about my name and our relationship, and of course, I couldn't disclose that we were dating. Having entered hand in hand, he surely noticed. If I claimed we were merely friends, he would undoubtedly be skeptical. Thus, I spun a tale, stating that Su Xiaohua was my desk mate. A gentle soul often subjected to unwanted attention from other students, and I took it upon myself to act as her protective older brother. Su Xiaohua's father nodded, saying, "Yes, Xiaohua is quite gentle. Her mother passed away when she was young, so she has always been a bit shy. Knowing you're looking out for her puts my mind at ease." I was taken aback. I had not anticipated that Su Xiaohua came from a single-parent family. She must have had a tough childhood. Considering the situation, it seemed that Su Xiaohua had invited me at her father's suggestion, but what could he possibly want? "Uncle, did you call me here for something? If there's anything you need, I'll gladly help." I blurted out. Her father chuckled. "It's nothing significant. I just wanted to see what kind of person you are." I sighed internally, feeling a bit deflated. Was that the sole purpose of my excitement? Shortly after, he informed me that they were staying in room 403 of the Home Inn, and if I needed anything, I could find Xiaohua there. I realized that Su Xiaohua lived with her father in the inn, which made her frequent visits there more understandable. However, I was puzzled as to why she had come to my house to buy something. Was it for her father? That seemed unlikely. He didn't strike me as that type of person. Besides, their bond appeared quite close, and if that were the case, Su Xiaohua's demeanor would surely reflect it. Shaking my head, I decided to let it be. I would uncover the truth in due time. Soon after, Su Xiaohua's father suggested we go out for dinner. This was a promising opportunity to strengthen my relationship with her. However, I faced a dilemma. I had no money. I certainly couldn't expect Su Xiaohua to pay. As soon as we exited the inn, I turned to her and said, "Well, my parents are still waiting for me at home. Perhaps I should head back?" Su Xiaohua gazed at me with her innocent, large eyes, finally nodding and softly saying, "Well, all right, I'll go buy something in return." I agreed and promptly hurried home. Upon my arrival, I discovered guests in my house. My uncle had come to visit. I always enjoyed my uncle's visits, as he would generously give me money, ranging from 2 to 500 yuan. However, judging by his appearance, he seemed to be doing quite well for himself. Arriving in a new car, "Xiaolu, long time no see." My uncle greeted me as he approached. I replied, "Indeed, it has been a while. You caused me quite a bit of trouble." My uncle looked puzzled and asked what happened. I shook my head, saying it was nothing, as he wouldn't be able to resolve it anyway. He chuckled and pulled out several bills from his bag, saying, "I came a hurry today and didn't bring you any gifts. Use this to buy something to eat." I grinned and replied, "No need for gifts. Just bring me money when you come. It would be best if you visited often." "You rascal." My mother chimed in, laughing from the side. I took the money and dashed to my room. Counting the bills, I found he had given me 1,000 yuan. This was the largest amount I had ever received. If only my uncle had given me this money earlier, I could have gone out to dinner with Su Xiaohua tonight. Who knows what might have happened if we dined together. The next day at school, I noticed several non-students loitering at the entrance, smoking and seemingly waiting for someone. Such scenes made me uneasy, perhaps due to the number of people I had offended recently. Fortunately, they were not looking for me. They ignored me as I passed by. Upon entering the classroom, I spotted Peng Long standing at the door with his hands on his hips. I felt a sinking feeling. He was likely searching for me. Sure enough, when I reached the entrance, Peng Long called out to me, then pulled me by the neck towards the restroom. "What is going on, Long Ge?" I inquired. He remained silent, dragging me into the restroom. Once inside, he forcefully shoved me against the wall. "You don't understand what I'm saying, do you?" he said, pushing me again. At that moment, the restroom was still bustling with students, including a few smoking troublemakers who turned their attention to us. "Oh, Peng Long, you still dare to hit people?" one of the delinquents taunted. Peng Long had always been a coward in our school. It was evident from the first time he switched seats that he lacked the courage to argue with me. If it weren't for his father's connections, I would have likely knocked him to the ground long ago. "Hey, ISNT, that's Xiaolu," another delinquent remarked. I glanced at him, realizing I didn't recognize him. Perhaps it was due to my previous encounter with Chen Jie or the incident involving the restroom, but more likely it was because I had provoked Xiao Bai. "So, this is the Xia Lu who messed with Bai Ge." The delinquents encircled me. Feeling a surge of confidence, Peng Long slapped me across the face, exclaiming, "He has nothing." The delinquents looked incredulous. "No way. The guy who messed with Bai Ge is this timid?" One of them reached out to pat my head. I frowned, stating, "Take your hand off me." The delinquent hesitated, then pressed on, saying, What's this? Afraid of Peng Long, but not me? You think I can't make Peng Long call me grandpa? My heart leaped at the opportunity for revenge, and I shook my head, replying, I don't think so. Does Longa call you grandpa? The delinquent cursed and turned to Peng Long, insisting, call him grandpa. Quickly, Peng Long, having been flattered by my earlier words, realized that calling him grandpa would be too humiliating, and thus, with a dark expression, he stammered, this, isn't appropriate, is it? The delinquent, losing patience, threw his cigarette to the ground and shoved Peng Long against the wall, scolding, feeling bold lately. Huh? Brothers, beat him up. The other delinquents rushed forward, delivering a flurry of punches to Peng Long, who was too frightened to retaliate, ultimately ending up bruised and begging on the ground. How's that? The delinquent gloated. Just then, the class bell rang, and the delinquents pointed at me before hastily leaving. Peng Long glared at me through gritted teeth, cursing, you'll pay for this. I feigned innocence, saying, I didn't do anything long ago. I've always thought you were quite impressive. Peng Long scoffed, walking away while muttering, I'll deal with you after class. I chuckled awkwardly and hurried back to the classroom. Did you go to the restroom? Su Xiaohua timidly asked. I nodded and replied, Indeed, what is up? She continued to inquire about what I had done in the restroom. I glanced at Peng Long before boasting, I just taught Peng Long a lesson. Just look at his face. Su Xiaohua turned to glance at Peng Long and then burst out laughing. I chuckled along, not saying anything further. Chapter 18. Someone dares to hit Chun Jie. As the first class ended, I dashed out of the classroom, eager to avoid being caught by Peng Long. However, I ran straight into Chun Jie, who was approaching from the hallway. Just then, Peng Long, panting heavily from his weight, burst out of the classroom, exclaiming, Xia Xia, where do you think you're running? I looked at him helplessly and asked, what do you want? Peng Long grabbed my collar, saying, you still dare to question me? At that moment, Chun Jie walked over, and as she passed Peng Long, she deliberately bumped into him, glaring and saying, how dare you bump into me? Peng Long was taken aback and quickly replied, I didn't bump into you. I didn't even move. So, you're saying I bumped into you? Chun Jie shot back. I thought to myself, this must be what they call playing the victim. Chun Jie, looking furious, seized Peng Long by his hair and pulled him over, delivering a series of slaps while scolding, you've really gotten bold. How dare you bump into me? Before long, Peng Long's face was bloodied from her slaps. Yet he dared not retaliate, continuously pleading for mercy. Eventually, perhaps growing tired, Chun Jie released him, saying, don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll hit you every time, understood? Peng Long quickly agreed and scurried back to the restroom. I felt a sense of satisfaction at the sight. Thanks, Chun Jie, I said with a grin. Chun Jie snorted, saying, you're becoming more of a coward each time, letting Peng Long bully you. I laughed awkwardly and changed the subject. Chun Jie, you were so impressive just now. She huffed, saying it was nothing. By the way, why did you come looking for me? I asked. Chun Jie replied she hadn't sought me out, but was called over by a student from the class ahead. Do you want to come with me? She raised an eyebrow. I shook my head, saying, if they're looking for you, why should I go? I want to show you something. Come on, Chun Jie insisted, not waiting for my response, as she pulled me along by the arm. As we walked, she recounted that a few days prior, her younger brother had been bullied. Consequently, she rallied some people to confront the bully, and now she was on her way to find the leader of that group. I responded with a simple, oh, and asked, are you going to fight? Sister Chen shook her head, saying, no, he wouldn't dare touch me, even if he had the audacity. By then, we had arrived at the classroom, where two students stood at the entrance. One of them sported a rather ostentatious hairstyle, which led me to conclude he was trying too hard to show off. What do you want with me? Sister Chen approached him and inquired. The boy smirked and replied, you beat up my brother. Surely, you owe me an explanation. Sister Chen laughed heartily. I struck a beast. Do I really need to justify myself to you? What are you even worth? The boy clenched his fist and remarked, they say Sister Chen has a powerful brother whom no one dares to provoke. But I've never seen him. I'd like to see for myself. Without warning, he slapped Sister Chen across the face, the sound echoing sharply, leaving her cheek flushed. You dare hit me? Sister Chen was instantly furious, rushing into the classroom to grab a chair, but being a woman in a space filled with several men, she was quickly subdued. Unable to contain my anger, I seized a chair and charged out, bringing it down forcefully on the boy's back. He turned a glance at me and said, Xiaolu, right? Just walk away. I don't want to fight you. I was taken aback. He didn't want to fight me? In school, I had no standing and logically, after I hit him with the chair, he should have retaliated. But why was he letting me go? However, I couldn't ponder this for long. He had struck Sister Chun, and I couldn't just stand by. Let go of Sister Chun, I shouted. He scoffed, not a chance. If you don't let her go, I'll smash you with this chair, I threatened, raising it as if to strike him. Hold him down, he commanded his two lackeys, who nodded and lunged at me, but rather than attacking, they merely restrained my arms, preventing me from rescuing Sister Chun. Panic welled within me as I watched her being harmed. I couldn't bear it any longer. Suddenly, I recalled someone squatting by. Perhaps he could assist me. Let me go. I don't care about her anymore. I'm leaving, I pleaded with the boy. He nodded, allowing his lackeys to release me. Sister Chun cast me a glance, devoid of reproach. Determined, I gritted my teeth and dashed towards squatting guy's classroom. Upon entering, I disregarded the noise and rushed over to him, who was asleep at the back. Despite the chaos around, his area remained eerily quiet. I shook him awake. You need to help me. Rubbing his eyes, he yawned. Oh, it's you. What is up? I hurriedly relayed the details of Sister Chun's predicament. He responded, Who is Sister Chun? I cursed under my breath. He had mentioned her name before, yet now feigned ignorance. Stop joking around. This is urgent, I insisted. He acknowledged my urgency, saying, Didn't I tell you? If you have a problem, go find Xiao Feng. I can't get involved. Xiao Feng? Which class is he in? I asked, finally remembering. Class 6, go find him, he replied, yawning again before returning to his slumber. I rushed downstairs, found a student from class 6, and asked, Can you call Xiao Feng? The student complied and soon returned with him. Xiao Feng, Sister Chun is being attacked. Please help me. My voice trembled with desperation. Who is so bold as to attack her? Don't they fear her brother? Xiao Feng responded, astonished. Forget about that. Let us go save her, I urged, grabbing his hand and sprinting upstairs. We raced to our floor, but upon reaching the classroom, we found the entrance deserted. Where did they go? I exclaimed. Xiao Feng said nothing. Instead, he yanked my hand and kicked open the restroom door. Was Sister Chun inside? Upon entering, I found her indeed in the restroom, restrained by several boys while the ostentatious boy laughed lewdly. Sister Chun bore marks on her face from slaps, clearly having been assaulted. You scoundrel, let her go, I shouted. The boy ignored me, turning to Xiao Feng. What are you doing here? Release her, Xiao Feng said nonchalantly. The boy frowned, but... Xiao Feng, my brother is close to you. Can't you just let this go? Xiao Feng shook his head. I'm helping you. Helping me? The boy appeared incredulous. If you harm her, her brother might come after you. After a moment's hesitation, the boy commanded, Let her go. Once freed, Sister Chun immediately pulled out her phone to call for help. Forget it. How about I teach them a lesson? Xiao Feng suggested, grabbing her hand. Sister Chun glared at him, snapping, Let go of me. I need to call my brother. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Seeing her cry pained me deeply. All right, I'll help you deal with him, I offered. Xiao Feng held her hand as the ostentatious boy scoffed. What is so impressive about a vocational school student? What can her brother do? Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng turned sharply, glaring at the boy before delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Try saying another word, Xiao Feng warned. Confused, I wondered why his demeanor shifted so suddenly after seeming to know him. The boy stood up, dusting himself off, defiantly saying, Why are you hitting me? Let him come. I want to see what he can do. Are my words falling on deaf ears? Xiao Feng approached menacingly, delivering 2 swift slaps to the boy's face, drawing blood. The boy's lackeys stirred, ready to retaliate, but Xiao Feng calmly stated, What? You want to fight me? Go ahead. I dare you. The ostentatious boy quickly shook his head. Xiao Feng, I wouldn't dream of it. Can we just forget this? I won't bother her anymore. Xiao Feng scoffed. No way. Sister Chin's phone was snatched by Xiao Feng, prompting her to approach me. Can I use your phone? I hesitated, unsure if I should comply. I glanced between Sister Chun and Xiao Feng, uncertain of my next move. Xiao Feng signaled me not to give it to her, so I stammered, I didn't bring my phone. Sister Chun glared at me. Do you think I'm foolish? You've tricked me before. Last time you claimed you didn't have your phone, and only later did I realize it was a lie. Are you trying to deceive me again? I awkwardly scratched the back of my head, utterly at a loss for what to do. If one were to assess my relationship with Chunjie and Fengge, it would undoubtedly be closer with Chunjie. However, witnessing Fengge's anxious demeanor, I genuinely feared that Chunjie's brother might escalate the situation, which would inevitably lead to Chunjie suffering the consequences. Let be, Chunjie. It's just a minor issue. I'll assist you in dealing with it. Just tell me, how do you wish to confront him? Fenggu encouraged Chunjie. No way. Chunjie replied with unwavering resolve, refusing to entertain any notion of violence. Ultimately, Fenggu sighed. Even if your brother were to arrive, he wouldn't dare to touch Huang Mao. Chunjie scoffed, is that so? Who does Huang Mao have backing him? Fenggu shook his head. It's not about who supports him. If you strike him here, there will surely be others in the school who won't remain passive. I believe your brother would have to heed the words of that individual, wouldn't he? Chunjie retorted defiantly. That is not necessarily true. I stood by, feeling somewhat superfluous, completely unable to comprehend their discussion. I can help you teach him a lesson. Just tell me what you wish to do. Fenggu continued to persuade Chunjie. Chunjie hesitated, but eventually declared, let us give him a good thrashing, then demand an apology from him. Fenggu agreed without reservation, but Huang Mao opposed vehemently, shouting, what? Apologize to you? Who do you think you are? Why should I apologize? Without a moment's hesitation, Fenggu delivered a sharp slap, and grasping Huang Mao by the hair, he slammed his head against the restroom wall. The sound of the impact was painful enough to hear. Clearly, Huang Mao dared not provoke Fenggu any further. After the beating, he remained utterly silent. Let me tell you, not even you could contend with his brother. Do you understand? Fenggu stated coldly. Although Huang Mao was reluctant, he nodded and offered Chunjie an apology. After this exchange, Fenggu allowed him to leave, likely to tend to his injuries. Once Huang Mao and his companions departed, Chunjie remarked to Fenggu, this matter won't simply end here. With that, she exited the restroom. Fortunately, the class had already begun, and the corridor was devoid of students. Otherwise, Chunjie emerging from the boys' restroom would undoubtedly become fodder for school gossip. After Chunjie stepped out, I bid farewell to Fenggu and hurriedly followed her. Catching up to her, I nervously asked, hey, are you all right, Chunjie? She snorted. Traitor. I felt a wave of sorrow wash over me, exclaiming, how am I a traitor? I called Fenggu to help you. Then let me ask you, when I asked for your phone, why didn't you give it to me? Her gaze was piercing. Thinking quickly, I replied, oh, my phone screen has your picture on it. I was afraid you'd see it, so I didn't give it to you. Chunjie paused, skepticism evident in her eyes. Really? I nodded earnestly, of course, it's absolutely true. She then demanded, show it to me. I agreed, but as I began searching my pockets, I exclaimed, where's my phone? It's gone. I feigned a frantic search. Chunjie scoffed. You're trying to play tricks on me again. She moved closer to investigate, and I exclaimed, hey, are you being inappropriate? Ignoring my protest, she continued her search. I suggested, this is the academic building. Let us sit on the playground for a while. After a moment's consideration and a glance around, she finally relented. All right then. Thus, we made our way to the playground, where several athletes were practicing, colliding with each other like bulls. It is said that the most formidable individuals at our school are the athletes due to their strength and camaraderie. Upon seeing Chunjie, the athletes greeted her warmly, to which she responded with a smile. Since I often accompanied my friends to the playground, I recognized a few of the athletes, who teased me about my apparent success with Chunjie. Emboldened, I proudly declared, of course, Chunjie is utterly devoted to me. Their laughter rang out. We love watching you flaunt your bravado. In a playful gesture, Chunjie pinched my side, and though she meant it lightheartedly, it only added to the tension, causing the athletes to chuckle even more. All right, you lot, get back to your sports. Chunjie scolded, and they chuckled sheepishly before resuming their training. We found a quiet spot to sit, basking in the warm sunlight. Where's your phone? Chunjie asked, spreading her hands in exasperation. I shook my head. I truly can't find it. Chunjie huffed, then began searching me herself, but alas, she found nothing. To be honest, I rather enjoyed the moment, particularly when she searched my pockets. Where did you hide your phone? She inquired, perplexed. I replied, I really lost it. Forget it, she said, waving her hand dismissively, not wishing to pursue the matter further. I chuckled sheepishly, saying nothing more. We lingered on the playground until the dismissal bell rang, at which point I hurried back to class. As soon as I sat down, Su Xiaohua asked, where were you during the last class? The teacher was upset. Upset? I echoed, finding her expression adorably earnest. Why was he upset? I teased. Su Xiaohua lowered her gaze, struggling to meet my eyes. He asked where you went. I told him you had a stomachache and went to the infirmary. That's exactly what I should have said. I chuckled, ruffling her hair. She pointed to Peng Long behind us, but Peng Long said you skipped class, and then the teacher got angry. Not again. Peng Long. I sighed, dismissing him from my mind. Even if he accused me of skipping class, he couldn't do anything about it. I nonchalantly patted Su Xiaohua's head, and she turned away to read. During breaks, she enjoyed perusing classic literature, such as The Red and the Black and 100 Years of Solitude. I had never read those books, as I have little interest in reading. After a morning filled with classes, surprisingly, Peng Long didn't bother me, leaving the classroom as soon as the bell rang. I didn't care. If he wanted to confront me, he wouldn't need anyone else, for there was no way I could retaliate. As Monday rolled around, it was time for seating changes. Upon entering the classroom, Peng Long told me, when we switch seats, just come over to my side. You don't even need to move your desk. I protested. How can I do that? My books are still in there. How can I attend class without them? Peng Long snapped, go to hell. What class are you even attending? Can you read? Though there was a grain of truth in his words, I was still irked. Even if I couldn't read, I wouldn't abandon my books, which I had purchased with my own money. Just move over there when the time comes, he insisted, pointing a finger at me. I neither agreed nor refused, feeling uncertain about what to do next. Soon, the teacher arrived and announced the seating change, prompting students to stir restlessly. Peng Long approached my desk with a beaming smile, intending to take a seat. At that moment, Xiao Hua suddenly tugged at my shirt, looking at me with pleading eyes, and said, I don't want to switch. Chapter 20. The situation changes too quickly for me to keep up. I glanced at Xiao Hua, then at Peng Long, and was about to grit my teeth when our homeroom teacher unexpectedly pointed at us and exclaimed, What are you two doing over there? Peng Long hurriedly replied, Teacher, it's nothing at all. We are just changing seats. Changing seats? What nonsense is this? Xiao Hua studies so well. What if you lead her astray? The teacher retorted angrily. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Truly, the heavens were watching over me. This isn't my fault, Brother Long, I shrugged. Just as I was about to sit down, when our homeroom teacher called out again, Xia Lu, don't sit there either. Do you think you're any better? You two are cut from the same cloth. Go to the back. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Damn it. To be compared to a piece of shit? I didn't mind being called that, but please, don't lump me in with Peng Long. Reluctantly, I raised my hands in surrender and moved my desk to a corner by the wall. This spot was conveniently near the back door, making it easier to escape if necessary. Although Peng Long couldn't sit next to Xiao Hua, he seemed quite content, likely just pleased to keep me away from her. Not long after I settled in, a hefty girl from our class rushed over with her desk and plopped down beside me. To be honest, I rarely spoke to this girl, so I was somewhat unfamiliar with her, not even remembering her name. For now, I'll just refer to her as the hefty girl. After she sat down, we didn't exchange words. She pulled out a web novel titled The Country's Beauty, which had a rather nice name. Although the author's name, Qin Shou, was rather ridiculous. One could only assume the author had a twisted mindset to choose such a name. Xiao Hua had been assigned to the front row, seated next to a bespectacled boy who was quite studious, often appearing dazed. A typical overachiever. But that was for the best. At least this clueless academic wouldn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts about Xiao Hua. Regardless, the seat-switching ordeal had finally concluded, and I decided it was time to rest. I laid my head down on the desk and began to doze off. After the first class, the hefty girl suddenly nudged me and said someone was looking for me outside. I peered out and saw an unfamiliar boy. You're looking for me? I asked, puzzled. The boy nodded and inquired. You must be Xia Lu, right? That is correct. I am Xia Lu. What do you need? I replied. His expression shifted to one of displeasure as he said, I heard you're with Chun Jie now. Let me tell you, Chun Jie is not someone you can match. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. I initially wanted to clarify that Chun Jie and I were not together at all, but his words irked me, prompting me to retaliate. What is the matter? Are you fond of my wife? I emphasized the word wife deliberately. His face flushed with anger at my response, and he shoved me, saying, Who the hell is your wife? Try calling her that again and see what happens. I've known Chun Jie since childhood. She is mine. Got it. Sorry, I don't understand. And please, remove your hand, I said, brushing his wrist away. He refused to let go and continued. Don't think you're impressive just because you've been with Xiao Bai. She means nothing to me. Hey, did you even hear what I said? Let go of me. I cursed, then threw a punch in his face, causing him to stagger back, clutching his cheek. This guy looked decent enough, tall and fair-skinned, but he clearly lacked any fighting spirit. He was a weakling. If it came to a one-on-one, I could easily handle him, and even if he called for help, I wouldn't be afraid. You dare hit me? Just wait. He sneered, pointing at me. Remember my name? Yi Liangfei. I have 100 ways to make your life miserable at this school. If you don't leave, I'll hit you again. Do you believe me? I glared at him. He huffed, we'll see. This afternoon after school, at the big playground. Whoever doesn't tease show is a coward. With that, he hurried away. I muttered a curse under my breath. How had I never noticed how many pretentious people there were at this school? Invisible arrogance was the deadliest of all. Yi Liangfei was a fitting name. Yet, I felt no fear of him confronting me, especially on the playground, where my athletic peers would undoubtedly support me. In the afternoon, the squatting guy dragged me to the playground for a chat. Upon arriving, I said, "Someone is looking to fight me tonight." He glanced at me and simply said, "Oh." Without further comment, "Aren't you going to come check it out? Or help me?" I asked. He shook his head, saying, "I can't help. I'm just an ordinary student." I no longer believe his words. He always talked a big game without any substance. Fine, if he wouldn't help. There was still phone go, I thought, waving it off. By the way, how do you know so many athletes? I suddenly asked. He looked at me and shook his head. I don't know them. Didn't you see I've never spoken to them? Then why do they greet you? I asked, puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Maybe it's because I'm quite handsome." I was left speechless. As the afternoon drew to a close, I found myself increasingly excited. This was my first time arranging a fight. How could I not be thrilled? But considering that Yi Liangfei had a history with Chun Jie, he likely had some backing as well. Regardless, I decided to head to the playground. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and rushed to the big playground. The athletes were gathered there chatting, and I counted about 10 of them. Enough support. I approached a few familiar faces among the athletes and said, "Someone is coming to fight me. I hope you can help me out." Several athletes thumped their chests and laughed. Who would dare to fight you? They must be blind. Don't worry. On the playground, even the king himself wouldn't stand a chance. I quickly expressed my gratitude, then began to relax. We sat on the ground chatting, but they clearly didn't see me as one of their own. Whenever I spoke, the conversation would fall silent, likely due to our unfamiliarity. After a while, a few figures entered from the playground entrance, about 4 or 5 of them. I couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! 4 or 5 people think they could take me on. With just a spit from each of us, we could drown them. Before long, Yi Liangfei and his crew approached. I stood up with a grin, touching the shirt that Ying had gifted me, recalling how I'd been beaten while wearing it last time. This time, it will be different. I was going to wear it to fight. Life is indeed unpredictable and perplexing. Yi Liangfei stepped forward with his gang and scoffed. "You got a big mouth. You really dare to show up." I grinned back. What is there to fear? Just keep that bravado. We'll see how long it lasts. Yi Liangfei sneered, signaling his friends to surround me. Yet, I felt no concern, for I had my companions by my side. Brothers, they're here to fight me. What should we do? I imitated the shouting style I'd seen on television, but alas, the atmosphere fell flat once more, as not a single soul behind me uttered a word. Sigh, it seems these individuals have perhaps damaged their intellects through excessive physical training, unable to comprehend such a simple matter. Are you all planning to assist him? Yi Liangfei exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. They're my brothers. Would I help you instead? I replied with a grin. At that moment, someone unexpectedly poked me from behind. Turning around, I saw a sports student with whom I shared a relatively good rapport. I didn't know his name, so I decided to call him Big Guy. He looked at me with a guilty expression, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "What is wrong?" I asked, puzzled by his demeanor. "I'm sorry, but we may not be able to help out today," Big Guy said, visibly remorseful. My heart sank with an ominous premonition. Yi Liangfei burst into laughter. "Aren't you all coming over to my side?" Big Guy lifted his gaze towards Yi Liangfei and said, "Fei Ge, could you do me a favor? He is my. Get lost. Did you hear me when I told you to come over?" Yi Liangfei snipped, his eyes wide with anger. Big Guy sighed and said, "If you wish to go, then go ahead. I shall not participate in either side." With that, he turned and walked away. Among the 10 or so sports students, 5 or 6 joined Yi Liangfei's side, while a few chose to abstain, just like Big Guy. Not a single person stood behind me. Just a moment ago, I had felt invincible, ready to confront Yi Liangfei. And now I found myself akin to a fallen stray dog. How fickle fate can be, leaving one in a state of perplexity. Alas, my attire would surely become sullied today. "Do you have anything to say?" Yi Liangfei, sporting his panda-like eyes, spoke with an air of smugness. I feigned indifference and said, "If you really want me to speak, I would simply like to inform your elderly mother that I shall be visiting her tonight." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangfei was instantly furious. Unable to contain himself any longer, he commanded, "Get him." Chapter 21. The great brother, I lamented internally. realizing that every attempt at bravado had ended in failure, each time resulting in a beating. I resolved to seek out phone, gu tomorrow. Cradling my head, I silently steeled my determination. They pummeled me and left with a harsh warning against bothering Chun Jie again. Yi Liangfei told me, if you're dissatisfied, feel free to find me. I'm always waiting. I scoffed, but remained silent. Just as Yi Liangfei and his entourage departed, Chun Jie came sprinting from the entrance of the playground. I couldn't afford to lose face in front of her, so I quickly stood up, brushed off the dirt from my clothes, and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Upon reaching me, Chun Jie wore a worried expression, touching this part and that. She anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" I shook my head, waving my hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. I'll seek out phone, good tomorrow." Chun Jie paid no heed to my words, continuing to dust off my clothes. "Look at you. Your clothes are all dirty. You must have taken quite a beating." Just as I was about to put on a fade, I suddenly thought, why bother pretending? This was a perfect opportunity that I couldn't squander. So, I feigned a pitiful demeanor and lamented, "Indeed, my newly donned attire is now sullied. If my father sees it, he'll surely be furious, and my mother will be heartbroken. What should I do?" Chun Jie also appeared concerned. After all, no one wished to escalate matters at home, unless one had particularly formidable parents who could seek retribution, and clearly, mine were not of that ilk. Chun Jie scrutinized me for quite a while, making me feel somewhat bashful. Just as I was about to inquire what was on her mind, she suddenly suggested, "How about this? Come to my house, change into some fresh clothes, and then we'll head back. I'll wash your current outfit tonight." I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Finally, Chun Jie had fallen for my ploy. I clapped my hands excitedly. "That sounds splendid. But will your parents mind?" Chun Jie shook her head. "My parents are rarely home. I live alone." In my mind, I thought, this is indeed a stroke of luck. I exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry." Without further thought, we walked side by side out of the school. Chun Jie's south home was quite close, a duplex villa, indicating her family's affluence. However, it seemed rather lonely and desolate for someone to reside in such a large house alone. "That house over there is Yi Liangfei's," Chun Jie pointed out, indicating a residence similar to hers. I responded with an "oh," realizing that Yi Liangfei and Chun Jie shared a childhood connection. I wondered if she harbored feelings for him. That Yi Liangfei was particularly obnoxious, I thought. Suddenly, Chun Jie spoke again, and upon hearing her words, I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she didn't hold Yi Liangfei in high regard either. Then I recalled that Chun Jie had a brother, so I asked, "Does your brother not come home often?" "He returns once a month, having just been home a few days ago," she replied, shaking her head. I nodded, relieved that her brother was not present. Upon entering her home, Chun Jie instructed me to remove my clothes while she retrieved a black shirt and trousers from her room, saying, "Put these on, they belong to my brother." I nodded, preparing to change, but then Chun Jie suddenly looked at me with disdain. "Hey, what are you doing?" I was taken aback. "What's wrong?" She chastised. "Are you a pervert? You can't change clothes in front of me." With that, she dashed into her room, leaving me alone in the living room. I chuckled to myself and changed into her brother's clothes. "All right, you can come out now." I knocked on her door. Chun Jie cautiously opened a narrow gap, revealing her large eyes. Upon confirming that I had indeed changed, she stepped out. Chun Jie said, "Now that you've changed, you should head home." I pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us stay a bit longer. I'm feeling a little sore." Upon hearing this, Chun Jie retreated to her room to fetch some medicine, and I seized the opportunity to quietly slip into her bedroom. I had anticipated her room to be tidy, but to my surprise, it was in utter disarray, with several items of lingerie scattered on the bed, leaving me startled. I dared not linger, quickly exiting. As Chun Jie applied some ointment to my injuries, I asked, "What does your brother do?" She replied, "He is somewhat of a student, though not exactly just a student." I responded with an "oh" and inquired if her brother was impressive. Chun Jie thought for a moment before saying, "When I was 11, he was 15. At that time, I was in middle school while he attended a vocational college. One day, I was bullied by a few boys at school, and when I ran home to tell my parents, they scolded me sternly, saying, 'If you don't provoke others, why would they bully you?' I felt wronged and cried in my room. The next day, my brother showed up with a brick and sent those boys to the hospital. I immediately developed a fondness for Chun Jie's brother. He was truly a man. Subsequently, the parents of those boys came to the school, and our teacher called me into the office. Those parents pushed and scolded me while I stood there, unable to utter a word, too frightened to inform my own parents. And I simply wept in my room. When my brother noticed, he asked what was wrong, and I recounted the entire incident to him. Chun-jie continued. The next day, my brother took a kitchen knife from home to school. Fortunately, the school discovered this incident, and my brother accomplished nothing. Upon returning home, my parents scolded him thoroughly. My brother, in a fit of anger, argued with them, declaring, "You don't care about your daughter. I still care for my sister." After saying this, he left home and didn't return for a month. Instantly, my admiration for Chun-jie's brother skyrocketed. If only I had such a brother, I could strut around school with confidence. At that moment, a thought struck me. Given that Yu Liangfei lives so close to Chun-jie and their childhood friends, could he possibly know Chun-jie's brother? Would Chun-jie's brother be protective of Yu Liangfei? If that were the case, I would be in serious trouble. I decided it would be wise to keep a low profile for the next few days. If they truly knew each other and Chun-jie's brother stood up for Yu Liangfei, I would be doomed. Enough of that, Chun-jie said. All right, the medicine is applied. Let us hurry home. Still reeling from the shock, I nodded absent-mindedly and prepared to leave Chun-jie's house. Suddenly, she grabbed my arm and said, "Wait, don't rush." After peering through the peephole, she added, "We need to go quickly. Otherwise, if Yu Liangfei shows up, we will be in trouble." Upon hearing this, an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over me. Does Yu Liangfei visit Chun-jie's house every night? Sighing, I left Chun-jie's place feeling somewhat fatigued. Once home, my parents didn't inquire about my clothing, and after dinner, I retreated to my room to play on the computer. The next morning, I sought out Fenggu to discuss the situation. After pondering for a moment, Fenggu remarked, "It's not that I can't handle Yu Liangfei. It's just that if we get into a conflict, things could escalate into a real mess." I nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I'm not looking for revenge. I just wanted to inform you." Fenggu replied, "Let us not rush. I'll do some digging." I thought to myself that I had no intention of provoking Yu Liangfei right now. If he truly knew Chun-jie's brother, I would be in deep trouble. After all, my issues with Yu Liangfei were primarily due to Chun-jie. I couldn't afford to take him on. In the afternoon, while attempting to skip class with the boy from the restroom, my mood soured a bit. Just as I was about to head out, Xiao Hua suddenly stopped me, timidly asking, Are you planning to skip class again?" I nodded, replying, "Yes, what is up?" She said, "The teacher mentioned that a school leader would be observing the next class. Why not stay for this one?" Xiao Hua spoke in a tone that resembled a plea. After hearing her, I couldn't help but embrace her. From my earliest memories, Xiao Hua was undoubtedly the most adorable and innocent girl I had ever encountered. "All right then, I'll heed your advice and stay for this class," I said, grinning. Xiao Hua nodded and fell silent beside me. While some girls' silence might create an awkward atmosphere, Xiao Hua's quietude never felt uncomfortable. It was as if her mere presence could dissolve any unhappiness. Just being near her lifted my spirits, a testament to her innate charm. After the class, I followed the boy from the restroom to the playground. Upon my arrival, the athletes present seemed unusually awkward, merely nodding in my direction. I didn't blame them. Our relationship wasn't particularly close, and their choice to abstain from involvement was sufficient for me. Sitting on the playground, the boy from the restroom unexpectedly asked, "Wasn't someone trying to beat you up yesterday? What happened?" "Oh, you remember that?" I chuckled, finding it somewhat hard to believe, as he usually didn't meddle in such matters. "Yeah," he replied nonchalantly. "Did they actually get to you?" I sighed indeed, but I'm quite formidable. We fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. He burst into laughter, looking at me with amusement. "I enjoy your delusions of grandeur." "Whatever," I scoffed, thinking it was better he didn't pry into my past misfortunes. "That Yu Liangfei? You might not even be able to deal with him by talking to Fenggu." This caught me off guard, and I asked, "How did you know I was fighting with Yu Liangfei?" He casually replied, "I heard about it." I scrutinized him, wondering about his background. Why did he seem so enigmatic? Was he from a wealthy family? He certainly didn't dress like one, wearing ordinary clothes that suggested otherwise. Perhaps he had extensive connections? I decided not to dwell on it, as it had little bearing on my life. Regardless of his prowess, he wouldn't be my savior. The past few days in class had been rather mundane. Aside from Peng Long occasionally bothering me, life was quite uneventful. With Su Xiaohua no longer sitting next to me, I lacked even a target for my teasing. On Friday afternoon, as I contemplated escorting Su Xiaohua home, I spotted Ying Jie standing at the school gate. Assuming she was waiting for me, I asked Xiaohua to hold on for a moment and walked over to her. Upon seeing me, Ying Jia affectionately ruffled my hair, saying, "School us out, right?" I thought, what break? Then I realized she must have meant the weekend and nodded. Ying Jia, what brings you here? She replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to come by and see you." I grinned. "Ying Jia, are you missing me?" She brushed off my teasing, simply nodding, "Yes, I've missed you. Have you missed your sister?" I replied, "Of course. After so many days apart, I'm practically dying to see you." Ying Jia smiled slightly, then informed me, "Tomorrow, I have to return home for a month. I came specifically to say goodbye." I was taken aback, asking, "Ying Jia, why are you going home? Are you not coming back? Planning to get married and have kids?" I bombarded her with questions, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a moment, she replied, "Married? I haven't made enough money yet. How could I marry? But if you're married, how would you earn money? Isn't it the man's responsibility to provide?" I questioned, confused. Ying Jia chuckled, "You're still young and don't understand such matters." Just then my phone buzzed. I checked to see Xiao Hua was calling. Assuming she was anxious, I hung up, planning to head over shortly. "Who called you? Do you have something going on?" Ying Jia asked. No, just my girlfriend," I replied. With a gentle smile, Ying Jia teased, "Little brother has a girlfriend? When will you bring her to meet your sister?" I replied, "That's easy. She's waiting over there. Let me take you to meet her." Ying Jia shook her head. "You go ahead. I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first." "All right, if you need anything, we could talk on the phone," I said. She agreed, and after parting ways with Ying Jia, I went to find Xiao Hua. She was still waiting for me, and when I approached, she came over. I playfully ruffled her hair, asking, "What's wrong? Can't wait any longer?" Xiao Hua replied, "No, it's just that Peng Long kept pestering me to take me home, so I wanted to call you." I was startled and quickly asked what happened next. Later, Chun Jie chased him away, Xiao Hua said, looking down. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Chun Jie had intervened, or I dread to think what Peng Long might have done. After escorting Xiao Hua back home, I made my way back to my own residence. It was a weekend, and with no pressing matters at hand, I felt an urge to venture out for a bit of leisure. Perhaps it was mere coincidence or the influence of my own thoughts, but as I strolled along, I found myself standing before the entrance of Chun Jie's home. Noticing the surroundings and realizing that Liang Fei was absent, I contemplated visiting her place to retrieve my clothes. Thus, I pressed the doorbell. Before long, someone opened the door, and to my dismay, it was not Chun Jie, but rather Liang Fei. Upon seeing me, he shot me a menacing glare and barked. "Didn't I tell you not to bother Chun Jie? Are you looking for trouble?" I stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. In a flash of inspiration, I replied, "Oh, is this Chun Jie's house? I thought I had mistakenly come to a classmate's place. My apologies, I'll just be on my way." With that, I turned and walked away at a pace that could rival a sprint. However, at that very moment, Chun Jie emerged from within the house, calling out, "Xiaolu, are you here to pick up your clothes?" Panic surged through me as I thought, "Oh no, this could expose me." Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Liang Fei inquired, "What clothes?" Chun Jie shot him a dismissive look and replied, "That's none of your business. Xiaolu, come inside." I quickly shook my head, saying, No, I have other matters to attend to. I should really be going." "What? Are you afraid of Liang Fei?" Jen Ye Da said, placing her hands on her hips and pointing at him. Her words left me with no choice but to stay. I couldn't afford to lose face in front of her. So I conceded, "All right, then I'll just sit for a while." With that, I turned back and prepared to enter the house. Liang Fei stood in front of the door, blocking my way, and warned, "Try to step in, I dare you." "Liang Fei, what are you doing? This is my house, not yours. If you have a problem, just leave." Chun Jie suddenly erupted, chastising him. Liang Fei shot me a resentful glance before stepping aside. I grinned and followed Chun Jie inside. Once inside, she unexpectedly said, "Xia Lu, follow me." With that, she walked towards her bedroom. I couldn't help but chuckle. Her bedroom was a privilege for me. Did she not worry about me seeing anything? I followed her toward the room, only for Liang Fei to rush after us. "I didn't invite you in," Chun Jie snapped, slamming the door in his face. I quickly scanned the room, noticing that it had been tidied up, leaving me somewhat disappointed. "Oh, my benefit is gone." Chun Jie retrieved my clothes from her wardrobe and handed them to me. I thanked her and sat down on her bed, which was incredibly soft and comfortable. "Don't change just yet. If Liang Fei sees you, he'll surely cause trouble," she advised. I thought to myself that even if he weren't around, I wouldn't change in front of her while she was still there. After handing me the clothes, Chunjie showed no intentions of opening the door, but instead went to her computer desk to turn on her computer. I sat on her sofa, unsure of what to do. Honestly, I was tempted to take advantage of the moment, but with Yu Liangfei lurking outside, I couldn't bring myself to act inappropriately. Sighing, Chunjie remarked, "Can't you act like a man?" I was taken aback and replied, "In what way am I not acting like a man?" She pointed towards the door and said, "A single Yu Liangfei is enough to intimidate you. I truly don't understand what you're made of, considering I'm not afraid of him." Her words irked me. At least she had a formidable brother, while I was just acquainted with Feng Ge, who couldn't help me retaliate. I sincerely wish you could be more assertive, willing to fight back. Even if you can't win, don't cower like a coward. She continued, "Chunjie, if I hit him, won't your brother come after me?" I asked. She was puzzled. "If you hit him, why will my brother go after you?" I pointed out, "You two are neighbors. Wouldn't he stand up for him?" Chunjie shook her head. "No. My brother never meddles in others' affairs. He only cares about mine." I let out an "oh," feeling relieved. Now, with Yu Liangfei on his own, I thought, what's there to fear? Worst case, I just need to be cautious afterward. "Chunjie, do you want me to fight him?" I inquired. "Earlier, you said not to change clothes to avoid his trouble." "Yes, I'm concerned he'll cause you trouble. But I also don't want you to appear like a pushover in front of him," Chunjie exclaimed passionately. I was somewhat confused. How I acted had little to do with her. "Never mind. Let us go outside," she sighed, opening the door for us to step out together. Yu Liangfei wasn't foolish. Perhaps Chunjie underestimated his intelligence. Upon seeing the clothes in my hands, he quickly grasped the situation. "What? You let Chunjie wash your clothes?" He glared at me. "Didn't I teach you a lesson last time?" I glanced at Chunjie and then back at Yu Liangfei, dismissing any hesitations. "What I do has nothing to do with you. Do you want to test me? I could hit you right now." Yu Liangfei, realizing he couldn't take me on one-on-one, merely pointed at me. "You're getting bold, huh? Just wait until Monday." I scoffed, thinking, what can he possibly do to me on Monday? I'll just seek out Feng Ge, even though he might not want to get involved. He wouldn't stand idly by if Yu Liangfei were to hit me in front of him. After making his threats, Yu Liangfei stormed off in frustration. I turned to Chunjie with a grin and said, "What do you think? Am I a man or what?" "Not bad, barely acceptable," she replied, adjusting her skirt. I began to boast, claiming that if he weren't her neighbor, I would have taken him down long ago. "Do you really think I'd be intimidated by that little brat?" "All right, enough bragging," Chunjie said, shaking her head. I chuckled a couple of times and fell silent, the atmosphere growing a bit awkward. "By the way, have you eaten yet?" Chunjie asked. I shook my head, admitting I hadn't eaten as I was in a hurry. Chunjie looked outside and said, "It's already dark out. It's too late to go out for food. How about I make you some instant noodles?" "Sure, that sounds great," I replied eagerly. "By the way, what did Yu Liangfei want from you? Does he come over often?" Chunjie sighed and explained, "My parents are usually away, so they have his parents look after me. He often comes over to invite me to his house for dinner." I asked, "Aren't you afraid of him doing something since you're home alone? It's clear he likes you." Chunjie shook her head. "What is there to fear? Our houses are so close. If he dares to do anything, his father will surely punish him." I responded with a thoughtful "oh," still feeling a bit concerned. As a man, I understood that once a man's lust takes hold, he may dare to do anything. After all, many risk imprisonment to commit such heinous acts. I resolved to visit more often in the future. Chunjie prepared instant noodles for me, adding a lovingly crafted poached egg. I relished the meal, secretly amused at how Yu Liangfei would react if he knew. After dining, I jestingly remarked to Sister Chun, "Look how dark it is outside. I dare not return home alone. Perhaps I should stay here with you?" Sister Chun retorted, "Get lost. Don't take advantage of me, or I'll make you regurgitate what you've eaten." I chuckled softly and replied that I would linger a while longer before heading back. She insisted it was unnecessary, as it was getting late and she needed to wash up and sleep. I sighed in disappointment, realizing I had not gained any favor after staying just a little while longer. Upon leaving Sister Chen's home, I strolled aimlessly, preparing to return home. As I reached the entrance of Yu Liangfei's residence, an irritable feeling surged within me. I deemed Yu Liangfei excessively overbearing. The more I pondered, the angrier I became, leading me to pick up a stone from the ground and shatter the window of Yu Liangfei's house. Afterward, I fled straight home. Upon arriving, my mother chastised me for returning so late, lamenting that the meal had gone cold. I informed her that I had already eaten and urged them to enjoy their meal. My mother insisted, "No, I bought you a turtle, which I've stewed. Come and have some soup." A glance at the turtle made me think it somewhat resembled Peng Long. After sipping the soup for a while, my parents discussed the recent downturn in business, lamenting the lack of customers. My father concurred, noting that the nearby KTV had been demolished, resulting in fewer patrons. This revelation startled me, and I wondered if Sister Ying's sudden return home was linked to her unemployment. "Dad, is that KTV the one where Sister Ying worked?" I inquired. He pondered briefly before affirming, "Yes, that's the one with those girls." He added that it was for the best, as it spared the girls from engaging in unbecoming activities. I smacked my forehead in realization and quickly messaged Sister Ying, asking if she had lost her job and if she was returning. After a moment, she responded, "How did you know? Does that mean it's confirmed?" I anxiously pressed her for details, to which she eventually replied, "Yes, indeed, I am unemployed. But don't worry, little brother, I will return." Curious, I asked when she would be back, insisting that if she did not return, I would seek her out. After sending this message, there was no further reply from her. Later, after having dinner and returning to my room, Sister Ying called. Her voice, though faint, carried a gentle assurance. "Sister will come back, don't worry." After saying this, she hung up, and when I tried calling her back, she did not answer. A wave of concern washed over me. Something seemed amiss with Sister Ying. Why did her voice sound so off? Had she endured some inhumane treatment? The more I worried, the more helpless I felt. That night, I dreamt of Sister Ying's hometown, a modest and impoverished village where she wore a simple dress. An old man wielding a whip relentlessly struck her. Just as I attempted to rescue her, I awoke in a cold sweat, feeling profoundly unsettled. I wondered if anyone else experienced that sensation, dreaming of someone at night, only to find themselves yearning for that person the following day. I found myself missing Sister Ying acutely. The weekend swiftly passed, and upon returning to school, my first order of business was to seek out Brother Feng. I confided in him about my troubles with Yi Liangfei and proposed that I would visit him more frequently in the coming days. Brother Feng exhibited little emotional fluctuation, responding, "Sure, come find me after class. As long as I'm around, Yi Liangfei will not dare to harm you." I expressed my gratitude, and we remained together until class commenced. After class, I hurried to find Brother Feng again. With time to spare, he took me to the school's restroom for a smoke. The restroom was divided into two sides. One side was designated for restroom use, while the other had been overtaken by a group of troublemakers smoking, leaving students with only one side to use. Regrettably, I found myself among the troublemakers. Upon entering with Brother Feng, I was struck by the stark contrast to the cleaner restrooms upstairs. This restroom was filled with at least a dozen smokers, each exuding a rough demeanor. Brother Feng appeared quite familiar with them, engaging in lively conversation. After finishing a cigarette, Brother Feng and I stepped outside, and I inquired about the squatter, what role he played, and his connection to Brother Feng. After some consideration, Brother Feng replied, "He is my elder brother. I stuck to him until we forged a good relationship." I was taken aback. Brother Feng held a significant position at school, yet was a subordinate to this squatter? I was puzzled. How formidable was this squatter? I questioned Brother Feng, who glanced at me and said, "Let us not delve into that. It's not worth worrying about." Reluctant to press further, I accepted his dismissal. The squatter appeared to be quite influential while maintaining a low profile. Truly, the remarkable often remain understated. Unfortunately, he was not inclined to assist me. As school let out for lunch, Xiaohua invited me to join her for a meal. I hesitated, explaining that I needed to find Brother Feng to avoid potential trouble. Understanding my predicament, Xiaohua kindly advised, "Be careful." I nodded and proceeded to seek Brother Feng. As we exited the classroom, we encountered Yi Liangfei, who was approaching our building. Since he was not in my grade, he was not in my classroom, suggesting he had come looking for me. Our eyes met, and Yi Liangfei strode toward me with a menacing demeanor. Before he could reach me, Brother Feng stepped forward smiling and said, "Hey, where are you headed, Fei Ge?" Upon recognizing Brother Feng, Yi Liangfei replied, "Oh, Feng Ge, what a coincidence." Brother Feng casually suggested, "How about we grab a meal together?" Yi Liangfei dismissed the notion, stating, "No thanks, I'm going to deal with someone, and that someone is right beside you." Brother Feng feigned surprise and approached me, draping an arm over my shoulder, asking, "You're planning on hitting my brother?" My tension eased at Brother Feng's words. I had feared he might act like the athletic students, but thankfully he did not. Yi Liangfei's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled. "Feng Ge, are you intervening?" Brother Feng affirmed, "Indeed, while I'm here, you one T lay a finger on him." Yi Liangfei smirked, What if I insist on hitting him? Upon uttering this statement, his companions advanced menacingly, causing the atmosphere to thicken with tension. I felt a surge of anxiety. It was just the two of us against a group of 5 or 6. If a fight broke out, we would surely be at a disadvantage. Yet Brother Phone remained unfazed, flexing his muscles and saying, "Well, you can certainly try." Yi Liangfei's gaze wavered, but he ultimately burst into laughter. Clapping Brother Phone on the shoulder, say, "We all know Phone Gu can fight. I was just joking. With you around, how could we possibly harm him? We're leaving." With that, Yi Liangfei and his entourage departed, and I exhaled in relief. Brother Phone truly was impressive. He faced a crowd without flinching. I wished to emulate his composure one day, for then I would no longer fear Yi Liangfei. "Let us go eat," Brother Phone said, pulling me along. We headed to the cafeteria, had a quick meal, and returned to our respective classrooms. Brother Phone advised me to remain vigilant, warning that Yi Liangfei would not cease his pursuit and that if he struck me, Brother Phone would not be able to seek vengeance on my behalf. I assured him I would be cautious. Before class in the afternoon, I sat at my desk, engrossed in my phone, when Xiaohua suddenly approached and poked me, saying, "Xiaolu, could you please refrain from causing trouble? What if someone hits you one day?" Seeing the concern etched on Xiaohua's face, I couldn't help but chuckle. I gently patted her head and replied, "All right, Xiaohua, I will heed your advice." Chapter 24, The Insufferable Peng Long. I should return to class now," Xiaohua said meekly. After speaking, she turned to head back to class, but inadvertently knocked my deskmate's books to the ground, scattering them across the floor. Instantly, Xiaohua turned back with an apologetic expression, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. I'll pick them up right away." She bent down to gather the books, while my deskmate, a hefty girl, looked at her with disdain and remarked, "Are you blind? What are those 2 holes on your face for?" Xiaohua, being meek, did not retort and continued to pick up the books. Just as she placed a stack on the hefty girl's desk, the girl abruptly swatted them away again, cursing, "What good is a book you picked up? It disgusts me." Xiaohua stood there, unsure of how to respond, nervously twisting her clothing as she said, "What should I do now?" I could no longer bear to watch from the sidelines and said to Xiaohua, "That's enough, Xiaohua. You should go back. Ignore this fat pig." Upon hearing my words, the hefty girl slammed her hand on the desk and shouted, "Who are you calling a fat pig? Don't think I'm unaware of your relationship." I couldn't hold back any longer. The audacity of this hefty girl was infuriating, with her grotesque appearance and excessive weight. How could she look down on Xiaohua? For heaven's sake, even Xiaohua's socks were superior to her mask. So what if we were together? If it weren't for her being a girl, I would have knocked her out right then and there. I retorted fiercely. The hefty girl huffed in response. Silenced by my words, likely intimidated, I walked over, patted Xiaohua's head, and said, "All right, it's nothing. Those shabby books are hardly worth worrying about." Xiaohua obediently returned to her seat, though she stole a glance at the hefty girl, perhaps still feeling anxious. Once Xiaohua was settled, the hefty girl began to bang on her desk, prompting me to scold her. "Who are you trying to impress with that racket? If you keep it up, I swear I'll slap you across the face." The hefty girl huffed again, then turned her gaze to Peng Long. He immediately approached, shoving me roughly and saying, "You idiot, why are you causing a ruckus in class? Do you want me to beat you up?" I was taken aback by Peng Long's utter foolishness. It was one thing for him to ignore Xiaohua's plight, but now he was confronting me over her. "Listen, Xiaolu, you better behave in class. I'm a boss here. Got it?" Peng Long threatened menacingly. I merely scoffed, choosing silence, pondering the absurdity of his arrogance. I had assumed the matter would end there, but unexpectedly, it continued. That afternoon, when I returned to class, I noticed Xiaohua's eyes were red. I inquired about it, but she initially hesitated to respond. Eventually, under my persistent questioning, she revealed that the hefty girl had confronted her after school, throwing her books and hurling a few insults. My anger surged upon hearing this. I could hardly contain my desire to confront her. But how could I, given she was a girl? "Don't worry, Xiaohua, I won't let you suffer any indignities," I reassured her gently, stroking her hair. Xiaohua grasped my hand, urging me not to stir up trouble. I smiled slightly and replied, "Rest assured, your brother, Lu, knows how to handle things." After that, I turned and returned to my seat, addressing the hefty girl. "So, you bullied Xiaohua during lunch today, did you?" The hefty girl chuckled derisively. "Yes, I did bully her. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to hit me in class?" I couldn't help but curse under my breath, raising my hand in response. Just as I did, the hefty girl shrieked, "Oh no, a man is hitting a defenseless woman. Are you kidding?" You're as sturdy as a pig, and you dare to claim you're defenseless? I thought to myself, realizing this girl was nothing but a raucous troublemaker. However, a plan formed in my mind. Since I couldn't strike her, I would find a woman to do it instead. I turned and exited the classroom, heading to Chun Jie's class. After summoning her out, I recounted the events. Despite her tough demeanor, Chun Jie possessed a sense of justice. Upon hearing my story, she too was incensed. She told me to wait, promising to come to our class after the next period. I expressed my gratitude, and upon returning to my class, I refrained from engaging in a verbal spat with the hefty girl, choosing instead to wait and see how she would react after class. When the bell rang, I spotted a girl peering through the back door, and with a grin, I recognized it was Chun Jie. I quickly opened the door to find her accompanied by several girls with dyed hair and piercings, clearly a group of delinquents. Without missing a beat, Chun Jie pointed at the hefty girl, declaring, "This is the fat pig, right?" I nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is her." Chun Jie replied with determination, "Come out. I need to speak with you." The hefty girl, sensing trouble, shook her head in refusal. Chun Jie smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's just a conversation." The hefty girl, still skeptical, asked, "Really? Is that true?" Chun Jie affirmed, "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Reluctantly, the hefty girl stood and walked out. As soon as she did, Chun Jie seized her hair and threw her to the ground. "You, a fat pig, dare to pretend? Let us see if I don't teach you a lesson today," Chun Jie shouted, slapping her across the face, the sound echoing sharply in the room. The girls Chun Jie had brought with her joined in, each taking turns to strike the hefty girl, who begged for mercy. I watched in satisfaction, relishing the sight of her humiliation. Afterward, Chun Jie dusted off her hands and declared, "All right, I think she has learned her lesson. If she continues to act up, just come to me, and I'll deal with her." I nodded, assuring her I would be fine. After Chun Jie left, the hefty girl remained silent, nursing her face as she stared into a mirror. I couldn't help but feel amused. The next morning at school, Peng Long approached me in a panic, gripping my arm tightly. "Xiaolu, hurry. We're in trouble." I glanced at him, puzzled. "What is wrong, Long?" He pointed towards the playground. "Xiaohua is surrounded by some students. They're teasing her." Upon hearing this, my heart raced with concern. It had to be the handiwork of that hefty girl. I rushed after Peng Long to the playground, and just as I stepped onto the field, he wrapped his arms around my waist and shouted, Fei Ge, come out. Xiaolu has been tricked." I thought to myself, "Oh no, I've been caught." But it was too late to turn back now. As soon as he shouted, Yu Yangfei emerged from behind a tree, grinning at Peng Long. "Good. If anything happens at school, just come to me." "Thank you, Fei Ge. I'll be on my way," Peng Long replied excitedly, before running off. "Now, let us see where you think you can go," Yu Yangfei mused, eyeing me with a mischievous glint. I surveyed my surroundings and realized I was completely surrounded by his crew. "Yu Yangfei, if you have the guts, challenge me one-on-one. What does it count if you call your friends to gang up on me?" I scoffed, saying, "If it's just you, I can assure you that I will knock you out." "Are you out of your mind? With so many people around, why would I engage in a duel with you? If you have the courage, gather your own crew." Yi Liangfei laughed heartily. I glanced at the large playground. There were indeed many athletes, but they all seemed too intimidated to provoke Yi Liangfei. Damn it, I've fallen into trouble again. This Peng Long better not fall into my hands, or I swear I'll make him regret it. That little punk, last time I didn't manage to teach you a lesson, but this time I'll make sure you're finished. Yi Liangfei gritted his teeth, and with a wave of his hand, his lackeys rushed to seize my legs. Yi Liangfei stood before me, cracking his knuckles, and with a final sprint, delivered a brutal kick to my abdomen. I instantly gasped for breath. "Huh, kneel down and call me grandfather, and I'll let you go. How about that?" Yi Liangfei said with a grin. "Screw you." I spat at him, which instantly ignited his fury. With another wave of his hand, his minions began to rain punches and kicks upon me. I curled up, protecting my head, and shouted, "Yi Liangfei, as long as you don't kill me, I promise you will regret this." Yi Liangfei paid no heed to my pleas, mercilessly pummeling my face. Just then, someone yelled, "Yi Liangfei." He immediately halted his assault and turned to look. "Oh, it's Brother Feng. Are you here for a run again?" Yi Liangfei remarked nonchalantly. Brother Feng pointed at me and commanded, "Let him go." Yi Liangfei's lackeys remained unmoved, still pinning me down. I sighed with relief. What luck for Brother Feng to show up just in time. Huh, now I could act tough, so I said to Feng, "Brother Feng, I'm fine. I can handle this myself." Brother Feng glanced at me and replied, "So, I'll take my leave then?" He pretended to walk away, and I quickly called out, hey, hey, don't go. Brother Feng shot me a glare before turning his attention back to Yi Liangfei. Yi Liangfei sneered, don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm ready to sever ties with you today. With that, he clapped his hands, and a crowd of people surged from the alley of another school. Brother Feng observed him coldly and said, don't forget, this is the playground. He then clapped his hands, and all the athletes on the playground immediately moved toward us. Chapter 25, Big Brother Liao Song. Do you have any idea how many athletes practice on a playground? Yi Liangfei had only a handful of followers, while there were at least 20 athletes on the playground. With Brother Feng's call, all the athletes gathered around, overwhelming in numbers. However, I worried whether they would actually intervene or if it would turn out like the day I got beaten up on the playground. Now, Brother Feng sneered, and Yi Liangfei showed no fear, pointing at the athletes and laughing. Do you really think these athletes are going to stand up to me? He then gestured towards me. Ask him what those athletes turned into when I scared them off that day. Brother Feng retorted with a smirk. Oh, really? He then turned to the athletes behind him and asked, are you afraid of him? With Brother Feng here, we're not afraid. The athletes shouted in unison, their voices deafening. I was astounded. It seems it really depends on the person. At this point, Yi Liangfei's expression finally changed. He pointed at them and said, all right, you got guts. With that, he turned and left, and his followers had no choice but to follow suit. I sighed in relief. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. Are you all right? Brother Feng approached me and asked. I shook my head and replied, what could possibly happen? Their punches felt like mere tickles. Honestly, I just needed them to scratch my itch. Do you really think they have the ability to confront me? Brother Feng burst out laughing. Your ability to act tough is truly unmatched. Afterward, Brother Feng thanked the athletes and put his arm around my shoulder, saying, let us go. I inquired where we were heading, and Brother Feng thought for a moment before suggesting we go to the internet CAF to play Red Alert. I nodded. Brother Feng's skills in Red Alert were quite impressive, even surpassing mine. Brother Feng, how did you become so good at Red Alert? I asked. He pondered for a moment and replied, back then, I practiced hard just so I could keep up with that guy. I thought to myself, you really went to great lengths to climb the social ladder. By the way, Brother Feng, weren't there two of you that day? Who was the other person? I asked. After a moment of thought, Brother Feng said, that guy's even stronger than me. Stronger than you? I was shocked again. The other person is even more formidable than Brother Feng? Brother Feng nodded, exactly. If I can't handle something, I'll go to him. But that guy has a terrible temper. He'll throw punches if you say the wrong thing, so I generally avoid seeking him out. I merely responded with an "oh" and didn't press further. We spent the entire afternoon gaming at the internet CAF. The teacher didn't come looking for me, perhaps considering me as worthless as dirt. Upon returning to school in the afternoon, I asked Xiao Hua if that chubby girl had been bullying her, and she replied no, stating that she hadn't said a word all morning. I said that was good, and I owed it all to Chun Jia. Recently, Peng Long had been unusually busy, running around for no apparent reason. I suspected he was trying to curry favor with Yi Liangfei, probably intending to get back at me since I was his rival in love. However, I didn't take it seriously. After all, Peng Long is just a spineless coward with no real ability. I continued to hang out with Brother Feng, as there was nothing Chun Jia could do about this situation, and I could only rely on Brother Feng. Nothing significant happened. Peng Long didn't dare to trick me a second time, as my intelligence made it nearly impossible for him to succeed. Days passed, and soon it was the weekend. Typically, I spent my time at home gaming, rarely engaging with my parents. However, this day my parents asked me to help at the store, claiming they were heading out for business discussions. If the discussions went well, our family would strike it rich. I thought to myself, what kind of business can you even discuss? You run a health product store. Do you really expect to hit the jackpot? The business at the health product store had indeed cooled down significantly, and the sisters who used to tease me no longer visited, leaving me feeling quite bored. In the afternoon, my father unexpectedly brought someone home. Our health product store was relatively large, occupying an entire room, and I'm not exaggerating when I say there aren't many larger ones in the entire city. However, the person my parents brought back nearly made me spit blood. It was none other than Su Xiaohua's father. I was dumbfounded. Su Xiaohua had previously bought things from our store, and now her father was here. I initially intended to sneak away, but my father called me over and introduced me. Come here, Xia Lu. Let me introduce you. This is your Uncle Su. I thought to myself, Uncle my foot. I've called him that countless times already. Regardless, I awkwardly greeted him. Su Xiaohua's father looked at me in shock, exclaiming, "So this is your family's store? What? Mr. Su, do you two know each other?" My father asked, puzzled. Su Xiaohua's father nodded, smiling. "Your son and my daughter sit together in school. How could we not know each other?" My father, upon hearing this, was delighted and said, "Ha, that's wonderful. Our relationship just got closer." As for what they discussed afterward, I couldn't be bothered to listen and promptly retreated to my room. At dinner time, my father proudly called me out to eat. I glanced at the dinner laid out before me this evening. It was quite a sumptuous feast, complemented by a bottle of red wine. What day could it be? Is it the new year? While I reached for the dishes with my hands, I inquired of my father. My mother promptly opened my hand and urged me to wash it, while my father, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "I signed a contract with your Uncle Su." "What kind of contract?" I teased. "Is he going to purchase all his supplies from our family?" To my surprise, my father nodded. "Indeed, that's precisely it. Moreover, all the provisions for the hotel he manages will henceforth come from us." How's that sound? Exciting, isn't it? So, his family owns a hotel? It suddenly dawned on me why Su Xiaohua frequented the establishment daily, and why his father was always there too. I had not realized that Su Xiaohua was a child of wealth. This revelation enhanced my impression of her. Typically, those from affluent backgrounds often exhibit arrogance. Yet Su Xiaohua was remarkably modest and shy. Having lost my appetite, I retreated to my room after only a few bites. When Monday arrived, I approached Xiaohua with a grin, saying, "Hee, my father visited us over the weekend." Xiaohua's face flushed, and she stammered, What do you mean by that?" "I'm serious. I had no idea your father was so wealthy. How is it that you don't flaunt it at all?" Xiaohua's cheeks turned crimson as she sat in silence, nervously twisting her clothing. Not wanting to draw attention from Peng Long, I returned to my seat. Barely had I settled down when an unfamiliar man called out to me from outside. I stepped out and asked, "Are you looking for me?" He nodded and replied, "Come with me for a moment." I scrutinized him briefly and sensed he might not be trustworthy, so I shook my head, saying, "I won't go outside. Just tell me what you need." The man chuckled and said, "I have no ill intentions, just a couple of questions." "Why should I answer your questions?" I scoffed, turning to leave, but he grabbed my arm and said, "All right then, I'll speak here. You know who I am, right?" Pointing to himself, I shook my head. "Who are you? Why would I know you?" The man looked astonished and exclaimed, "You don't even know me?" I said, "I don't know you. What do you want?" He promptly introduced himself. "I'm Liao Song." And then I questioned in perplexity, "Who is Liao Song?" "I'm the leader of our school," he declared boldly. Chapter 26. A man 1,000 times greater than Liao Song. I had no prior knowledge of any so-called school leader since I didn't socialize much. I barely knew anyone and often dined alone. Now, to suddenly have a school leader approach me left me quite astonished. What could Liao Song possibly want from me? Liao Song patted my shoulder and said, "It's nothing serious. I've heard you've been making quite a name for yourself lately, and I'm intrigued, so I came to see you. From now on, just call me brother and feel free to seek me out if you need anything." I was even more taken aback. I possessed no remarkable talents, so why would Liao Song want to look out for me? "Why do you want to help me?" I asked, puzzled. Liao Song chuckled. "I heard you had an encounter with Chun Jia, and that you also tangled with Xiao Bai, not to mention the trouble you've stirred with Liang Fei. Is that right?" I nodded, confirming his claims. Liao Song laughed heartily, then it settled. "I need someone like you. If Liang Fei comes looking for you again, just come to me." I expressed my gratitude to Liao Song, feeling that he was a decent person. "Well, I'll be on my way then," I said. Liao Song patted my shoulder again. "All right, take care." Once he departed, I pinched my cheek, realizing it wasn't a dream. However, I still had a lingering curiosity about Chun Jia, Fengge, and Huang Mao. What was their standing in the school? They seemed quite formidable. Could they really be inferior to Liao Song? I had previously thought that the mysterious boy squatting in the restroom was the real school leader, but it appeared that was not the case. During lunch, I shared this encounter with Fengge, who shook his head in disbelief. "What's wrong?" I inquired. Fengge laughed. "Liao Song is merely a figurehead. No one takes him seriously. Even Liang Fei likely disregards him. You'll see." I simply responded with an "oh," feeling overwhelmed by the complexities of their world. Regardless of the chaos, Liao Song's willingness to address my issues with Liang Fei was undoubtedly a boon. Having spent ample time with Fengge, I found myself visiting the restroom more frequently, and now I could go without his guidance. That afternoon, while smoking in the restroom, I unexpectedly encountered Liao Song, who was engaged in conversation with a group of individuals, including the short and stout Peng Long, feigning ignorance. I greeted Liao Song, "Brother Song, enjoying a smoke?" Upon seeing me, he smiled. Indeed, have you come to smoke as well? I nodded and handed him a cigarette, passing them around until one reached Peng Long. He deliberately knocked it from my hand, causing it to fall to the floor. What's your deal, Xiaolu? Peng Long sneered. You just threw my cigarette on the ground, didn't you? He slapped my face twice in quick succession, anger boiling within me. Here, let me give you another one, I said, tossing him another cigarette. What do I need your cigarette for? He retorted, kicking my calf. I guess he intended to kick my stomach, but was too hefty to lift his leg high enough. Hey, Peng Long, what is this all about? We're all brothers here. How can you treat me like this? Liao Song interjected, visibly displeased. Peng Long let out a cold chuckle, smacking my face again. Yes, brothers indeed. Truly good brothers. He emphasized this while striking my face multiple times, while Liao Song stood by, seemingly indifferent. Good brother. Could you buy me a pack of cigarettes? Peng Long smirked. Enough already. Let us finish this smoke and get back to class, Liao Song finally said. Peng Long scoffed, falling silent. I felt my anger simmering just beneath the surface, and I couldn't help but resent Liao Song for his apparent alliance with Peng Long. After finishing the cigarette, I stepped outside, only to have Liao Song catch up to me from behind. Brother, do you have a grudge against Peng Long? He asked. I nodded, somewhat irked. Liao Song continued. This is my fault. I didn't see it coming. Don't worry. Next time such an incident won't occur. I acknowledged him with a grunt, my mood still not lifted. With Liao Song's protection, I didn't feel the need to seek Feng Gu's assistance. However, it seemed Yi Liangfei had seized the opportunity and called me into the restroom. Upon entering, I quickly dialed Liao Song, Brother Song. Hurry to the restroom. Yi Liangfei is after me. Liao Song assured me from the other end. Don't worry. With me around, you'll be fine. I'll be there in 5 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Yi Liangfei sneered. What? Calling your brother phone again? I retorted with a smirk. Why don't you just snatch my phone? Yi Liangfei burst into laughter. Do you think I fear him? If he shows up this time, I guarantee he won't leave this restroom. With that, he brandished a shiny knife. The instant I laid eyes on the blade, my legs weakened, yet I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Thankfully, I hadn't called Brother Feng. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Liao Song arrived promptly, within 5 minutes, albeit alone. After surveying the situation, he addressed Yi Liangfei. Xiaofei, what's going on? Upon recognizing Liao Song, Yi Liangfei exclaimed, Ah, Song brother, what brings you here? I'm just teaching this kid a lesson. Liao Song replied. He's my brother now. Do me a favor and let this matter slide. All right? Yi Liangfei hesitated. I could let it go. As long as this kid doesn't bother Chen Jie again. Liao Song shot a glance at me, then back at Yi Liangfei, and said, to hell with that. Whether he bothers her is his business, and whether I intervene is mine. Yi Liangfei's expression soured, as if he had swallowed a fly. He sighed, fine. Since Song brother has intervened, I have no choice. With that, Yi Liangfei departed. Once he left, I sighed in relief. It seemed Liao Song wielded considerable influence, far from the rubbish Brother Feng had described. Thank you, Song brother. I clasped my fists in gratitude. He waved dismissively. Ah, it's nothing. By the way, I'm short on cash these days. Could you buy me a pack of cigarettes? A pack? I was taken aback. For someone like me, who valued money dearly, even purchasing a box felt painful, let alone a whole carton. However, since Liao Song had just helped me, it wouldn't be right to refuse him. All right, what brand do you want? I hope I can afford it, I chuckled. Liao Song frowned. What kind of question is that? Would I scam my own brother? Just give me a carton of Furong Wang. Damn it. A carton of Furong Wang costs over 200. You're a student. What do you need that for? Thankfully, I hadn't spent the 1,000 yuan my uncle had given me recently, or I would have been in a bind. After school, I bought a carton of Furong Wang and delivered it to Liao Song, who beamed with joy and told me to reach out if I ever needed anything in the future. On my way home, I encountered Chen Jie, who appeared to be heading somewhere, her face adorned with makeup, likely for a date. Hey, Jinye. I hurried over to her. She glanced my way and asked, What are you doing here? I replied, I'm just walking home. Where are you off to? She waved her hand dismissively. Ah, don't ask. I forget it. I won't share. With that, she turned to leave, and I wondered if she was heading out for drinks with a group of guys. I followed her, persistently inquiring until she finally divulged. Damn it. This afternoon, Yi Liangfei's family called me over, claiming they wanted me to shoot for some modeling advertisement. I waited there all afternoon, only for them to tell me they no longer needed me. It's infuriating. I took a moment to observe Chen Jie. She indeed had the makings of a model, close to one. 7 meters tall, with long, slender legs, comparable to professional models. Thinking of her predicament reminded me of my own earlier experiences, but just as I was about to boast, she waved me off. I need to find my brother. I can't chat with you. I felt a twinge of disappointment. What a missed opportunity. The following day at school, I ran into Liao Song at the gate. It seemed he had been waiting for me, and as I approached, he slung an arm over my shoulder. Brother, I want to introduce you to our crew tonight. It'll prevent us from accidentally clashing with our own people in the future. Hearing this, I felt elated. It was a fantastic opportunity. I imagined the camaraderie of being acknowledged wherever I went. Sound great. I eagerly agreed. Liao Song then added, by the way, you'll be covering the dinner bill tonight. I nodded, not minding too much as I was a newcomer. Later, after returning to school, Peng Long approached my desk, patting it lightly. Salby, we're still on for dinner tonight, right? I nodded. Dragon brother, you're coming too? Peng Long smirked as he slapped my face lightly. Is that even question? You think I'd miss out on something like this? I quickly reassured him that I thought otherwise. After the first class, I sought out Brother Feng to discuss the dinner plans. He sighed and shook his head. What's wrong, Brother Feng? I asked, perplexed. He responded, it's pointless to explain now. I pressed on. So, how formidable is Liao Song as the school leader? Brother Feng regarded me with a sidelong glance. He is indeed the leader, but there is someone in the school who is 1,000 times more powerful. 1,000 times more powerful? Really? I was taken aback. Brother Feng nodded. Indeed. Just think of Chen Jie, that Huang Mao you encountered, and even Yi Liangfei. They don't regard Liao Song highly. Chen Jie has her brother backing her, and even if Liao Song had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare provoke her. As for Yi Liangfei, I'm unsure of his background, but Huang Mao certainly has a formidable figure behind him. All of them surpass Liao Song, especially Chen Jie's brother. That didn't add up. Yi Liangfei had caused me trouble yesterday, and Liao Song had reprimanded him without a peep of protest. I frowned and told Brother Feng. But yesterday, Liao Song scolded Yi Liangfei, and he didn't dare retort. Brother Feng sighed. You're quite naive. Enough of this. Let us move on, I conceded, recognizing our differing viewpoints. So, who is this person 10,000 times stronger than Liao Song? Don't tell me it's the principal, I jested. Chapter 27. The true face of Liao Song. Brother Feng remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Let us not discuss that. Since you've decided to follow him, you'll find out in due time. I acknowledged his words, understanding that further questioning wouldn't yield answers. After school, Liao Song sought me out again, suggesting we go out for dinner, this time with Peng Long in tow. I inquired about the venue, and Liao Song replied, let us head to the Haitian Hotel. I cursed under my breath. Dining at the Haitian Hotel would certainly drain my wallet dry, especially if the group grew larger. Regardless, I brushed aside my worries, thinking that if I truly fell short of funds, Liao Song would likely cover the expenses. We took a taxi to the Haitian Hotel, where Liao Song had already reserved a room, 305. Upon entering, I was greeted by a sizable group, roughly 7 or 8 individuals, bringing the total to about 10. A wave of anxiety washed over me. Undoubtedly, my funds would fall short. Liao Song jovially announced, come, let me introduce you. This is my newly acquired brother, Xiao Lu. He is one of us now. As he concluded, the others chimed in, noting they had heard of me and acknowledged my reputation at school. Feeling a touch bashful from their compliments, I quickly poured a drink and declared, since this is our first meeting, I'll start us off. Liao Song seemed to have everything arranged, merely waiting for me to provide the funds. As we settled down, the dishes began to arrive, and my heart ached at the sight of them. I had only 800 yuan on me, while this meal would cost at least 1,000. Throughout the meal, Peng Long persistently provoked me, his words laced with barbs, and I found myself powerless to respond. After consuming too much alcohol, Peng Long accused me of stealing his wife in front of Liao Song. Upon hearing this, Liao Song stood up, patting me on the shoulder, and said, brother, what you're doing is truly wrong. Indeed, what was it to steal someone else's wife? I could hardly bear it any longer and stood up, exclaiming, who has stolen his wife? Look at him. Does he even deserve one? He is merely infatuated and insists on claiming my girlfriend as his wife. Isn't that utterly ridiculous? In a fit of rage, Peng Long grabbed a bottle from the table and hurled it at me. I managed to dodge, but it struck my shoulder. Had I not moved, it would have surely cracked my skull. What are you doing? Liao Song said, visibly displeased. However, I sensed that Liao Song's displeasure was feigned. If he truly intended to intervene, surely Peng Long wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Xiao Xiao, let me tell you, if you continue to show off at school, I'll see to it that you regret it. Peng Long sneered before returning to his meal. I shot a glance at Liao Song and then at the others, who were all unfazed by the commotion, treating it as if it were nothing. I cursed under my breath, realizing that these people were not trustworthy. After finishing the meal, we proceeded to settle the bill. At the front desk, I inquired about the total cost, and the attendant presented a bill of 1,382 yuan. He LL pay. Liao Song drunkenly pointed at me, swaying as he clutched a bottle, embodying the image of a spendthrift. Hey Song, I don't have enough money. Could you lend me some? I whispered to Liao Song. He pushed me away, incredulously stating, You don't have enough money? You brought us here to eat? Isn't this your choice of venue? Now you want to pin this on me? I retorted, What the hell? Are you implying it's my fault? You're really asking for it. He yelled, and in a fit of rage, he threw the bottle at me. I dodged again, but still received a punch that loosened a tooth. Seeing this, the hotel security hurried over, and Liao Song and his crew were pulled away. I seethed with anger. Fengge had been right all along. Liao Song was simply toying with me. I was furious enough to want to kill him at that moment. But with the bill unpaid, I couldn't leave. After much contemplation, I decided to call Chen Jie, asking her to bring me some cash as a loan. She asked for the address and promised to come right away. The front desk attendant noticed the blood on my forehead and offered me a towel to clean myself up. I thanked her and wiped my mouth. Those friends of yours don't seem like good company, she suddenly remarked. What do you mean? I inquired, puzzled. Leaning closer, she whispered, This afternoon, the one who hit you came to book a room. He was with someone your age, and they were discussing how to thoroughly beat you up and drain you dry. Her words made my fist clench involuntarily. Liao Song, you'd better watch out. I muttered furiously. Just then, Chen Jie arrived, visibly anxious. She immediately asked what had happened, but I urged her to pay the bill first. She complied, hurriedly settling the cost before attempting to drag me to the hospital. I resisted her grasp and asked sharply, Chen Jie, how much would it cost to have your brother fight someone? Her surprise was evident. My brother doesn't engage in such matters. Who do you wish to fight? With gritted teeth, I replied, Liao Song. Liao Song? Yes, the one who hit you? Chen Jie asked, astonished. I nodded, insisting, If your brother can help me with Liao Song, I'll pay any amount. She looked conflicted. My brother never meddles in others' affairs. And he wouldn't care about this amount. This plan wouldn't work. I remained silent, my gaze fixed on her. After a moment, she sighed, All right, I'll ask him. If he agrees, I'll let you know. I'll do my best. I nodded in gratitude. Chen Jie urged me not to waste time and suggested I go to the hospital to treat my head. I shook my head, insisting that it wasn't necessary and that I would simply head home. Unable to argue with me, she conceded. That night, my anger gnawed at me, and I couldn't sleep, consumed by thoughts of revenge against Liao Song. Upon returning to school, Su Xiaowan noticed the bruises on my face and expressed her concern. Xiaolu, what happened to you? I forced a smile, wanted to spare her worry, and said, I accidentally bumped into a tree last night and hurt my mouth, but it's nothing. She was gullible enough to believe my flimsy excuse, chiding me for being clumsy. For some reason, my spirits lifted in her presence. Meanwhile, Peng Long wore a smug expression, frequently raising his eyebrows at me, clearly relishing in my misfortune. I seethed internally, waiting for the day my uncle would rise in rank so I could settle the score with him. After the first class ended, someone unexpectedly sought me out. I stepped outside and was taken aback to find Liao Song waiting. Gritting my teeth, I wondered what he was doing here. I approached him, brimming with irritation, and asked, What do you want? Feigning sincerity, he quickly apologized. I'm truly sorry for hitting you last night. I came specifically to apologize. His demeanor appeared genuine, and perhaps had I not heard the attendant's earlier words, I might have considered forgiving him. However, that was no longer an option. I coldly acknowledged his apology. It's fine. Liao Song continued. Last night, I also hit a security guard, and now he's in the hospital demanding money. I happen to be a bit short. Brother, could you lend me some? I stared at him, incredulous at how shameless he could be. Morning Jie held me back and said, Don't act like this. Just bear with it for now. We'll find a solution. I smiled and replied, Don't worry, I know my limits. After saying that, I headed to the cafeteria. After finishing my meal, feeling restless and harboring a belly full of frustration, I decided to visit an internet cafe, thinking it might be a good outlet for my anger. Upon my arrival, I found that the squatting guy, Win brother, and another individual were already there, so I took a seat beside them. They noticed me and erupted into laughter. Win brother pointed at me and asked, What happened to you? Who did this? I scoffed and grumbled that idiot Liao Song. Isn't he your big brother? Win brother said sarcastically. I felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Come on, Wind brother, don't tease me. I'm about to explode." Wind brother discreetly gestured toward the squatting guy, mouthing, "Go to him." Suddenly enlightened, I turned to the squatting guy, who was engrossed in his game, and said, "Still playing? Huh?" He grunted in response, seemingly undistracted. I cheerfully urged, "Hey, I got beaten up. You have to help me." He merely pointed at Wind brother, saying, "Didn't I tell you? If you have a problem, go to him." Wind brother quickly interjected, "No way. Liao Song is involved." "I can't handle that." The squatting guy asked, "Who is Liao Song?" Wind brother replied with a look of exasperation, "He's just a formidable guy." The squatting guy nodded and gestured to another person among them, saying, "You go help him, but remember, no fighting." That individual, dressed in a striking red outfit, agreed and resumed his game. Wind brother mentioned that this red-clad guy was tougher than him, but his temper was too volatile. A confrontation with him could easily escalate, as evident from the squatting guy's warning. After lunch, the red-clad guy and I left together. On the way back, he remained silent, and, as we passed the restroom, people looked at him with fear. I found myself puzzled. Just how powerful was this red-clad guy? He and Wind brother were both connected to the squatting guy, yet their reputations seemed worlds apart. Soon, we reached Liao Song's classroom, and the red-clad guy kicked the door open with authority, shouting, "Where's Liao Song? Come out." After that, he stepped back and waited. Moments later, Liao Song hurried out, wearing a fawning expression. "Oh, it's not," Liao Song began, but before he could finish, the red-clad guy slapped him and demanded, "Did you hit him?" Liao Song didn't dare to confront him and instead stammered an explanation. "Oh, Xiao Lu is my brother. I was a bit drunk last night and acted foolishly. I'm really sorry. You're full of crap. You even tried to extort money from me." I shouted at him, demanding, "Who sent you to mess with me?" "Brother, you're mistaken. No one is messing with you. I thought we were friends." Liao Song shamelessly replied, "Enough with the nonsense. Just hit him back the way he hit you," the red-clad guy instructed. No, please don't hit me," Liao Song pleaded, but was met with another slap. "Why all the chatter?" The red-clad guy glared at him. Liao Song fell silent, his mouth tightly shut. I stepped in and unleashed all my pent-up frustration. But Liao Song seemed unfazed, his physique robust. "Humph, if it weren't for Qin Gu stopping me, I would have dealt with you already," the red-clad guy muttered. "Let us go." I nodded and pointed at Liao Song. After settling this matter, the red-clad guy and I parted ways. During the second class, I sought out Wind brother again and inquired why he and the red-clad guy were both aligned with the squatting guy, yet the latter was more formidable. Wind brother explained, "He is openly associated with the squatting guy, while not many know of my connection with him. Others merely perceive us as ordinary friends." I understood now. The squatting guy wielded considerable influence. After school, I walked Xiaohua home and encountered Morning Jia at the entrance. She approached me immediately, and Xiaohua, feeling anxious, clutched my sleeve, suggesting maybe I should just go home alone. Hearing this made my heart ache inexplicably. I smiled and gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, "No need. I'll take you home shortly." Once Morning Jia arrived, she looked concerned and asked, "How's everything going?" I asked my brother today, and he said he could send someone to help you. Seeing the distress on her face, I chuckled lightly. "It's all resolved now. I've taken care of it." She nodded and glanced at Xiaohua before saying, "I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb you too." With that, she turned and left, and I continued to escort Xiaohua home. The next afternoon, Morning Jia unexpectedly texted me, "It's my birthday today. Come to my house for dinner." Of course, I had to go for her birthday, so I quickly replied that I would be there and casually asked, "Is your brother around?" She responded that he was not coming back. I sighed with relief, feeling an unexplainable fear of her brother. With Morning Jia's birthday, Yu Liangfei would undoubtedly be present, and I was anxious about how things might unfold. Just thinking about it was troubling. After school, I hurried to the market to find a gift for Morning Jia. After browsing for a while, I spotted a small rabbit for sale and purchased it, knowing that girls generally adore small animals. With the rabbit in hand, I made my way to Morning Jia's house. She had invited quite a few people, both male and female. For some reason, seeing the men made me uncomfortable. Among them were a few who looked like they weren't students, which heightened my unease. I couldn't believe Morning Jia knew people from outside. Yu Liangfei was, of course, present. As soon as I walked in, he fixed his gaze on me, sending shivers down my spine. "You're here?" Morning Jia exclaimed, rushing over to greet me. I nodded and handed her the rabbit. Morning Jia lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Ah, A rabbit. So cute. Thank you, Xiaolu. I replied modestly, it's nothing. Not to be outdone, Yi Yangfei stood up and pulled out a small box from his pocket. I could tell without looking that it was a ring. Morning, Jia. This is for you. I hope you like it, he said with a charming smile. Morning Jia accepted the ring, merely thanking him in a subdued manner before heading to the kitchen. Suddenly, Yi Yangfei grabbed her arm and, with a tender expression, confessed, Morning Jia, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? At that moment, my head buzzed as if it had exploded. Yi Yangfei was confessing to Morning Jia. Logically, it shouldn't bother me since I had a girlfriend, but I felt a deep sense of discomfort. The onlookers, some of whom were from the outside world, cheered him on, shouting, accept him, accept him. Morning Jia's face flushed crimson. She neither accepted nor rejected him. My heart raced with anxiety, and I silently urged, Morning Jia, you must not accept him. Just then, she turned to me, her eyes locked onto mine. I held her gaze, unwavering. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and eventually they spilled over. Yi Yangfei, noticing this, gently cupped her face and asked, What's wrong? Why are you crying when you look at Xiaolu? Is it because he looks so repulsive? I thought to myself, screw you. I'm far better looking than you. Sister Chun shook her head, then gently released Yi Yangfei's hand, saying, I'm sorry, but I do not harbor any feelings for you, and I cannot accept your affections. Yi Yangfei's expression froze, a flicker of anger evident as he retorted, Why? I have liked you for so long. We have grown up together. Why do you not like me? Sister Chin bit her lip, finally confessing, My heart belongs to someone else. Upon hearing this, Yi Yangfei began to pant heavily, his breathing ragged and somewhat intimidating. He finally shouted, Who is that person? Tell me. Sister Chin shook her head, replying, Yi Yangfei, please do not act this way. I feel nothing for you, and whom I like is none of your concern. At that moment, one of the individuals from the group interjected, all right, it's Xiao Chen's birthday today. What are you all doing? Yi Yangfei gritted his teeth, snorted in frustration, and then moved to sit beside that man. Sister Chun finished cooking and joined us at the table. Suddenly, Yi Yangfei announced, Let me introduce you. This is the boss from East Street at our school, Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang? Why not call Brother Shit? Yi Yangfei quipped, ceasing further introductions as his gaze shifted towards me. I immediately understood his intention. Yi Yangfei was attempting to impress me with his connections, warning me to be cautious. I cleared my throat and stood, pointing to myself, This is Xia Lu, the boss of a certain street. Sister Chin's female friends found my jest amusing, stifling their laughter behind their hands. One particularly attractive girl, resembling a doll, remarked, Xia Lu, You're quite the comedian. Yi Yangfei, displeased, slammed his hand on the table and retorted, Who the hell do you think you are? I've never heard of you before. I shot him a glare, dismissing his comment, Mind your own business. Brother Xiang wore a smirk, observing me with a predatory gaze, and I felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed he intended to target me. As the meal commenced, Yi Yangfei began to provoke me, criticizing my pace as I served dishes, and playfully shoving food onto my plate when I poured drinks. When the cake was finally brought out, Yi Yangfei seized a large piece, smashing it into my face with a chuckle. Shall we play cake smash? I certainly wouldn't fall for his antics. If I retaliated, the other men would undoubtedly join in, and in the dimly lit room, I couldn't guarantee their restraint. Are you out of your mind? I won't smash you. I retorted sharply. Just as I finished speaking, Brother Xiang grabbed a lighter and hurled it at me. Who are you cursing? You've been causing a ruckus since you arrived. You think you can disrupt Xiao Chen's birthday? Chapter 28. Brother Chen's allies Brother Xiang was indeed looking for trouble. I stood silently, at a loss for words. Yi Yangfei joined in the insults, while Brother Xiang leaned back, smoking, with a mocking smile etched on his face. I fell silent and took my seat, waiting for Sister Chan to distribute the cake. Her female friends were quite kind, coming over to console me. Yet Sister Chun remained silent. Once the cake was sliced, Yi Yangfei grabbed another handful and threw it at my face, laughing, Xiaolu, we must celebrate Xiao Chen's birthday. Cake throwing is essential, right? You're not upset, are you? I know you're not that petty. In response, I took an entire plate of cake and flung it back at Yi Yangfei, retorting, of course, I'm not that petty. In the darkened room, I couldn't discern Yi Yangfei's expression, but I knew he must have looked furious. My action would surely incite Brother Xiang to retaliate alongside him. As anticipated, Brother Xiang immediately retaliated, throwing cake back at me, joined by his cohorts. You've really crossed the line. Who throws an entire plate of cake at someone? Brother Xiang scowled. I merely huffed in response, remaining silent. Sister Chen's friends recognized the escalating tension between Yu Liangfei and me, realizing the night would likely end poorly for me, so they fell quiet. I wiped my face with a piece of paper, choosing not to engage further. Yu Liangfei leaned closer to Brother Xiang, whispering something that warranted their shared laughter. Moments later, Yu Liangfei turned to me, suggesting, Brother Liu, this is getting dull. Why don't we step outside for some fun? Why should I? It's Sister Chen's birthday, not mine, I replied curtly. Yu Liangfei countered, I know it's Sister Chen's birthday, but you're the one making a fuss. Aren't you the boss of certain street? Naturally, I should consult you first. Brother Xiang leaned in closer, draping an arm around my shoulder while subtly tightening his grip around my neck. I seethed with rage, wishing to eliminate both of them immediately. Brother Xiang, may I smoke? I asked. He raised an eyebrow, then coldly chuckled, producing a cigarette from his pack and tossing it to me. I lit it and took a deep drag, then asked, Brother Xiang, you're the boss. May I pose a question? Go ahead, he replied coldly. If I were to stub this cigarette on your face, would it hurt? I inquired icily, then thrust the burning cigarette towards Brother Xiang's face. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air, accompanied by his agonizing screams. You bastard! Kill him! Brother Xiang shouted, clutching his face in agony. Stop this at once. Sister Chun suddenly yelled, overturning the table in a fit of rage. At her command, everyone froze. One person swiftly turning on the lights. First, deal with him. Brother Xiang cursed, then lunged at me, but Sister Chun dove in front of me, taking the blow meant for me. As her face was struck, the front door swung open. Given the gathering for her birthday, Sister Chen's house had been left unlocked. I glanced towards the entrance, spotting a man who had just witnessed Brother Xiang strike Sister Chun. He rushed over in polished shoes, asking, Are you all right? Sister Chen shook her head, replying, Brother Zhu, what brings you here? The man, referred to as Brother Zhu, explained, Yingu has prior commitments and couldn't make it to celebrate your birthday, so he sent me with a gift. Just a moment, I'll call him right away. With that, Brother Zhu reached for his phone, preparing to contact Yingu. I was unaware of who this Yingu was. One of Brother Xiang's lackeys swiftly approached Brother Zhu, clapping a hand on his shoulder, grinning, Hey, Brother Zhu, you've misunderstood. Our boss intended to target that little brat. The slap on Sister Chun was just an accident. It's a minor issue. No need to call Yingu. Brother Zhu scrutinized him, insisting that one do. I witnessed you slap Sister Chun. If I don't inform Yingu, he'll hold me accountable. As he prepared to dial, Brother Xiang, in visible distress, hurried to Brother Zhu, saying, Brother Zhu, it's me, Xiangzi. You've truly misunderstood. Let me explain before you make that call, all right? Brother Zhu paid him no mind, as the call already connected. Hello, Yingu, I said. I need to tell you something. Before Zhuzi could finish his sentence, Xianggu snatched the phone away and hurriedly exclaimed, Hey, Yingu, it's Xiangzi. It's nothing serious. I'm at your house celebrating your sister's birthday. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. I'll treat you to drinks another day. After an exchange of words between Xianggu and Yingu, he hung up and returned the phone to Zhuzi. Zhuzi's expression soured, and he remarked, Xiangzi, this is where you went wrong. Why did you take my phone? Even if I don't mention it now, I'll still inform Yingu later. You know how much he dotes on his sister. Xianggu quickly agreed, then put his arm around Zhuzi's shoulder and walked to another corner, engaging in a private conversation. I gathered that Zhuzi was likely a friend of Yingu, who in turn was the brother of Chun Jie. After a while, they finished their discussion, and Zhuzi approached Chun Jie, asking, Do you think we should tell Yingu about this? Chun Jie wore a conflicted expression before finally shaking her head. Let be. Xianggu didn't mean any harm, and we have a good relationship, but she paused, casting a glance at Xianggu. I hope you won't bother my friends in the future. It was evident she was referring to me. Xianggu nodded in agreement, seemingly keen to avoid crossing Yingu. It was strange. Yingu seemed to command a level of respect even from the older figures in the area. Zhuzi then said he had no further business and decided to leave. Shinjie replied, All right, you can go now. Zhuzi acknowledged her and handed her something, which I suspected was a gift from Yingu. Once Zhuzi departed, Xiangji's true nature revealed itself as he pointed at me and said, This is all your fault. You better watch out. Xianggu, have you forgotten what I just said? Chun Jie retorted, her expression darkening. Xiang Yi replied, Xia Tian. Are you really going to cause trouble over him? Chun Jie hesitated, biting her lower lip and falling silent. I felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. Chun Jie had done nothing wrong. After all, I'd only known her for a few months, while Xiangge had been in her life far longer. Everyone, please leave. I need some peace and quiet, Chun Jie sighed, ushering us out. Within moments, we found ourselves outside, and she slammed the door shut behind us. It was clear she was not in a good mood. Who would want to deal with such stress on their birthday? Xiaolu, this is all because of you. I swear, I've never encountered such a situation before. You're a jinx. Yi Liangfei berated me. Xiangge then said, enough of this nonsense. He burned me. And I haven't settled the score yet. Let's take him with us. His subordinates nodded and came over to grab my arms, lifting me off the ground. Though fear gripped me, I dare not shout, for this was Chun Jie's doorstep. Just then, her door swung open again, and she called out, Xiaolu, come inside. Chapter 30. A night at Chun Jie's house. Xiang Ji's two accomplices quickly released me and awkwardly chuckled at Chun Jie. She said nothing, simply urging me to hurry inside. My heart leapt with joy. It seemed I had narrowly escaped a predicament. Perhaps misfortune would turn into fortune. I dashed into Chun Jie's home, and Yi Liangfei followed closely. Realizing this, I quickened my pace, rushing into Chun Jie's house and slamming the door behind me. Huh, Yi Liangfei, you're too slow. I exhaled in relief, collapsing onto Chun Jie's sofa and gulping down a glass of water. You're not leaving tonight, are you? Chun Jie suddenly asked. At her words, I sputtered and stared at her in disbelief. What did you just say? She repeated, you're not leaving tonight. I'm worried they 1T let you go. Perfect. That aligns with my thoughts. I grinned, secretly relieved that I had provoked Xiangge earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity to stay at Chun Jie's place. However, while you may escape today, I cannot guarantee tomorrow. Be cautious in the coming days, she warned. Her words stirred an uncomfortable feeling within me as I contemplated living in fear. But enough of that. A moment shared in spring's embrace is worth 1,000 gold coins. I suggested, Chun Jie, shall we sleep? She shot me a disapproving glance. You're sleeping on the sofa tonight. What? I grimaced, feeling disheartened. The weather had turned chilly, and with no heating, sleeping on the sofa would be quite uncomfortable. Chun Jie scoffed and retreated to her room. I sighed and lay back on the sofa, regretting my earlier words. If only I hadn't suggested sleep. She wouldn't have gone to bed so early. Now, I was left alone on the sofa. Just as I settled in, Chun Jie unexpectedly opened her bedroom door. Peeking out, Gomin, seated. At her invitation, I jumped up and hurried into her room. Chun Jie had changed into pink pajamas, presenting a different aura compared to her usual self. Typically, she exuded a powerful and alluring presence, but now she appeared sweet and charming, a style I found equally appealing. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a pajama before? She quipped, taking a seat at her computer desk. I swallowed hard and replied, I really haven't. Why are you still awake? You can sleep outside later, she said. Please, Chun Jie, it's freezing outside. Are you not worried I'll freeze to death? She laughed. Don't worry, the air conditioning is on. I'll turn it on for you. Despair washed over me as I lost my only reason to stay in her room. How about I sleep on the floor in your room? Just don't kick me out, I pleaded. Chun Jie ignored my request, engrossed in her game. I leaned closer to see she was playing Dream Journey to the West. I had played it before, but the cost of in-game purchases deterred me from continuing. Watching her play brought back a sense of nostalgia. Dressed in pajamas, Chun Jie looked comfortable, and her figure was subtly accentuated, igniting a rush of adrenaline within me. Suddenly, she stretched, and, at that moment, I lost control and instinctively embraced her. She struggled against me, but her efforts were futile. After a brief struggle, she ceased fighting, and I quickly realized my indiscretion. Releasing her immediately, Chun Jie's cheeks flushed as she admonished, Xiaolu, don't do that. You already have a girlfriend. I'm letting you stay because I'm concerned for your safety. Her voice trailed off, becoming barely audible. Normally, I would have been unabashedly persistent, but now I felt a twinge of shyness. Upon hearing her mention my girlfriend, I was reminded of Su Xiaohua. I find myself drawn to both of these girls, each embodying a distinct allure. Were this the ancient times, I would undoubtedly have taken them both as my wives. Yet here I am, sighing heavily, feeling a pang of melancholy as I sit upon Chun Jie's bed. Truly, I am a scoundrel. Despite engaging in such questionable endeavors, I still dare to feel disheartened. Enough of this. Time to sleep, I suppose, Chun Jie suddenly remarked, as she retrieved a blanket from her wardrobe and laid it on the floor. You can sleep here, she said. Offer me a pillow. All right then, I exclaimed, eager to change into my sleeping attire. Chun Jie, however, quickly intervened, insisting, "You mustn't take off your clothes, or you'll have to sleep outside." With a resigned sigh, I acquiesced. Chunjie switched on the air conditioning, filling the room with a warm ambience. Dressed as I was, I found no need for a blanket. Yet, despite my comfort, I tossed and turned on the floor, unable to find rest, my heart restless. How could I possibly sleep with such a stunning beauty lying nearby? "Kenya," I called softly, but she did not respond. I tried again, yet silence persisted. I sighed again, realizing that I had only just settled down. It was unlikely she would fall asleep so quickly. Her silence, perhaps, stemmed from a fear of something untoward occurring. Little did I know, at that moment, tears streamed down Chun-Jie's face as she lay in bed. The following morning, we went to school together. Upon reaching the entrance, I turned away and headed to the internet CAF, convinced that the man I was avoiding might be lurking there. I could no longer endure the torment of school. I felt as if I were on the verge of collapse. Sure enough, I found the man I was seeking, along with the others. I settled at a computer beside them, deliberately sighing loudly enough for them to notice. "What is wrong?" Fongo asked, glancing over while gaming. I replied with a heavy heart. Last night was Chunjie's birthday, and I inadvertently offended Xiangge from East Street, even extinguishing a cigarette on his face. Fongo, upon hearing this, chastised me. "Why do you always stir up trouble? How could you dare to cross him, let alone burn him with a cigarette? What am I to say about you?" At this moment, the man in red interjected. "Who cares about an East Street leader? What's the big deal?" Fongo opened his mouth, but said nothing. I sensed an opportunity. Perhaps the man in red was not intimidated by him and might assist me later. "What happened? Please, enlighten me," Fongo urged, to which I nodded and recounted the events of the previous night in detail. "Obri," the man in red applauded. "That is how it should be done. If it were me, I would have taken his head." I chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. I leaned closer to the man in the restroom, cautiously inquiring, "Do you know Yinge?" He glanced at me and then pointed to the man in red. I looked at him and noticed his expression darkening. "What is wrong? You two don't have a feud, do you?" I asked, treading carefully. The man in red remained silent, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. Fongo, however, burst into laughter. Of course he knows. Back when he pursued Chunjie, Yinge stabbed him. I was taken aback, first by the revelation that the man in red had once courted Chunjie, and second by the fact that a mere pursuit had led to such violence. If I were openly teasing Chunjie, wouldn't Yinge seek retribution against me? "Did you harbor any ill intentions towards Chunjie?" I asked, eyes filled with expectation. He shook his head, insisting he had done nothing wrong, only pursued her, which led to the stabbing. I felt a chill run down my spine. Yinge was indeed a formidable character. If someone pursued his sister, it only demonstrated her allure. Why resort to violence? Was he to confine her to a life devoid of love? What happened afterward? I pressed on. "There was no afterward," he replied. At the time, I had no idea who Yinge was. After exchanging a few heated words, I foolishly threatened him, which resulted in the stabbing. When I sought him out afterward, he refused to help me. It was fortunate, I mused. Had the man in red not provoked Yinge, perhaps he would not have been stabbed. "Let us not discuss this anymore. It infuriates me," the man in red warned. "Understood. I'll once he bring it up again," I assured him. After asking these questions, I returned to school. The troubles that beautiful women bring. First, I had crossed paths with Peng Long because of Su Xiaohua, and now I found myself at odds with Yi Liangfei and Xiangge due to Chunjie. No wonder it is said that without strength, one does not deserve the company of beautiful women. In the days that followed, I waited until everyone had left before departing and arrived at school before anyone else. I would sneak in when the gates were closed, all to avoid Xiangge. This continued for many days, leaving me physically and mentally drained. I could not hide forever. Surely, I would eventually slip up. Yet what choice did I have? Xiangge was the leader of East Street, while I stood alone, vulnerable, and without support. The man in red and Fongo had made it clear that they could not assist me. Chunjie might have some influence, but even that would not guarantee my safety. I knew the day would come when I could no longer evade the inevitable. If it weren't for Peng Long's presence in our class, I might have managed to linger in hiding a little longer. However, his presence made it nearly impossible. That afternoon as school let out, Peng Long approached me with a mocking smile. "I've noticed you've been leaving late every day. What is the matter? Have you stirred up trouble again?" I remained silent. This was not something I could share with him. He continued, "To be honest, I'm not the same as I once was. I'm no longer intimidated by Liao Song, or even Chunjie. Do you know why? I shook my head, feigning ignorance. Because my brother is Xiangge, he declared. The moment he said this, I felt a chill run through me. I stood up, saying, Longa, I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Don't go. He sneered, pressing his hand on my shoulder and forcing me back into my seat. What else do you need, Longa? I inquired, sensing the impending trouble. He chuckled. I have nothing to say. My brother has a matter for you. Upon hearing this, dread washed over me. I attempted to flee, but Peng Long did not stop me. As I stumbled away, I collided with a massive figure. I staggered back, realizing I stood before a towering man, easily a foot taller than me and weighing at least 200 pounds. Surrounding him were several smaller men, all of whom wore sinister smiles as they regarded me. No wonder Peng Long did not stop me. He had set this up all along. What is the plan now? Longa? The giant asked, gripping my neck with one hand. Peng Long did not respond to him, but turned to me. Xiao Lu, I've told you before. I'm no longer the same. These men are my subordinates. Look at you, what do you have? Just yourself? You're alone, relying on a woman. What gives you the right to contend with me? I forced a smile. Longa, you truly jest. How could I ever dare to contend with you? Then why do you steal my women? Who do you think you are? He spat, his words laced with venom. Take a moment to look in the mirror. What do you see? His disdain was palpable, and I realized his resentment towards me was far from trivial. I retorted, Longa is right. I could never compare to you. You look just like that fellow Tao. You two must be brothers. In truth, I was alluding to Du Haitao, deliberately withholding his name. Little did I know, Peng Long was oblivious to my sarcasm and did not explode in anger. All right, take him away. My brother is still waiting outside, Peng Long said. With that, several of them seized me by the neck and dragged me out. Fortunately, it was long after school hours. Otherwise, the sight of this would have been utterly humiliating. Brother Xiang was indeed standing at the entrance, with a van behind him. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Brother Xiang would surely not let me off easily. After all, I had burned him with a cigarette, and he would at least retaliate tenfold. His disfigurement was of little concern, given his unattractive appearance, but my own handsome visage, reminiscent of a young Wu Yanzu, would be irrevocably marred by even one burn. Before long, we stood before Brother Xiang, who revealed his yellowed teeth and grinned wickedly. Long time no see, Xiao Lu, he said, his smile unsettling. Indeed, it has been a while, Brother Xiang. How is that scar on your face? I inquired, hoping to lighten the mood. The mention of his scar ignited his fury. He slapped me with a swift motion and commanded, take him away. Understood, Peng Long replied eagerly, rushing to open the van door while his minions shoved me inside. To my dismay, there were already 4 or 5 others in the van, including someone I recognized from the incident when Chen Jie had summoned me to confront a security guard. As I entered, I exchanged a nervous smile with him. What a coincidence to see you here, I remarked. He responded with a cold smirk. Indeed, quite the coincidence, isn't it? I chuckled nervously. I hope you'll look after me later. Rest assured, I will, he replied, and as the vehicle roared to life, I was engulfed by a sense of dread. Who wouldn't he be terrified in such a situation? I regretted my impulsive decision to burn him with a cigarette. If only I had refrained, I would not be in this predicament. Yet, amidst my panic, there was a flicker of relief. Once he finished with me, I would no longer need to fear ambushes outside. The van halted shortly thereafter, pulling up to a pool hall on East Street. Though Brother Xiang was the self-proclaimed leader of this area, it was merely a narrow alley with a handful of petty thugs loitering about, and the shops were dilapidated and on the verge of demolition. Get out, Brother Xiang barked, striking my head as he did so, clearly relishing the moment. After disembarking, they hustled me into the pool hall, which was modest, housing merely a dozen tables. At the back, a small room appeared to be their headquarters. With a swift motion, one of Brother Xiang's lackeys flung the door open, and Brother Xiang kicked me inside. Hey, Brother Xiang, I sincerely apologize for that day. I know you must be furious. Go ahead and hit me, I pleaded. His cold laughter echoed. What nonsense! If I weren't going to hit you, why would I bring you here? Yes, a beating is warranted. Just please avoid my face, I asked with a forced smile. Shut up, he shouted, slapping me hard across the face. I had barely finished my plea when he produced a cigarette, taking a deep drag before saying, Do you see this cigarette? I plan to burn your face with it. Let's see how many times it can scorch you. Please, Brother Xiang, can't we settle this differently? Panic surged through me. A single cigarette could leave me with numerous scars. I feared the pain, but more so, I dreaded the potential disfigurement. Brother Xiang, as long as you spare my face. I will do anything you ask, even pay you, I implored, sweat beading on my forehead. You think a mere scar can be settled with money? Since becoming the boss of East Street, I have never endured such humiliation. His face twisted in rage, revealing how genuinely furious he was. Tell me what it takes to resolve this. Just unmar my face. I will publicly apologize to you. I can pay you more. I hurriedly offered, desperate to save my appearance. Enough chatter. You lot, hold him down. Brother Xiang commanded. Several of his minions seized my limbs, rendering me unable to resist. As he approached with a cigarette but in hand, I caught a glimpse of it. Thankfully, I had delayed him long enough for it to be reduced to half. Let us see if you can endure this. He snarled, raising his hand and pressing the cigarette against my face. A searing pain shot through me, and I screamed, flailing helplessly. Brother Xiang cackled as he removed the cigarette, only to press it against my forehead. Ah! I cried out in agony, vowing to take revenge on his family if I survived this torment. Still defiant, are we? His fury intensified, and he pressed the cigarette deeper into my skin, crushing it with force. Damn it, give me another, he yelled, discarding the crushed cigarette and retrieving another from his pocket, preparing to light it. Just then, one of his lackeys, the one I recognized, whispered something in his ear. After listening intently, Brother Xiang took a deep drag and declared, "You burned me once. I'll burn you twice. We're even. If you're not satisfied, feel free to come find me. I'll be waiting for you on East Street. Now get lost," he commanded coldly, and his minions flung me out of the pool hall. I staggered away, the pain still throbbing on my forehead, and hurried into a nearby store's restroom, slamming the door behind me. Gazing into the mirror, I was confronted by two small, thumb-sized burn marks on my forehead. At that moment, I could no longer hold back my tears. This was my first encounter with such suffering, and I could hardly fathom what lay ahead. Perhaps this was retribution. I had often laughed at those with unusual appearances, and now I could only imagine the mockery I would face on the streets. I crouched on the restroom floor, sobbing quietly. Outside, someone shouted, "Who's in there? Why are you taking so long?" I cursed under my breath, "Get lost," and burst out of the restroom, running frantically. Having faced little adversity throughout my life, my mental fortitude was weak, and thoughts of suicide flickered in my mind. I watched the cars pass by, tempted to throw myself in front of one. Yet, as I contemplated my demise, a darker thought emerged. Why not exact vengeance upon my enemies? Peng Long, Yi Fei, and Brother Xiang. None of them would escape my wrath. Determined, I gritted my teeth and entered a hardware store, purchasing a knife and stashing it in my pocket, intent on seeking vengeance. Among these individuals, I knew where Yi Fei and Brother Xiang lived. Brother Xiang's place was too crowded for a clean strike, but Yi Fei lived with only his parents, making it a more feasible target. Thus, I resolved to confront Yi Fei first. Wiping my tears away, I dashed toward his home, when suddenly my phone rang. Glancing at the screen, I saw it was Sister Ying calling. I halted, inhaling deeply before hurriedly answering. "Hello." Upon hearing her voice, I couldn't contain my emotions any longer and began to weep once more. On one hand, it had been a long time since I last heard Sister Ying's voice, and I had been deeply concerned about her. Upon finally hearing her again, I was overwhelmed with emotion and found myself in tears. On the other hand, there was a scar on my face, a constant reminder of my pain. It was akin to a child crying. If you do not console them, they may stop, but the more you comfort them, the harder they cry. This reaction is not merely out of sentimentality, but rather a search for solace. Sister Ying was the anchor in my heart. "Little brother, what is the matter?" Upon hearing my cries, Sister Ying grew anxious. I remained silent, my sobs echoing through the air. She, distressed, inquired about my location, asserting she would come to find me immediately. I managed to choke out an address, and she instructed me not to move as she rushed to my side. After hanging up, I found a corner to crouch in, burying my head between my knees. I was uncertain if the scar would fade or how it would affect my future, but contemplating what lay ahead felt unbearable. This was the agony of someone who had never faced adversity, grappling with difficulties. Sister Ying arrived shortly thereafter, still as beautiful and gentle as I remembered. Upon seeing me, she enveloped me in a warm embrace, gently stroking my head as she asked, "Little brother, what troubles you?" As dusk settled, she could not see the scar on my forehead. All she could do was comfort me, caressing my hair tenderly as if soothing child. I pointed to my scar, wiped my tears, and said, "Sister Ying, please take care of yourself. Rising, I pulled out a knife, intent on confronting Yiliangfei. Sister Ying grasped my hand firmly. Please, do not act rashly. Let's find a place to discuss this calmly, she urged, her expression filled with concern. I shook my head, insisting, no, Sister Ying. I had made up my mind. As I attempted to leave again, she clung to me, declaring she had a way to remove my scar. I turned back. Skepticism etched on my face, and asked, Is that true, Sister Ying? She nodded emphatically, suggesting we find a warm place to sit and talk. I agreed. Leading me to a modest inn, we entered a room together. Once inside, Sister Ying looked at me with genuine concern, asking, Are you hungry? I can get you something to eat. I shook my head, indicating I wasn't. After a moment of contemplation, she said, Little brother, please do not panic. These scars will not hinder your life. Trust me on this, will you? I nodded, and she continued, Now, tell me what happened. I recounted the events that had transpired, and upon hearing my story, Sister Ying comforted me. Little brother, this is merely a trivial matter. Do not let such a small issue disrupt your sense of self. If you allow something so minor to dictate your future, how will you ever become a true man? Besides, those little scars do not diminish you. In fact, I find them rather appealing. They add to your masculinity. Really? I asked, grasping onto her words like a drowning man clinging to the last vestige of hope. Sister Ying assured me with a firm nod, Of course, in my eyes, you are the most handsome. With that, she gifted me a radiant smile, pure and innocent, making it hard to imagine her profession. Sister Ying, what should I do? I asked, my voice tinged with despair. After pondering, she replied, First, share with me your thoughts. I expressed my desire to exact revenge on those who had wronged me. Sister Ying cautioned against such impulses, stating that if I truly sought vengeance, I should become stronger instead. If you grow stronger, avenging yourself will be trivial. At that moment, Sister Ying was merely trying to stabilize my emotional turmoil, but her words had a profound impact on my life. With her encouragement, I transformed from a boy into a man. In hindsight, perhaps I should also thank Xianggu. Had he not inflicted these scars, I might have remained ensnared in my naivety for much longer. Listen to me. Focus on your studies tomorrow. We could discuss revenge later, all right? Sister Ying patiently guided me. I shook my head, replying, No, I do not want to go to school right now. Then return home and take a couple of days off, she suggested. Again, I shook my head, expressing my reluctance to go home or venture outside. After contemplating, she proposed, How about this? You can stay here for a few days, and I will come to keep you company after work. Just as I was about to agree, I remembered that I had no money left. All my funds had been deceitfully taken by Liao Song. Feeling embarrassed, I confessed to Sister Ying, I have no money left. Even eating is a problem. Upon hearing this, she smiled gently, her eyes crescent-shaped with warmth as she stroked my hair. Do not worry. Sister Ying will take care of you for a few days. I nodded vigorously, declaring, Sister Ying, I will support you for a lifetime. She patted my head, saying, Little brother, as long as you can live well. That is enough for me. For reasons I could not fathom, the warmth Sister Ying radiated was unparalleled. It was a comfort I found nowhere else. My parents provided the greatest love in the world, while Chun Jie and Su Xiaohua offered the joy of romantic affection. But Sister Ying's love felt like the sun, dispelling all the shadows in my heart with her every smile and gesture. Sister Ying, where have you been all this time? Did something happen at home? You haven't answered calls or texts. I asked, a hint of reproach in my tone. Upon hearing my words, her expression shifted momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. She explained that there had been family matters that required her attention, but assured me she would return. I would never deceive you, little brother, she said, gently stroking my head. Her words were like a balm for my troubled heart, instilling a sense of hope for the future. Those days I lived in despair, my routine utterly erratic, sleeping whenever exhaustion struck, eating whenever I awoke, and disconnecting from the world by turning off my phone. It felt as if I were isolated from everything around me. Sister Ying understood my reluctance to go out. Whenever hunger struck, I would call her, and she would promptly arrive with food, regardless of her own busyness. This continued for an entire week, and Sister Ying never exhibited even a hint of annoyance. Chapter 33. Returning to school a week passed, and during the weekend, Sister Ying inquired about my plans. After some reflection, I expressed my desire to return to seek revenge. Upon hearing this, her face clouded with concern. She gently stroked my hair, saying, Child, after all this time, why haven't you listened to what I said? I managed to smile, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Sister Ying. I will not act recklessly. I will follow your advice and grow stronger step by step." Relieved, she stroked my hair again, saying, "That's good." That evening, I turned my phone back on after a week of silence. I had avoided facing reality, unwilling to confront the truth that awaited me. However, reality must be faced, and I was no exception. This time, I shall not be as timid and reckless as before. Upon unlocking my phone, a flurry of messages flooded in from my parents, from Su Xiaohua, from Chunjie, and most significantly, one from Peng Long. My parents' messages were filled with concern, whereas Peng Long's was taunting. Xia Xiaobi. Too scared to show up? I could not help but scoff at my phone, while I was indeed unable to confront him at the moment. It did not imply that I would forever remain powerless against him. Ying Jie, I am heading home. I informed Ying Jie, who nodded in acknowledgement, urging me to return quickly, as my parents must have been worried sick after my absence for an entire week. I responded with a slight nod and proceeded to the restroom to gaze at my reflection. The 2 cigarette scars on my forehead were starkly visible, though not large. They certainly marred my appearance. I touched them gently, noting that they had already scabbed over. These scars serve as a reminder of all that Xianggo had done. They were my warning. Upon arriving home, my parents were instantly overcome with tears at the sight of me, and I too felt a lump in my throat. After such a long separation, how could I not miss them? "You little rascal, where have you been all these days? I've even reported you missing," my father exclaimed, brandishing a stool in anger. I remained silent, well aware that he would not truly strike me. "What happened to your face?" He suddenly noticed the scars. I shook my head, assuring him it was nothing. His anger flared again. "Were you bullied at school? Tell me who it was, and I'll make sure to deal with him." I found comfort in his protective words, at least more so than what Chunjie's parents would have offered. I smiled and reassured my father, "Dad, there's no need to worry. I can handle this myself." Afterward, I sent a text to Ying Jie, letting her know I had returned home, and another to Chunjie and the others, informing them of my safety. As for Peng Long, I chose to ignore him for the time being. Arguing with him would serve no purpose, especially since I currently lacked the courage to confront him. During dinner, I inquired about my uncle's work. My mother's face lit up as she replied, "Your uncle is doing quite well with his boss and is rumored to be getting a promotion." My heart soared with excitement. Everything I had endured, including the scars on my forehead, was intricately linked to Peng Long. If my uncle were to rise in status and stand up to Peng Long's father, I would no longer have to live in fear of him. I would ensure he suffered for what he had done. "Well, your uncle mentioned it, but I'm not entirely sure of the details," my mother said. I nodded vigorously, urging her, "If he does get promoted, you must tell me right away." My mother chuckled, "I know you and your uncle are close. Don't worry." The following day, I took a taxi to school. Upon arriving at the entrance, I inhaled deeply. I was finally back. They would soon feel the brunt of my wrath. As I entered the classroom, Su Xiaohua burst into tears upon seeing me, exclaiming how worried she had been without any news. After a moment, she hesitantly asked, "What happened to your scars?" I affectionately ruffled her hair and said, don't cry, don't cry. Look, I'm back now. As for the scars, just forget about them. No one has been bullying you, right?" Xiaohua stammered, "And no, it's nothing. Just, please don't cause any trouble now that you're back." I found it hard to refuse her. I nodded and promised, "All right, I won't cause any trouble." Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she beamed at me. Yet, I knew I was merely deceiving her. How could I overlook the scars on my face? Returning to my desk, I discovered it cluttered with books belonging to that hefty girl, who would fill my space while leaving her own desk empty. "Who told you to put these here?" "Claire de here." She stammered. I thought you weren't coming back." "Enough of that. Get them out of here." I barked angrily. The girl quickly bent down to retrieve her books, and, after a short while, clear them away. The first class happened to be with our homeroom teacher, who was taken aback upon seeing me and immediately called me outside. "You just waltzed back in after a week of skipping classes? I must inform you that the school has decided to expel you," he declared sternly. I could not afford to be defiant. I quickly apologized. "Teacher, I had some personal issues. Just look at the scars on my forehead, and you'll understand. Please forgive me this once. I truly did not intend to skip classes." The teacher glanced at my forehead and, moved by pity, sighed. "This isn't solely up to me. Have your parents come talk to the principal this afternoon?" I nodded gratefully, thanking him before returning to class. After the first period, just as I was about to step out, Peng Long grabbed my shoulder from behind, smirking as he said, "Oh, look who is still alive. I thought you're done for." I replied with a grin, "Thanks to you, Brother Long. I'm alive and well. He sneered. Those scars on your face look quite dashing. Where did you get them? Take me along next time you get one. I recognized his mockery, but decided against a confrontation for now. Let him revel in his arrogance while I plotted my next move. Don't worry, Brother Long. I'll take you to get one too someday, I thought with a cold smile. Peng Long nodded and leaned closer, whispering, you know, while you were gone. I had a splendid time. Sat at the same table as Xiaohua every day, even took advantage of her. Quite enjoyable. His words ignited a fire within me, and I clenched my fists, the veins on my forehead bulging. This Peng Long, I truly wished to eliminate him. I was unsure of the truth behind his words. Xiaohua was indeed timid, but if he dared to bully her, I would not let him off lightly. Brother Long, I have something to attend to. I'll take you to get those scars soon, I said, hurrying out of the classroom towards Chen Jie's class. As I walked, countless students gazed at me, and I could not help but clench my fists again. It was all because of these two scars. Arriving at Chen Jie's classroom, I stood at the door and cheerfully called out, Chen Jie, come see who's back. At my call, the entire class turned to look at me, and Chen Jie, without exception, rushed out upon seeing me. You scoundrel, where have you been? She exclaimed, her small fists pounding against my chest. I laughed and gently patted her head. Chen Jie, let's not make a scene with so many people around. Let's talk outside. I took her hand and led her out. Once outside, she immediately noticed the scars on my forehead. What happened to your face? She asked with a frown. I chuckled. It's nothing, just a minor injury. She glared at me. Was it Xiangge who did this? I paused for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Chen Jie's anger flared, and she reached for her phone, ready to call someone. I swiftly grasped her wrist, looking her in the eye. This time, I will handle it myself. Chen Jie was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Have you always thought I wasn't man enough? This time, I shall show you the men who have bullied me. I will not let any of them go unpunished. I said darkly. After a prolonged silence, Chen Jie sighed and replied, with your own words, how do you plan to fight them? You have no brothers by your side. When trouble arises, there is no one willing to help you. How do you intend to resolve this on your own? I shook my head resolutely. Brothers can be found. They will accumulate over time. One day I will surpass them. In any case, do not concern yourself with this matter. There was something else I wanted to mention. I am aware that Brother Xiang has a good relationship with you and has helped you on numerous occasions. However, I shall not forgive him this time. I will repay this humiliation. I do not expect you to take my side, but I ask for your neutrality. Chen Jie shook her head and said earnestly, between the two of you, you are the more important. Her words took me by surprise, leaving a hint of ambiguity in the air. I found myself a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Class is about to start. I should head back now. I finally broke the silence. Chen Jie nodded and said, you go back first. I will find you after school. I replied, no need. I have some matters to attend to after school. I will come to find you. Chen Jie agreed. After lunch, I went to the internet CAF to find the guys. I did not seek their assistance, but merely wanted to inform them that I had returned. Upon my arrival, their surprise was palpable. The guy in the red shirt cheekily inquired about the tattoo on my forehead, commenting on its uniqueness. Fenggu told him to shut up, while the squatting guy seemed unfazed and continued playing his game. What's the deal with your forehead? Fenggu asked me. Nothing, just let a fool do it. I replied. Fenggu and the others were sharp. They quickly deduced who was responsible, but none expressed any desire for revenge. What do you plan to do? The guy in the red shirt asked, taking a drag from his cigarette. I looked at him and said firmly, of course, I will seek revenge. And I will do so with my own strength. Oh, Fenggu perked up at my words. When did Xia Lu become so bold? I urged them not to tease me further, suggesting that if they were sincere, they should help me with my vengeance. However, both Fenggu and the squatting guy simultaneously dismissed the idea of assisting me against Brother Xiang. I understood their reluctance. After all, they were students and might lack the capability even if they wished to help. The squatting guy was capable, but he would never assist me. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold. I am in no hurry, I said with a smile. From your tone, it seems you have a plan, Fenggu teased. I scratched the back of my head, feeling a bit embarrassed as I replied, well, it's not exactly a well-formed plan, but at least I have an idea. What plan? Fenggu and the guy in the red shirt inquired. I grinned and said, I plan to take action against Liao Song. Liao Song? How do you intend to approach him? Both Fenggu and the guy in the red shirt asked, puzzled. I chuckled and explained, didn't he the guy in the red shirt accompany me to confront Liao Song last time? You must know I have the backing of the guy in the red shirt. so he wouldn't dare provoke me. Wait, who is the guy in the red shirt? Feng Gu and the guy in the red shirt asked simultaneously. It dawned on me that they were unaware I had given him that nickname. I worried that mentioning it might provoke the guy in the red shirt. But Feng Gu caught on and burst into laughter. The guy in the red shirt is you. You fool. Xiao Lu has a unique talent for giving nicknames. Do you know what Qinggu is called? He asked the squatting guy. Ha ha ha. This time, the squatting guy paused his game and turned to me, saying, daring to give me a nickname? Are you looking to get hurt? His tone was exceedingly serious, which startled me. Surely, the squatting guy wouldn't be so petty over a mere nickname? All right, Qinggu, stop scaring him, Feng Gu interjected. The squatting guy chuckled and resumed his game. Although the guy in the red shirt was known for his temper, he showed no inclination to retaliate against me, suggesting he didn't take it too seriously. Let us keep talking, Feng Gu said. I nodded and continued. Isn Liao Song, known as the top dog at school? I plan to confront him at the cafeteria tomorrow at noon. He surely wouldn't dare retaliate with so many people around. My reputation would be established, and I could recruit a few followers to gradually take over the school and aim to replace Liao Song as the top dog. After I finished speaking, both Feng Gu and the guy in the red shirt fell silent, deep in thought. I felt a bit awkward, wondering if my plan was too far-fetched. Could you at least say something? Is it feasible? I asked anxiously. Feng Gu pondered for a moment and said, it is feasible, but you should know that becoming the top dog at school is nearly impossible. Why is that? I asked, perplexed. Feng Yi paciently explained. There are many formidable individuals at school, but they tend to remain low-key. Never mind, just try it out. Who knows, you might succeed. Feng Gu trailed off, leaving his conclusion unspoken. I decided not to dwell on it. Regardless of success or failure, this was the only path I could take. Then it's settled. I declared to Feng Gu and the others. Don't come looking for me if you run into trouble, and you too must not assist him. The squatting guy suddenly interjected, breaking his silence. I was puzzled, while he had refrained from helping me. He had always suggested I reach out to Feng Gu and the guy in the red shirt. Now he was forbidding them from helping me at all. Was it because I had given him a nickname? Can you tell me why? I asked, feeling both awkward and concerned. The squatting guy removed his headphones and spoke clearly. If you truly wish to succeed, you must strive and fight for it on your own. If you have those two as your support, why would you need a plan? You would always feel that no matter how big the trouble, they would back you up. And then, what would be the significance of your existence? Your existence has significance. That phrase echoed in my mind. I understood. I nodded at the squatting guy and said, thank you. With that, I left the internet CAF. From this moment on, I was on my own. Everything had to start new. Perhaps that statement was a bit absolute, as my first step still relied on the guy in a red shirt. That afternoon, upon returning school, Peng Long frequently sought to trouble me, sometimes even teasing Xiao Hua right in front of me, leaving her with an innocent look as she sought my assistance. Each time, I could only tell Peng Long that someone was looking for him. He would step outside to check, only to return and beat me up. This left me frustrated, silently wishing, Uncle, please get promoted soon. I can't take it anymore. After school, instead of seeking out Chen Jie, I decided to escort Xiaohua home. Upon exiting the school gates, I spotted Liao Song and Yu Liangfei engaged in conversation, each with a cigarette dangling from their lips, looking rather pretentious. I was puzzled. Why were they associating with each other? Hadn't Liao Song scolded him last time? Had they reconciled so quickly? I deliberately walked past them, and as I approached, they both noticed me. Yu Liangfei scrutinized me from head to toe before scoffing dismissively, while Liao Song remained silent, merely staring. What are you looking at, you fool? Liao Song, go give him a slap. Yu Liangfei commanded. I expected Liao Song to retort, but to my surprise, he appeared quite submissive, saying, Fate good this. ISNT right, is it? Chapter 35. Targeting Liao Song, Yu Liangfei kicked Liao Song in the rear and scolded. Did you hear me? Go do it. Liao Song's expression darkened. Yet he approached me and delivered a kick. Suddenly, enlightenment washed over me, and I comprehended the reason behind Liao Song's unexpected visit. It must have been orchestrated by Yi Liangfei. The fear that Liao Song displayed while berating Yu Liangfei in the restroom was clearly a fade. I let out a cold chuckle. This development worked to my advantage, as it provided me with a justification for confronting Liao Song tomorrow. That kick he delivered was rather feeble. It was evident that he lacked the courage to truly strike me. Under Yi Liangfei's coercion, he couldn't muster the strength to kick me hard, merely giving me a light tap. Liao Song, mark my words, you shall face the consequences. I deliberately taunted him. And, unsurprisingly, Liao Song remained silent. I couldn't help but laugh heartily within myself. Liao Song, the so-called tough guy, was nothing but a coward. A bully who preys on the weak. Huh, look at you flaunting your bravado. Those scars on your face must not be enough to humble you, right? Ye liang fei need it. I had no reason to fear him, so I retorted, screw you. You don't need to gloat. Sister Chun will eventually be mine. After saying this, I hastily fled, believing that my words would infuriate Yi Liangfei the most. As I jogged home, an inexplicable joy filled my heart. Perhaps because I was about to embark on a significant venture tomorrow. After dinner, I retrieved 3 pairs of chopsticks from home and sharpened them into points for precautionary measures. I placed the chopsticks in my pocket for a trial run, but they proved to be uncomfortable, potentially causing harm if I stumbled while walking. Thus, I pondered and decided to stealthily borrow one of my father's suits, intending to wear it tomorrow and discreetly stash the chopsticks in the breast pocket. On the following morning, I donned my father's suit early, worried that my mother might disapprove. The journey was quite exhilarating. Everyone gazed at me, and I felt a swell of pride, believing I had garnered some notoriety at school. In reality, however, they merely regarded me as a fool, who wears a suit on top and school trousers on the bottom. Such absurdity could only be attributed to me. Upon arriving at class, I quickly removed the suit and tucked it into my desk, planning to wear it again at lunchtime. During the second period, Sister Chun unexpectedly messaged me, suggesting we have lunch together. After some contemplation, I declined, as I needed to follow Liao Song right after school, and the cafeteria was too vast for me to locate him. Having a woman in tow while tailing someone would be inconvenient, so I decided against it. I replied to her, stating that I had other commitments. Sister Chun responded with a simple, "Oh," likely feeling slightly disappointed. As the last class of the morning approached its conclusion, I stood up and asked to use the restroom, claiming an urgent need. The teacher glanced at me with annoyance and waved me off, seemingly disinterested in my request. This was fortuitous, as it spared me from unnecessary complications. Once outside the classroom, I hurried towards Liao Song's class. Upon reaching his floor, I dashed into the restroom, waiting there until the final bell rang. After smoking 2 cigarettes, the school dismissal bell finally chimed. I quickly extinguished my cigarette and waited by the restroom door for Liao Song, who soon emerged, flanked by several boys and a girl, exuding an air of authority. A smirk crept onto my face as I thought, Liao Song, cherish these final moments. Soon, you will no longer be the king of the school. I stealthily followed him at a comfortable distance, ensuring he remained oblivious to my presence. Arriving at the cafeteria, my excitement began to swell. Youthful vigor courses through the veins of the young. Who among us does not harbor dreams of dominance? Today, I was determined to realize that dream, and how could I not be exhilarated? Liao Song settled at a table, instructing one of his subordinates to fetch food. I found an empty seat nearby, biding my time for the perfect moment. As the cafeteria filled to capacity, Liao Song was surrounded by 4 companions, 3 boys and 1 girl. I paid them little mind. As long as Liao Song refrained from confronting me, his lackeys would be even less inclined to engage. Midway through their meal, I stood and approached their table. Before Liao Song noticed me, I snatched a tray from a nearby table and hurled it onto theirs. Who the hell is looking for trouble? Liao Song roared, his face contorted with rage as he scanned the vicinity. I strolled over to him with a grin, knocking the tray in front of him to the ground and saying, "Long time no see, Brother Song." Upon recognizing me, Liao Song's expression shifted instantaneously. He coughed nervously and asked, "Xiao Lu, what are you trying to do?" I replied with a chilling laugh, "What am I doing?" I remember that kick you delivered yesterday afternoon, as well as the punch you threw at me. Who the hell is this brat? Coming here to act tough? Liao Song's lackeys rose to their feet, but I disregarded them, fixing my gaze on Liao Song. "So what's it going to be? Are your men going to take me on?" Liao Song hesitated, possibly wishing to salvage some dignity with the girl at his side. "Haven't we resolved our previous issues? That kick yesterday was forced upon me. And Xiao Lu, don't think that just because someone is backing you up, I'm afraid of you." Before he could finish, I slapped him across the face and demanded, "What did you say?" "I didn't quite catch that." "Repeat it." Liao Song's face turned crimson as he clenched his fists and stood. I let out a cold laugh, pulling a sharpened chopstick from my suit pocket and aiming it at him. "Want to get a shot?" Liao Song's expression changed dramatically. While I might not have had a reputation at school, he was aware that I would not hesitate to use the chopsticks against him. In his eyes, those chopsticks were as threatening as a dagger. "What do you want?" he asked, his face pale. I surveyed the room, noticing that many had ceased their meals to observe us. This spectacle pleased me immensely. It was precisely what I desired to see. So, you're the king of the school, huh? Let me tell you, I've long found you displeasing. Today, I am here to usurp your position. What do you say? I exclaimed before kicking over the table in front of him. The commotion was sufficient to draw the attention of those who had been oblivious. I then delivered a punch to Liao Song's face and grabbed the tray from earlier, raining it down upon his head. The contents spilled all over him as he frantically shielded himself, yet he refrained from retaliating. His subordinates looked on anxiously, but without Liao Song's command. They dare not act. After finishing with Liao Song, I deliberately shouted, announcing my name. What class are you from? I'm Xiao Lu. If anyone has grievances, feel free to approach me. And to those who have been wronged by Liao Song, I stand ready to assist. With that, I swaggered away, confident in my performance. Regardless of anything else, I had made my name known, and those who had suffered at Liao Song's hands would undoubtedly seek me out. Some friends might question this course of action. What could I possibly do for those who have been bullied? While that sentiment holds merit, one must remember that flies do not buzz around a seamless egg. Those who have been bullied were likely to be the school's delinquents. Even the more docile students, when faced with oppression, would often choose to endure in silence. After the confrontation, I made my way to the large playground and settled down. Just as I sat, my phone rang. I picked it up to find it was my mother calling. I quickly answered, inquiring about her reason for calling. My mother, sounding quite excited, announced, I have good news. Your uncle is getting promoted in the coming days. Chapter 36. The Buzzcut Man, really? I was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. If my uncle got promoted, would I still fear Peng Long? Although he had formed a close bond with that Xiangge, I had already established animosity with Xiangge, so there was no need for me to fear him. It should happen within 3 days. My mother continued to speak to me, and I responded with a couple of ahas, saying I had something to attend to, and hung up. After ending the call, I was filled with exhilaration. Coupled with having dealt with Liao Song today, I felt as if joy had doubled. When it was time for class in the afternoon, I returned just 10 minutes before it began. Our teacher had yet to arrive. Upon entering, I spotted that despicable Peng Long sitting next to Su Xiaohua. His status in our class had changed. Everyone knew he was doing well now, and no one dared to bully him. Consequently, he made the four-eyed boy, who was Xiaohua's deskmate, vacate his seat. Fortunately, Peng Long did not engage in any outrageous behavior. He merely sat beside Xiaohua, gazing at her intently. Xiaohua, being such a shy girl, blushed under his scrutiny and did not dare look at him, keeping her head lowered. This infuriated me, and I felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and confront Peng Long. However, it would be unwise to pick a fight with him now. After all, I had endured this for so long. A few more days were inconsequential. So, I approached Xiaohua's desk and tapped lightly, saying, Xiaohua, step outside for a moment. Hey. Peng Long slammed his hand on the desk and glared at me. What do you think you're doing, Xia Xiaobi? I smiled at him, thinking to myself that he should enjoy his arrogance while it lasts. After these few days, I would see how he would continue to flaunt it. Dragon Brother, our homeroom teacher asked Xiaohua to step outside for a moment, I said with a forced grin. Peng Long scoffed, stood up with a thud, and muttered as he walked away, this is such bad timing. I was fuming, unable to believe that I could not retaliate against someone who was harassing my girlfriend. Was this what it meant to be a man? Once Xiaohua and I stepped outside, she looked around and asked where the teacher was. I ruffled her hair and replied, the teacher didn't call for you. I was just deceiving Peng Long. Xiaohua responded with a soft "oh," as if suddenly enlightened. Then she asked, Xiao Lu, can you tell me why you're so afraid of Peng Long? After saying this, she quickly added, I don't mean to suggest that you should fight him or mock you. I'm just a bit puzzled. I gently stroked Xiaohua's hair and said, I understand. After these 3 days, once they pass, I will no longer have to fear him. I promise you, he will never dare to bully you again. Xiaohua nodded in agreement, then cautioned me not to engage in any fights. I responded with a couple of non-committal sounds, brushing her off. When the second class ended, a stranger approached me outside, a man with a buzz cut. His purpose was to enlist my help in confronting Liao Song. His opening line was, I want to beat up Liao Song. Can you help me? Upon hearing this, my heart leapt with joy, and I patted his shoulder, saying absolutely, I can. The buzzcut man asked, how much will it cost? I smiled and shook my head, replying, no payment is necessary. I have my grievances with Liao Song as well. Anyone who has a vendetta against him is a friend of mine. He paused, then nodded, not uttering any sentimental phrases. I felt the same. We had just met, and there was no need for such insincerity. I told him, meet me in the back garden after school, and I will explain everything. He agreed and left. It felt exhilarating to have someone seeking my assistance for a change. However, to my disappointment, the entire afternoon passed with only the buzz-cut man approaching me. It wasn't as I had imagined, with numerous people seeking my help. It was only natural. As an unknown entity, few would be inclined to trust me. As school ended, just as I was about to find the buzz-cut man, Peng Long suddenly grabbed my neck from behind, squeezing it tightly. Come here for a moment, he commanded. I gritted my teeth and reluctantly followed him outside. Dragon brother, what is up? I asked with a smile. Peng Long shot me a sideways glance and said, I heard you beat up Liao Song. I nodded. It was no surprise he had heard. Hitting someone like Liao Song in the cafeteria was bound to attract attention. What? You want to be the top dog? He asked mockingly, tapping my head. Who would dare? You're still around, Dragon brother. How could I presume to take that role? I replied, go ahead, do it. I was thinking of doing just that, but now that you've done it, that is fine by me, he said with a grin. Confused, I wondered if he had received news of my uncle's promotion and was trying to curry favor. Once you succeed, I'll be the school's top dog. After all, you wouldn't dare oppose me, right? He continued with a smirk. I suddenly understood and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had not learned about it yet. Indeed, Dragon Brother is right. I quickly agreed. Peng Long replied, regardless of your success or failure, don't act tough in front of me, understand? Also, I want to pursue Xiaohua. Do you have any objections? I could hardly endure hearing him mention Xiaohua. The thought of him pursuing her made me want to lash out. Are you listening? Peng Long slapped my face with his hefty hand. I feigned acknowledgement, mumbling that I had urgent matters to attend to. Satisfied with my compliance, he nodded and slung his arm over my shoulder. I heard you bought Liao Song a pack of furong wong. Bring me one tomorrow, okay? Sure. I'll get you one tomorrow, I replied, wishing to escape his incessant chatter. I would simply tolerate him for a couple more days. Surprised at my swift agreement, Peng Long paused before saying, I've changed my mind. Tomorrow, give me a pack of Zhonghua instead, all right? He punctuated his words with slaps on my neck. I nodded absently, hurrying downstairs. Once I finally reached the back garden, I was relieved to see the buzz-cut man still waiting for me. Sorry to keep you, I said. He dismissed it, saying it was no problem. I sat down on the edge of the garden. Although the garden seemed empty at this time, it was actually bustling with couples on dates, and we both pretended not to notice. Xiao Lu, what is your plan of action? The buzz-cut man inquired. I shook my head. Although Liao Song is not particularly strong, and I did manage to beat him today, even a lean camel is larger than a horse. To truly replace him, I must utterly defeat him. I currently have no allies, so I can only proceed cautiously. The buzz-cut man contemplated for a moment before saying, I see. You have someone backing you, so Liao Song wouldn't dare offend you, right? Something like that, I replied. Perhaps my aura intimidates him. What's your grudge against Liao Song? I asked the buzz-cut man, to which his face darkened. After a moment, he responded, Liao Song stole my girlfriend. Stole your girlfriend? It's always about women, I thought. However, if that woman is unwilling, Liao Song is powerless. It is evident that the boyfriend with a buzz cut is likely not a commendable individual either. Let us set this aside. Tell me, what role does Liao Song play in the school? Additionally, who among the students possesses greater prowess than him? I inquired of the buzz-cut fellow. After a moment of contemplation, he began to share what he knew. Chapter 37. My uncle has been promoted. He told me that this place is a hidden realm of talent. Despite the youthful appearances, many individuals harbor profound backgrounds. This very fact renders numerous formidable figures hesitant to reveal themselves, as nobody desires to attract trouble. It is only Liao Song, that fool, who leads a group in dominating the school. The buzzcut fellow's words left me feeling embarrassed. I too yearned for a group to seize control of the school. Would that not make me a second fool? For instance, there is a student in class 18 who is the principal's son. No one dares to touch him. There are others with substantial connections as well. For example, Chun Jie has her brother backing her, and that Huang Mao has a particularly powerful individual behind him, Yiliang Fei, who is rumored to possess even greater influence than Huang Mao's supporter. The buzzcut fellow elaborated. Huang Mao, the one who struck Chun Jie, is indeed the very same Huang Mao. It dawned on me why he dared to assault Chun Jie. He has a formidable backing. Is there truly no one bold enough to step forward? Has it fallen upon that fool Liao Song? My confusion prompted me to ask, for I could not believe that so many individuals were content to remain low-key, especially at this age when impulsiveness reigns. There was once someone who approached the pinnacle of the school, but his fate was tragic. The buzzcut fellow spoke slowly. Who? I asked. Huang Mao, he replied. So it is Huang Mao. I murmured to myself, realizing that among these individuals, he was perhaps the most ostentatious, as evidenced by his hair and daily conduct. In the past, Huang Mao was indeed arrogant, with the entire school too intimidated to confront him. Even those few I mentioned had to greet him, though that did not imply fear. They merely maintained a mutual non-aggression pact. Rumor has it that Huang Mao is connected to a big shot in the West District. What a pity. The buzzcut fellow sighed. A big shot from the West District? How could such an influential figure fall? Did the West District big shot abandon him? I was instantly perplexed. The buzzcut fellow coldly remarked, he provoked someone he should not have. It is said that the West District big shot met a dire fate. Though the specifics remain unknown, various versions circulate outside. Some claim his entire family was annihilated, while others say he was driven to relocate due to pressure. Regardless, he has not been seen since, and, consequently, Huang Mao fell from grace, no longer daring to be ostentatious. The buzzcut fellow shook his head and sighed. I too could not help but sigh. One must remain low-key, for one never knows when they might provoke the wrong individual, leading to an untimely demise. Yet, I fancied that the aura of dominance I exuded was not something ordinary people could rival. With that thought, I cannot suppress a chuckle. By the way, there is a particularly amusing incident at our school. The buzzcut fellow suddenly recalled something and told me. What is it? I asked. He recounted an event where a student accidentally collided with a BMW while riding a bicycle, leaving scratches on the expensive car while the bicycle was damaged. The furious BMW driver confronted the student, exclaiming, "My car is worth hundreds of thousands. Can you compensate for it?" The student, feigning innocence, replied, "My bicycle is worth $1 million. I could not help but laugh. That boastful claim could rival my own. However, $1 million bicycle is likely something only a super-rich individual could afford. Enough of this. My primary goal now is to eliminate Liao Song, ensuring he can never rise again, and gradually dismantle his influence to become the school's top dog." I shared my ambitions with the buzzcut fellow. After listening, he leaned back and asked, "Why do you want to do this?" I shook my head, responding, "The specific reasons are not suitable to share at this moment. You will understand in due time. Tell me, do you harbor deep resentment towards Liao Song?" The buzzcut fellow nodded, gritting his teeth. "Yes. I wish I could kill him." "Good. As long as you stand with me to dismantle Liao Song's power, we shall become the kings of the school, and you can treat him as you please." I encouraged the buzzcut fellow. He pondered for a moment and replied, "This matter has me somewhat perplexed. I need to think it over." I acknowledged, "All right, think it through. If you come to a decision, meet me at the school gate tomorrow morning." "Sure, no problem," he affirmed. Upon returning home, I felt particularly elated. Although I currently had only the buzzcut fellow as my ally, it was at the very least a beginning. One leads to another, with 10 supporters. I would dare to take revenge on Xiangge. My parents seemed quite cheerful today. When I inquired about the reason, they remained coy, promising to reveal it during dinner. Truth be told, I was not particularly interested in what they had to share. Their happiness likely stemmed from selling a few more condoms. Dinner was lavish, featuring turtle soup and 10 dishes in total. "Is anyone coming over tonight?" I asked my parents. They shook their heads, replying that no one was visiting. "Then why so many dishes?" I queried. They responded, "To celebrate. You should have a drink too." "All right, a bit of wine to unwind, given how busy I am daily." I agreed. "I have 2 pieces of news for you," my father announced after taking a sip of wine. "First, that classmate of yours has truly become my benefactor. Do you know how impressive he is?" My father beamed with pride. I shook my head, indicating I did not know. My father continued, "He owns dozens of food establishments, not just in our city, but throughout the province. And he has 50 hotels. 50. Can you fathom that? All their supplies are now provided by us. Not just health products, but all daily necessities." My father's excitement caused his hands to tremble slightly. I, however, felt little impact. It merely meant more money, really. "And the second piece of news?" I prompted further. This time, my mother spoke. "Your uncle has successfully been promoted. He is now a manager at his company." "Wonderful," I exclaimed joyfully. "Damn it, Peng Long. Tomorrow will be his end. Just watch me take him down." "All right, you all eat. I have some matters to attend to," I declared, then hurried back to my room. In my room, I paced back and forth several times to calm my racing heart. It seemed Xiao Hua is indeed my benefactor. Not only can she bring good fortune to me, but she can even assist my family. How delightful. The next morning, I rushed to school, fueled by excitement, arriving particularly early. As I approached the entrance, I spotted 4 or 5 individuals standing there. Squinting to see, it was the buzzcut fellow. I quickly approached him, patting his shoulder and saying, "Well done." I then inquired, "Who are these people?" The buzzcut fellow replied, "These are my brothers. They are family from now on." "All right, let's solidify this alliance. Let's head to class together," I declared. Thus, the 6 of us made our way to the classroom. It was the first time I felt this way. Almost floating, I genuinely felt like a leader. Upon reaching our floor in the teaching building, I saw Peng Long at our classroom door, gripping Xiao Hua's arm, seemingly engaged in a conversation, while she struggled to free herself. My anger surged uncontrollably as I cursed at the neighbor. "You no longer have your father to back you up. Let us see how you continue to act so arrogantly." "Peng Long, let go of my girlfriend." I approached Peng Long alongside my companions, the buzzcut boys. He glanced at me with disdain and said, "Oh, isn't this Xia Xiaobi? You dare to call me by my name? Do you wish to die?" With that, he attempted to slap my face, but the buzzcut boy swiftly intervened, pushing his hand away and warning, "You dare to touch our boss? Xiaolu, you better apologize obediently. Or else." Chapter 38, Revenge. I smirked at him, initially eager to retaliate, but now I found myself wanting to toy with him instead. "Brother Long, I misspoke earlier. Could you possibly forgive me?" I squinted at him. He chuckled coldly. "That's better. Your little sidekick, that buzzcut, just tried to hit me. What do you think should happen now?" I feigned ignorance and turned to the buzzcut boy, asking, "What do you think we should do?" Seeing me address Peng Long as brother, the buzzcut boy fell silent, assuming I was too afraid to act. I thought to myself, if only he had a temper. Peng Long would likely be on his knees by now. "Brother Long, after school, I'll take you for a tattoo. Let us call it even, shall we? I'll cover the costs," I said cheerfully. Peng Long snorted and retorted, "Did you bring the cigarettes I asked for?" "Of course I did. The little convenience store didn't have any Zhonghua, so I placed a pre-order. They'll be ready for pickup at noon today, and I'll bring them to you after school," I replied, finally earning his approval with a nod. "You all head back now. Wait for me at the school gate later." I turned to the buzzcut boy, who nodded in agreement, and after they left, I returned to class. Peng Long believed I still feared him, so he continued to shout at me, yet I refrained from retaliating. I planned to deal with him properly after school. At long last, the bell rang, and I caught sight of Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, come with me after class. I'll treat you to a meal." She gasped in surprise, then quickly nodded, agreeing. I gently took her hand and approached Peng Long, "Brother Long, shall we go? Time to grab those cigarettes." My long-standing obedience had instilled in him an unshakable trust, so he stood up and walked out with me. Let go of Xiaohua's hand. "Are you seeking death?" Peng Long turned back and barked at me. I quickly replied, all right, I'll let go," and indeed, I released Xiaohua's hand. Fortunately, he did not escalate the situation further. As we reached the school gate, the buzzcut boys were already waiting for us. I smiled and said, "Let's go to the supermarket." They nodded in agreement, and the buzzcut boy leaned closer, whispering, "Lu Ge, I don't think you should do this. Even if you're not his match, you shouldn't be so submissive." I smiled back at him and whispered, "What do you think of Lu Ge? I'm capable of handling this. Just stick close to me." He nodded, accepting my words. To the west of the school lay an abandoned construction site, once meant for development but left derelict when the owner fled, leaving workers unpaid. Although it was a deserted site, several dilapidated houses remained. We headed in that direction. "Hey, Xiaolu, I don't see any supermarket," Peng Long remarked. I responded, "Brother Long, I'm low on cash." So I didn't buy from a store, but rather obtained the cigarettes from an individual. Since it's illegal, we're conducting the transaction at this abandoned site. He grunted in acknowledgement, warning me not to pull any tricks, or else my uncle would face dire consequences. Of course, I wouldn't harm my uncle. We're close, I assured him, and he nodded satisfied. Before long, we arrived at the decrepit construction site. I whispered to the buzzcut boy, "When we go in, grab a brick." He nodded, "No problem." We continued forward, entering a spacious, vacant warehouse that once served as a workshop. "Where is everyone? Are you an idiot, thinking you were deceived?" Peng Long shouted. My heart raced with exhilaration. The blood coursed through my veins. I had endured his bullying for far too long. Finally, I could exact my revenge. I couldn't help but laugh. Peng Long turned to me and scoffed. "What are you laughing at, you fool?" Ignoring him, I asked the buzzcut boy, Where's that brick? He produced a brick from his pocket and handed it to me. I nodded, testing its weight in my hand, and then turned to Peng Long, Brother Long. What do you think would happen if this brick were to strike your head? He paused, furrowing his brow. Xiao Lu, what do you mean? I ignored him, lost in my thoughts. I'm not sure what the result will be, but let us find out. With that, I swung the brick down hard onto Peng Long's forehead. The sound of cracking echoed as it shattered into 2 pieces. He cried, crumpling to the ground, clutching his head. Even in pain, he threatened me. Xiao Lu, you're seeking death. Don't you fear my father will deal with your uncle? It appeared his head was sturdier than I anticipated. He didn't lose consciousness. I mused, picking up the remaining half of the brick and striking him again, and again, landing 5 blows before his head finally broke open. I surmised it wasn't his skull that was tough. Rather, his skin was thick enough to absorb the impact. Xiaohua gasped, watching in horror, and I gently said to her, Xiaohua, turn away. I'm avenging you now. Xiao Lu, oh no, Lugo, please spare me. I promise. I swear I won't let my father trouble your uncle. Please, I beg you. Peng Long cried, now trembling on the ground, appearing almost pitiful. But recalling his previous actions ignited my fury. No need. You can have your father come after my uncle. I'm unfazed. After all this time, I've held back. If I don't send you to the hospital today, will I stop? I taunted him cruelly. Peng Long trembled, curling up and retreating. Suddenly, I remembered his mockery regarding the scar on my forehead, claiming it was a fine tattoo. Thus, I commanded the buzzcut boys, come here and hold him down. They complied without hesitation. Xiaohua pleaded with me to stop, warning that this could lead to serious trouble, but I reassured her, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Ignoring her, I pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and said to Peng Long, Brother Long, don't you want a tattoo like mine? I promise to take you. Don't rush. I'll give you something even more beautiful. With that, I took a deep drag and pressed the burning cigarette against his forehead. Liu Lugo, I beg you, don't do this. It was all my fault. I deserve it. Please spare me. If you let me go, I'll give you money. No, I'll transfer schools tomorrow. I won't ever appear before you again. Peng Long continued to plead desperately. I sighed and chuckled, saying, you see, this is quite similar to the time I was burned by your brother. Alas, these 2 scars on my forehead are also a result of your actions. Just endure it, won't you? After all, you've always wanted this, right? I won't charge you a penny. I'll even give you a tattoo. With that, I pressed the cigarette but firmly against Peng Long's forehead. He immediately emitted a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, I felt no remorse. This was the first time I had resorted to such cruelty, and I felt he deserved every bit of it. And there's more. Don't rush, I said with a cold smile. Afterward, I pressed the cigarette against his chin, creating a matching burn above and below. Quite aesthetically pleasing, I must say. Xiao Lu, I will make my father deal with you. Peng Long gasped, shouting in fury. No, don't involve me. I have no interest in your father, I replied with a grin. Chapter 39. The playground. Peng Long lay on the ground, howling like a child, his appearance somewhat pitiable, especially with the blood on his head, giving him a rather frightful look. I approached him, patting his face, and said, from now on, you are not to go near Xiaohua. Do you understand? If I see you again, I will strike you again. With that, I tossed the cigarette onto the ground and led my companions away from the construction site. At last, I felt a sense of relief. However, a hint of concern lingered in my heart, as I was uncertain if Peng Long would inform his parents. Even if he chose not to, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance from Xiang Gu and his comrades at school. Then a sudden thought struck me. This could be an excellent opportunity. He has his crew, and I currently have a few allies as well. Moreover, my reputation at school far exceeds his. If a confrontation were to ensue, they would serve as my stepping stones. Lu Gu, you were a bit harsh just now, said the buzzcut guy. I replied, it's nothing. He had it coming. If it weren't for the law, I would have already dealt with him. The buzzcut and his companions nodded in agreement, saying little else. We had lunch together outside before heading back. During the second class of the afternoon, during the break, I decided to sneak into the restroom for a smoke. Just as I took a few puffs, I heard someone calling from inside. Is anyone out there? Bring me some tissue. I recognized that voice all too well. It was a squatting guy. I couldn't help but chuckle as I teased, tissue? I've got some, but you'll have to pay me $100 for it. I initially intended to see how the squatting guy would react, but to my surprise, he shouted my name, Xiao Lu. Hurry and bring me the paper. Taken aback, I asked, how do you know it's me? Stop wasting time. Just bring the paper. He barked again. I quickly handed him my tissue, and after he was done, he emerged from the stall. Those tattered shoes of yours haven't been changed in ages. It's obvious they're yours, he remarked, pointing at my feet. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. I never cared much about my attire, so I couldn't argue with his observation. Come on, let us go chat on the playground, he said. I hesitated. Is that really a good idea? It's time for the morning exercises. We shouldn't be skipping out. If we get caught by the teachers or the principal, we'll be in serious trouble. The squatting guy simply responded, what are you worried about? I go often. He dragged me toward the playground, and despite my reluctance, I followed, reasoning that it couldn't lead to anything too dire, perhaps just a reprimand. Upon arriving at the playground entrance, I noticed a multitude of students in uniforms participating in the exercises. The squatting guy, unfazed, led me to the grassy center of the playground. I felt self-conscious as I noticed all the eyes upon us, so many students and teachers. Yet, strangely, none of the teachers seemed to intervene. The squatting guy settled down in the middle of the playground and began to ramble about Red Alert. I was too distracted to pay attention, casting glances around, ready to flee if a teacher approached. To my astonishment, not a single teacher came our way. After 5 or 6 minutes of conversation, someone suddenly called out from behind us, what are you two doing? He then tapped both our shoulders. I thought, oh no, we're definitely getting caught. Regret washed over me. I should have known better than to come here. The squatting guy turned around and asked, what is up? The person appeared to be a fellow student, likely from the student council. I urged the squatting guy, let us get out of here. But then the student changed his tone, saying, oh, never mind, just wanted to warn you. The ground is cold, don't catch a cold. And with this blazing sun, don't get sunburned. The squatting guy acknowledged with an O of understanding, thanking him, and then asked anything else. The student quickly shook his head, no, nothing else. With that, he hurried away. I sat there, dumbfounded, thinking, this is unbelievable. Another student imitated us, abandoning the exercises to sit on the grass, only to be reprimanded by the student council, who yelled, are you trying to get yourself killed? Get back to jumping. That student stammered, attempting to protest, but was met with a kick from their teacher. The sensation was exhilarating. This was privilege in action. With that realization, I relaxed and engaged in conversation with the squatting guy, completely unconcerned, and we talked until their exercises concluded. Remarkably, no teachers approached us during the entire time. After an afternoon of chatting, I shared with him how I had dealt with Liao Song and Peng Long. The squatting guy merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," as if indifferent to my troubles. Frustrated, I said, I'm just worried he LLC got Xianggu. I'm genuinely scared. He responded with another "oh," which only irritated me further, as he seemed to dismiss my concerns. I'm done talking. I need to get back to class, I said angrily. The squatting guy replied, oh, I'm headed to the internet CAF then. Reluctantly, I returned to the classroom, realizing that dealing with Xianggu would have to be my responsibility alone. Peng Long didn't come to school for several days afterward, and I mentioned this to Chun Jia. To my surprise, she didn't seem as pleased as I had anticipated. Instead, she appeared troubled. When I asked her what was wrong, she sighed and said, I'm just afraid you might end up like my brother. I quickly waved my hands. You really think so highly of me. Your brother is a different kind of person. There is no way I could compare. Recently, I had learned quite a bit about Chun Jia's brother, Yingu. He had also attended our school, albeit several years ahead of us, but was expelled for a rather unique reason. He had assaulted the principal. This principal was from a previous administration, unlike the one we currently had. The incident reportedly stemmed from Yingu attacking the principal's son, which enraged the principal. When Yingu was summoned to the office, presumably to be reprimanded or expelled, he decided that if he was going to be expelled anyway, he might as well retaliate, resulting in the principal ending up in the hospital. In any case, Yingu was quite a legendary figure. Otherwise, Chun Jia wouldn't hold such a prominent position at school. If I could reach your brother's level, I wouldn't fear Xianggu at all. I continued to tell Chun Jia. She shook her head, saying, you really shouldn't have fought with Yi Liangfei back then. Now, Sai. With that, she shook her head and walked away, looking rather mature for her age. Recently, I have not been in contact with Sister Chun, which is why Yi Liangfei has not troubled me. After all, he did instruct Liao Song to kick me that day, and I have yet to settle the score with him. Moreover, the 2 scars on my face are also related to him. This debt will eventually be reckoned, though at present, I lack the ability to do so. Strangely, that afternoon, several individuals approached our class, eager to associate with me, claiming they wished to be my subordinates. Among them were several former subordinates of Liao Song. I found it perplexing, After I had publicly confronted Liao Song, no one had come to my side. Yet now their attitudes had shifted so rapidly. I accepted their offers as I was in need of support. A total of 3 individuals arrived, one named Wang Ming, another Zhang Yang, and a short fellow whose name I cannot recall, so I simply referred to him as the short one. Each of these individuals had 2 or 3 companions, and together we formed a group of about 10. Though the mix of personalities was diverse, it was sufficient to make an impression. A couple of days later, Peng Long had still not returned to school. On the 3rd day, he came back, his head bandaged. I couldn't help but feel amused. He deserved it. I had no intention of addressing that incident yet, when the buzzcut boy suddenly approached me, asking, "Lu Ge, when will you help me win back my girlfriend?" To be honest, I had completely forgotten about the boy's girlfriend. It wasn't that I was being disloyal. Rather, I believed she was not worth it. If she were as admirable as Xiao Hua, Shi Wun Ti had been taken away. Peng Long had persistently pursued Xiao Hua, yet she remained untouched. "It's not that I am unwilling to help you," I said, "but first, tell me how your girlfriend was taken from you." I recalled seeing Liao Song's girlfriend, who seemed quite fond of him. "No, that's not it." The buzzcut boy shook his head. "My girlfriend transferred schools for some reason. I don't even know what happened. She just left." "She didn't inform you?" I asked, puzzled. "No," he replied. "She simply stopped coming, and I couldn't reach her by phone. When I asked Liao Song, he always impatiently responded, 'How would I know where she went?' Eventually, I heard she transferred. Well, if she has already transferred, how can I help you win her back?" I mused, touching my forehead. "She is not even here." The buzzcut boy continued. "I just find it strange, but when I asked Liao Song, he wouldn't say anything. I just need you to find out the truth." After pondering for a moment, I agreed. "All right, once I settle my issues with Peng Long, I'll help you look for her." "Peng Long?" the buzzcut boy asked, surprised. I nodded, "Indeed. I have an old adversary named Xiang Ge from East Street, who happens to be Peng Long's boss. Since Peng Long has a few associates at school, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside." The buzzcut boy nodded and said he would call me if anything arose. I was particularly afraid of Peng Long. And as for Xiang Ge, I had no real fear either. First, I doubted Xiang Ge would dare confront me at school, as the security guards would not stand idly by. If he attempted to fight me within the school grounds, he would face serious repercussions. Outside, we could simply avoid him. After the first class of the morning, I intentionally approached Peng Long. I stood by his side, mimicking his previous demeanor, and slapped the table, saying, "Oh, isn't this Peng Laobi? Your hairstyle looks quite splendid. When will you take me to get one like it?" Peng Long grunted in response, silent, though the scars on his face were glaring. It seemed he had sought treatment, as they were not as pronounced as mine. "Dragon brother," I teased, playfully pinching his head. "What are you planning to do about this situation?" Peng Long winced in pain and shot up, glaring at me. "Meet me at the playground after school today." I chuckled. "What? Are you bringing your boss Xiang Ge to deal with me?" Peng Long shook his head. "I don't need Xiang Ge to handle you. Just wait and see." I replied, "All right, I'll be waiting for you at the playground. Let's not miss each other." With that, I walked away with a grin. Some students nearby looked at me, and I scolded them. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes fed to Peng Long." You believe that? The students around him were often friendly with Peng Long and had mocked me before, so I took this opportunity to retaliate. After my exchange with Peng Long, I informed the buzzcut boy, Wang Ming, and the short one to gather downstairs at noon. They didn't inquire further, simply agreeing. I then sought out Sister Chun, proudly declaring, "Join me at the playground at noon. I want to show you something spectacular." Sister Chun scoffed, asking, "What are you going to do at the playground? It's full of athletes. Are you planning to fight them?" "No, not at all," I clarified. "Someone challenged me to a fight, and I intend to teach him a lesson." Sister Chun looked puzzled and cautiously asked, "Who is it?" "Peng Long," I replied. Upon hearing this, Sister Chun waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's just Peng Long. I thought it was someone serious. Why make such a fuss? Boring." With that, she walked back into the classroom, and I called after her, "Are you coming or not?" But she remained silent. I decided not to dwell on it. Her presence wouldn't change much. At noon, I descended the stairs to find the buzzcut boy and the others waiting for me downstairs. 10 of them stood there, making quite an impression. I joined them, instructing them to wait a moment for Peng Long to arrive. It was dismissal time, and many students were passing by, some taunting us. "What are you posing for? Think you're the big boss?" The short one, upon hearing this, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them. I stopped him, saying, "Let them talk. What is the harm? With your stature, who can you defeat?" My words were playful, and the short one laughed along. In truth, I had no idea how skilled he was in a fight, but I assumed he had some capability. Before long, Peng Long appeared, his head bandaged, flanked by 3 or 4 others, including the towering student. Among this group, I held the most animosity toward the giant, for had he not blocked my escape that day, I might have evaded capture. I whispered to the buzzcut boy and the others, make sure to keep an eye on that giant. Suddenly, the short one interjected, leave the giant to me. I couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how this short one, much like me, never missed a chance to show off. Let us go, said Peng Long, his expression dark. I smiled. Despite his demeanor, he did exude an air of authority. The giant beside him was indeed formidable in stature. As they walked, the short one made a point to provoke the giant, taunting with a body that size, your head must be empty. The giant retorted, you are the one who is empty. The short one, feigning deep thought, replied, if it's not empty, then what fills it is merely waste. The giant, furious, pointed at the short one, saying, just wait until we settle this. Upon reaching the playground, I suddenly noticed several people already gathered there. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Oh no, Peng Long had recruited others. I had forgotten he had allied himself with numerous individuals, including Yi Liangfei and Liao Song. The individual standing on the playground today is none other than Yi Liangfei. He is acquainted with numerous athletes, and those standing beside him are all quite robust, which makes our side appear somewhat feeble in comparison. Trouble brews. He has spotted Yi Liangfei. I whispered to the crew around me. He's looking for him. The short fellow exclaimed, who cares? Isn't it you whom Peng Long invited? As Yi Liangfei approached to join the fray, I thought to myself, regardless of the odds, we must confront him today. Even if it means enduring a beating, so be it. However, I cannot lay a hand on Yi Liangfei. The crew has warned me that he is backed by someone formidable, reputedly the boss of the West District, and if I were to strike him, that individual would retaliate fiercely. Ah, Brother Fei is here too. What brings you here? I cheerfully greeted him, attempting to convey familiarity. Yi Liangfei, however, retorted dismissively, what business do you have here? Instantly, my countenance faltered. Just as I was about to respond, the short fellow beside me pointed at the playground and cursed. Look at how big he is. So much air. Laughter erupted among us. The short fellow's tongue is truly unmatched. Where did this little squirt come from? Seeking trouble? Yi Liangfei waved his hand, and several of his companions stepped forward, ready to confront the short fellow. Just then, Chun Jie arrived, panting heavily. Chun Jie, what brings you here? I inquired. She shot me a glare and replied, didn't you ask me to come? I suspected Peng Long wouldn't be alone. Fortunately, I came to check, or you be in trouble again. I chuckled nervously, acknowledging her astuteness. Chun Jie then turned her attention to Yi Liangfei, saying, why are you meddling in others' affairs again? Yi Liangfei chuckled. Chun Jie, what brings you here? If you've come, why are you over by Xiao Lu's side? Come over here. Chun Jie shook her head. I'm here to support Xiao Lu. Yi Liangfei's expression shifted. You're aiding Xiao Lu? By what right? Chun Jie cursed in response. If you can assist Peng Long, why can't I help Xiao Lu? If you refuse to back Peng Long, I want to assist Xiao Lu either. How about that? Yi Liangfei's expression changed several times, and Peng Long, growing anxious, pleaded, Brother Fei, you can't abandon me in this. That's Xiao Lu. Shut it. Just because you're quiet doesn't mean you're mute. Yi Liangfei snapped at Peng Long, who fell silent. Let us do this, Yi Liangfei suddenly proposed. Look at how many people Xiao Lu has brought. It would be excessive not to support Peng Long, right? Goodness. Yi Liangfei, what are you doing, playing the Good Samaritan? And your entourage behind you. Each one of them looks formidable. Why don't you try to lay a finger on him? Chun Jie stepped in front of me, hands on her hips. Yi Liangfei's face darkened, and after several changes in expression, he finally laughed. Chun Jie, can't you see? I can't strike you. We've grown up together. I wouldn't dream of hitting you. If you dare not strike, then cease your bluster and leave. Chun Jie seemed to be in a foul mood today, repeatedly undermining Yi Liangfei's authority. Yi Liangfei, now irked, declare fine. I'll stand right here and see who dares to touch Peng Long. Fin, at limit. Running to Peng Long and slapping him across the face. I'm hitting him today. What can you do about it? Yi Liangfei's expression grew even more severe. He could never strike Chun Jie, nor could his friends dare to touch her. However, the same could not be said for Yi Liangfei, as my crew would certainly be bold enough to confront him. Xiao Lu, wait for it. Have you forgotten what I told you? I see you're ready to throw in the towel. Let us see how this plays out. Yi Liangfei threatened me, indicating he was prepared to abandon Peng Long. Peng Long rushed to whisper something in Yi Liangfei's ear, and he nodded repeatedly before finally agreeing. Here's the deal. I'll remain uninvolved. You must do the same with Xiao Lu. Let them pick their opponents for a one-on-one duel. Whoever loses must leave. How does that sound? Chun Jie glanced back at me, perhaps seeking my approval. After consideration, I raised my voice towards Yi Liangfei, Brother Fei. I recall you once told me, why would I engage in a duel when my side outnumbers yours? Yi Liangfei scoffed, quit the nonsense. Just state if you dare. With a cold smirk, I replied, very well, I accept. I'll consider your previous remarks as mere gas. Yi Liangfei pointed at me menacingly. You'll regret this. If I don't take you down, I'm not human. Ignoring him, I turned to Peng Long. So, Peng Long, shall we engage in a duel or what? Peng Long shook his head. Are you out of your mind? Look at my condition. How could I fight you? I'll have someone else take my place. He gestured toward the towering figure beside him. Seeing this giant made my head spin. Damn, who could possibly take him on? I muttered. Scared now? Peng Long taunted. At that moment, the giant stepped forward, pointing at the short fellow beside me. You step forward. Today, I'm only fighting your mouth. Hey, am I supposed to fear you? The short fellow stepped forward, declaring, I'm not fighting anyone but your backside. As the short fellow prepared to face the giant, I quickly intervened. Come back. This isn't the time for bravado. If you lose, we'll be in deep trouble. Trust me, Brother Liu. He has no match for me. The short fellow insisted, thumping his chest. His few companions encouraged him to take the chance, suggesting he might just succeed. I pondered for a moment, glancing at his friends. Do any of you believe you can defeat that giant? They all shook their heads, indicating they could not. I sighed, thinking it might be worth a shot with the short fellow. Even if he faltered, I could always play the fool, as I have a thick skin. All right, short fellow. Give it a try, I said, patting him on the shoulder. He responded with an enthusiastic, all right, and promptly stripped off his jacket and shirt, baring his torso. Though he was short and lean, his muscles were quite pronounced. However, I fear that if they clashed, the giant would likely send him flying before he could even land a blow. Come over here, extend your backside. I'll slap you twice, the short fellow taunted. Stepping forward, the giant smirked, turning around to present his backside. Come on, come on, come on. Hit me. The short fellow yawned and retorted. You asked for it. I wanted your backside, not your mouth. Do you not understand? Laughter erupted from our side. The short fellow's wit was unparalleled. The giant, unable to contain himself, threatened. You're about to regret this. We all took a step back, creating space for the impending clash, and the short fellow, with a mischievous grin, dashed towards the giant. Despite their height difference, it wasn't as extreme as one might think. Only about 20 centimeters separated them. The diminutive fighter proved to be far more ferocious than I had anticipated. He dashed forward, seizing the giant's neck and forcefully yanking him down. Following this, he delivered a swift knee strike to the giant's face. Before the first leg even touched the ground, the second leg followed suit, landing another blow to the giant's visage. The two strikes were exhilarating, causing the giant to stagger back 2 steps, blood erupting from his nose. Wiping the blood from his face, he pointed at the little fighter and declared, You're finished, you mother. With that, he charged forward. The little fighter chuckled and clenched his fists, engaging in a fierce tussle with the giant. Surprisingly nimble, the little fighter managed to topple the giant. After regaining his footing, the giant approached once more. But the little fighter exhibited no fear. Grasping the giant's hair, he relentlessly pounded the giant's face and stomach. Initially, the giant attempted to hold his ground, but soon he begged for mercy, exclaiming, No more, it hurts too much, I surrender. The little fighter fought with reckless abandon, seemingly impervious to pain, intent only on delivering punishment. Unable to withstand the little fighter's onslaught any longer, the giant pleaded for mercy. Yet, the little fighter was undeterred, landing blows to the giant's mouth, cursing, Watch as I destroy you. Ultimately, the giant, clutching his head, fled, with the little fighter in relentless pursuit. We stood by astonished. None of us expected such ferocity from someone so diminutive. All right, come back, I called out, prompting the little fighter to return. The giant rejoined Peng Long, whose expression was dark, berating the giant. Damn, you're useless. You can't even defeat that little squirt. If you can fight, then go for it. The giant, unable to hold his tongue, retorted, inciting Peng Long as fury. Just as he was about to explode, Yi Liangfei cursed and turned to leave with his group. Chapter 42. Sister Chun. How did it go? The little fighter asked with a grin. Although the giant had not bested him, he bore some bruises, his face mottled with shades of purple and blue, which made his smile rather amusing. Well done, I said, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. I then turned to Peng Long, inquiring, will you honor your previous words? Would he dare not? Sister Chun scoffed. Peng Long wouldn't dare challenge Sister Chun, partly due to her relationship with Xiang Go, and partly because she had bested him too many times, leaving an indelible shadow in his mind. After stammering for a while, Peng Long finally turned and left, which delighted me. Today, the little fighter truly brought me pride. Let us go, I'll treat you all to lunch. I announced to the group, adding, Sister Chun, you should join us too. The previously imposing Sister Chun suddenly appeared flustered, exclaiming, is that appropriate? One to your girlfriend misunderstand? I reassured her, no worries, Xiaohua is very understanding. Sister Chun let out a small sigh, somewhat disappointed, yet obediently followed behind me. Lacking funds for an upscale restaurant, I settled for a modest eatery, reserving a private room for our meal. In celebration of the day, we indulged in a few extra drinks, with Sister Chun partaking as well. I suggested, given our state, perhaps we should skip the afternoon classes. Sounds good. Attending in this condition would only lead to more trouble with the teachers. The crew agreed. So, where shall we go? The buzzcut guy inquired. What do you mean where? Your destination is of no concern to Lu Gu, the little fighter quipped. Didn't you see Lu Gu is with Sister Chun? Upon hearing this, Sister Chun's face flushed crimson, and she retorted, shut up, be careful, or I'll smack you. The little fighter raised an eyebrow at me, wearing a mischievous grin. After our meal, I decided against attending school that afternoon, feeling slightly dizzy. I sought a place to rest, but options were scarce, and I was too fatigued to engage in gaming. The little fighter, ever resourceful, gathered the buzzcut guy and others, bidding me farewell with a cheerful Lu Gu. We're off. His charming nature was immensely likable. He was capable and sociable. If he joined a company, he would undoubtedly thrive. Where shall we go? Sister Chun asked. Let us find somewhere to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted, I replied. Sister Chun agreed. I'm tired too, and my head aches a bit. She then took my hand, leading me toward a nearby hotel. I quickly halted her, saying, wait, let us not go to that place. Let us find another hotel. Sister Chun inquired why, and I thought to myself, why? Because that hotel is owned by Xiaohua's father. Going there would be akin to courting disaster. Didn't you have a conflict with the security there? It might be awkward if we run into them, I casually remarked. Sister Chun pondered for a moment and nodded. Good point. So where to then? I suggested we find a random place. We ended up at the hotel where I had previously gone with Ying, securing a room. Sister Chun, her cheeks flushed from the drinks, resembled a ripe apple, so adorably captivating that I could hardly resist the urge to kiss her. Upon entering the room, I discovered it contained 2 single beds, which left me somewhat dissatisfied. Alas, I had no choice but to sleep separately from Sister Chun. She flopped on her bed and promptly fell asleep, shoes still on. Initially quite tired, I found myself wide awake, my heart racing with desire, particularly because Sister Chun was so beautiful, and I had harbored feelings for her. I had long been reluctant to acknowledge my affection for her, yet at this moment, I truly liked her. I recalled a saying by Stephen Chow. How could one not be moved by such a beautiful woman who has done so much for you? You're not a mere radish. I sighed. Liking Sister Chun didn't negate my feelings for Xiaohua. I cherished both of them equally. Sister Chun had fallen asleep hastily, her shoes still on. I approached her, gently removing her shoes and covering her with a blanket. I returned to my own bed, preparing to sleep, but just as I was about to lie down, my phone buzzed. I picked it up to discover a message from an unknown number. Intrigued, I opened it to find a simple text. Xiao Lu, someone informed me they saw you having lunch with Sister Chun. She hasn't made it to class yet. Where the hell did you take her? I cursed under my breath and replied, who the hell are you? Why do with Sister Chun is none of your business. Moments later, the person called. I didn't answer as Sister Chun was sleeping, and I didn't want to disturb her. Shortly after, another message came through, identifying himself as Yi Liangfei, demanding to know Sister Chun's whereabouts. I chuckled, realizing it was Yi Liangfei. Having had a few drinks, emboldened by the alcohol, I responded playfully, oh, it's you, Feej. Sister Chun is with me. We're at a hotel. What is the matter? We'll talk when we get back. We're going to sleep now. I could practically envision Yi Liangfei fuming on the other end. Sure enough, moments later, he sent another barrage of messages filled with curses. I ignored him, letting him vent his frustrations. He continued, I don't believe you. Don't think you can provoke me. I smirked and snapped a photo of Sister Chun, sending it to him with the message, how about now? Believe me? I'm turning off my phone. Don't disturb our little world. With that, I powered down my phone. After some contemplation, it struck me as rather foolish to sleep alone in that bed while Sister Chun was right beside me. I stood up and lay down on Sister Chun's bed. Although it was a bit cramped, our slender frames allowed us to fit comfortably. Due to the limited space, we were nearly pressed against each other, and with every breath she took, her warm breath caressed my face, igniting a delightful sensation within me. However, if I were to do something to her now, wouldn't that be a bit beastly? Yet if I do nothing, would I not be even more beastly? Regardless of her situation, although I, Xia Lu, am not a petty person, I am certainly not a paragon of virtue. Moreover, I have already developed certain feelings for Chun Jie. Consequently, I slowly extended my hand towards her, but just as I was about to touch her, I abruptly recoiled. I suddenly remembered something Chun Jie once told me. What are you doing? If you like me, then pursue me. If you pursue me, I will accept you. Indeed. What was I doing? This was exceedingly unfair to Chun Jie. If I were to act thus, I would be even lesser than Yi Liangfei. I stood up and went to wash my face in the restroom, then returned to lie down. Curiously, after dismissing that thought, I fell asleep shortly thereafter. Just before slumber, I hazily pondered that although Chun Jie was not my girlfriend, Xiaohua was. Why was I not doing anything for Xiaohua either? Wasn't he that rather foolish? When I woke up, it was Chun Jie who roused me. With wide eyes and her phone in hand, she asked, what is going on? I rubbed my eyes, sat up abruptly, and sheepishly replied, I was just trying to annoy him. Annoy you, my foot? Chun Jie exclaimed, swiftly pinching my ear, causing me to yelp in pain. You're going to get yourself in trouble. Just wait until Yi Liangfei deals with you, she scolded. If he does, you'll still be there to protect me, I retorted, but this time my tone was teasing, tinged with a hint of flirtation. Forget it. I can't be bothered anymore. It's time to go home, Chun Jie said as she began to pack her things. I glanced at the clock. It was past 6, and it was indeed time to leave. I stood up and walked out with her. Chun Jie, have you explained things to Yi Liangfei? I inquired. She shot me a glance and replied, do I need to explain my matters with you to him? I was taken aback, realizing she was right. Our relationship was of no concern to Yi Liangfei. I immediately shook my head, declaring it unnecessary. Then that is settled. Let us go, she said. I nodded, feeling quite pleased within. After arriving home, I sat in my room troubled. Earlier, under the influence of alcohol, I had deliberately tried to annoy Yi Liangfei, but normally, I would never dare to act so recklessly, as I was no match for him, especially with his formidable backing. What should I do? I rubbed my temples, my mind a chaotic jumble. Never mind, I thought I could always soften my stance tomorrow and see how he responds. The next day, on my way to school, I felt the eyes of many on me, prompting me to smugly think that I must look quite handsome today. As for Peng Long, he would certainly not let things slide. With Xianggu backing him, he had not managed to deal with me at school, but outside, I was entirely at his mercy. What could I do? Though I had always wanted to confront Xianggu directly, I currently lacked the strength. Most importantly, there was still Yi Liangfei to contend with. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Peng Long had previously leveraged his father's influence over my uncle against me, but now my uncle had become a manager, ranking above Peng Long's father. I could have my uncle exert pressure on his father instead. I slapped my forehead in realization. Why hadn't I thought of this sooner? Immediately, I stood up and rushed to Peng Long's desk, knocking on it and saying, come out with me. What is it? Peng Long asked, clearly unwilling. Why are you so chatty? Just come out, I retorted before stepping outside to wait for him. Once he emerged, we headed to the restroom together. Inside, several people were smoking, including one who had previously attempted to bully me but had backed down. Now, upon seeing me, he appeared awkward and somewhat fearful, as I was no longer the same person I had been. Lugo, what brings you here? One of the students offered me a cigarette. I accepted it and replied, if you have no business here, then get lost. The group exchanged glances, and one by one, they extinguished their cigarettes and exited. One remained, a familiar face, the one who had been with the crew of troublemakers. He looked at me disdainfully, continuing to smoke. I initially considered confronting him, but decided against it. After all, having fewer enemies was preferable. Peng Long, have you spoken to your father? I asked while taking a drag. Peng Long's face turned ashen as he nodded. I acknowledged his response and continued. I know you still want to seek Xianggu's help against me, don't you? He shook his head. No, you needn't deny it. Even if you do, I won't hold it against you, I sneered. To my surprise, Peng Long suddenly choked back tears and exclaimed, "What the hell would I want from him?" P.S. Just an idiot. I was taken aback. Why was Peng Long crying? And why was he insulting Xiangge? Xia Lu, I admit defeat to you. That Xiangge claimed he would protect me. After I lured you out, he'd take me in, but every day he demands money from me. Yesterday, when I asked him to help me deal with you, he immediately asked for 1,000 yuan. Why didn't he pay? He beat me up and said I deserved it. Peng Long sobbed. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Serves you right. I chuckled, knowing full well that Peng Long had relied on money to make connections. Such people were typically discarded when they ran out of cash. I stepped outside, feeling elated. There was no longer any need to have my uncle pressure him. During class, since Xiaohua and I were not seated together, I wrote a note and had a classmate pass it to her. The note read, "Wait for me after school. Let us stroll in the back garden." However, when that note reached a student in the second row, he ripped it up and tossed it into the trash. I glared at him, infuriated, thinking that I would definitely confront him after class. I wrote another note, carefully bypassing his position, and passed it to Xiaohua. After reading it, she glanced back at me. At that moment, the teacher suddenly called out, "Su Xiaohua, what do you have there? Hand it over." He rushed down to snatch the note from her, causing Xiaohua to pale in fear. In a surprising move, she quickly ate the note. The teacher trembled with rage, finally bellowing, "You, get out and stand in the hallway." Xiaohua stood up, her face flushed, and walked out with her book. I quickly stood up, grinning at the teacher. "Sir, that note was mine. I was writing a love letter to Xiaohua. She's innocent. Let me go stand outside instead." "You both get out and stand," the teacher barked. I smirked, thinking it was perfect, as I would have the chance to be alone with Xiaohua. I grabbed a stool and headed outside. The teacher immediately threw a piece of chalk at me, saying, "Who told you to move the stool? When I say stand, you should understand." I feigned innocence and tossed the stool into the aisle before stepping outside. The teacher, fuming, fell silent. The students below stared at me, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. At that moment, the student who had torn my note suddenly shouted, "Idiot!" Fury surged within me, and I pointed at him, saying, "Wang Zuan, who are you calling an idiot?" Wang Zuan retorted, "I'm calling you an idiot. Aren't you one? Just because of you. How many people's classes are being disrupted? Do you really think you're a big shot? Damn it. Xiaolu, get out, do you hear me?" The teacher shouted. Sensing the situation was becoming uncontrollable, I let out a soft hum and whispered, "You wait until class is over." Upon exiting the classroom, I noticed Xiaohua standing outside, diligently engrossed in her studies, for she was an exemplary student. With a cheerful demeanor, I approached her and asked, "Hey Xiaohua, did you read my note?" Xiaohua stammered a soft acknowledgement, prompting me to say, "Make sure you don't leave after school. Wait for me." She barely whispered a good in response. My heart swelled with joy, and I found my anger dissipating. As Xiaohua continued her studies, I hesitated to disturb her and instead engage in a chat on QQ with my phone. Just then, my buzzcut friend was online, so I sent him a message. "Bring some people to our class later. I need to deal with someone." Shortly, he replied, inquiring whom I intended to confront. I mentioned a fellow named Wang Zuan from our class. He immediately responded, "Lu Gu, you can't touch that guy." I asked why. He explained, "We can't afford to provoke him." I was taken aback. Was there truly someone in this school I couldn't confront? I had already tangled with Yi Liangfei. What was Wang Zuan to me? I dismissed his concerns and insisted, "Just come after class." He relented with a fine. As class ended, I was about to rush in when Wang Zuan emerged from the classroom. I seized him and asked, "What's the rush?" He glared at me and retorted, "Am I afraid of you just because you yelled at the neighbor?" Infuriated, I grabbed his collar and demanded, "What makes you so bold?" Wang Zuan smirked and said, "If you really want to fight, I'll be waiting for you at the school gate after class." Deal? I agreed, saying, "Who wouldn't he come after school?" He replied, "You said it." I huffed and messaged my buzzcut friend, "You don't need to come. Just wait for me at the school gate after class." He acknowledged. Frustrated, I lamented that my long-awaited opportunity to spend time with Xiaohua was disrupted by this incident. The entire afternoon was clouded by thoughts of Wang Zuan. I couldn't fathom why someone who had never caused trouble and excelled academically would have such a volatile temperament. I had merely asked him to pass a note. How had it escalated? Chapter 44. Encountering a tough opponent later, I came to realize that, in the eyes of diligent students, individuals like myself were detestable. Uncharacteristically, Yi Liangfei did not seek me out for trouble today, leaving me puzzled. Could it be that he intended to let me off the hook? I doubted it. Yi Liangfei was known for his vengeful nature. Having provoked him to such a degree yesterday, how could he possibly let me be? I suspected he was concocting some nefarious plan, perhaps intending to summon outside help to confront me. Regardless, I needed to resolve the situation with Wang Zuan first. As school ended, I pointed at Wang Zuan and said, "I'll be waiting for you at the gate." He muttered a curse and began packing his bag. Observing him, I couldn't shake the impression that he was a good student. "Xiaohua, I can't accompany you today. Let us reschedule for tomorrow," I cheerfully informed her, not waiting for her agreement. As I exited the classroom, I made my way to the school gate and lit a cigarette, waiting for my buzzcut friend and his crew. Soon, they arrived, a group of about 10, their presence quite imposing. "Lu Gu," they greeted as they approached. I acknowledged them and said, "Wang Zuan is a good student. Not a thug. Just let me handle him lightly." My buzzcut friend frowned and cautioned, "Lu Gu, tonight's encounter is likely to end poorly for us." I inquired why. Just as Wang Zuan approached us, "Let us go," he said. I asked where, and he pointed toward an alley. I thought it curious that he was so professional about the situation. Initially, I intended only to confront him lightly, but with my entourage present, it seemed he was ready for a real confrontation. Yet, he showed no fear at all, which made me uneasy. "Buzzcut friend, what kind of person is Wang Zuan?" I asked, growing anxious. He replied, "Don't ask. I advised you, but you wouldn't listen. Now, we have no choice but to proceed." With a sigh, I acquiesced. Upon reaching the alley, we spotted a few individuals standing there, and our bravado vanished. Wang Zuan had not summoned schoolmates, but rather individuals from the streets. And they were not mere thugs. They appeared far more intimidating than even Xiang Gu and his crew. Each stood around 6 feet tall, armed, with muscular builds that dwarfed mine. I stared at them, feeling a deep sense of trepidation. One stepped forward and asked, "Who are you with?" I was taken aback, not fully comprehending. My buzzcut friend whispered, "They're asking who you associate with. Think of someone you know." I thought to myself, I know nobody but myself. In a moment of desperation, I stammered, "I'm with Zhang Tian." I concocted a name, hoping to deceive them. The person responded with an O, then struck me across the face, instructing, "Keep a low profile in school." Understood? I nodded vigorously, insisting, "I understand. It's merely a misunderstanding with Wang Zuan." He nodded, resembling someone educating a child. Students should focus on their studies and avoid pretending to be tough. If you encounter real trouble, it could end badly for you. Understood? I nodded repeatedly, affirming, "You're absolutely right." The individual then conversed with Wang Zuan, who nodded in response, and then they departed. I stood there utterly deflated, realizing I had indeed encountered an insurmountable challenge. Thankfully, Wang Zuan wasn't the type to engage in serious conflict. Otherwise, we might have faced dire consequences. "Let us go," I told my buzzcut friends, who were sweating profusely, their faces pale with fear. I bought a pack of cigarettes and distributed them, stating, "Let us keep this under wraps. It would be embarrassing if it got out." They nodded in agreement. "Lu Gu, we're heading home now," my buzzcut friend said. I replied, "All right, go quickly. You need to get home for dinner." They acknowledged and dispersed, while I rushed home myself. The individual who struck me had clearly held back, for otherwise, my lip would have been split. He likely shared my sentiment of merely wanting to teach a lesson, viewing us as children. True tough individuals wouldn't waste their time with someone like me. Upon arriving home, I was still shaken. I logged on to QQ and messaged Chinjia, "Are you there?" She quickly responded, "Yes, I'm playing Dreamland." "What is up?" I asked. "Do you know Wang Zuan?" After a long pause, I worried she too had found him formidable, which is why she hadn't replied. Just as I feared the worst, she responded, "I know him." "Why?" I inquired, "Is he tough?" She replied, "Pretty tough. Yes, in your class, right? What is going on?" After considering my next move, I asked, "Are you free now? I'd like to go for a walk." She responded affirmatively, "Sure. Where shall I wait for you?" I thought for a moment and suggested, "Just wait on the street next to your house." She agreed, "All right, I'll head out now." Glancing at the clock, I noticed it was past 9, and realizing it was late and unsafe for her to be out alone, I hurried to meet her. At this hour, my parents were engrossed in watching television outside. If I expressed a desire to step out, they would undoubtedly refuse. However, I was indifferent, for I had a window in my room through which I could easily leap. After jumping out of the window, I hurried towards Chun Jie, running briskly. From a distance, I spotted her graceful figure swaying gently in the breeze. I rushed over and asked her if she had been waiting long. She replied that she had just come out, curious as to why I had suddenly called her out that evening. After pondering for a moment, I confided in Chun Jie about the incident of the day, as I considered her a trusted companion. Upon hearing my tale, she scolded me. You are truly foolish. Do you think everyone is so easy to bully? I wouldn't dare provoke Wang Zun, and he is not even one to stir up trouble. He merely focuses on his studies daily. I retorted, how was I to know he was so formidable? I never intended anything serious. I merely wanted to intimidate him a little. I didn't expect to be so frightened tonight. Chun Jie chuckled lightly and teased, frightened? Let me see if you've wet yourself. Her jest caused my face to flush with embarrassment, prompting me to plead, come on, don't make fun of me. Jin Ye. She scoffed and said, is that all it takes to scare you? Let me tell you something you should not fear. Intrigued, I inquired what it was. Chun Jie continued, didn't you provoke Liang Fei? His uncle is far more formidable than the people Wang Zuin has on his side. If you push him too hard, his uncle could make quick work of you. A chill ran down my spine. It seemed that people nowadays were anything but simple. Everyone had connections that were rather intimidating. I pondered why so many individuals chose to remain low-key. Even Feng Gu and his crew were unwilling to assist me, and now it made sense. Was Yi Liangfei not the kingpin of our school? I feigned composure and queried Qinjie. She contemplated and replied, that's about right. Yi Liangfei initially aspired to seize control, but after the disappearance of the boss from the West District, he abandoned that ambition. I asked why so. Tianye patiently eplinet. Huang Mao wanted to dominate, but his backing vanished, and if Yi Liangfei sought power, what if his uncle met a similar fate? Surely not. Did the West District boss offend someone from our school? I pressed. Without hesitation, Chun Jian nodded, confirming my suspicion. Goodness, who was that person? I hurriedly asked. Chun Jie merely stated, a very formidable individual. Why? Do you wish to seek his help? I chuckled lightly, responding, no, why would he help me? Tenyes tefed affirming. Indeed, he wouldn't concern himself with you. He only cares for his own affairs. It is precisely because of his presence that there is no true boss in the school. No one dares to rise. Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I too wished to rise, yet without any backing, it would be even easier for them to target me. I resolved to maintain a lower profile in the future. Getting beaten is quite normal. Don't let it trouble you too much. Besides, Wang Zuin hasn't done anything severe to you, right? And as for Yi Liangfei, just avoid provoking him in the future, Chun Jie advised. But if I end up in a conflict with Yi Liangfei, it would be because of you, I said, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Chun Jie opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately turned away in silence. The atmosphere grew awkward once more, and I could not fathom why I had blurted that out. Do you live alone every night? I inquired, seeking to shift the conversation. Chun Jie nodded, stating, pretty much. Unless my brother is home. I followed up, and during the new year? She replied, my brother and I celebrate together. My parents don't return. I felt a twinge of sympathy for Chun Jie. Her parents seemed rather irresponsible, leaving her alone even during the holidays. If there is nothing else, I shall head home, she said. I nodded, albeit reluctantly, allowing her to leave. After she returned home, I lingered outside her door for a while, glancing over at Yi Liangfei's residence before finally turning back and heading home myself. The following day, I arrived at school, first placing my backpack down, then making my way to Wang Zuin's desk. He glanced up at me, his brow furrowed, and asked, what do you want? I smiled and said, about yesterday. I sincerely apologize. Wang Zuin merely huffed, remaining silent, likely regarding me as nothing more than a worthless scoundrel, unworthy of his time. Since he was disinclined to engage with me, I saw no reason to force the interaction. We were not of the same ilk, and it was best to minimize our encounters moving forward. As the day wore on without any incident, I found myself feeling a bit bored. For so many days, I had been embroiled in conflicts. Today, however, seemed unusually calm, with even Yi Liangfei refraining from troubling me. Suddenly, I felt an itch for excitement. I still needed to address the matter concerning Liao Song. While I may not be able to confront him directly, I was confident he wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Surely, he would answer my questions without resistance. After school, I told Xiao Hua to accompany me for a brief errand before we had dinner together. She agreed, indicating she needed to inform her father first. Once Xiao Hua finished her call, I led her to find the buzzcut guy, and we summoned Wang Meng Zhangyang and a few others before heading to Liao Song's location. Although I had publicly reprimanded him once, Liao Song still held the position of the school's visible leader, his status undiminished. Upon entering their classroom, I spotted him sitting in the back, smoking, surrounded by a few others, including a girl. I approached their classroom door and knocked, and called out, "Liao Song, step outside for a moment." As soon as I spoke, all eyes turned towards me, including Liao Song, who rose silently, grabbing a broom from the trash heap as he walked out. With a cigarette clenched between his lips and a broom in hand, he was followed by several others, all of whom were also smoking, creating an intimidating scene. However, given our numbers, I felt no fear. I knew he wouldn't dare confront me. "What do you want?" Liao Song kicked the door and inquired, his tone dripping with malice, entirely dismissive of me, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. "I have a question for you." I forced myself to remain calm as I spoke to him. Liao Song scoffed, running his hand along the broom, then asked, "What is the matter? Does Lu Gu need something from his little brother?" I didn't waste time with banter. I pointed at the buzzcut guy and stated, "You previously took his girlfriend, who then transferred schools. Do you know where she went?" Liao Song glanced down at the buzzcut guy, then burst into laughter. "ISNT that the fool I knocked out? So, he is your little brother now?" As soon as he finished speaking, his entourage began to jeer, pointing at Wang Meng, Zhang Yang, and the little guy, saying, "I've dealt with him before. He didn't dare make a sound when I beat him." Wang Meng and the others' expressions soured, and the little guy brandished a piece of furniture leg from his backpack, threatening, "You want to try me?" I quickly pulled him back, urging him to keep his cool, then turned to Liao Song and asked, "I'm still asking you. Do you know where she went?" With a disdainful huff, Liao Song replied, "That skanky girl? How would I know where she went? Once I was done with her, I tossed her aside. Where she goes is none of my concern." At that moment, the buzzcut guy erupted in anger, fist clenched, ready to strike. I restrained him, furrowing my brow at Liao Song and demanding, "What do you mean by that? What does it mean? Are you unable to comprehend my words? If there is nothing important, refrain from seeking me out. I have no time to entertain you." A sense of foreboding washed over me. Liao Song was behaving unusually today. Just as I prepared to retreat, it was already too late. The little man swung a stool leg and struck Liao Song on the head, causing him to stagger back, clutching his skull. "Try me if you dare," the little man taunted. "Xiao Lu, are you seeking death?" Liao Song cursed furiously. Immediately after, he bellowed, "Everyone get out here." With that command, every classroom door in the corridor swung open, and 3 or 4 individuals emerged from each room, all brandishing stool legs. There were nearly 20 people from 6 or 7 classes on this floor, while we were left with only a handful, myself, the buzzcut guy, Wang Meng, and the little man. "Liao Song, what do you intend to do?" I inquired, glancing around and shielding Xiao Hua behind me. "You are the one who sought me out, yet you ask what I plan to do? Do you take me for a fool? Today, I shall show you who is in charge. Attack him." Liao Song shouted, and instantly, the crowd surged toward us, weapons drawn. At that moment, I instinctively shouted, "Wait." As soon as the words left my mouth, they halted. Liao Song looked at me, questioning, "What's going on?" I scoffed and replied, "Did you think I would come unprepared?" Liao Song's eyes widened in surprise as he scanned the area. But upon realizing there was no one else around, he cursed, "Are you trying to scare me?" I huffed, "Just wait a moment." Turning to Xiao Hua, I instructed, "Go downstairs and have Feng Ge and the others block the corridor." After delivering a gentle pat on her backside, Xiao Hua, without further questioning, complied and headed downstairs. Liao Song, frowning, returned to his classroom and made a phone call, though I had no idea to whom he was speaking. When he emerged, I instantly altered my demeanor, greeting him with a grin. "Brother Song, is this really necessary for such a trivial matter? If you assault me today, Feng Ge and the others will undoubtedly retaliate tomorrow. When will this cycle of vengeance end? How many past grievances linger?" Cursing under my breath, I realized that with Xiao Hua gone, I could no longer maintain my bravado. It was better to yield for now. "Damn it! Beat him!" Liao Song shouted, delivering a swift kick to my stomach. Instantly, the throng charged towards us. Just as I intended to fight back, I found myself surrounded and brought down. Damn it, I was still too naive and ended up being beaten by Liao Song. Yet, what puzzled me was how he knew I would seek him out today. Chapter 46. The middle-aged man behind the wheel. Our fate was grim. We lay on the ground like defeated dogs. Liao Song, having procured a takeout box from somewhere, flung it at my face, proclaiming, "If you want to deal with me, feel free to come anytime. I'll be waiting." With that, they departed. Once they left, the buzzcut guy and the others rushed over to help me wipe my face. I sat up and used my sleeve to clean myself. "I'm sorry, Lu Gu. It's all my fault," the buzzcut guy said, guilt etched on his face. Hearing his words, I sighed in relief. I had feared that if I didn't avenge him, he might abandon me. I reassured them that it was fine and that we would definitely get back at them. For now, I'll head home. Tomorrow morning during the big break. Wait for me in the restroom on this floor, all right? I instructed them, and they agreed. I nodded, telling them to leave, as I still had matters to attend to. Once they departed, I was left alone on the dimly lit floor, which felt eerily intimidating. I pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sighed heavily. Earlier, Liao Song feared me solely because of the man in the red shirt, but now he no longer had that fear, as the squatting man had declared that no one was allowed to assist me. What was I to do? I only had those 10 individuals. What could they accomplish against Liao Song? In comparison to him, my numbers were trivial. There was one other way to seek revenge, akin to Wang Zuin's approach, having someone cover for me from the outside. In such a case, Liao Song would surely be terrified, but I did not know a single soul outside. After finishing my cigarette, I descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, I spotted Xiao Hua, still waiting in the hallway, visibly shivering from the cold. I hurried over and wrapped my arms around her, asking, "Why haven't you left yet?" Xiao Hua stammered. I was worried about you. I came down but couldn't find Feng Ge, and I was scared. I couldn't help but chuckle at her innocence. I had said that to send her away, fearing that Liao Song's group might harm her. "Let us go get something to eat," I said, guiding her by the waist. Xiao Hua agreed and followed me out of the school. "Is it cold?" I inquired. Xiao Hua shook her head, claiming it wasn't tea. I smiled, but seeing her face flush from the cold made me doubt her words. I took off my jacket and draped it over her shoulders, then held her hand. "Aren't you cold?" she asked, looking up at me. I shook my head and patted my chest, declaring, "I'm not cold at all. I work out every day, so I don't need to wear clothes in this weather." Xiao Hua accepted my explanation, though I was on the verge of freezing. There was a street stall across from the school. Although it was unsanitary, the food was quite delicious. We decided to settle there and ordered a few dishes along with a bottle of beer, waiting for our food. "Are you all right?" Xiao Hua asked. I shook my head, assuring her that Liao Song wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Xiao Hua responded with an "oh," and then asked, "Do you want me to help? How could you assist me?" I chuckled. Xiao Hua continued, "My dad owns a KTV, and there's a guy there who seems tough. He might be able to help you." I quickly shook my head, saying that it was better for her not to get involved. Xiao Hua nodded in agreement and fell silent. After finishing our meal, I asked her whether we should head back or take a walk outside. She suggested returning, noting that it was quite cold and we might catch a cold if we stayed out too long. I considered it, realizing I was almost frozen, especially since I had consumed a bottle of beer. Hence, I walked Xiao Hua to her home. After watching her ascend the stairs, I turned to leave, but was suddenly startled as a car sped past me. I couldn't help but curse, "What an idiot. Are you trying to run me over?" Just after my outburst, the car came to a halt, and panic surged within me. Had the driver heard my insult? Would they come after me? The more I thought about it, the more frightened I became, and I prepared to flee. Just then, I noticed Sister Ying stepping out of the car. Standing beside her was the same middle-aged man who had slapped me before. They seemed oblivious to my presence as Sister Ying stood at the door, engaged in an animated discussion with the man. The conversation grew increasingly heated until the man slapped Sister Ying across the face, causing her to cry out in distress. I dashed over, asking Sister Ying what happened. She looked up, quickly wiping away her tears and forcing a smile. "Little brother, what are you doing here?" I replied, "I was just seeing my classmate home and happened to spot you." "Why did that ugly jerk hit you? Do you want me to teach him a lesson?" Sister Ying quickly shook her head, urging, "It's nothing. You should leave." Upon hearing me call him an ugly jerk, the middle-aged man immediately leaned into the car and retrieved a baseball bat, pointing at me and threatening. "Looking for death, are you?" Upon seeing the baseball bat, I instinctively took 2 steps back, then picked up a small stone from the ground, remarking, "Am I courting death? What's the matter? For heaven's sake, if you're going to wield a stone, at least grab a larger one. Who are you scaring with something so tiny?" After saying this, he approached me with a baseball bat in hand. I chuckled, placing my hand on his shoulder, and said, "Who said this stone was meant for you? If you take another step forward, do you believe I won't scratch your car? How dare you intimidate me?" The middle-aged man cursed, though his feet remained rooted in place. "Do you think I'm bluffing?" With that, I pretended to scratch his car, prompting him to plead, "Please, little ancestor. I was wrong, all right?" I huffed, replying that this was more acceptable, and warned him to behave in the future, or I would indeed smash his car. All right. Can you please put down the stone?" the man requested. I countered, "You first put down the baseball bat." He acquiesced with a few murmurs and tossed the bat in front of him. I huffed again and set the stone down as well. Just as I intended to converse with Sister Ying, the middle-aged man bent down, picked up the baseball bat, and swung it at me, landing a painful blow that nearly brought me to tears. "You're asking for death. Just watch me finish you off today," he shouted. Sister Ying rushed over to plead for mercy, but the man dismissed her with a slap. Just then, a man emerged from the nearby establishment. It was Xiaohua's father. A surge of relief washed over me as I called out, "Uncle, please save me." Upon recognizing me, Xiaohua's father immediately summoned 2 security guards to restrain the middle-aged man. The man began to rant, accusing them of ruining his life. But Xiaohua's father ignored him and pulled out his phone, saying, "I'll call your dad to come handle this." "No, please don't. My dad will kill me," I protested. He chuckled. "If you were beaten up, do you really think your dad would take it lightly?" With that, he dialed my father, stating, "Hello, Lao Xia. Your son is being attacked outside the establishment. You should come quickly." He then hung up. "Are you all right?" Xiaohua's father asked. I grimaced. He hit me with the bat on my stomach. "It hurts terribly." He frowned. "It could be a broken rib. Let us wait for your father to arrive." My house was nearby, and soon enough, my dad arrived, brandishing a metal rod. He approached me, asking who hit my son. Xiaohua's father informed him, "Your son was struck with a baseball bat. He might have a broken rib." Upon hearing this, my father exploded with rage, pointing at the middle-aged man. "It was him, right? You filthy bastard, driving a beat-up car." He then swung the metal rod at the man's car, denting it significantly. Chapter 47. The mighty father the dent drove the man into a frenzy, shouting and hollering, but he was restrained by the security guards. Otherwise, he might have lunged at my father. I was profoundly moved by my father's actions, nearly brought to tears. I had always assumed he would scold me for fighting, regardless of who was at fault, but instead, he was fiercely protective, willing to destroy the man's car for my sake. "You broke my son's rib. Just watch me finish you today," my father shouted, charging at the middle-aged man with the metal rod. Xiaohua's father quickly intervened, trying to restrain him, but my father brushed him aside and continued forward. Xiaohua's father had no choice but to call on 2 security guards to hold my father's arms. "Let me go. I will make sure he pays for this," my father shouted, struggling against their grip. Xiaohua's father advised, "Lao Xia, you should take your son to the hospital first. While a broken rib isn't a major issue, we must ensure it hasn't shifted. Let us get him checked." Finally, my father calmed down, huffing. "No one is calling the police. I will handle this when I return." He pointed at the middle-aged man, warning, "You better be waiting for me." With that, my father hurriedly took me to the hospital. On the way, I asked, "Dad, now that you've damaged his car, do we have to pay for it?" He shot me a glance, saying, "He broke your rib. I haven't demanded compensation from him yet." I nodded, feeling a tinge of worry. He was driving a BMW, and though it was domestically produced, anyone capable of maintaining such a vehicle likely had wealth and influence. I fear my father might end up at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a clever idea struck me. This middle-aged man surely had a family, which could serve as leverage against him. But who was his wife? I had no idea. Rubbing my head in frustration, coupled with the pain in my rib, made me irritable. After much contemplation, I decided to message Chunjie, informing her of the situation. Upon hearing my plight, she called me immediately. I couldn't answer, so I texted back, explaining that I couldn't talk at the moment because my dad was beside me, asking if she could help me find out who that man's wife was, including her name and phone number. After a while, Chunjie texted back, suggesting, "You should ask your girlfriend. If she's at a hotel, she must have left her name. Once you find out, send it to me, and I can help you look into it." Although it was just a text, I could sense her slightly jealous tone. However, I had no time to dwell on that. I quickly messaged Xiaohua, asking her to assist me. She promptly replied, revealing that the man's name was Li Dazhuang. Li Dazhuang. His name sounded like that of a nouveau riche. Coupled with his arrogant demeanor and ostentatious display of wealth, he was undoubtedly someone who had recently come into money. I immediately sent this name to Chunjie, who told me to wait while she looked him up. Not long after, she texted me a phone number, saying it was his wife's contact. I thanked her profusely, feeling a sense of reassurance. With this number, I could threaten him. After receiving treatment at the hospital, the doctor confirmed the rib was indeed broken, but assured me it was nothing serious. A bit of rest would suffice, and I should avoid strenuous activities for a while. My father nodded, and soon we were on our way back. Upon returning to the establishment, I was astonished to find Li Dazhuang lounging on the sofa downstairs, sipping tea, looking rather relaxed. My father's displeasure was palpable as he inquired, "Why is he still here?" Xiao Hua's father quickly interjected, "Lao Xia, he has no intention of leaving. He says he wants to settle accounts with you." "Oh, is that so? That is even better," my father replied, walking to the front desk to grab a kettle. Then approached Li Dazhuang. The man was burly, comparable to my father, making it unclear who would prevail in a confrontation. However, with my support and the presence of Xiao Hua's father, my dad was unlikely to be at a disadvantage. "You want to settle accounts with me? Let us do it then," my father stated, brandishing the kettle. Li Dazhuang huffed, slamming the table. "You smashed my car, worth hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to pay for it? My son is invaluable, and you damaged him. Can you compensate for that?" My father retorted fiercely. It dawned on me that my sharp tongue must be inherited from him. "Then let us call the police," Li Dazhuang declared, reaching for his phone. I quickly interjected, "Wait, Li Dazhuang, if you dare demand compensation for the car, I'll inform your wife that you're keeping a mistress." Sister Yingying stood not far away. Though my words might hurt her, I felt I had no alternative. Li Dazhuang scoffed, saying, "With me backing you, you think you're invincible, huh? Go on, strike." I muttered a curse, saying, "Fine, you've pushed my hand." With that, I dialed a certain number, and soon a woman's voice came through. Without preamble, I informed her, "Your husband is cheating on you at a hotel. You'd better hurry." After hanging up, I awaited her arrival. Li Dazhuang sneered, watching me with contempt. I shot him a glare, warning, "Keep staring, and I'll pluck your eyes out." Upon hearing my insult, Li Dazhuang rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront me. My father swiftly kicked him in the stomach, causing him to collapse onto the sofa. My father did not relent, throwing a thermos at him. Li Dazhuang howled in pain, looking as if he were about to burst. "I haven't even hit you yet, and you dare threaten my son?" My father retorted indifferently. At that moment, a woman stormed in through the door. She was quite hefty, resembling a pig, which instantly made me comprehend why Li Dazhuang sought companionship elsewhere. "Honey, what happened to you?" she cried, rushing to his side, wailing and lamenting. I remarked, somewhat exasperated, "You might want to check on your husband. He has been unfaithful." "Who? Which woman?" she demanded, scanning the room until her gaze landed on Sister Yingying. With a furious shriek, she barreled over, grabbed Yingying by the hair, and slapped her, hurling insults. "You filthy wretch! How dare you seduce my husband?" Sister Yingying, being a frail girl, stood no chance against this behemoth. Incensed by the sight, I dashed over and kicked the hefty woman, exclaiming, "Try touching Sister Yingying again, and I swear I'll end you." Li Dazhuang, witnessing me strike his wife, rushed over to retaliate. My father seized a stool and brought it down onto him, sending Li Dazhuang reeling before he collapsed to the ground. The woman rushed to Li Dazhuang's side, wailing like a banshee, "Oh my God, they're killing him! Help!" Xiao Hua's father approached my dad, saying, "All right, old Xia, how do we handle this?" My father shrugged nonchalantly, "Do as you please. I'm going home to sleep. Sorry for the trouble. Lao Su, I'll be on my way." With that, he took my hand, urging me to leave. I shook my head, saying, "Dad, you go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." My father glared at me, retorting, "What matters could you possibly have? You're always out causing trouble." I insisted, "I truly have something to do. If we leave, Sister Yingying will surely suffer." My father, familiar with Sister Yingying from her frequent visits to our home, sighed and said to her, "Yingying, you should come with us." She shook her head, responding, "No. Today's events are entirely my fault. I've caused you all this trouble. Enough with the excuses. If I say come, then come." My father snapped, glaring at her. Chapter 48. Yu Liangfei's elder brother Sister Yingying lowered her head and followed us outside, and we took a taxi back to my home. Upon arrival, my father did not scold me, but turned to Yingying, saying, "Young lady, why do you choose such a path when there are so many righteous pursuits in the world?" Yingying remained silent, her demeanor reminiscent of a chastised child. I wish my father would guide her toward a better path, so I chimed in, "Yes, yes." Refrained from such actions. My father shot me a look, declaring, "What do you know, you little brat? I'll deal with you later. Go back to your room." Embarrassed, I scratched my head and scurried into my room, eavesdropping on their conversation. They were merely educating her, and truth be told, my parents were quite compassionate. If it were anyone else, who would bother? It didn't affect me, and I appreciated my parents for this. Once they concluded their discussion with Yingying, they dismissed her and called me over, instructing, from now on, do not seek trouble and maintain your distance from her. I understood their intent. After all, Yingying was involved in that line of work, and my father feared I would develop an inappropriate connection with her. I replied impatiently, I got it, and my parents cautioned me to focus on my studies and avoid frivolities. If you don't study diligently, how will you inherit this grand family business? I retorted, enough with the boasting, you always brag. My classmates say I'm a braggart, and I suppose I take after you. With that, I dashed back into my room. Later, Chunjie sent me a QQ message, inquiring about the situation. I replied that my father had intervened and dealt with Li Dazhuang before we left. Chunjie responded with a bewildered emoji, expressing envy for my supportive parents. Aware that her own parents were indifferent, I quickly changed the subject, asking what she was up to. She replied she was upset after being insulted by a fool while playing a game. I told her it was just a game and there was no need to be upset. You would understand, she said. If you played League of Legends and excelled, only to be called a fool, you'd know the pain. I recalled witnessing similar altercations at the internet CAF, where players often clashed verbally over games. After a while, Chunjie asked if I had plans for the weekend. I replied no why. She suggested, let's go out this weekend. I'm bored at home. I quickly agreed, saying I would visit her on Saturday. Okay, she replied. Today was Thursday, and Saturday was just around the corner. I proposed a video chat, suggesting, since we have nothing to do, why not? Chunjie declined, saying forget it. I'm undressed and have nothing on. Upon hearing this, I immediately sent her a video request. Such a chance was not to be missed. Unfortunately, she promptly rejected it, and despite my persistent attempts, she grew frustrated and logged off. After she left, I turned off my computer and lay on my bed, playing with my phone. Just as I settled in, someone added me on QQ. I glanced at the profile and saw it was a male with a signature that read, just remember, my name is Yi Liangfei. I cursed inwardly, recognizing him as the obnoxious Yi Liangfei. What did he want? Initially, I contemplated rejecting the request, but then reconsidered. Accepting would allow me to monitor his updates and see if he interacted with Chunjie. Thus, I accepted. As soon as he added me, he sent a message. Little brat, if you keep pursuing Chunjie, I'll ensure neither of you gets her. You believe that? Reading his message nearly made me explode with rage. I swiftly replied with a vulgar insult, proclaiming, you're finished. You're dead meat. Just wait until tomorrow at school. I'll make you regret it. Yi Liangfei retorted, oh, you're getting bold, huh? You think you can challenge me? With that, his profile went dark. I felt indifferent. I planned to ask for leave from the teacher tomorrow anyway, considering my broken rib. The next day at school, I walked with trepidation, keeping a wary eye out for Yi Liangfei. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and I did not encounter him. I hurried to my homeroom teacher's office, pondered my excuse. Ultimately, I decided against revealing my injury, knowing he would surely deduce it was from a fight. Instead, I resolved to concoct a different story. As I entered the classroom, I happened to notice a student named Big Head also requesting leave. He often appeared rather dazed and clumsy, and I'd always perceived him as somewhat lacking in intellect. It seemed he had just arrived, as I overheard him tell the teacher, Teacher, I would like to take a leave. The homeroom teacher immediately retorted, not allowed. Big Head responded with a simple "oh" and said, then I'm leaving, all right? Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to walk out. The teacher, infuriated, shouted, I said, not allowed. Can you not hear? Big Head turned back and defiantly replied, I can leave if I wish. What business is it of yours? The teacher, fuming, exclaimed, then why did you come to request leave? Big Head retorted, I mistakenly came to the wrong door, all right? With that, he exited the classroom. I stood there, dumbfounded, realizing that indeed, Big Head's mental faculties seemed quite peculiar. However, I couldn't deny that his method was rather effective. What do you want? The teacher glared at me. Teacher, I would like to take 2 days off, I said. The teacher erupted in anger, pointing towards the door, ordering, get out. I muttered an expletive under my breath and turned to leave the office, cursing Big Head for provoking the teacher's wrath. I worried about how I would handle any trouble from Yi Liangfei. I languished in the classroom until school was dismissed, then prepared to head home, planning to have my father excuse my absence for the afternoon. As I strolled through the campus, I fortuitously encountered Sister Chun, who was on her way to lunch. She informed me that she had just seen Yi Liangfei at the entrance, accompanied by a few unsavory characters. Would you like me to escort you out? She offered. That would be quite embarrassing. I quickly declined, asserting no need. I can manage on my own. After a few strides, however, I spotted Yi Liangfei smoking outside, flanked by several shady-looking men. Reluctantly, I turned back to Sister Chun and said, perhaps you should escort me after all. Sister Chun shot me a disapproving glance, but led me towards the school exit. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Liangfei noticed me. Instead of addressing me, he spoke to Sister Chun. Warning, Sister Chun, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, I will inform your parents that you're seeing this boy. Sister Chin's expression changed instantly. Yi Liangfei, how could you say that? With an air of indifference. Yi Liangfei replied, I have been pleading with you, yet you have always ignored me. I am left with no choice. Sister Chun bit her lip, glaring at him. I sighed and reassured her, it's fine, Sister Chun, you need not intervene. I have my ways. Sister Chun insisted, I cannot stand by and watch you get hurt. I chuckled, patting my chest. Him? Dare to hit me? You must be joking. I'll make him call me Grandpa before the day ends. Trust me. Enough boasting. Sister Chun admonished. At that moment, Yi Liangfei interjected, You may leave, Sister Chun. I promise I won't harm him. I merely wish to have a few words. Really? Sister Chun inquired, looking at him skeptically. Yi Liangfei nodded, affirming, indeed. Sister Chun clenched her teeth, warning, Yi Liangfei, if you dare deceive me, I will not let you off easily. Yi Liangfei chuckled. Even if I disregard your feelings, I must still show respect to Brother Yin. Wouldn't you agree? With a huff, Sister Chun instructed me to be cautious and leaned closer to whisper, Be careful. Recently, Yi Liangfei's older brother has returned. A chill ran down my spine, yet I nodded, assuring her, You may leave with peace of mind. Once Sister Chun had gone far enough, Yi Liangfei revealed his true nature, glaring at me with malice. Did you just say you would beat me until I called you Grandpa? I quickly put on a cheerful facade and replied, Oh, come on, Brother Fei. I was just joking. Please don't hit me. If you do, I'll just lie on the ground and refuse to get up. Chapter 49. My home was vandalized. Yi Liangfei exhaled smoke in frustration, pointing at me. Learning to play the victim at such a young age? I laughed, playfully patting his chest. Come now, am I really that kind of person? Well, let us forget this incident today, shall we? If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. After saying this, I attempted to turn and run, but Yi Liangfei seized me. In panic set in. I was certain I would be beaten today. Reluctantly, I turned to face him, glaring fiercely, Yi Liangfei, you're finished. Your end is near. Yi Liangfei scoffed. Oh, you dare to threaten me? I'm not threatening you. Just turn around and see. Your father is right behind you. I declared. Yi Liangfei startled, turned to see a disheveled beggar approaching him for money. I quickly added, Yi Liangfei, your father is asking for money. Aren't you going to give it to him? A son should not be so unfilial. Fuming, Yi Liangfei kicked the beggar aside and grasped my neck, declaring, I didn't intend to hit you. But your persistence leaves me no choice. Don't blame me, get him. With that, his gang discarded their cigarette butts and advanced towards me, fists flying. I have a knack for knowing my limits. I might not be able to outfight them, so I simply curled up on the ground, protecting my face and ribs while silently praying for a quick beating. Just a couple of hits, please, but not on the face. Given that my ribs were fractured, I had to shield both my face and ribs. Despite my efforts, they still landed kicks on my sides, causing me to wince in pain. Yi Liangfei had not personally sought me out for trouble, likely having heard about my previous encounter with the restroom guy on the playground, which had made him wary. However, his brazen aggression now suggested that his brother's return had emboldened him. Did I hit you? Yi Liangfei taunted after they finished their assault, grasping my hair. Didn't you know? You must be blind if you can't see that your father witnessed the whole thing. Yi Liangfei cursed. You're tougher than I expected. Even after this, you still dare to talk back. Clearly, you haven't been punished enough. I snorted, thinking that since I was already getting beaten, I might as well lie on the ground. Let me tell you something. If Sister Chen asks, just say I didn't hit you. Understood? Yi Liangfei farnit. If you dare tell Sister Chen, I will make it my mission to beat you every time I see you. I remained silent, thinking that I wouldn't tell Sister Chen anyway. If I pushed her too far, she might confront Yi Liangfei, and if he spoke to her parents, given their temperament, she would be in serious trouble. My biggest fear was not that her parents would confront me, but that they might transfer her to another school. Let us go, Yi Liangfei said, tossing the extinguished cigarette but at my face as he led his gang away, grinning maliciously. Once they had departed, I stood up, dusted myself off, and headed home. Tomorrow was Saturday, and I had no intention of returning to school in the afternoon. I called a few friends, but they declined, citing classes. I urged them to join me, but one of them said, I can't. My parents were called by the teacher last time. If I skip again, I might be expelled. I don't want that. I sighed, realizing that my friends were all in the same predicament. I had not informed my parents about my leave. so I felt restless at home. After much contemplation, I decided to visit the internet CAF across from school. While I might not find the restroom guy there, I was certain that the man in red and Win brother would be around. Though they were no longer on my side, it was still beneficial to maintain our connections. Upon visiting the internet CAF, I discovered that the man in the red shirt was absent, as was the man squatting in the restroom. Only Phong was there, immersed in his games. A sense of amusement washed over me, for this was quite fortuitous. My acquaintance with the man in red was tenuous at best, and sitting together would have been rather awkward. Thus, I took a seat beside Phong after booting up a machine. He glanced at me and inquired, "What brings you here?" I replied casually, "Just looking for something to do, thought I'd play a bit." "Why aren't you engaging with Red Alert?" "Feng scoffed. That game is ancient. Who would want to play it? I'm only indulging because I'm keeping Chingu company. I'm used to myself." So Phong has a rather cheeky side to him. "Where have they gone?" I asked. Phong explained that Chingu had some matters to attend to in the afternoon and had taken the man in the red shirt along with him. I wondered why they hadn't invited him. Phong got a sidelong glance, but offered no further explanation, suggesting he preferred to keep that to himself. "How's life at school treating you?" Feng Yi quitted. I replied, "Not great, I keep getting beaten up. Liao Song hit me yesterday, and Yi Liangfei did so today. I heard Yi Liangfei's older brother is back." Feng's expression shifted as he dropped his cigarette but into his lap. "What's wrong? Why the long face?" I quickly reached over to retrieve the cigarette from his trousers. Feng shook his head, frowning, and said, "It's nothing. Just be cautious. Yi Liangfei's older brother is not someone to be trifled with." I furrowed my brow. I had half a mind to respond, but then recalled that his brother's return had little to do with me, as I was no match for him at school. He wouldn't even need his brother to deal with me. I'm not particularly fond of gaming. Spending time in the CAF felt rather dull. I decided to meander through Chanjia's space, where I found that he had liked every one of her posts and left numerous comments. This incited a surge of frustration within me, prompting me to create a secondary account just to unleash my grievances upon him, which I promptly deleted after venting. Suddenly, my phone rang, and upon checking, I saw it was my mother calling. A foreboding sensation enveloped me. Surely, the teachers hadn't called her? With trepidation, I answered, only to hear my mother urgently exclaim, "Do you know where your father is?" "I have no idea. What is the matter?" "Take your time explaining," I responded. She continued, "Someone came to our shop and vandalized it. It's just me and 2 employees here. We couldn't stop them." I replied incredulously, "Why didn't you call the police?" She said, "We can't. That person is the one who attacked you the other day. If we call the police, your father would likely have to pay for the damages." I cursed under my breath and told her, "Hold on. I'm coming home right away." "What is going on?" Phong inquired, removing his headphones. "There's an urgent matter at home," I said. "Can you gather some people?" Phong replied, "I can. But they're all in class right now." "Forget it. I'll manage on my own," I declared, rushing out of the CAF and dialing Kuntanan and his friends, urging them to skip class and come quickly because I had an emergency to handle. After hanging up, I sprinted home. Upon arrival, I found that indeed, the shop had been ransacked, counters shattered and health products strewn across the floor. My mother sat in a daze nearby. "Mom, are you all right?" I asked urgently. She shook her head and said, "You need to find your father. His phone has been unreachable." A wave of alarm surged through me. What if that man was after my father? I didn't dare ponder further and quickly dialed Ying Jia. She answered shortly and asked what was wrong. I urgently requested, "Please send me Li Dazhuang's phone number. I need to reach him. Don't ask why. Just text it to me." Seeing my distress, Ying Jia complied without further questions and soon sent me the number. I dialed it without hesitation. Chapter 50. Li Dazhuang strikes again. As soon as the call connected, I erupted with curses, demanding, "Where the hell is my father?" Li Dazhuang, unaware it was me, retorted, "Who the hell are you? If you want to know where your father is, ask your mother. Why ask me?" I shot back, "I'm your father. Your grandfather wrecked your car. Did you retaliate against mine?" Realizing who I was, he sneered, "Little arm, your father damaged my car. So, I damaged your shop. Fair trade. ISNT it? Do you have any objections? Stop pretending. Where have you taken my father?" I pressed. He replied, "How would I know where your father is? I haven't seen him. If I had, I would have beaten him to a pulp." Hearing this, I sensed he was likely truthful. Yet, where could my father have gone? Frustrated, I unleashed another barrage of insults before ending the call. Just as I hung up, my phone rang again. It was Kuntanan. I quickly answered, "What is up?" He replied, "Didn't you tell us to come out? We're here. Where are you? I slapped my forehead, finally recalling. Come to XX Health Products Store. I'll be waiting for you here. The shop was close to the school, so they knew where to find me without needing further explanation. After ending the call, I returned to help my mother tidy up. She asked if I'd found my father. I replied, no, he is probably out drinking. She didn't press further. Before long, Kuntanan and the others arrived, pitching in to help clean up the shop. They seemed surprised to discover it was my family's business. As we finished, I noticed their faces bore various injuries, particularly the short one, whose face was bruised and swollen, looking quite pitiful. Who did this to you? I asked, frowning. Kuntanan quickly shook his head. It's nothing. Just minor injuries. Don't bullshit me. Was it Liao's song? I demanded angrily. They fell silent for a moment before Wang Meng spoke up. No, it was Yi Liangfei. He brought a gang this afternoon and beat us up. I swore under my breath. Yi Liangfei's intentions were clear. He didn't want me to rise in stature. Damn it, I exclaimed. Flo Gu, in a world of gangs, who can avoid being beaten, right? We're not his match right now. We need to bide our time. Kuntanan advised. I'm not waiting. Come Monday, I'm going to beat him senseless. I declared. Do you know how many people he brought this afternoon? Zhang Yang Sudanli Medin. How many? I shot him a glance. At least 30. A massive group. They came after us without mercy. We couldn't even fight back. The short one lamented. The sheer number made me falter. How could we possibly contend with that? We were only 10 strong. 3 against 1 wasn't a viable option unless we sought help from the man in red. Yet, Squatting Man had made it clear that none of them were permitted to assist me. Morio Fer, Zhang Yang edit. Yi Liangfei has declared that any small-time thugs who don't heed him will face consequences. He'll deal with anyone who opposes him. I felt a chill run down my spine. Was Yi Liangfei attempting to establish dominance? Had he lost his fear of the mysterious figure at school? I couldn't help but frown. This was a troubling omen. If he were to conquer the school entirely, we would have no means of survival, especially me, as he would undoubtedly make my life a living hell. What about Chunjie and Huang Mao? I suddenly recalled a few formidable individuals. Morning Sister Yi Liangfei will definitely not move. As for Huang Mao, he is already with Yi Liangfei. The buzzcut man sighed and said. I fell silent, unsure of what to say. What exactly is Yi Liangfei planning? Could it be that the powerful figure behind him has truly reached such a level? Just then, a familiar car suddenly stopped at the entrance. It was Li Dazhuang's car, its rear visibly dented from my father's earlier actions. After the car halted, several middle-aged men jumped out, each of them robust and intimidating. Damn it, dare to curse me over the phone? If I can't find your father, I'll take it out on you. Li Dazhuang snarlet. I sprang up from the ground and said to the buzzcut man and the others, you guys go find someone. Who should we look for? The buzzcut man awkwardly replied. I felt a bit embarrassed as I realized I didn't really know anyone. Go find Morning Sister. Tell her some tough guys are coming after me, and she needs to think of a way. After contemplating, I could only turn to Morning Sister. The buzzcut man agreed, and I handed my phone to him, instructing him to find a place to call. Tell Morning Sister that if she doesn't come this time, I'm done for. I shouted at the buzzcut man. Oh, you can still call for help? I thought you could only call your dad. Li Dazhuang sneered. I glanced around to ensure no one was watching before addressing Li Dazhuang. Dazhuang, how about you hold off on hitting me for now? Li Dazhuang skufa. Why should I wait? Once I'm done with you, I'll leave. What can you do about it? You're unbelievably shameless. Do you believe I can smash your car again? I retorted. He laughed heartily. You're too far away from my car. How can you reach it? Brothers, beat him. As he finished speaking, those burly men approached me. I thought to myself, this is it. What should I do? Am I really going to get beaten? I've had the worst luck these past few days. Getting beaten up every day. Just then, my mother rushed out, and upon seeing the men about to strike me, she immediately pleaded with them. Please don't hurt my son. If you need a vent, just hit me. I tugged at my mother and said, Mom, you don't have to do this. I'm not afraid. But she remained resolute, standing protectively in front of me, unwilling to budge. The burly men reached for me and said, Step aside. We're not hitting you. No, I will never let you lay a finger on my son. My mother declared, spreading her arms to shield me. I felt a pang of guilt. My mother had always protected me, whereas I had been a coward, failing in my studies and in life. Truly useless. At that moment, Li Dazhuang made a decision he would regret for the rest of his life. He rushed over and kicked my mother in the stomach. She collapsed into my arms. What's the point of arguing with a woman? If she gets in the way, we'll hit her too. Li Dazhuang, snadat. Li Dazhuang. I curse your aged mother. I exploded, grabbing a stone from the ground and charging at him. But before I could take 2 steps, I was pinned to the ground by those burly men. More and more people gathered around to watch, yet not a single soul was willing to help. At that moment, the buzz-cut man and his friends returned, brandishing a stick and charging at the group with reckless abandon. However, they were no match for the adults and were quickly disarmed. "What the hell are you guys doing back?" I exclaimed, exasperated. "Brother Lou, we've already spoken to Morning Sister. She said she would go find her brother and would be here soon," the buzz-cut man informed me. Morning Sister's brother? Yun Ye. I frowned. Though Yun Gu was formidable, the men I faced were all seasoned adults. Would Yun Gu really be able to handle them? Just then, a car suddenly stopped in front of us, and a drunken man staggered out, accompanied by another man who was also swaying unsteadily. Chapter 51. The legendary Yun Gu, the 2 men, reeking of alcohol, arrived at my family shop, drawing curious gazes from the crowd who wondered where these 2 drunks had come from and how they dared to drive. So irresponsible. I quickly shouted to the drunken man, "Dad, where the hell have you been?" My father, bleary-eyed, rubbed his eyes, and upon noticing my mother and me, erupted in fury. "Who the hell dares come to my house looking for trouble?" Li Dazhuang sneered. "I was just worried I couldn't find you. And here you are. Well then, I want to hit your son. Brothers, let us deal with this old drunk." My father, enraged, dashed into the house. I thought to myself, oh no, is my father like me? All talk and no action? Thankfully, that was not the case. He burst out with a kitchen knife, swinging it at anyone in sight, causing the middle-aged men to scatter in fear, while Li Dazhuang stood frozen in terror. My father, unable to reach the others, approached Li Dazhuang, pressing the knife to his throat, drunkenly saying, "If I bring this down, your pig brain will roll." "Do you believe me?" Li Dazhuang trembled. I believe. "Big brother, oh no, old man, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain. Dad, don't let him go. He just kicked Mom." I shouted urgently. Hearing this, my father exploded with rage. "You dare to hit my wife? Damn it." With that, my father swung the knife down onto Li Dazhuang's shoulder, causing him to flee in panic, shouting for help. "Murder! Murder!" People in the crowd began calling the police, while others recorded the scene. I felt a surge of anger. No one had called the police when I was being beaten just moments ago. "Stop filming." I yelled at them, and those who were recording quickly hid their phones, likely fearing my father's drunken wrath would extend to them as well. Before long, my father returned, saying drunkenly, "I tripped on the way and let him escape. I'm going to take a nap. You all tidy up the shop." He then staggered back inside. I was at a loss for words, muttering under my breath, "Damn drunk." The other drunk didn't linger either and drove away. "Brother Lou, your dad is so fierce," the short guy said in disbelief. I waved my hand dismissively. "It's nothing. My dad is definitely fierce. You guys head back to school. I'll help my mom clean up. I need to keep an eye on that broken car. He will definitely return." I instructed the buzz-cut man and his friends. They agreed and said they would be careful around Yu Liangfei at school, to which I responded affirmatively. Once they left, I grabbed a stool and sat at the entrance, watching the damaged car. After some thought, feeling unsatisfied, I picked up a small stone and carved SB into the side of the vehicle. Just as I finished and was about to take a break, I spotted Morning Sister approaching with a man. Morning Sister appeared anxious, while the man walked casually behind her. He was tall, around 6 feet tall, and slender, dressed in a black trench coat with a cold expression. Morning Sister hurried over, catching her breath, and asked what happened. I replied, "It's fine now. They've already left." Morning Sister, slightly irritated, responded, "I thought it was something serious. You said you were about to die. Yet here you are, looking perfectly fine." Before I had a chance to speak, Chun Jie had already rushed to the side of that man, saying, "Brother, it's all right now." It turned out that this individual was the legendary Yun Gu, whose commanding presence was palpable even from a distance. I could distinctly sense the aura of authority surrounding him, a stark contrast to the more mundane energy I exuded. Out of courtesy, I approached and quietly greeted him, "Hello, Yun Ye." However, he didn't even glance in my direction, but instead addressed Chun Jie, saying, "Let us go home." Chun Jie insisted, "Brother, you go ahead. I'll ask him what happened." Yin Gu frowned and reiterated, "Go home. Do not associate with these dubious individuals in the future." Chun Jie immediately grew anxious and defended, "Brother, he is not a dubious person." Yin Gu frowned again and stated, "All men are the same. Come home with me." With that, he took Chun Jie by the arm and started walking back, leaving her with no choice but to follow. I felt a surge of irritation. Why speak of me in such a manner? What does he mean by dubious? I resolved not to let his words bother me, as engaging with him would not yield any fruitful exchange. Thus, I continued to watch the car parked at the entrance. As dusk approached and the sun began to set, Li Dazhuang arrived, bringing a touch of humor with his presence as he rode a dilapidated bicycle, seemingly cautious of my father's temper. Upon his arrival, he quietly made his way to his vehicle, glancing back at me every few steps, perhaps gauging my reaction. As he neared the car, I shouted, "Stop!" He froze and turned to me, grinning. "Little brother, I've come to drive." I replied with a grin, "Drive? What are you driving?" "My father told me to keep an eye on you, and when you arrive, to call him. He intends to slice you up with a kitchen knife." Li Dazhuang immediately paled, pleading, "No, brother, it was my fault before. Please don't call your dad. It's just a small matter, right?" I chuckled. "Not calling is fine, but you'll need to give me some money first." He quickly agreed and asked how much I wanted. I replied, "Not much, just 5,000. Li Dazhuang readily consented, saying he would get it for me. He then pulled out a wad of cash and placed it in my hands, saying, "Brother, is this enough?" I laughed and replied, "You think this is enough? After you kicked my mother, do you really think I'd let you off so easily? Stand there and wait. Otherwise, I'll come to your house." He wore a pained expression as I took out my phone to call my mother, asking her to wake my father. Not long after, my father emerged, appearing to have just woken up, and surprisingly, he wasn't wielding a kitchen knife. Without uttering a word, he kicked Li Dazhuang and grabbed his hair, forcing him down onto the car, delivering several resounding slaps before demanding, "Do you yield?" Li Dazhuang hastily replied that he did. My father then stated, "You damaged my family's shop, so you owe compensation." Li Dazhuang chuckled awkwardly, "Brother, I just gave your son 5,000. You see." Upon hearing this, my father slammed his head against the car several times, exclaiming that as my son's medical money, Li Dazhuang had no choice but to agree to pay my father, though he admitted he didn't have enough cash on hand and promised to deliver the rest later. My father conceded, giving him 3 days to pay up, or he would come to deal with him. Li Dazhuang nodded vigorously in agreement and quickly sped away in his car. I thought to myself that my 5,000 might not be safe after all. However, my father did not demand the 5,000 from me. Instead, he returned to his room to sleep. I sighed in relief, as I had plans to go out with Chen Jie the next day and now had enough money to enjoy ourselves. After dinner, I returned to my room to play on the computer. As I logged into QQ, I received a message from Chen Jie, who said, "Xiaoli, don't take it to heart. My brother has that kind of temperament. Don't let it bother you." I sent her an emoticon and replied, "It's fine. Meeting the legendary Yungu is quite an honor." I then inquired, "Is your brother still at home? Are we going out tomorrow?" Chen Jie confirmed. "We'll proceed as planned." Chapter 52. The Infuriating Yi Liangfei. I said, "That's great. Your brother wants to be home, right?" Chen Jie replied, "My brother is busy. He dropped me off and left, so he usually doesn't come back." I felt relieved. For some reason, I always felt an unusual pressure in Yunji's presence, a feeling I had never experienced before. We agreed to meet at the Old Cat CAF at 8 the following morning, eager to be well rested for our outing. I went to bed early. Just then, Xiaohua sent me a message asking if I was around, followed by an awkward emoticon, likely worried about disturbing me. Xiaohua rarely logged into QQ, so her sudden message piqued my curiosity. I quickly replied, "I'm here." Xiaohua then asked, "Why didn't you come to class this afternoon?" I explained that I had some matters to attend to. She continued, "It's nothing much. A guy came looking for me this afternoon, telling me not to date you, claiming you're no good and playing both sides." This immediately angered me, and I demanded, "Who was that guy? Tell me. I'm gonna beat him up." Xiaohua informed me it was Yi Liangfei. I was infuriated. It was him again. He had previously warned me to stay away from Chen Jie, or else I would end up with nothing. Clearly, he was just making idle threats. I told her, "I'll settle this with him sooner or later." "What did you say?" She reassured me. I ignored him and didn't talk to him at all. I felt relieved. I trusted Xiaohua. "Don't listen to him. He has a grudge against me and is trying to sabotage me," I said. Xiaohua acknowledged this and mentioned she was going to sleep since she had a tutoring class the next day. I sighed. Good students were indeed different, unlike me, who hardly studied at school, let alone outside of it. After Xiaohua logged off QQ, I did the same and went to bed. The next morning, I woke up at 6, hurriedly got ready, and left around 7. After having breakfast with my parents, I headed to the Old Cat CAF. When I arrived, Chen Jie had not yet arrived, so I ordered a coffee and waited. Within 10 minutes, Chen Jie walked in, chatting on the phone. "You waved a hair," and she promptly ended the call. You're early, I remarked. She smiled, having applied a light touch of makeup, giving her an entirely different aura, a blend of styles. Of course, a beautiful girl is meeting me. How could I not come early? I replied playfully. Shinji responded, I was early too. I just ran into someone on the way. Who? I inquired. Your girlfriend, Su Xiaohua, she replied slowly. I was taken aback, exclaiming, Xiaohua? How did you run into her? Chunjie explained. We just bumped into each other and chatted for a bit before I came to find you. I quickly asked, You didn't tell her about our date, did you? Chunjie rolled her eyes, saying, Why does it sound like we were having an affair? Is it really that serious? I chuckled awkwardly and swiftly changed the topic, asking where we would go today. She suggested, let us go sing. It's been a while since we've done that. After considering it, I agreed, thinking my singing voice wasn't too shabby either. In a rather unfortunate turn of events, I found myself in an encounter with Huang Mao after an evening of karaoke with Sister Chen. Unlike our last encounter where he refrained from attacking me, he did strike Sister Chen across the face. To my dismay, he was now closely associated with Yi Liangfei, a person whose allies are my adversaries, hence I had no inclination to greet him amiably. Huang Mao, however, seemed unfazed, approaching me as if we were old friends, casually inquiring, Oh, are you here to sing? I replied affirmatively, Yes, I am here to sing. What of it? He chuckled and replied, No worries. I'm quite familiar with the manager here. Just call me if you need anything. Sister Chen interjected, Call you? For what purpose? Who do you think you are? Rather than taking offense, Huang Mao bowed deeply to her and exclaimed, Greetings, sister-in-law. I was taken aback and questioned him. What's sister-in-law? When did I become your brother? Huang Mao scoffed. Isn't Sister Chen the designated partner of Brother Fei? How is this any of your concern? He then nonchalantly lit a cigarette, to which I impulsively extinguished the flame with a puff of air. Looking up at me, he warned, Xia Lu, just because I spared you last time does not mean I will continue to do so. Today, I see you with the sister-in-law, and I choose not to beat you. Consider yourself fortunate. Before I could respond, Sister Chen spoke up. Huang Mao grinned. Brother Fei is now my elder brother. I follow his every word. I couldn't help but admire Yi Liangfei's influence over Huang Mao, successfully securing his loyalty. Sister Chen, eager to divert the conversation, suggested we sing, prompting me to follow her to a private room to continue our karaoke session. Huang Mao instructed a waiter to deliver a fruit platter to room 504 and charged it to his account. I scoffed internally, thinking, Who needs your pathetic fruit platter? Do you think I'm short on cash? I then ordered 5 platters for myself, feeling quite pleased with my cleverness in securing a sum of 5,000 yuan from Li Dazhuang just the previous day. After a brief wait, the waiter quoted the total bill of 398 yuan, which I promptly settled before heading to the elevator with Sister Chen. Little did I know, Huang Mao was well acquainted with the KTV staff, even to the extent of having a brotherly relationship with the manager. This would come back to haunt us later. But for now, we focused on our singing. After a few heartfelt duets, I couldn't restrain my frustration any longer, questioning Sister Chen about her acquaintance with the troublesome Yi Liangfei. She sighed, What can I do? He is my neighbor. How could I not know him? Resigned, I lamented our situation as we sang, with Sister Chen selecting a beautiful song by Jay Cho titled Can't Speak. The moment she began to sing, my heart trembled. After her performance, she remained fixated on the screen, prompting me to ask if she was all right. I'm a bit uncomfortable, she replied, suggesting we head home. I expressed my disappointment at wasting such a splendid opportunity. All right, let me escort you home, I offered. As we exited, 2 waiters intercepted us, demanding payment. I was taken aback by their audacity, questioning the necessity of settling the bill at the door. The total came to a staggering 548 yuan, and I couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, Why is it so exorbitant? The waiter, maintaining a polite facade, retorted, If you can't afford it, perhaps you shouldn't drink. Before I could respond, Huang Mao approached, feigning concern. What seems to be the issue? No money? Should I put it on my tab? Forget your tab. I snapped back. Huang Mao sighed. The manager here is a brother to Brother Fei. Sister-in-law, you could always reach out to him. Go away. Sister Chen echoed my sentiments. Huang Mao, unfazed, revealed, just so, I just called Brother Fei. This is all arranged by him. Now, you can either pay or, well, Xiaolu, it seems you may be in a precarious situation. Just as I prepare to retaliate, I spotted Xiaohua emerging from the elevator. What brings you here? I thought you were attending a tutoring session. I inquired. She looked at me with her big eyes and then lowered her gaze. Huang Mao sneered. Isn't this the so-called purest girl in school, Su Xiaohua? What brings you to such a place? Ignoring him, she turned to me, asking, what is happening? It's nothing. Just these fools trying to extort me. I swear, I will never return to this shady establishment, I replied. She then asked the waiter if he could summon the manager. The waiter declined, prompting Xiao Hua to question if he was new. Before the waiter could respond, Huang Mao intervened. Go fetch the manager. Brother Fei has already made arrangements. After the waiter departed, Xiao Hua turned her gaze towards Sister Chun, who stood silent. I felt a pang of awkwardness. Knowing I had maintained a close relationship with Sister Chun without anything truly happening between us. Sister Chun, you are truly beautiful, Xiao Hua suddenly remarked, causing Sister Chun, usually assertive, to blush and stammer. Ah, Xiao Hua, you're lovely as well. The atmosphere grew tense until the waiter returned, accompanied by a sharply dressed man, presumably the manager. What seems to be the problem? The manager inquired. Huang Mao replied, Manager, they drank a case of beer and refused to pay. Suddenly, the manager's expression shifted dramatically, and he struck Huang Mao across the face, exclaiming, What nonsense! A case of beer costs less than 200. You're charging over 6,000. Who would pay that? I stood in confusion, astonished by the manager's abrupt change in demeanor. Miss Su, I apologize. These two are new temp workers, and I take full responsibility for this oversight. I shall dismiss them immediately, the manager said, turning to the waiters with an authoritative command to leave. You are not. Huang Mao was taken aback, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the manager. What do you mean by that? Don't you know this is the boss's daughter? The manager scolded. Xiao Hua remained silent, yet despite her timid demeanor, she politely stated, I don't understand your matters. I will tell my dad the truth. He will handle it. The manager quickly pleaded, Please, don't inform Boss Su about this. I genuinely had no idea. I felt a wave of awkwardness wash over me, having just scolded him for this dark affair. I shot a glance at the manager and remarked with a smirk, If you truly didn't know, then why are you worried? The manager immediately put on a sheepish grin and said to me, You see, brother, if the boss learns about this incident, he might say I lack discipline. Xiao Hua interjected, All right, Uncle Manager, you may leave now. I have some matters to attend to. The manager complied, saying, Okay, I will leave now. Miss Su, please say something nice to the boss for me. With that, he hurried away. Once the manager departed, the corridor was left with just three of us, me, Xiao Hua, and Sister Chun, and the atmosphere returned to its earlier awkwardness. Xiao Hua, why didn't you attend the tutoring class? I asked with an awkward smile. Xiao Hua did not respond, but turned to Sister Chun and asked, Sister Chun, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Surprised, Sister Chun nodded and agreed. At that moment, anxiety gripped my heart. This was not a good sign. Though Xiao Hua spoke in her usual meek and endearing tone, she somehow overshadowed Sister Chen's presence now. The two of them went to the ladies' room, leaving me outside. I took out a cigarette and inhaled deeply. This situation must be connected to Yi Liangfei. It must be. He likely orchestrated Xiao Hua's presence here, leading to this misunderstanding. Damn him. He threatened that I wouldn't get either of them. I had dismissed it before, but now I felt a twinge of fear and regret. Why had I behaved so beastly? Why was I eyeing what was in another's bowl while feasting on my own? Even if I lacked fidelity, even if I had developed feelings for Sister Chan that transcended friendship, I should remember that I had a beautiful and gentle Xiao Hua. I needed to recall that I already had a girlfriend. Reality is such. It's easy to think about, but challenging to execute. Such is the way of the world. After a while, Sister Chun and Xiao Hua emerged, their expressions relatively unchanged. After stepping out, Xiao Hua, as timid as ever, told me she was heading to class and left. I wanted to see her off, but she didn't give me the chance. Sighing, I thought I would ask Sister Chun. Surely she would enlighten me. I turned to her, but found she was ignoring me. Sister Chun, what's wrong? What did Xiao Hua just say to you? I inquired. Sister Chun shook her head and replied, It's nothing. I just think you should cherish such a wonderful girlfriend as Xiao Hua. With that, Sister Chun made to leave, and I quickly grasped her arm, pleading, Sister Chun, please tell me what happened. Taking a deep breath, she said, I'm feeling a bit unwell and wish to have some time to myself. I want to go home. Is that all right? Stunned, I nodded, sure. She acknowledged with a slight sound and turned to leave. Let me walk you out, I offered, but she declined, stating, I can manage on my own. As they both departed, I stood there alone in the KTV, lost and unsure of where to go next. My resentment toward Yi Liangfei surged, reaching a boiling point. I wished nothing more than to tear him to shreds. Disheartened, I walked back, attempting to call Xiao Hua, but she did not answer. I sent her a message, but there was no reply. I found it strange. What had transpired between Sister Chun and Xiao Hua? How could two individuals change their attitude toward me so drastically in mere minutes? The more I pondered, the angrier I became, in a fit of rage. I logged into QQ and messaged Yi Liangfei. "You wait, you bastard. I will not rest until we are at odds." Not long after, Yi Liangfei replied with a smug smiley face, saying, "What's up? Are both of them ignoring you now?" I retorted, "If they're ignoring me, then your mother will pay attention to me. I will go find her tonight." Yi Liangfei remained unfazed and continued, "You deserve it. I will make you a pariah. If I can't have Sister Chun, then neither will you." I snapped back, "Go to hell. Who do you think you are? You really think too highly of yourself. I know the nature of my relationship with Sister Chun. There's no need for me to explain that to you, and I believe Xiao Hua will choose to trust me. Your actions are futile." Yi Liangfei chuckled. "Let us see how this unfolds." I responded defiantly, "You just wait. If I don't beat you up, I want to be called Xia Lu." With that, I blocked him on QQ, utterly enraged, wishing to confront Yi Liangfei immediately. I was particularly worried about the potential rift between Xiao Hua and Sister Chun, but I never imagined they would become friends. As I walked, I contemplated my course of action. I had to retaliate against Yi Liangfei. Chapter 54. Confronting Yi Liangfei. I called up several of my friends with crew cuts and instructed them to meet me at the school gate at 6 o'clock. I had something to discuss. They quickly agreed without further questions. I knew where Yi Liangfei lived, and tonight I would confront him. No matter how formidable he might be, he was vulnerable when alone. As darkness fell early, I hastily grabbed a bite to eat and arrived at the school gate by 5:30, waiting for my friends. It appeared that the teachers were in a meeting and many were exiting, which made me feel awkward. This was not a good omen. I crossed the street to stand on the opposite side. Before 6 o'clock, my friends arrived, each armed, clearly aware of the purpose of my summons. "Are you all afraid of the person we plan to confront? He might be quite powerful," I asked. They shook their heads, asserting they were not afraid. To be honest, I was unsure why they felt so brave. I had my own anxieties. However, as the leader, I had to maintain a facade of confidence. "Yi Liangfei has wronged you. Do you wish to avenge yourselves?" They nodded in agreement, but one added, "Of course we want revenge, but our strength is vastly inferior, and it's rumored that Yi Liangfei's older brother has returned with backing. Apparently, no one fears him now." Suddenly, I understood. No wonder Yi Liangfei was so brazen. He had strong support. Regardless, we would confront him today, and once we returned to school, we would simply lay low. I reassured them. Besides, I have someone backing me. That last statement was meant to bolster their confidence. In truth, I had no one. Given Yi Liangfei's newfound boldness, he likely felt invulnerable, unless the guy in the restroom was willing to assist me. After saying that, I led them to lie in wait outside Yi Liangfei's home, hiding among some bushes across the street. It was dark, and we concealed ourselves there. Wang Ming asked if we needed to prepare a sack, to which I replied, "No. I want him to know that it was me who beat him." "Why do one do that?" the crew cut guy questioned, somewhat puzzled. I pondered for a moment and remarked, "We must make a stand. Currently, Yi Liangfei is aggressively recruiting at school. If we do not assert ourselves now, there will be no one left to challenge him in the future. At that point, any chance for us to rise again will be lost. Not only do I intend to confront him today, but I also plan to face him in school." They all responded with an understanding "oh." In truth, these thoughts had just come to me, and upon reflection, I realized my words rang true. If I did not act now, opportunities would vanish. I found myself genuinely without allies. Even Sister Chun had ceased her support. I was left to rely solely on myself. Thus, I can no longer afford to be timid. Someone like Yi Liangfei would undoubtedly not remain at home for long. Sure enough, around 7 o'clock, he emerged from his house and climbed into a car. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I had not anticipated that Yi Liangfei could drive. "What shall we do?" the short fellow inquired. "We cannot allow him to drive away. As soon as he exits, you, Buzz Cut, should stop him." "What? He would run me over?" "Would he?" Buzz Cut replied, a worried expression crossing his face. "Why would he run you over? Just leave your stick behind and tell him you wish to join him." "All right, I'll give it a try," Buzz Cut said before darting out from the bushes and standing at Yi Liangfei's doorstep. Yi Liangfei slowly drove out and stopped, leaning out of the window, seemingly engaged in conversation with Buzz Cut. Suddenly, I realized that Buzz Cut had no idea where Yi Liangfei lived. Quickly, We need to get out of here, I exclaimed, rushing forward with the others following closely behind. Yi Liangfei caught on, stepping on the gas, but in that instant, Buzz Cut grabbed his hair through the window, demanding stop the car. With no choice, Yi Liangfei could not accelerate without losing his hair. Open the car door, I commanded. Yi Liangfei glanced at me and opened his mouth to scream, but Buzz Cut swiftly slapped him, warning, shut up. If you scream, I'll finish you. We swiftly piled into the car and forced Yi Liangfei from the driver's seat to the back. Who could drive? I asked. The short fellow replied that he could. Good. Take us to the abandoned factory, I instructed. He nodded and sat in the driver's seat, starting the engine. From the back, I grinned at Yi Liangfei and said, Brother Fei, long time no see. Yi Liangfei scoffed. We saw each other yesterday. Without hesitation, I slapped him hard across the face, seething. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Do you believe I won't finish you today? My words dripped with venom as I truly wished to end him. Yi Liangfei stared at me in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Do you believe I won't have someone kill you? How bold of you to still talk back. I retorted, delivering another slap. Do you really think I fear you? I assure you, people fear you, but I do not. Accelerate, I shouted to the short fellow, who complied, shifting gears. Yi Liangfei's home was not far from the abandoned factory, and with the short fellow driving swiftly, we arrived in no time. Once we disembarked, I ordered them to drag Yi Liangfei into the dilapidated house where I had previously dealt with Peng Long, delivering a forceful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Yi Liangfei stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and warned, I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. Regret? Not a chance. I retorted angrily. All those disgraceful things you've done, I will settle the score with you. Remember when I burned Peng Long with a cigarette here? Just imagine if I did the same to your forehead. I said with a grin. Yi Liangfei's face turned pale as he trembled, pointing at me. You wouldn't dare. Truth be told, Yi Liangfei was quite handsome, fair-skinned, tall, and slim, though somewhat effeminate. I had no intention of actually burning him. I knew he would go to great lengths to retaliate if I did, rendering my efforts futile. Ironically, in the end, Yi Liangfei did end up with a cigarette burn on his face after making a grave mistake. Flo, brother, let it go. Buzz Cut whispered, approaching me. I can forego the burn, but today if I don't send him to the hospital, all this effort will have been for naught. With that, I picked up a brick and slammed it down on Yi Liangfei's head. Regardless of the outcome, he needed to be hospitalized for at least a week, during which I could devise a plan for when he returned, ensuring I had the leverage to confront him. I struck him with the brick several times until he finally collapsed, appearing half-conscious. Yet his resolve remained. He still taunted me, claiming I would not succeed. This infuriated me further, and in a fit of rage, I struck him with a stone, rendering him unconscious. Breathing heavily, I pondered striking again, but Buzz Cut and the others restrained me, insisting we should take him to the hospital before things escalated. Taking a deep breath, I reluctantly agreed. They hastily lifted him into the car, and just as we got him inside, he regained consciousness. With a bloodied face, he managed a sinister smile and muttered, You are dead. I couldn't help but shiver at his chilling words. Drive to the hospital, I commanded the short fellow, who complied and sped off toward the hospital. Upon arrival, we unceremoniously left him in the car and walked away, confident he would make his way inside. Flo, brother, I must say, given Yi Liangfei's character and strength, if we return now, we are certain to meet our end. Buzz Cut expressed his concerns. Chapter 55. Chatting with the squatter, why concern ourselves with that? We've endured his tyranny for so long. Are we to continue cowering? What kind of life would that be? I snapped. They opened their mouths, but fell silent. After dispersing, we returned home, uncertain of Yi Liangfei's fate. Nevertheless, I was well aware he would not let this go. On Monday morning, we were to raise the flag. I opted to skip it, knowing the squatter would likely do the same and was probably engrossed in a game of Red Alert at the Internet CAF. Thus, I ventured to the CAF early in the morning, finding the squatter just settling in, munching on a bun. The red-clad fellow and Win brother were absent, likely attending the flag raising. I took a seat at red-clad spot and casually grabbed one of the squatter's buns, popping it into my mouth. Why aren't you at the flag raising? I asked. The squatter glanced at me and replied, I don't want to go. It's too cold outside. Feigning nonchalance, I remarked, I've gotten myself into trouble with Yi Liangfei, and I'm at a loss for what to do. The squatter remained fixated on the screen, ignoring me. I continued, I hear Yi Liangfei has been quite formidable lately, unafraid of anyone, with a powerful brother backing him. Still, He remained silent. I pressed on. Word is, there's someone exceptionally capable at our school. Whenever someone tries to rise, that person intervenes. Like that yellow hair guy before, he met his demise thanks to his brother. How could such a person exist? The squatter mused. That person must have provoked someone. No one wishes to meddle in such affairs. The reason I spoke thus was rooted in my suspicion regarding the squatter's identity. I had long believed he could be the formidable figure at our school. Now, his words only strengthened my conviction. Given Yi Liangfei's current momentum, what if he inadvertently offended that person? I casually mentioned, what if he were to cross paths with that individual? At that moment, the squatter unexpectedly uttered, "Kill him." I was suddenly startled and promptly inquired, "You killed him?" That's quite extreme. The man squatting in the restroom turned his gaze towards me and replied, "Oh, I meant that character in the game." I thought about eliminating him. At that moment, I was rendered speechless and said, "All right then." The atmosphere fell into a brief awkwardness, and I spoke again. "I beat Yi Liangfei badly over the weekend. What if he seeks revenge?" The squatting man shrugged, saying, "How would I know? It's your business. Shouldn't you resolve it yourself?" I decided not to pry further and stated directly, "Then you should have a man in red help me. Didn't you just say he has a powerful ally? How could the man in red dare to provoke him?" The squatting man responded, leaving me at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. It seemed the path to seek help from him was closed. Reluctantly, I left the internet CF, comforted by the fact that I had sent Yi Liangfei to the hospital. I had at least a week to devise a plan. Upon returning to school, I skipped classes and gathered a few friends, including the crew with crew cuts, to head to the back garden. There, I asked them if they had any good ideas regarding Yi Liangfei. They shook their heads, indicating they had none. After pondering for a moment, I said, "Well, if most of the troublemakers in school are with Yi Liangfei, what about those who aren't? Why haven't they joined him?" The crew cut guy explained, "Yi Liangfei's personality is such that he tends to attack anyone he doesn't like. You may not know, but several prominent figures in school have been stripped of their clothes and tied to a tree just for crossing his path. Would you want to end up like that?" I was taken aback by Yi Liangfei's twisted nature. I had suspected he was trouble, and now it was clear he was indeed a menace. I asked the crew cut guy, "How many followers does Yi Liangfei have now?" He thought for a moment and replied, "Probably around 30 or 40. I inquired if there were any athletes among them. Suddenly, I recalled that athletes were often considered the most formidable in school due to their unity and fighting prowess. Most people were reluctant to provoke them. If I could gain their support, I might stand a chance against Yi Liangfei. The crew cut guy remarked that a few sycophants had sided with Yi Liangfei, but most had not. I slapped my forehead, exclaiming, "That's fantastic. This is our opportunity. We can win over the athletes." The crew cut guys looked at me as if I were foolish and eventually shook their heads in disbelief. "What's wrong? Is that not feasible?" I asked, perplexed. The crew cut guy replied, "Lu Gu, you don't understand. Those athletes are proud and won't ally with anyone." I argued, "How we know unless we try? We don't need them to follow us. Even a slight collaboration would suffice. Let's do this. You guys go find those who aren't with Yi Liangfei and convince them, while I approach the athletes." Now, I stood up, filled with excitement. They agreed to give it a shot. Thus, we split up. The athletes typically practiced in the afternoon, so I planned to approach them during the second period's break. I returned to my class and attended a lesson. When the class ended, I rushed over to Xiaohua. She glanced up at me and smiled briefly before returning to her book. "Xiaohua," I called out, feeling a bit shy. She looked at me and asked, "What is it?" I scratched my head, attempting to appear nonchalant, and said, "Are you still mad at me?" "Xiaohua replied, "No." I continued, "Then why haven't you replied to my messages or answer my calls?" Her face flushed as she admitted, I just didn't want to talk to you then." I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Her response was quite blunt, but that was typical of Xiaohua's character. If she hadn't replied that way, it would have been unusual. And now, I inquired. Xiaohua smiled sweetly and said, "I'm fine now. It's all good." I nodded, relieved, saying, "That's great. By the way, don't believe what Yi Liangfei said. We have a conflict now." Xiaohua suddenly asked, "Is it because of Chun Jie?" I felt awkward again and sheepishly replied, "To be honest, it was because of her before, but not anymore. You know there's nothing between Chun Jie and me. Yi Liangfei warned me against talking to her, and being the contrarian I am, the more he said not to, the more I felt compelled to. Thus, the conflict escalated." Xiaohua nodded, showing no doubt in my words. She cautioned me to be careful and to avoid fighting after resolving this matter. I assured her I would. With that issue settled, a weight lifted from my heart. But dealing with Chun Jie was another matter entirely. She was ignoring me. If it were before, she would have come to inquire about my altercation with Yi Liangfei, but now it was as if she was oblivious to it. At lunchtime, I sought out Xiaohua to eat together, but suddenly, Chun Jie appeared at the entrance. My heart leapt, thinking she had come to find me, and I rushed over with a grin, saying, "I knew you wouldn't really ignore me." Chun Jie glanced at me and stated, "I'm here to find Xiaohua." At that moment, Xiaohua emerged and said, "Xiao Lu, I want to be eating with you today. I'm going with Chun Jie." I stammered a couple of goodbyes and retreated into the classroom. Upon returning to my seat, I lost my appetite, feeling despondent, compounded by a series of troubling issues weighing on my mind. Chapter 56. Yi Liangfei returns to the classroom was mostly empty when I noticed one person still seated, Wang Zuan, who was engrossed in reading. With nothing better to do, I approached and sat beside him. He glanced up, grunted, and resumed his reading. I had grown accustomed to his dismissive attitude, as I knew arguing with him was futile. After a few minutes, he impatiently shoved his book into his desk and stood up to leave. I thought perhaps my presence had been bothersome, making it difficult for him to concentrate. During the afternoon break, while others engaged in exercise, I stepped into the restroom to smoke a cigarette. Once they finished their exercises, I made my way downstairs to the sports field. The athletes were also doing their exercises, and after finishing, they directly began to jog. I found a spot to sit and patiently waited for them to complete their running. After about 20 minutes, some finally stopped to rest, and one of them happened to be the burly guy I recognized. I approached him, tapping him on the shoulder and asking, "What are you doing here?" The burly guy, who had been drinking water, set it down and turned to me, surprised to see me. "Oh, it's you. Just finished running, taking a break." I handed him a cigarette and, without further pleasantries, directly inquired about Yi Liangfei. "Surely, you haven't aligned yourself with him, have you?" I joked lightly. The burly fellow immediately shook his head, exclaiming, "How could that be? Who would willingly associate with someone like him?" With a grin, I replied, "Well, since you're not with him, perhaps you could lend me a hand." "Lend you a hand? In what way?" he asked, momentarily taken aback. I confessed. "I sent Yi Liangfei to the hospital. When he returns, I anticipate a fierce confrontation, and I would appreciate your assistance." Upon hearing this, the burly man quickly shook his head, stating, "Absolutely not. You know how it is with our group? No one is willing to stand against Yi Liangfei because he is utterly unhinged." I felt somewhat displeased and retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. The last time Feng Ge called out, everyone from the entire playground rushed to his aid. I didn't see anyone fearing Yi Liangfei then." The burly man sighed and explained, "Xiao Lu, you don't understand. Feng Ge was also an athlete, and he is particularly loyal, which earns him immense respect among us. When he is in trouble, we would even take a beating for him. Besides, Feng Ge has connections. As you know." Nodding, I realized, that makes sense. No wonder Feng Ge is so formidable. He was once an athlete. "If you help me this once, I assure you Yi Liangfei will be powerless against you." "What do you say?" I boasted. Those unfamiliar with the dynamics of a new environment may not grasp this. But when trying to establish oneself, the first thing is to boast about knowing certain influential figures. You will find that, as you embellish, it often becomes a reality. I was clearly exaggerating, yet the burly man remained unimpressed. No matter what I said, he refused to assist me. Before long, the athletes returned to rest, forming a circle around me. The burly man kindly relayed our earlier conversation, and upon hearing it, they all firmly rejected my request for help. I discreetly poked the burly man and whispered, "Surely, none of them are aligned with Yi Liangfei?" He shook his head dismissively, gesturing with his chin toward a small group in the distance, and said, "No, those individuals are over there." I breathed a sigh of relief and said, Good, good. Since they were unwilling to assist, I wouldn't press them further. Nevertheless, I expressed my gratitude, promising that should I succeed in the future, I wouldn't forget them. If they needed anything, they could come to me, Xiao Lu. Noticing their lack of intent to help, I decided not to linger and took my leave. After school that afternoon, the buzzcut young man and a few others approached me. I inquired about their situation, and the buzzcut replied, "Not good. They don't think highly of you." Some even said, "Xiao Lu, what is that? Is he something special?" Anger surged within me. How could no one in the entire school regard me with respect? I resolved that when Yi Liangfei returned, I would confront him as I did Liao Song, to assert my dominance and see who would dare to disrespect me again. However, I decided to set that plan aside for the moment. With a sigh, I acknowledged, this matter cannot be rushed. It requires careful consideration. Upon returning home, I messaged Chun Jie as usual, but she continued to ignore me, and I refrained from pursuing her further. The following day at school, the buzzcut suddenly sent me a message. Yi Liangfei is back. I was taken aback. How could he return so swiftly? With his injuries, he should have been in the hospital for at least a week. This was far too quick. He must be eager for revenge. Panic surged within me as I realized he would undoubtedly retaliate, and I hadn't anticipated his swift return. What should we do? Liu Ye, the buzzcut, inquired anxiously. I suggested, let us skip class today, dismantle our chair legs, and gather our brothers. If Yi Liangfei dares to confront us, we'll stand our ground. It was time to face him. If I continued to evade him, I would never earn respect within this school. The buzzcut hesitantly agreed, his tone revealing uncertainty. As the first class neared its end, I began disassembling the chair legs, stowing them discreetly within my pants, covered by my clothing for convenience. After class, I descended the stairs. A group of about 10 individuals, all part of the buzzcut's crew, gathered below. I didn't hesitate, leading them on a stroll around the school. Throughout the morning, nothing transpired. Yi Liangfei made no move. I pondered whether he was actually intimidated by my prior encounter. That seemed unlikely. Even someone like Peng Long would seek retribution, let alone Yi Liangfei. At noon, Xiao Hua informed me that the school had revised its regulations. Starting next week, all students, regardless of distance, were required to reside on campus, with evening study sessions mandated. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but curse the school. Our free time was already scarce, and now it was even more limited. Moreover, this was significantly advantageous for Yi Liangfei. In the afternoon, I continued to navigate the school with the buzzcut and his companions until we unexpectedly encountered Yi Liangfei, who was flanked by a comparable number of people. However, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his head entirely bandaged, resembling a mummy. Once again, the short fellow displayed his irreverent nature, cheerfully greeting Yi Liangfei. Hey, Fei Gu, is this your new look? Stylish. Really stylish. Instantly, Yi Liangfei's entourage erupted in verbal assaults directed at us. The short fellow brandished a chair leg, challenging, come on, try cursing again. Their insults intensified, each pointing fingers at us. At that moment, Yi Liangfei interjected, everyone quiet down. Let us go. His followers huffed in agreement and began to follow him. Observing Yi Liangfei's retreating figure, I felt a twinge of suspicion. Something was amiss. Was he truly unfazed by my provocation? The short fellow voiced my thoughts, and I shook my head, replying, I don't know. Let us just be cautious in the coming days. By the time school dismissed that afternoon, I returned to my classroom to gather my belongings. Suddenly, a crowd began to gather at the entrance, and my phone buzzed with a text. Hurry, Yi Liangfei has called an outside help. Upon reading this message, jubilation surged within me. It was from Chun Jie. However, I quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yi Liangfei had deliberately refrained from mobilizing anyone against me, waiting instead to summon reinforcements from outside. This time, he was genuinely serious. As the throng outside swelled, I counted at least a dozen adults, far more intimidating than those associated with Xiangge. Panic gripped me. Escape seemed impossible. What was I to do? Xiaolu, come out, Yi Liangfei called from the entrance. I remained still until he coldly warned, do you wish to be beaten? Grinding my teeth, I realized that, given the circumstances, stepping out would yield little difference. Reluctantly, I rose and exited. The moment I stepped outside, Yi Liangfei kicked me in the stomach, sending me crashing against the wall. His newly summoned associates urged him, Xiao Fei, don't resort to violence here. Yi Liangfei scoffed and commanded, let's go downstairs. I remained silent, rising from the ground to follow him outside, where we reached the school courtyard. At this hour, few remained, and the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. I felt a sense of relief that there were no witnesses. Otherwise, the humiliation would be immense. Yi Liangfei, unable to contain himself any longer, produced a gleaming knife from his pocket, intent on stabbing me without hesitation. His companions intervened, insisting that inflicting severe injuries here would lead to complications. Frustrated, Yi Liangfei protested, this isn't acceptable, nor is that. What do you want me to do? One of them suggested, why not take him outside and bring him to the boss? Another individual remarked that it was unnecessary to escalate such a trivial matter to the elder brother. I too wished to avoid making a fuss, suggesting that little Fei give him a good beating, but certainly not with a knife. A sigh of relief washed over me. At least Yi Liangfei would not stab me. I was genuinely fearful that this fool might fatally harm me. Suddenly, Yi Liangfei chuckled and pointed at the national flag, stating that if he wouldn't stab him, then they could hoist him onto the flagpole instead, allowing him to remain there for a night. The others glanced at the flagpole and nodded in agreement. Thus, they hastily lowered the flagpole, removed the national flag, and dragged me over. Yi Liangfei, are you aware that our school has someone formidable? I said, attempting to remain calm despite my anxiety. However, Yi Liangfei was uninterested in my concerns. He slapped my face and commanded me to be silent. Immediately, they began binding me with the rope from the flagpole. Realizing they were serious, I struggled fiercely. At that moment, one of Yi Liangfei's companions kicked me in the stomach, draining my strength. Now let's hoist him up. They secured me to the flagpole, and two of them began raising me. Admittingly, I have a fear of heights, and as the ground receded beneath me, panic set in. Yi Liangfei, you fool, Chen Jie will never like you. Just so, you know, she said she likes me. I incessantly provoked Yi Liangfei, hoping to incite him to lower me. Yet he paid no heed to my taunts. Instead, he instructed his friends to take out their phones, turning on the flashlights to illuminate me, while he snapped photos, each click echoing ominously. Panic surged through me. If these photos were to circulate, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. What should I do now? My mind raced, chaotic as a tangled mess, compounded by my fear of heights. Suddenly, a light shone toward Yi Liangfei and his group from a distance. Yi Liangfei inquired, his tone menacing. The figure approached without responding, and I soon realized it was not one, but two individuals. Yi Liangfei, enough of this. As they drew closer, I recognized the man in red. He had come to rescue me. Upon seeing him, Yi Liangfei sneered and remarked, "Oh, it's you. What is this? Want a medal?" The man in red confirmed his intentions to intervene, demanding my release and questioning if Yi Liangfei would grant him that favor. Yi Liangfei laughed heartily, declaring that he no longer feared him. "We may not have the upper hand, but do you think we would come alone?" At this moment, Feng Gu spoke up, startling me. I thought, could it be? The squatter is here? Feng Gu whistled, and from a short distance, a throng of 30 to 40 individuals approached, each brandishing chair legs, exuding an intimidating presence. Leading the charge was a burly figure. Our athletic comrades had arrived to support me. "Ah, so you've summoned a bunch of punks," Yi Liangfei scoffed. "Didn't you claim to avoid meddling? Now, is Xia Lu your leader?" Feng Yi grinned, declaring, "From today onwards, Xia Lu is indeed their leader." He then turned to the athletes, asking loudly, "Do you have any objections?" "No." They thundered in unison, their morale soaring. "Your leader has been humiliated. What should you do?" Feng Gu continued, "Beat them to a pulp." They chorused, their enthusiasm palpable. I felt a surge of gratitude. Though I could not see Yi Liangfei's expression, I could imagine his face darkening with fury. "Can we let him down now?" Feng Gu inquired of Yi Liangfei, who inhaled deeply, pointing at the group. "Fine, I shall remember this debt." "Yi Liangfei," he asserted, "let us see how long you can act arrogantly." With that, he ordered two of his companions to lower me. I exhaled with relief as I finally descended. "Let us go." Yi Liangfei huffed, and I shouted, "Wait." Feng Gu and the man in red turned to me, questioning, "What is it?" "I want those photos you just took." Yi Liangfei feigned ignorance, asking, "Photos? What photos?" "Don't play dumb. The photos you just took, hand them over." Yi Liangfei sneered, denying the existence of any photos. "Then give me your phone," I demanded. Yi Liangfei narrowed his eyes, warning, "Don't overreach. Do you really think I fear you?" At that moment, Feng Gu leaned in, whispering, "Don't escalate this. If he calls for help, we're all in trouble." I glanced at Feng Gu, gritted my teeth, and reluctantly relented. No matter what, I couldn't drag these people into this mess. "Let us go." Yi Liangfei mockingly gestured at me with a middle finger before departing. Suddenly, someone approached Yi Liangfei, seizing his hair and pulling him aside. Yi Liangfei's companions rushed to retaliate, but he halted them, exclaiming, "No one touch him." He turned to the attacker, grinning, "Yingu, what brings you here? Keep your distance from my sister. Have you forgotten the last time I dealt with you?" Yingu's voice was cold. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangfei shuddered, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking for grain. Scram! Yingu released him, and Yi Liangfei hurriedly led his group away. Feng Gu and the man in red approached Yingu, greeting him, while the man in red's demeanor shifted to one of submission, his usual temper subdued in Yun Ji's presence. "Yingu, what brings you here?" he asked, eyes downcast. Yingu replied that he had some matters to attend to and would leave once completed. He cast a glance in my direction before disappearing from view. Look at you. Terrified, out of your wits. Feng began to tease the man in red once Yin was gone. Chapter 58, Provocation Gratitude to Lanshan 1314 for the Jade Pendant. The man in red flushed with embarrassment, cursing, "Get lost." Feng continued to jest, prompting the man in red to chase after him in anger. They ran off, their playful rivalry resembling that of a young couple. As they sprinted out of the school, they called back to me, "We're leaving." I acknowledged them. But now what would become of the multitude of athletes? Would they genuinely recognize me as their leader? Regardless of the truth, I could not let my pride overreach. So I clasped my hands together and expressed, "Thank you, brothers. If you ever require my assistance, Xia Lu shall oblige." The athletes waved dismissively, assuring me it was unnecessary, stating we were all brothers from now on. Just then, the burly one stepped forward, addressing me. "Lu Feng said we're to follow you from now on." We always heeded Feng Ji's words. "Do you wish for us to defy him?" "Exactly." The others chimed in. "Feng said you're our leader now. Call on us whenever you need, and we will be there without delay." I was overwhelmed with emotion, gratitude flooding my heart. Yet I found myself at a loss for words. My usual eloquence had deserted me in that moment, and ultimately, I could only bow to them and express my thanks for their kindness, vowing not to disappoint their expectations. They burst into laughter, saying they would await my progress. "Lu the burly one remarked, "It's getting late. We should head home. If you need anything, just call me tomorrow." He then provided me with a phone number, and my heart leaped with joy. I had initially intended to treat them to a meal, but lacking funds left me in despair. Now that they were leaving, my worries faded. I could simply invite them to dinner when I had the means. "All right, you may go," I said, jotting down the burly one's number. With that, the group of 30 or so athletes departed from school. Standing beneath the flagpole, I gazed upward for a long while before finally leaving the campus. There was one thing that perplexed me. Why had Yin sought out Yi Liangfei so suddenly, and how had he known that Yi Liangfei was still at school? Moreover, what had that glance from Yin meant before he left? Regardless of these musings, with this group of athletes by my side, I no longer feared Yi Liangfei. At least within the school, he could no longer intimidate me. However, it was clear that these athletes were not swayed by my personal charm. They were merely following Feng Ji's orders. I surmised that if Feng commanded them to sever ties with me, they would do so in an instant. Thus, I needed to forge a brotherhood with them swiftly, allowing them to recognize my indomitable spirit. That night, as I lay in bed, rest eluded me. Then, a sudden realization struck me. Previously, the one who squatted in the pit had mentioned that Feng and the man in red were not to assist me any further. So why they both appear at that moment to save me? Surely it was the squatter's doing. This thought ignited excitement within me. Finally, the squatter was willing to lend me a hand. The following morning, I hurried to the internet CAF. Upon seeing the squatter, I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you for last night," I said. He didn't look up, responding casually, "What are you talking about?" I clarified. "You sent Feng and the man in red to help me." He glanced at me, then at Feng and the man in red, and replied, "Did I tell you to have him help you?" Both Feng and the man in red shook their heads in unison, denying any involvement. The squatter merely grunted and resumed his focus on the computer. Regardless of whether he had helped, I had indeed turned misfortune into fortune last night. As I entered the classroom, I noticed several students staring at me. Initially, it was just a few girls, which was understandable given my handsome appearance. However, as I continued, I realized even the boys were looking my way. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, a student rushed up to me, calling me bro. I glanced at him, confused, as I had no idea who he was. "Why are you calling me that?" I inquired. He grinned and replied, "You may not know me, but I know you. Who in the school doesn't know the famous flagpole guy?" Upon hearing those words, my face turned green with realization. Yi Liangfei must have spread the photo of me being hung from the flagpole. "Where did you see that? Tell me," I exclaimed, gripping the student's collar in anger. He looked innocent and replied, "In our class group, many classes received it." "Yi Liangfei, you're finished." I released him, rushing to the classroom, my face burning with embarrassment. Upon entering, I found everyone laughing at me. Unable to contain myself, I stood up and shouted, "Shut up! Who dares to laugh again? I'll tear your mouth apart. What's wrong with laughing?" Wang Zuan taunted, smirking at me. I clenched my fists, contemplating my next move. I decided to let slide for now, but Wang Zuan, emboldened, shouted, "Xiao Lu was hung for the flagpole, haha. I can't breathe from laughing." At this point, I could no longer restrain myself. I picked up a chair and hurled it at him, then stormed over, grabbing his hair and dragging him outside. You think you can mess with me? I shouted as I slapped him, silencing the classroom. Xiaolu, how dare you hit me? Wang Zun wiped the blood from his nose, incredulity written across his face. I'll hit you all right. I won't let you get away with this. I retorted, kicking him in the stomach. Wang Zun sneered, just wait. With that, he stepped down from the platform. I'll wait for you to buy me candy, fool. I've already provoked Yi Liangfei. Why would I fear you? I thought to myself. Yi Liangfei's background far surpassed that of Wang Zun. I had no intention of provoking him, but I wouldn't allow anyone to push me around either. After taking my seat, a hefty girl unexpectedly complimented me. You looked really cool just now. I shot her a glance, quickly turning away. Her boldness was quite unsettling. After class, the crew cuts approached, asking about the previous night. I downplayed it, saying it was merely a minor setback, nothing to worry about. The crew cut guy shook his head, no. Several people were interested in joining us, but now, they've changed their minds. I scoffed, declaring, I don't need them anymore. Let me tell you, the entire sports department is now our brotherhood. After the second class this afternoon, meet me on the playground, and I'll introduce you to them. Their faces lit up with surprise. Really? They exclaimed. Of course. By the way, didn't you want to ask about Liao Song's girlfriend? I'll take care of that this afternoon, I added. The crew cut guy was visibly moved, his eyes glistening as he bowed deeply. Thank you, Lu Ge. In the future. Enough with the theatrics, just go back, I interrupted. They nodded and left. With the athletes on my side, I felt invincible in school. There were about 30 of them, and with the crew cut guys included, my numbers approached 40. Yi Liangfei's group was only about the same size, and their strength certainly didn't match mine. I decided to send Yi Liangfei a message. You will surely regret your actions from last night. I will ensure you can't hold your head high in school. Chapter 59. Morning sister visits Little Flower's home before long. Yi Liangfei responded, Haha, I await you. I will ensure your utter disgrace. I was too weary to engage in a war of words with him. For now, he couldn't touch me at school. As for the others outside, we were truly outmatched, not due to lack of strength, but because they were professionals, while we were merely amateurs. It was best to avoid confrontation whenever possible. As long as I could maintain my upper hand in school, that was sufficient. As for Liao Song, last time he dared strike me, it was either due to inside information or because he had already allied with Yi Liangfei. The latter seemed more plausible, given his obnoxious nature. The hefty girl seemed to be in an unusual mood, constantly engaging me in conversation. Eventually, I could no longer tolerate her chatter and said, Could you please stop talking to me? Focus on your studies, will you? Your parents paid for you to come here just to talk to me? What makes me worthy of your conversation? Speak up, and I'll make changes, all right? The chubby girl flushed and fell silent, burying herself in her novel. By the time the second class ended in the afternoon, after they finished their exercises, I headed to the grand playground. The boy with the crew cut and his friends were already waiting there after their exercises, while the athletes continued their usual running. We sat there, waiting together. The crew cut boy asked me, Lu Ge, are you just boasting? Otherwise, why are they still running? I retorted, get lost. Do I seem like the type to boast? After knowing me for so long, have you ever seen me brag? The crew cut boy and his short companions nodded in unison, saying, You boast every day. I cursed them to leave. After smoking a few cigarettes on the playground, the runners finished their exercises and came over to rest, gathering around us. I cleared my throat and introduced myself briefly, then said, I have something to attend to later. I need 10 volunteers among you to help me. The burly guy replied, What do you mean by help? How about all of us go with you? I felt a surge of joy. This was the outcome I desired. I nodded eagerly and said, Great. I appreciate it, brothers. After the third class, we'll set off. The burly guy agreed, and one of the athletes asked, Where are we going? It's not to confront Yi Liangfei, is it? I assured them it wasn't, saying, Don't worry. I won't be looking for trouble with Yi Liangfei for now. They nodded, then continued to ask what we were going to do. I explained, Liao Song hit me once before, and I haven't sought revenge because I didn't have the ability back then. But now, with your support, I don't regard Liao Song as a threat at all. The athletes immediately began chattering excitedly, declaring Liao Song a mere weakling and saying they would easily beat him up. I thanked them again and shared some cigarettes. Since they needed to train, they didn't linger long and headed off to practice. The crew cut boy and I found a quiet spot to sit and started playing cards. Class hours of 45 minutes felt agonizing, but without class, the time slipped away unnoticed. The athletes took a 10-minute break earlier than usual. claiming they needed to conserve their energy. After class, we marched into the teaching building with a crowd of 30 to 40 people, drawing curious and respectful glances from others along the way. At least that's how it seemed to me. When we reached Liao Song's floor, I kicked open his door and shouted, "Liao Song, come out." Upon seeing me, Liao Song grinned and said, "Oh, isn't this the famous flagpole, brother? What brings you to our class?" Climbing the flagpole, his classmates erupted in laughter. I snapped back, "Shut your mouth. If anyone laughs again, I'll tear their mouth apart." Liao Song scoffed, remarking on my bravado. He then whispered to a student beside him, who hurried out, presumably to fetch help, while Liao Song emerged with a broomstick, flanked by 3 or 4 others. As he approached, he pointed the broom at me, saying, "I'll let you climb the flagpole too." I watched him with a cold smile as he approached the door. Just as he was about to step out, he glanced at the window, and, suddenly, his expression changed drastically. However, it was too late for him to have regrets. He had to face us. The moment he saw the throng of athletes, his face turned ashen. "What do you think you're doing with that worthless broom?" The burly guy sneered. Liao Song quickly chuckled nervously. "Come on, I can't scare anyone with this. I just saw some trash at the door and thought I'd clean up." Without shame, he started sweeping, instructing his lackeys to fetch a dustpan and trash can. The burly guy scoffed and kicked Liao Song in the head, sending him flying back into the classroom. Liao Song emerged again, his face pale. I pulled him aside and said, "I want to ask you something. If you tell me, I won't hit you, okay?" Liao Song nodded eagerly. "Sure. Ask whatever you want." I grunted and told the burly guy and the others to wait for me, then took the crew cut boy to the bathroom on their floor. A few students were smoking inside, and I ordered them to leave. Seeing Liao Song beside me, they fled without protest. The crew cut boy, eyes bloodshot, demanded, "Liao Song, where did my girlfriend go?" Liao Song replied hastily, "I truly don't know where she is." "Don't you dare lie." The crew cut boy kicked Liao Song in the stomach and grabbed his hair, asking, "Will you talk? If not, I'll kill you today." He began slamming Liao Song's head against the wall. It was evident the crew cut boy was quite fond of his girlfriend. Liao Song begged for mercy, repeatedly insisting he didn't know where the crew cut boy's girlfriend was. I could tell Liao Song wasn't lying, so I pulled the crew cut boy back and asked Liao Song, "Why don't you know?" He sighed, "We broke up a long time ago. How would I know where she went?" "You scoundrel." The crew cut boy exploded again, landing another punch on Liao Song. I decided not to intervene, knowing the crew cut boy wouldn't get into trouble for this, and allowing him to vent his frustration. Once the crew cut boy finished, I patted his shoulder, encouraging him to let it go. He chuckled, "It's nothing, just a minor issue." I nodded and said, "All right, since we can't get anything out of him, let us leave." We exited the bathroom and returned to the burly guy. "Where's Liao Song?" they asked. I replied, "PS in the bathroom. Let us go. The matter is settled." The burly guys looked somewhat disappointed, a few murmuring they were eager to take out their frustrations on someone. I laughed heartily. "No need to rush. We'll have our chance to get back at Yi Liangfei." They awkwardly chuckled, but said nothing. After resolving this matter, the crew cut boy and I returned to our classes. In the evening, as school ended, I approached Xiao Hua, suggesting we leave together. She smiled and replied, "No, tonight Chun Jie is coming to my house as a guest." "To your place? Wow, you two are moving fast," I remarked, somewhat annoyed. Xiao Hua giggled. "No, she is just coming to my hotel. You've been there before. Then I should go too." I huffed. Xiao Hua quickly protested, "You can't." "Why not?" I pressed. She hesitated, finally stammering, "Chun Jie. She said she doesn't want to see you." I was taken aback by her bluntness. She didn't want to see me. If she doesn't want to see me, then I must go. How about I book a room at your place? I insisted. Chapter 60. Xiao Hua's home. Xiao Hua was immediately conflicted, her face contorting in distress. "Could you please not go?" she pleaded. I replied firmly, "No, I'm going. I'm heading to your place right now." With that, I dashed out of the classroom. Upon reaching the school gate, I suddenly remembered that I had beaten Wang Zuan today. He might seek revenge. So, I hurried back, finding a corner to climb over the wall and escape. After exiting the school, I made my way straight to the hotel. Upon arrival, I booked a room and waited downstairs. Before long, Xiao Hua and Chun Jie indeed showed up. I hadn't seen Chun Jie in ages, and now, seeing her brought an inexplicable sense of warmth. I rushed forward, saying, "Xiao Hua, Chun Jie, you're back?" Chun Jie cast a glance at me, and then at Xiao Hua, saying, "What are you doing here?" I replied that I had booked a room and wasn't planning on returning home tonight, suggesting we find a place to have fun together. Chun Jie brushed it off. stating that if I was there, she would go home. My expression changed, and a wave of disappointment washed over me. After saying this, Chun Jie turned to leave, but Xiao Hua insisted she stay. In a moment of panic, I called out to Chun Jie, "What exactly is wrong with you? What have I done to deserve this?" My outburst made Chun Jie pause. She turned back and said, "You haven't done anything to me, nor have I to you." I acknowledged her concern about Xiao Hua misunderstanding the situation, but argued that she could at least say something to me, even as a friend of Xiao Hua. "You shouldn't treat me this way," I said. Upon hearing this, Chun Jie's expression changed, and she turned away, leaving without a word. "Look at what you've done." Xiao Hua approached me. I rubbed the back of my head, unsure of what I'd said wrong. Women's thoughts are indeed hard to decipher. With no choice but to accept that Chun Jie had left, Xiao Hua and I went upstairs. She lived on the top floor, which was designed as a suite, quite different from the others, and hers was the finest suite, resembling a home with all the necessary amenities and spaciousness. "Where's your father?" I inquired. Xiao Hua replied that he wasn't often around, sometimes traveling to other cities. "So he won't be back tonight?" I asked, to which she nodded. A wave of relief washed over me, and I exclaimed, "As her boyfriend, I can't allow you to stay here alone. I must accompany you, otherwise I would be terribly worried if something happened to you." Xiao Hua agreed, saying, "All right, you can stay here tonight." I thought to myself that I could easily deceive her. Xiao Hua was too innocent and would surely face greater troubles in the future. After a light meal, we settled onto the sofa to chat. Xiao Hua asked, "Which university do you plan to apply to?" I casually replied, "Who said I'm going to university? With my grades, how could I possibly get in? That won't do. If you don't go to university, what will you do in the future?" Xiao Hua said, looking down, "Who says one can't do anything without a university degree? I will definitely become a wealthy individual, so don't worry," I assured her confidently. "But," Xiao Hua hesitated, "I have to go to university, right? What will happen to us then?" Suddenly, my expression stiffened as I realized I had overlooked this crucial question. What would happen when she went to university? Would she still like me then? "Wherever you go to university, I will follow you," I declared. "Really?" Xiao Hua's eyes lit up with excitement. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" I replied. She nodded vigorously, saying, "That's great." I asked Xinjie about this too, and her answer was similar to yours. Xiao Hua sighed. I was taken aback, unsure of how to respond, as I couldn't discern if there was another layer to her words. I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I'll sleep now," I said, stifling a yawn to change the subject. Xiao Hua exclaimed, "You can sleep in that room. My dad is in there." I asked, "What about you?" "I'm in my own room," she replied. I quickly shook my head, saying that won't do. "It's too dangerous for you to be alone in there. I must stay with you." Xiao Hua reassured me. "It's safe in my room. You should sleep in my dad's room." I sighed, wondering why Xiao Hua wasn't falling for my concerns this time. "All right then, I'll go sleep in your dad's room." I stood up and headed there. However, I found it impossible to sleep, knowing Xiao Hua was just next door. After much contemplation, I bolted into Xiao Hua's room. As I opened the door, I was met with an unexpected sight. Xiao Hua was changing her clothes. To be precise, she was changing her undergarments. Startled, she quickly dove under the covers. I didn't see anything," I protested, to which she urged me to leave. I muttered a couple of affirmations and hurriedly exited. As I left, I cleverly left the door ajar, peeking through the gap to catch a glimpse of Xiao Hua. Even if she came to close the door, she would be undressed. However, reality was quite different from my expectations. Xiao Hua wrapped herself in a blanket and came over to shut the door. I felt a pang of disappointment. Once she finished dressing, she returned to open the door, wearing a pink nightgown that appeared pure and adorable, prompting me to steal a few more glances. "Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Xiao Hua asked, her cheeks flushed. I grinned, saying, "Have you ever seen someone knock when entering their girlfriend's room?" Xiao Hua's face reddened further, leaving her speechless. "I don't want to sleep in that room. Can I stay here?" I asked. Xiao Hua immediately refused, suggesting I go home instead since it wasn't too late. I quickly replied, "Then I'll head back to your dad's room." Xiao Hua agreed, urging me to go since she needed to study. Disappointed, I nodded and returned to her father's room to lie down and sleep. The next day, Xiao Hua and I walked to school together. Upon reaching the school gate, I spotted Liao Song and Yu Liangfei standing there. Instantly on guard, I scanned the surroundings, including the bushes, relieved to find no ambush before confidently making my way into the school. As I approached them, Yu Liangfei blocked my path. I looked up and said, "Good dogs don't block the way, move aside." Yu Liangfei scoffed, saying, "You think you could just walk past after hitting my friend?" I replied, "What do you want then? Go ahead and try to hit me." Yi Liangfei retorted, "I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you. This weekend, I'll be waiting for you at Honglin Street in the East District. Anyone who doesn't show up is a coward." I chuckled, saying I want to be going, so what can you do about it? You. Yi Liangfei was visibly infuriated. I smirked, saying if you have the guts, do something to me at school. I'll be waiting. Good job, Yi Liangfei chuckled, adding, your girlfriend is really something. I replied, of course. Do you think Xiaohua would believe your nonsense? Let me tell you, you won't be able to break us apart. With that, I pulled Xiaohua closer and swaggered into the school. As we entered, I noticed the squatting pit guy preparing to leave, so I quickly grabbed him and asked, where are you going? He replied that he was just going out for a stroll. All right then, go ahead. I need to go to class, I said. He nodded and continued walking outside. Xiaohua, you can head back on your own. I have something to take care of. I patted her shoulder and then returned to school gate. Standing by to watch the squatting pit guy, Liao Song and Yi Liangfei were still there. I wanted to see if Yi Liangfei recognized him. As the squatting pit guy passed them, Liao Song suddenly called out, Qing Ge. The squatting pit guy ignored him, acting as if he were invisible, while Liao Song appeared completely unfazed. I almost forgot to mention something. Tomorrow, the update for Chapter 61 is set for the morning. I had nearly overlooked it, but thankfully I remembered. I focused not on Liao Song's reaction, but on Yi Liangfei, who didn't call out to the squatting pit guy and didn't look at him either. However, I could see he was somewhat anxious, his eyes darting around, and his limbs fidgeting. The calm demeanor of the squatting pit guy starkly contrasted with Yi Liangfei's frantic behavior. I exhaled with relief, realizing that this individual was likely the infamous squatting man. However, I surmised that Yi Liangfei, his elder brother, was probably confident in dealing with him. Otherwise, he would not have neglected to greet him. Once the squatting man departed, Yi Liangfei led Liao Song toward the school, and I hastily returned to the classroom. It was Wednesday, and Yi Liangfei had messaged me, stating that we would meet on Sunday at Honglin Street, where he would surely host a grand ceremony in my honor. I thought to myself that I would not attend. Why would I willingly expose myself to danger? Despite Yi Liangfei's relentless provocation, I remained resolute. Ultimately, he issued a stern warning, stating that if I chose not to attend, I would forever lose my chance with the two women. Skeptical, I replied with a cold chuckle, affirming my faith in the love I shared with Xiaohua, as well as my friendship with Chunjie. Yi Liangfei replied, very well, let us see. I hope you do not regret your decision. Should you choose to attend, I will ensure you endure the utmost humiliation. Glancing at the screen, I cannot be bothered to respond further. On that day, Chunjie unexpectedly sent me a message, advising me to refrain from provoking Yi Liangfei any further, as his connections were formidable. Even if I sought help from my brother, he would only offer a superficial gesture, and besides, my brother was unwilling to involve himself in my affairs. Upon reading Chunjie's message, I felt a surge of warmth and replied, I knew you cared about me. Chunjie responded, of course, I care because Xiaohua and I are friends. I acknowledged her sentiment, expressing that it was indeed comforting. After sending that message, Chunjie ceased her replies. I had largely dismissed the situation with Yi Liangfei. Rumors of my prowess had spread throughout the school, and thus, no one dared to confront me. Wang Zun had also become notably subdued, focusing on his studies and refraining from provoking me. I had previously held a favorable impression of Wang Zun, hoping to befriend him, but alas, he had never regarded me as an equal, rendering any friendship impossible, and potentially positioning us as adversaries. That day passed without incident. I roamed the school, feeling utterly at ease, akin to wandering in my own home. Truth be told, I relished the opportunity to flaunt my newfound confidence, as I was no longer the pushover I once was. Naturally, I was not the undisputed leader of the school. Many were far more formidable than I. If I were to cross paths with someone truly formidable, they could easily bring others to confront me, leaving me with no escape. Thus, after a morning of bravado, I decided it prudent to temper my attitude. In the afternoon, I spent time with the squatting man and returned home after school. It seemed Chunjie harbored less prejudice against me. Previously, I would either walk home with her or Xiaohua. Now, the three of us strolled together, exchanging laughter and conversation. I found this arrangement quite enjoyable, as their personalities balanced each other well, and with Chunjie looking out for Xiaohua, I felt more at ease. On Thursday, I overslept and awoke past 7 o'clock, nearly missing my classes. In a hurry, I rushed to school, sprinting frantically. Upon entering the school gate, I accidentally collided with someone, causing my head to spin. When I looked up, I found it was Peng Long, and instinctively I exclaimed, "Are you blind? Get out of my way." He pointed to the side, and only then did I realize that both Brother Xiang and Yi Liangfei were present, observing me. Fortunately, they merely watched and did not make any aggressive moves. Although Brother Xiang was a mere ruffian, he was still not someone I could afford to provoke. So I remained silent and proceeded into the school. I pondered whether Yi Liangfei had sent Brother Xiang to deal with me. It seemed unlikely. If Brother Xiang intended to confront me, he would have done so long ago, and he was not audacious enough to seek me out on school grounds. Or were they scheming in their clandestine manner? I dismissed the thought and focused on attending class. Since yesterday, Yi Liangfei had become increasingly obnoxious, frequently messaging me with insults. Initially, I engaged him in retorts, but eventually I lost interest. If it pleased him to insult me, so be it. I was not losing anything substantial. Subsequently, he inundated me with messages declaring, "Look, I'm out having fun with Chun Jie." One after another, the messages became intolerable, prompting me to reply with a single message that silenced him. "Why are you such a loser? Strutting around with a wealthy beauty makes you this arrogant?" To be frank, I often walk with Chun Jie too, and I've even slept at her place. Envy that? After sending that message, Yi Liangfei ceased his replies. I half wondered if my words had infuriated him, contemplating the legality of provoking someone to the brink of rage. When one finds themselves idle, their mind begins to wander. Recently, I've been reflecting on my initial confession to Su Xiaohua, which had started as a mere jest. I had expected failure, yet it had succeeded unexpectedly. In hindsight, it felt somewhat informal, and I yearned to surprise her with a more sincere declaration of my feelings, accompanied by a gift. However, I pondered my own selfishness. My intention was not solely to profess my love to Xiaohua, but also to demonstrate to Chun Jie that my commitment to Xiaohua was genuine. Would this not sadden her? As the school day concluded, Yi Liangfei summoned a large entourage from outside the school, dozens of them on motorcycles, creating a cloud of smoke as they circled the entrance. I was startled, fearing an impending confrontation. Just as I was about to flee, I realized that Yi Liangfei had no intention of attacking me. Instead, he approached Xiaohua with a flower in hand, saying, "Xiaohua, my friend likes you and wishes to have a word. Is that all right?" He gestured towards a motorcyclist who exuded a carefree demeanor, smoking nonchalantly. I immediately positioned myself in front of Xiaohua, demanding, "What do you mean by this, Yi Liangfei?" He feigned innocence, replying, "There's nothing to it. My friend simply fancies her. What is the problem? Are you going to hit me?" I retorted that I certainly wanted to strike him. Yi Liangfei let out a mock gasp, then whistled, signaling the motorcycles to encircle me. "What if I said I would hit you?" He feigned fear, prompting one of the motorcyclists to suggest, "Then let us take him down," revving his engine menacingly. I glanced back at the security guards, who were peering out from the windows. Upon meeting my gaze, they quickly withdrew and shut the window. I cursed under my breath, realizing they were utterly useless. Yi Liangfei chuckled and patted my shoulder, saying, "Don't be afraid. We won't harm you." He ruffled my hair, as if treating me like a pet. "But be cautious. My friend has a penchant for unconventional methods," he whispered conspiratorially before patting my shoulder again. Through clenched teeth, I warned, "Yi Liangfei, if you dare to lay a hand on Xiaohua, do you believe I would not exact vengeance upon your entire family?" He laughed mockingly. "Oh, how terrifying. I await your response." With that, he hopped onto a motorcycle and sped away. Watching his retreating figure, I gritted my teeth in resolve. "Xiaohua, call Chun Jie," I instructed. Xiaohua nodded timidly, retrieving her phone to summon Chun Jie to the school gate, as I had something important to discuss with her. Before long, Sister Chun arrived, breathlessly rushing towards us, inquiring about our affairs. I earnestly addressed her, "Sister Chun, I have a matter of utmost importance to entrust to you." "Go ahead." She nodded in acknowledgement. I relayed to her every word that Yi Liangfei had just confided in me. "Sister Chun, in these recent days, I hope you can look after Xiaohua. If Yi Liangfei harbors any ill intentions towards her, you must inform me immediately." Sister Chun lowered her gaze and murmured in affirmation. I expressed my gratitude and prepared to leave. I needed to devise a strategy, an all-encompassing plan to utterly defeat Yi Liangfei, ensuring he would never dare to challenge me again. It became clear to me that Yi Liangfei sought to torment me gradually, striving to keep me in a state of constant anxiety until I ultimately begged for mercy. This Yi Liangfei was 1,000 times more despicable than Peng Long and 100,000 times more terrifying. As I pondered my predicament, I recalled a novel I had read. To avoid being bullied, one must either possess extraordinary abilities, have a loyal band of brothers willing to sacrifice for them, or rely on a formidable elder brother. For me, the most prudent course of action would be to seek out a powerful ally to help me confront Yi Liangfei. However, I had no knowledge of such matters. Where could I find such a formidable figure? I tugged at my hair in frustration, feeling as though my mind might explode. If all else failed, I could plead with Brother Yun for assistance. Lost in thought, I found myself near Sister Chen's home and decided to wait at her doorstep for her return. After a while, she arrived, accompanied by none other than Yi Liangfei. "Xiaolu, what are you doing here?" Sister Chen rushed over to me. The moment I laid eyes on Yi Liangfei, I felt an urge to leave. "It's nothing. I took a wrong turn. I'm leaving," I replied curtly. Sister Chen grasped my arm, asking Xiaolu what's wrong. I forcefully shrugged off her hand and retorted. "I said it's nothing. Do you not comprehend? I'm leaving." "Oh, Brother Lu is angry? How frightening." Yi Liangfei chimed in mockingly. I halted, turning to face him, and replied, "You need not be so arrogant. You are merely backed by a powerful figure. Without that, I could easily reduce you to nothing." Liangfei shukulat xialiu. I wonder how long you can maintain this bravado. I found it futile to engage in further dialogue with him and turned to leave. The following day at school, I discovered that my desk had been moved. Enraged, I queried the chubby girl next to me, "Where's my desk?" She hurriedly replied, "I don't know. 2 students came by, claiming they needed to fix the lights outside, and they took your desk." Damn it. I cursed and rushed outside, only to find my desk shattered. A large hole in it, carelessly tossed aside. Just as I was about to express my fury, our homeroom teacher called out to me, "Xiaolu, come here." I glanced at him and approached. "What is it, teacher?" I asked, forcing a smile to suppress my anger. The teacher inquired, "What trouble have you caused now?" "The academic director is looking for you. Hurry to the administrative office." I thought to myself, what have I done? Despite my reservations, I made my way to the office. Upon entering, I was met with the stern countenance of the academic director. "You are Xiaolu, correct?" he asked. "Yes, that's me," I confirmed. Without further ado, he slapped me across the face and demanded, "I heard you were dating?" Taken aback, I quickly shook my head, insisting, "No, I am not." The director scoffed. "Then stand there and wait. I will see what you say when your girlfriend arrives." Before long, Xiao Hua entered, timidly asking, "Director, what's wrong?" Without hesitation, the director shoved her, scolding, "You two dare to date? Do you wish to die? Believe me, I can expel you both on the spot. You 2 foolish children, not learning anything worthwhile. I will make sure you regret this." The director continued to berate Xiao Hua, causing her to tear up with embarrassment. Unable to contain myself, I interjected, "Could you please stop? It's just a relationship. Is it necessary to speak to us like this?" Xiao Hua has always excelled academically, so why demean her? You dare to talk back? A student like her, excelling in both character and academics? What nonsense! The director barked. "Shut your mouth. You dare to speak ill of Xiao Hua again, and you'll regret it." I could no longer hold back. This director was unbearably cruel. Xiao Hua was as pure as an angel, and to see her maliciously attacked in front of me was intolerable. I may have a thick skin, but Xiao Hua was quite sensitive. The director, furious, pulled out an electric baton from his drawer. Glancing around, I grabbed a chair, ready to defend myself. "Enough. If you dare to lay a hand on a teacher, you can forget about school. Get out," he shouted. "Fine, if I'm expelled, then so be it," I retorted, placing the chair down to leave. But then I reconsidered, thinking, if I'm leaving, why should I fear him? I lifted the chair again and hurled it at him, leading Xiao Hua out of the administrative office. I wasn't worried about Xiao Hua. Her father was wealthy enough to resolve this situation in a heartbeat. As we exited the office, I spotted Yi Liangfei, who was grinning at me. "Oh, what brings you to the administrative office?" he asked, smirking. In that moment, it dawned on me. Yi Liangfei was behind this. His goal was to have me expelled. I had fallen into his trap. I never anticipated that a student like Yi Liangfei could be so vicious. "Xiaolu, I will ensure you lose everything," he taunted, darting back into the office. Grinding my teeth, I glared at the office door, filled with rage towards Yi Liangfei. "What should we do now?" Xiao Hua inquired. I smiled reassuringly at her. "It's all right. You should return to class. It's just a school. I have no intention of returning." Xiao Hua protested, "But you're still so young." I hugged her and said, "It's fine, really. You should hurry back." With that, I hurriedly left the school. I had no desire to linger in that wretched place for even a minute longer. The time was still early, well before dismissal. So I decided to head to the internet CAF. Upon entering, Fongu and the guy in red immediately asked, "Hey, why aren't you in class?" I snorted, "Class? I just got expelled from that school." The usually quiet guy from the restroom suddenly burst out laughing. "I've seen people brag, but you take the cake. You got expelled. And you say you expelled the school? Stop laughing. I have nothing left to lose. I'm ready to confront Yi Liangfei," I declared. Fongu and the guy in red exchanged glances and sighed in unison. "What's wrong?" I asked him. Fongu replied, "If you were still in school, you'd have a fighting chance against Yi Liangfei. Once you leave, you won't stand a chance." I huffed. "I'm willing to wager my life against his. Let's see if he dares to face me." They fell silent, returning to their games. Damn it, I would let him off the hook for now, but one day, when I felt like it, I would make him pay. Tomorrow marks Saturday, a day I have resolved to confess my feelings to Xiaohua. I plan to invite Chen Jie as well, orchestrating a grand ceremony for the occasion. This evening, I will approach my father for some financial assistance, hoping to secure a substantial amount to make tomorrow's event more splendid, gathering a crowd to support me. Chapter 63. The Strength of the Squatting Man. By noon, I returned home, where my mother inquired about my early arrival. I explained that I had some matters to attend to and needed to collect a few items. She suspected nothing and kindly urged me to join her for lunch. After our meal, I approached my father for money, only to find him entirely unwilling to oblige, dismissing me with a few curt words, which left me quite frustrated. However, lacking funds posed a dilemma, especially since I envisioned a grand affair. After much contemplation, I decided to seek assistance from the squatting man, as he appeared to be quite affluent. Thus, I retraced my steps to the internet CAF and found him. Without preamble, I asked, "Could you lend me some money? I promised to return it in a few days." He regarded me for a moment and asked, "How much?" I replied, "Whatever you can spare." I once he asked for too much. The squatting man responded, "Would 10,000 be sufficient?" Stunned, I eagerly nodded, confirming it was more than enough. He then handed me a card, stating it contained exactly 10,000, and promised to send me the password shortly. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I thanked him profusely, though he remained rather indifferent. With the money secured, I sent a message to Xiaohua, saying, "Xiaohua, come out tomorrow. I'll take you somewhere special." When she inquired about the destination, I assured her it would be a surprise. She responded positively. I also messaged the crew, including the buzzcut guy and the athletes, informing them of my confession plans, and they confirmed their attendance. Lastly, I directly told Chen Jie, "I'm confessing to Xiaohua tomorrow. Please remember to show your support." Chen Jie replied affirmatively, but as I gazed at the screen, a wave of melancholy washed over me. The next day, I chose a larger bar for the event and handed the manager 1,000 yuan, explaining my intentions. He smiled and patted my shoulder, assuring me that such events were commonplace here. I chuckled and thanked him, now only waiting for Xiaohua's arrival. To my dismay, no sign of Xiaohua appeared. Not only was she absent, but the buzzcut guy and Chen Jie were also missing. Growing anxious, I called Xiaohua, but her phone was unreachable. What could be happening? Just then, my phone rang. It was the burly guy. I quickly answered, "Why aren't you here yet? Everything is set on my end." After a brief silence, he replied, "Lu, come to Times Square. They've organized a much grander event. Xiaohua and Chen Jie are here too." What? Such a turn of events? I couldn't help but laugh heartily, impressed by the burly guy's efforts. I immediately approached the manager, asking for my money back, stating I would not proceed with my plan here. The manager frowned, displeased. "Are you joking? You want your money back after handing it to me?" I contemplated briefly and realized it was indeed unreasonable. I decided to forfeit the 1,000 yuan, prioritizing my confession to Xiaohua instead. I hailed a cab and set off for Times Square. The atmosphere was astonishingly extravagant. Could it be that among my acquaintances, there was a hidden tycoon funding this spectacle? The venue was packed with people, many sporting tattoos and intimidating appearances. At the forefront stood a stage, accompanied by a red carpet, reminiscent of a wedding. It was truly impressive. To top it off, a host was present, dazzling me with the spectacle. I mingled through the crowd and casually greeted a nearby, tough-looking guy. "Hey, are you here to support? I'm about to confess my feelings, haha." He merely glanced at me and snorted coldly. Confused, I scratched the back of my head, wondering if he was envious of my impending success in winning over a beautiful and wealthy girl. Regardless, his presence was still welcome, so I chose not to confront him. knowing it could lead to trouble. As I anxiously awaited the hostess announcement, he soon began speaking. Today marks a significant occasion as two individuals prepare to profess their love. Two handsome men, two beautiful women. Are you excited? The crowd erupted in cheers, my voice among the loudest. Now, please welcome our two male protagonists to the stage, the host exclaimed. As I prepared to ascend the stage, I called out, make way, I'm coming through. However, upon raising my gaze, I froze in disbelief. Two figures were already on stage, Yi Liangfei and another man, the one who intended to confess to Xiaohua. Panic surged within me as I yelled, get down. I'm the main character. Yet, the surrounding noise drowned my voice. Next, let us welcome our leading ladies. The host continued. Just then, four men escorted two women onto the stage, Xiaohua and Chunjie. I was beside myself with frustration, shouting furiously, pushing forward. How had events spiraled to this? Yi Liangfei had managed to bring both Xiaohua and Chunjie onto the stage. Now let's welcome our clown. The host suddenly announced, and before I could react, two men seized my arms, dragging me onto stage. I struggled fiercely, attempting to retaliate, but one of them shocked me with a taser, leaving me powerless. Like a defeated dog, I was hoisted onto the stage, the eyes of hundreds piercing into me. Despair washed over me, rendering me hopeless. Xiaolu, are you all right? Xiaohua and Chunjie shouted in unison. I couldn't bear to look up. My shame was insurmountable, even with skin as thick as a wall. Xiaolu, please, lift your head, Chunjie urged, but Yi Liangfei grasped my hair, forcing me to face him. I spat in his face, cursing, Yi Liangfei, I vowed to annihilate your entire family. He chuckled darkly. I, too, have made promises. I will strip you of everything. And now I have succeeded. What about you? Ha! You, a loser, lacking funds and allies, dare to challenge me? Do you wish for death? He slapped me hard across the face, shattering my remaining dignity. With my head hung low, I succumbed to utter despair. I shall now elucidate the distinction between the so-called losers and the wealthy and handsome. Yi Liangfei scoffed coldly as he approached Chunjie, playfully lifting her chin with his hand. Chunjie, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? Chunjie spat in disdain, turning her face away. Yi Liangfei chuckled. Ah, I see you have a penchant for that pathetic loser, don't you? And you, Xiaohua, you favor that same worthless fellow, am I correct? Today, I shall ensure he remains utterly humiliated. With a sneer, Yi Liangfei approached me once more, commanding, kneel before me. Otherwise, I shall strip Chunjie and Xiaohua of their garments in front of everyone. Angered, I gritted my teeth and cursed under my breath. Yet, Yi Liangfei remained unfazed, coldly instructing those nearby, come, strip them of their clothes. I intend to ruin these two wretches. Yes. With that, two burly men approached, their hands reaching for Chunjie and Xiaohua, their eyes filled with lewd intent. Stop. At that moment, I could no longer contain myself. Was it merely kneeling? Even if it meant my demise, I could not bear to witness the disgrace of Chunjie and Xiaohua. I will kneel. I lower my head, uttering the words with anguish. Yi Liangfei smirked and nodded. Kneel then. Clenching my teeth, I shot Yi Liangfei a furious glare, my legs gradually descending. The humiliation I suffered today would surely be repaid tenfold in the future. Suddenly, a cacophony of blaring car horns erupted, drawing everyone's attention. The once dim square was illuminated brilliantly as a procession of luxury cars encircled the area. Who dares claim that Xiaolu has no allies? I am his brother. As the vehicles parted, a man clad in a suit strode confidently toward the center of the stage. I looked up to see that it was none other than the low-key man known as Squatting Pit, now impeccably dressed, cigar in hand, exuding an aura of dominance, as if the world lay beneath his feet. Is it you? Ha ha! Qin, let me tell you, I fear you no longer. Yi Liangfei shouted, his eyes ablaze with rage. Oh, is that so? Squatting Pit retorted with a cold laugh, and moments later, dozens of men emerged from the luxury cars, all clad in matching black suits, dark sunglasses shielding their eyes, wielding long knives. The gratitude segment, a must-read, is essential to note. This book will be officially released tomorrow, which means it will become a paid read. Please don't rush to close this. Allow me to finish my thoughts. I sincerely thank everyone for their support. In the next chapter, I will distribute red envelopes totaling 100 yuan as a token of appreciation for your steadfast encouragement. Although the book will require payment, rest assured, The price remains incredibly modest, merely a dime for each chapter, amounting to just a few coins in a month. I understand many readers are students facing financial constraints. Yet if I do not charge, I shall starve. I have resigned from my job to dedicate myself fully to this book. If you are unwilling to spend money on it, I will have no income and will face dire consequences. We all struggle, so let us mutually comprehend each other's situations. I believe in this era, no one is truly unable to spare a few coins. A mere 10 yuan a month is equivalent to the cost of a pack of cigarettes, hardly enough to cover a day's meal. I know that everyone here wishes to support me. Those who have read this far are likely fond of this book, even if you do not choose to recharge. It is not due to lack of funds, nor is it a lack of support. Perhaps you simply feel that spending money on a book is not worthwhile. Some may argue that they can read works by renowned authors like Tang Jiasanshao for free, questioning why I should charge. The truth is, I am not on the same plane as him. He is a titan in the literary world, earning millions from a single copyright. Even so, reading his works on platforms like Qidian still incurs costs, while my work is more affordable and lacks such rights, relying solely on your support for sustenance. In essence, you are my patrons. Without you, I cannot survive. Recently, a reader added me on QQ and inquired about the charges. I honestly confirmed that there would be fees. They expressed their intention to stop reading, to which I replied that a book is inexpensive, yet it demands my constant labor and creativity. Your reluctance to invest in it directly impacts my ability to earn a living, and I must pay rent and support my family. I empathize with your struggles, as I face my own. After sharing my thoughts, the reader understood and promised to contribute to my work. This exemplifies mutual understanding. Due to my writing, I have developed lumbar issues, and returning from work to write exhausts me. Thankfully, I have now resigned to devote all my energy to this book, hoping it brings joy to all who read it. Even if you contribute just once, it signifies your support, and I shall be eternally grateful. Once the book is officially launched, I will update 4 to 5 chapters daily at a much quicker pace. The promotional period will conclude, and I will diligently craft each chapter for your enjoyment. Now, allow me to share a bit about myself. Like many, I harbored great expectations for my future during my school years, believing myself to be extraordinary. However, upon graduating from university and entering the workforce, I realized that ideals are often lush while reality is stark. My initial salary during my internship was a mere 1,000 yuan, leaving me to toil daily. Renting a tiny 10-square-meter apartment, I often subsisted on instant noodles, as my family was not well off enough to provide support. Nearby, a couple would cook in their living room, and I would smell the enticing aroma of their meals, my stomach growling in hunger, yet I could only afford instant noodles. Gradually, my salary increased to 2,000. Yet what could one do with that sum? I could not afford better meals, and my living conditions remained dire. But such is life. Eventually, I turned to novel writing, a passion I had always cherished. I began with my first, second, third, and ultimately my 10th book, leading to the support of so many friends. I can share a statistic. Thousands have read this book, yet upon its release, I fear that perhaps only 1,000 or fewer will choose to support me. This is the lament of an author. Every writer feels trepidation before launching their work, as it not only affects their livelihood, but also their morale. When support is lacking, it feels like a profound failure, akin to having countless acquaintances, yet none who genuinely connect with you. I hope to avoid such a scenario. If you hold me in your heart, please extend your support, even if it is just a single recharge. It would mean the world to me and honor the courage it took for me to resign. Thank you all. Now, let me explain the recharge process, which is crucial to understand. First, for those without Alipay, you can purchase a recharge card, which is readily available at internet cafes or mobile service centers. If that is not feasible, you can recharge using your phone balance, which I trust everyone possesses. Recharge steps. 1. First, log into your account. If you do not have one, you may directly log in using QQ, Baidu, or Weibo accounts with a single click. This feature has been newly developed, requiring no registration. Next comes the process of recharging. By clicking the recharge button on the website, one can access the recharge interface, where options such as Alipay, online banking, point cards, and phone cards are available. Friends from abroad can use PayPal for their transactions. Once the recharge is completed, one can proceed with the subscription. It is recommended for avid readers to opt for automatic subscriptions to avoid the hassle of subscribing chapter by chapter. Previously subscribed chapters can be revisited free of charge. Updates are guaranteed at a minimum of 4 times daily. In Chapter 64, A lesson: 4 individuals sat in a car, while dozens more suddenly descended from a multitude of vehicles, each wielding a watermelon knife, clad in suits and sunglasses, their imposing presence utterly captivating. All present, including Yi Liangfei, Chen Jie, and Xiao Hua, gasped in astonishment. I had previously sensed that the man lurking in the pit was no ordinary individual, but I had not anticipated the extent of his influence. It was no wonder that the man in red and Brother Feng were so obedient to him, nor that even the school's teachers showed him deference. Yi Liangfei's legs began to tremble as he gazed at the man in the pit, stammering, You mustn't be too overbearing. Overbearing? The man's expression suddenly turned icy as he tossed his cigar to the ground and raised his hand. I am indeed being overbearing. What will you do about it? He sneered. Yi Liangfei dared not utter another word. Retreating a few steps while lowering his head, the arrogance he once displayed completely vanished. The crowd began to stir. The individuals, being ruffians, were reluctant to submit. Some shouted challenges, daring him to kill them, claiming that if he did so, he would be unable to survive afterward. Others scoffed, questioning whom he intended to frighten with a mere knife, suggesting he might have hired laborers for 100 yuan each, asserting they could summon hundreds more for the same price. At that moment, one of the suited men suddenly raised his knife and struck one of the challengers across the face. The man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, and the atmosphere fell into a tense silence. I felt a sense of dread. This was a public setting, and such a commotion would inevitably attract law enforcement. After the suited man made his move, no one dared to speak. Just then, another car approached, a Mercedes, a luxury vehicle. Yet it seemed to pale in comparison to those of the man in the pit. A bald man emerged, similarly attired in a suit and wielding a stick. Exuding intimidating. He strode towards us, and Yi Liangfei became animated, shouting, "Ha! Qin and Xiao Lu, prepare to meet your end. My older brother is here, and you'll see what happens next." The man in the pit remained unfazed, pulling a cigar from his pocket and placing it in his mouth, while a nearby suited man promptly produced a lighter to ignite it. "Brother, come and teach them a lesson. Hurry." Yi Liangfei exclaimed excitedly. However, as the bald man passed by us, he did not linger, continuing directly to Yi Liangfei's side, raising his stick to strike him. "You foolish troublemaker. Do you think I want to punish you?" He growled, though it was evident he was not striking with full force, suggesting that he still held some affection for Yi Liangfei. After delivering a couple of blows, the bald man turned to the man in the pit, smiling as he said, "Qin, why are you here? Such a trivial matter. A call from me would have resolved it. Look at this mess you've caused." The man in the pit remained unresponsive, as indifferent as he was to greetings from acquaintances at school. The bald man awkwardly rubbed his head and shouted at Yi Liangfei, "Aren't you leaving yet? Get lost." Reluctantly, Yi Liangfei touched his chest, preparing to depart. "Hold on," the man in the pit suddenly interjected, causing the bald man's expression to stiffen. "Did I say he could leave?" he coldly remarked. The bald man lowered his head, attempting to placate him. "Brother Qin, let us just forget this little matter. I've already struck him and offered my apologies." The man in the pit ignored him, turning to me instead and asking, "How should we handle this?" I was taken aback, not expecting him to grant me such influence. Seizing the opportunity, I replied, "Take him back. I want him hung from the flagpole, and let us take pictures while we're at it. Also, make him kneel and apologize." "Brother, you can't be so excessive. Leave some room for future encounters." The bald man chuckled nervously. I immediately took on an authoritative tone. "Did I ask for your opinion? This is how it will be." The bald man's expression darkened. It was one thing for the man in the pit to remain silent, but for me to show him such disrespect was another matter entirely. "Fine, we'll do it your way," he conceded with a nod. He then signaled to 2 men, who swiftly approached Yi Liangfei, kicking him to the ground and placing the watermelon knife against his neck. "Apologize." Terrified, Yi Liangfei began to plead, "Brother Qin, I was wrong. I should not have acted so arrogantly. Please forgive me." "You're not apologizing to me. You're apologizing to him." The man in the pit pointed at me. Yi Liangfei, albeit begrudgingly, looked up at me, but with a knife at his throat, he had no choice but to murmur an apology. I cursed under my breath and slapped him, demanding louder. "What kind of attitude is that?" Yi Liangfei shouted, Sorry." "Very well," I declared, "take him to the flagpole and remember to take pictures. Afterward, send them to me." The man in the pit interjected, "No need to send them to you. I'll have someone distribute them to all the groups." "No, I was wrong. Please don't hang me from the flagpole." Yi Liangfei cried out in panic, but the man in the pit showed no signs of relenting. Waving his hand dismissively as the men took Yi Liangfei away, ignoring his cries. "All right, let us go," the man in the pit said casually. He then turned to me, inquiring, "I recall you were expelled, correct?" I nodded, cursing, "Indeed, it's all Yi Liangfei's fault, that stupid fool." The man in the pit acknowledged this, and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Perhaps I shouldn't let you leave. If you go, I'll have no one to discuss Red Alert with. Cool me. Let us return to school together." I was elated and quickly expressed my gratitude to him. His expression remained stoic. "Wait, we need to arrange for Chunjie and Xiaohua to be sent back," I added. The man in the pit agreed, signaling for someone to escort them. When I inquired where they would be taken, he assured me, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." I nodded in appreciation, and then followed the man in the pit into a luxury vehicle. He instructed the driver to head to the school, and as the driver complied, several cars followed in procession, creating a truly astounding spectacle. This was my first experience in such an opulent vehicle, and I found myself gazing in wonderment, while the man in the pit furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Upon arrival at the school, he directed the cars to park outside, permitting only one to enter. As it was Saturday, the campus was largely deserted. Presumably only the principal remained present. In the square, a figure hung from the flagpole. It was Yi Liangfei, shivering alone in the cold wind, a rather pitiful sight. Yet I felt no sympathy for him. Instead, I relished the moment. The man led me to the principal's office without knocking, simply pushing the door open. Upon entering, I noticed a female teacher and the principal engaged in some unknown activity. The teacher appearing quite disheveled. Just as the principal was about to express his anger, he caught sight of the man and abruptly swallowed his words. "Ah, it's you, Xiaoqin. What brings you here?" the principal said with a beaming smile, simultaneously urging the female teacher to leave promptly. The man did not return the smile. Instead, he stated, "This student, Xiao Lu, has been expelled. Tomorrow, you will reinstate his enrollment, and he will resume classes on Monday." The principal nodded vigorously, saying, "Sure, no problem." Xiao Lu, right? I wonder which oblivious teacher made that decision. Ha ha ha. Chapter 65. Brother Yun blocks Yi Liangfei. It was that very director of education who expelled me. He speaks thoughtlessly, like a fool, and I told the principal, "You let him know to expect me." The principal appeared quite embarrassed and assured me, "Do not worry, I will handle it." I huffed in response, and the man frowned, indicating it was time to leave. I was uncertain what he meant by time, but I obediently followed him outside. We walked to the square, where Yi Liangfei was still hanging, looking utterly pitiful. The man suggested they bring him down, considering it was his first offense, just to teach him a lesson. The two suited men agreed and proceeded to lower Yi Liangfei. Once freed, he trembled and dashed off campus in silence, appearing as if he had lost his mind. Watching him, I felt an indescribable satisfaction. After a morning filled with chaos, it was now noon. I offered to treat the man to lunch, but he shook his head, saying, "No need, I have matters to attend to." He then looked at me earnestly and added, "I will be away for a while. If you encounter any issues, I cannot assist you. Be mindful." Taken aback, I quickly inquired, "Where are you going?" The man frowned, said nothing, and boarded a car that sped away. Standing at the school gate, I felt an inexplicable sense of relief. This was the most prestigious moment I had experienced in years. I pulled out my phone and called Xiaohua, asking where she was. She replied that she had already gone home. I asked about Chunjie, wondering if she had also returned. Xiaohua said she didn't know, mentioning that Chunjie had received a call and then left. I told her to rest well and hung up. I then called Chunjie, who answered shortly. I asked her what she was doing, and she informed me that Brother Yun was aware of Yi Liangfei's situation and was currently blocking him on his way back. Hearing this, I felt a surge of amusement and said, "Wait there, I'll be right over." After hanging up, I took a cab to Chunjie's house. At her home, I noticed two paths flanked by two individuals, likely awaiting Yi Liangfei's return. I pressed the doorbell, and Chunjie soon appeared to let me in. Her house was bustling with people, some eating, some chatting, and others playing cards, creating a chaotic atmosphere. "What is this?" I asked Chunjie, to which she replied, "These are all brought here by my brother." With a hint of concern in her eyes, she pulled me aside and said, "You must help me persuade my brother not to stoop to Yi Liangfei's level." I felt a chill in my heart and retorted at this point, "You still want to protect Yi Liangfei?" Chunjie playfully slapped my arm and replied, "What are you saying? I'm worried about my brother, that he might get into trouble. Why would your brother get into trouble for hitting someone? I asked, perplexed. Then, yeah, äpplinget. When I was bullied as a child, my brother would beat the bullies into the hospital. Now that Liangfei has tied me up, what do you think my brother will do? Suddenly, I understood. Chun Jie feared that Brother Yun would act impulsively, leading to severe consequences, perhaps even attracting the attention of law enforcement. I nodded, saying, all right, I'll try. I wandered around the room until I finally spotted Brother Yun standing by the window, smoking and gazing outside in his signature black trench coat. I approached him with a cheerful greeting, hello, Brother Yun. He glanced at me and nodded. I continued, I've already dealt with Yi Liangfei. It's just a minor issue. No need for you to get personally involved. Brother Yin shook his head, stating, your confrontation with him is your own business. Besides, he seems to be doing just fine now. So what do you intend to do? I pressed. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied, I will ruin him. Ruin him? I gasped. How do you plan to do that? That's none of your concern, he retorted, blowing out a smoke ring. Panic seized me. I hardly knew him. How could I reason with him? If he wouldn't listen to his own sister, how could I expect him to listen to me? In a frenzy of thought, I slapped my forehead and texted Yi Liangfei, idiot. If you don't want to die, don't go home. Brother Yun is waiting for you. Minutes turned into hours, and Yi Liangfei still had not replied. Anxiety crept in. Was he contemplating something drastic? If so, I would surely be held accountable. As the day wore on and dusk approached, Yi Liangfei remained absent. The atmosphere in the house grew tense. Brother Yun's brow remained furrowed, and suddenly he made a bold decision. Send someone to Yi Liangfei's house to check if he has returned. I nodded in agreement, admiring his astuteness. That's a great idea, I exclaimed. You go, Brother Yun pointed at me. Me? That doesn't seem appropriate, I protested. It must be you. If any of us go, it will raise suspicions with his parents. Just say you're a classmate visiting him. Make up any excuse, he insisted. I opened my mouth to refuse, but glancing at the imposing figures around me, ultimately relented. All right, I'll go. With reluctance, I left Chun Jie's house and headed toward Yi Liangfei's home. Upon knocking, a young woman soon appeared. I mistakenly assumed she was Yi Liangfei's sister, asking, is Yi Liangfei home? What sister? I'm his mother. You should call me aunt, she replied. I was taken aback. Yi Liangfei's mother was surprisingly youthful. It was no wonder he had inherited such a youthful appearance. Is Yi Liangfei at home? I inquired again. She shook her head, no. Xiaofei went out today and won TB back. He texted his dad, saying he wouldn't return tonight. I sighed in relief. All right then, I'll take my leave. If he returns, please tell him I came by. Liao Song. Sure, no problem, she responded. With that, I turned and returned to Chun Jie's home. Brother Yin asked if I had returned. I shook my head. No. Yi Liangfei texted his dad that he wanted to be home tonight. Brother Yun's expression turned cold, and he stood up, declaring, then we must find him. We'll search the entire city tonight. With that, he was the first to stride out, and everyone in the room followed suit. The atmosphere lightened significantly. Sigh. Chun Jie exhaled, collapsing onto the sofa. Why the sigh? I asked. I inquired of Chun Jie, who expressed her concern for her brother, noting that he is quite obstinate and tends not to heed anyone's words. Unsure of what to say, given my unfamiliarity with Yinggu, I could only offer her some comfort, assuring her that there was nothing to worry about. I reassured her that Yi Liangfei, being as cunning as he is, would likely be unaware of where her brother had gone, and that Yinggu would generally struggle to locate him. This thought led me to suspect that her brother might be with his elder brother. Chun Jie nodded in agreement. I responded affirmatively, stating that the issue would resolve itself in due course, and that her brother would come to no harm. Chun Jie expressed her hope that this would indeed be the case. By the way, how did you manage to associate with someone so prominent? Chun Jie asked me. What do you mean by prominent? I replied. I mean Qin Ran. How did you come to know him? She clarified. I suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure how to articulate my explanation. I certainly couldn't admit that I had stumbled upon him in a rather compromising situation. So, I simply smiled and said that we had a mutual understanding and thus became acquainted. Chun Jie scoffed, remarking that I was merely boasting. Just then my phone rang, and upon checking, I saw it was a call from the burly fellow. Chapter 66. The reasons behind the little shorty's actions and the red envelopes. It suddenly dawned on me that the burly fellow had previously called to inform me that he had orchestrated a setting for me to confess to Xiaohua. Foolishly, I had gone only to find myself deceived, surrounded entirely by enemies. Annoyed, I answered his call, asking what was the matter. The burly fellow seemed somewhat sheepish, explaining, Lugo, I swear it wasn't my intention to deceive you. At that moment, I was coerced by Yi Liangfei's men, who pressured me into calling you. Seeing that both Chen Jie and Xiao Hua were also caught up in it, I figured even if I didn't call you, you'd have to come to their aid regardless. So, after considering his words, I realized he had a point. He had been forced into a corner, and had he not informed me, I would have remained oblivious to the whereabouts of Xiao Hua and Chen Jie. However, I couldn't help but think Yi Liangfei was rather foolish, assuming I would be as cowardly as he was. Had he simply informed me that Chen Jie and Xiao Hua were in his custody, I would have rushed over in an instant. Well then, I don't hold it against you, I replied, my tone softening. The burly fellow expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that his actions had lacked integrity and promising to atone in the future. I reassured him that he need not dwell on it too much, as he had not acted wrongly. By the way, where have the crew with buzz cuts gone? I suddenly recalled their absence. The burly fellow informed me that they too had been caught up in Yi Liangfei's machinations. I asked if they were safe now. He confirmed their safety, stating that the bald man had released them. All right then, where are you? I'll come find you. The burly fellow quickly interjected. No, Lugo, where are you? We'll come and find you. I glanced at Chen Jie, thinking it was absurd for them to come to her house. After some contemplation, I suggested, how about this? You all head to Ben's KTV and wait for me at the entrance. I'll join you there, and we can book a room to celebrate properly. Sounds good, the burly fellow replied, and I hung up after confirming plans with him. I had yet to spend that 10,000 yuan lent to me by the man who squats. I intended to indulge tonight, as this occasion certainly warranted a celebration. Whose call was that? Chen Jie asked. I replied that it was from the burly fellow and proposed we head to Ben's KTV for some fun. Chen Jie, however, was reluctant, expressing that she was not in the mood for such outings. I cheerfully countered, precisely because you're not in the mood, we should go out and have some fun. Let's unwind a bit, and I'll invite Xiao Hua too. Unable to resist my enthusiasm, Chen Jie eventually nodded in agreement. After stepping out, I called Xiao Hua, inviting her to join us at Ben's KTV. She inquired about the purpose of our visit, to which I responded, just to celebrate. After a moment's consideration, she acquiesced, but insisted she must return home before 10 o'clock. I reassured her that I would ensure she got back safely. Upon our arrival at Ben's KTV, I was surprised to find a crowd of familiar faces already gathered there. The buzzcut crew rushed over to greet me, expressing their concern for my well-being and inquiring if I had sustained any injuries. Adopting a mock-serious demeanor, I feigned anger, questioning why they had not come to my aid when I was being bullied on stage. They immediately hung their heads in shame, their faces flushed like embarrassed children. The burly fellow, looking quite remorseful, explained, Lugo, it wasn't that we didn't dare intervene. We simply have little experience with such situations and were completely intimidated. He continued, but we promise this will never happen again. We won't flinch, even if it means facing peril. Their earnest expressions almost made me chuckle. All right. I was only teasing you. Come on, let's sing. I patted the burly fellow on the shoulder and led them to a private room. The front desk staff at the KTV were taken aback by our large group. Typically, outside beverages are prohibited. Yet one of our party had managed to smuggle in an entire case of alcohol. The staff, unable to protest, provided us with glasses. I booked the largest private room available, complete with a dance floor, as it was necessary to accommodate our number. I ordered several cases of beer, and soon, the karaoke enthusiasts began to sing, while those less inclined to perform danced wildly. As the night progressed and spirits lifted, the burly fellow and his companions, now quite tipsy, remarked, Lugo, do you know why we chose to follow you in the first place? I grinned, responding, surely it must be due to my commanding presence and the fact that I took down Liao Song. The burly fellow nodded, admitting that his decision was indeed influenced by my confrontation with Liao Song, but the others had different reasons. He gestured toward the little shorty, Wang Ming, and Zhang Yang. I was taken aback, asking for clarification on what he meant. The burly fellow, with a hiccup, chuckled, Lugo, the truth is, they chose to follow you because of Qingge. Because of Qingge? What do you mean? I inquired, furrowing my brow. The burly fellow burst into laughter, explaining, it was that time you and Qingge were sitting on the main playground, and most of the school saw your connection. Who wouldn't want to follow you after witnessing that? With that, the burly fellow collapsed onto the sofa, fast asleep. I shook him vigorously, but he remained unresponsive. While it was true that the little shorty and the others had their reasons, I couldn't shake the discomfort in my heart. It dawned on me that their allegiance stemmed from their awareness of my connection with the man who squats. As the evening wore on, I sat quietly on the sofa, somewhat disheartened. Chen Jie and Xiao Hua were engaged in lively conversation, sharing laughter and appearing quite content. However, Xiao Hua, refusing to drink, was coaxed by Chen Jie into taking a sip. Eventually, after much persuasion, she reluctantly took a small gulp, which immediately flushed her cheeks a rosy hue, akin to a delicate application of rouge. The group erupted into laughter at Xiao Hua's expense, playfully teasing her for being such a lightweight. Flustered, she protested, I've already said I don't drink. Why are you all pushing me? Her exclamation triggered a wave of laughter, including my own, and I found my mood inexplicably lifted. When it came time to settle the bill, Xiao Hua insisted on treating us. I couldn't help but wonder if her father was footing the bill once again. Just how wealthy could he be? At the front desk, Xiao Hua exchanged a few words with the staff, and to my surprise, we were informed that no payment was necessary. A sigh escaped my lips, tinged with a hint of sadness. Some individuals are born into privilege, their heights far surpassing the heights one might strive for throughout a lifetime. Xiao Hua was evidently one such individual, a quintessential example of beauty and wealth. Among all the people I knew, aside from the man who squats, Xiao Hua remained the most enigmatic. She had always maintained a low profile. Were it not for her striking beauty, she might have gone unnoticed in school. Yet, this seemingly unassuming individual possessed wealth beyond measure. The burly fellow's words rang true. This school was indeed a place teeming with hidden talents and potential. Xiaohua and Chen Jie both needed to be taken home. Xiaohua is my girlfriend, so I felt compelled to escort her, and Chen Jie was quite inebriated, making it impossible for me to neglect her. Just as I was grappling with this dilemma, Xiaohua suggested, why don't you and Chen Jie sleep over at my place tonight? I chuckled and agreed. As it was indeed on the way, Xiaohua's cheeks flushed, though whether from the alcohol or shyness remained uncertain. Wait for me here for a few minutes, I instructed Xiaohua before making my way towards the group of muscular fellows. Among the athletes, I was most familiar with the largest one, so I called out to him. What is up, Lu Ge? The short one slurred. I sighed, gazing at them, and said, be honest with me. Did you guys associate with me initially because of my relationship with Qin Ge? The moment those words left my mouth, their expressions shifted dramatically. They fell silent for a considerable time. Lu Ge, I admit, we did follow you because of Qin Ge. Back then, you had no background at all. We had a grudge against Liao Song, and it would be foolish to ally with someone who was constantly getting beaten up. The group wore expressions of guilt, echoing sentiments similar to those they had expressed before, claiming that after getting to know me, they no longer thought about it and felt like brothers. I understood that they were not wrong in their actions. However, if I hadn't brought it up, it would linger in my mind and negatively impact our relationship. I patted their shoulders and said, thank you all. Trust me, I will uplift you through my own efforts. Seeing that I was not angry, but rather encouraging, they expressed profound gratitude, their eyes brimming with appreciation. I chuckled. All right, enough with the melodrama. Let's call it a night. I'll talk to you all on Monday. They nodded, and we parted ways. I had resolved to seize control of the school. Previously, I feared that if I emerged too prominently, the mysterious figure might target me. But now that I knew that person was the toilet squatter, my worries dissipated. With Yi Liangfei eliminated, I had little to fear. Outside the KTV, several taxis were parked, so I hailed one to take Xiaohua and Chen Jie to the hotel. As I supported both of them, the posture was somewhat ambiguous, resembling an embrace. The driver, grinning, remarked, little brother, taking two home at once? You have a bright future. I chuckled awkwardly, saying nothing. Xiaohua's face turned crimson, and she was too embarrassed to speak. If Chen Jie were fully conscious, she would have surely scolded the driver. Throughout the ride, the driver rambled on about his youthful escapades with women, boasting about the various beauties he had encountered. Suddenly, he paused, glancing at Xiaohua and Chen Jie, and leered, but I've never come across gems like these. He scrutinized me and added, I bet your family is wealthy? I shook my head, nope. He continued, then you must have power? Erupia? No, I'm just a poor guy. The driver laughed, I don't believe that. With your looks, how could you attract such exceptional ladies without money? Huh. I was nearly infuriated by his comments about my appearance. Did I not look handsome? I chose to ignore him, and he fell silent as well. Upon reaching our destination, he gulped and asked, how about you let me have one? Name your price. I snapped, get lost, unable to contain my anger any longer. I cursed him and tossed him $20 before leaving. At the entrance, Chunjie hurriedly dashed to the restroom and began to vomit into the toilet, while Xiaohua rushed to support her back. I stood aside, feeling the effects of the alcohol stirring within me again. Once Chunjie finished throwing up, she appeared somewhat more sober, drank a couple of cups of water, and sat on the sofa, with Xiaohua beside her. They both stared at me intently. I scratched the back of my head. Why are you both looking at me? Chunjie huffed. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I responded, puzzled. What intentions? Ignoring me. Chunjie turned to Xiaohua and said, Xia Lu is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Never let him into your room, or you'll be in danger. I protested, don't slander me. When have I ever behaved like a wolf? Chunjie stuck out her tongue and pouted. You are a wolf. I say you are. This woman was utterly unreasonable. Just as I was about to retaliate, a thought crossed my mind. This was an opportune moment. Since she called me a wolf, I decided to play the part. With a mischievous smile, I approached Chunjie and Xiaohua, rubbing my hands together. The two girls paled, pressing against the sofa, their expressions adorably frightened. What are you doing? Don't come any closer, or I'll scream. I taunted, go ahead and scream. Even if you cry out, no one will come to your aid. With that, I lunged forward, but instead of acting on my intentions, I merely sat down on the sofa, watching them. After half a minute, they opened their eyes and exchanged glances. Chunjie exclaimed, damn, you scare me to death. I'm going to bed. And with that, she dragged Xiaohua to their room, slamming the door behind them. Sitting outside, I pondered why I had stopped myself. Why had I let that moment slip away? Just then, the door creaked open, and both girls peeked out, saying, come in. I chuckled and hurried inside. Xiaohua and Chunjie were clad in matching pink pajamas, presumably Xiaohua's. Honestly, at that moment, I was on the verge of losing control. Two stunning beauties in pajamas were right before me. Suddenly, Chunjie interjected, I won't disturb you two tonight. I'll sleep in the other room. I was taken aback, struggling to believe my ears. What? What did you say? I stared at Chunjie in disbelief. She repeated herself and exited the room without looking back, even when Xiaohua called after her. Although I felt grateful to Chunjie, something about her seemed off. I noticed her body tremble slightly when she made that remark. Setting that aside, with Xiaohua now sharing a room with me, there was no way I could sleep elsewhere. It would do to share a bed with Chunjie. Xiaohua quickly burrowed under the covers, her large eyes peeking at me. I smiled reassuringly. Xiaohua, don't be nervous. I'm your boyfriend. It's perfectly normal for us to sleep together. Xiaohua stared wide-eyed, speechless. I cleared my throat twice, preparing to undress. But Xiaohua suddenly exclaimed, don't take off your clothes. I replied, how can I sleep in such thick clothes? I can't wear these to bed. Xiaohua stammered, well, you can only take off your outer jacket. I thought to myself, what do you care? If I want to take it off, you can't stop me. Without hesitation, I stripped down to my underwear, while Xiaohua hurriedly covered her head with a blanket. I swiftly dived into the bed and wrapped my arms around her. In that moment, my heart nearly melted. The sensation was one I would cherish for a lifetime. Xiaohua, startled, trembled slightly, clinging tightly to the blanket, rendered motionless. Don't be nervous. I won't do anything. I just want to sleep beside you, I reassured her. Slowly, she turned her head towards me, her face mere inches from mine. I intended to confirm her feelings, but the proximity, coupled with her intoxicating scent, overwhelmed my reason. In an impulsive moment, I leaned in and kissed her. Xiaohua immediately began to struggle, but her feeble attempts were easily dismissed. Eventually, realizing her efforts were futile, she ceased to fight back, merely pressing her lips tightly together. After what felt like an eternity of 5 minutes, I released her and licked my lips. Xiaohua looked at me anxiously, stammering, why you? How could you do this? I replied nonchalantly, what's the big deal? We're boyfriend and girlfriend, future partners. A kiss shouldn't be a cause for alarm. But that was my first kiss. I hadn't even thought about it. She murmured hesitatingly. Well, I suppose I should take responsibility then, I said with a playful grin. Xiaohua gazed at me with her innocent, enchanting eyes, asking, how would you take responsibility? I chuckled. What else is there to do but marry you? With that statement, I playfully scrutinized her, causing Xiaohua to become frightened, clutching the blanket tightly, on the verge of tears. All right, I'm just teasing you. You should get some sleep, I said. Xiaohua replied, no, if you don't sleep, I can't sleep. I conceded, fine, I'll close my eyes first, okay? I lay down, shutting my eyes, occasionally brushing against her. Each gentle touch made her shudder, and over time, I had made contact enough to satisfy my curiosity, albeit only slightly. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, combined with the relief of dealing with Yi Liangfei, I soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Chunjia had already left. I asked Xiao Hua when she departed, and she said she didn't know. I thought it peculiar that Chunjia had left without a word. I mentioned that I should head home, as my mother would likely scold me for being away all day yesterday. Xiao Hua responded with a couple of affirmatives, urging me to leave quickly. When I arrived home, my parents scolded me somewhat, but I paid little mind as I had grown accustomed to it. The following morning, I arrived at school early, as my status within the institution had completely transformed. However, I didn't head straight to class. Instead, I went to the internet CAF across the street. To my surprise, the squatting guy was absent, while Fenggu and the red-clad guy were present. I inquired about the squatting guy's whereabouts. They exchanged glances and sighed. Qinggu transferred schools. I thought I misheard, but upon repeating the question, their answer remained unchanged. He transferred. Why would he do that? I asked anxiously, not out of concern for my own safety, but because I felt immense gratitude towards him for his help. We're not sure. He mentioned before that his family had many complicated issues that he couldn't resolve. Fenggu replied. We'll need Lu Gu to look out for us now, haha. I was too preoccupied with my thoughts to join in their jest. It was astonishing that such a significant event had transpired without my knowledge. Did he not even mention it to me? I asked, feeling a sense of loss. Do you have his contact information? I asked them, but they both shook their heads, stating he had transferred far away and had canceled his old phone number. What about QQ? I inquired, hopeful. He doesn't use QQ anymore. Fenggu sighed. Will he ever come back? I asked. It's uncertain. He might, or he might not. Fenggu replied. I left the internet CAF in silence, reflecting on the fact that the most enigmatic and legendary figure I knew had transferred schools. After assisting me in neutralizing my greatest adversary, he had vanished. Instead of going to class, I found myself sitting on the playground, reminiscing about the days spent chatting with the squatting guy. Let him go, I sighed, trying to comfort myself. I couldn't let his departure dictate my life. Perhaps he left because I had become too formidable, I thought with a chuckle, feeling slightly better. I vowed to remember the squatting guy's kindness and was certain he would return someday. Upon returning to class, I noticed my desk had been moved back. Without much thought, I tossed my things aside and prepared to sleep. At that moment, Wang Zuan approached me, apologizing for his previous actions. I was taken aback. What did this mean? Not only had he refrained from sending someone after me, but he was also apologizing? It's fine. Just be more careful in the future, I replied. Don't worry. I won't argue with you again, he assured me before returning to his seat. Looking up, I noticed the entire class was staring at me. Their gazes filled with a different intensity. Some girls even looked at me with admiration. What is going on? I nudged the chubby girl beside me, who exclaimed excitedly, Lu Gu, you have no idea. You're incredible. The news about Yi Liangfei has spread. I shook my head. I don't understand what you mean. The chubby girl continued. We all saw the photos. You led a convoy of luxury cars to take down Yi Liangfei. How could you have such a powerful background, yet remain so low-key? I am truly impressed. After some contemplation, I finally grasped the situation, feeling a pang of discomfort. It dawned on me that everything had been orchestrated by the squatting guy. He had never claimed credit for defeating Yi Liangfei, allowing me to take the spotlight. That rascal. I found myself missing him more than ever. After the first period, I asked someone to find Yi Liangfei, only to learn he was absent, reportedly on an extended leave until the new year. What was he up to? Was he truly contemplating something drastic? Perhaps it would be better if he did. After all, someone like him was a waste of resources. I wondered if news of the squatting guy's departure had spread. Would my enemies seize this opportunity for revenge? Yet, I felt undaunted. After the events of the past weekend, I had shed much of my fear of the outside world. The first thing I intended to do was to consolidate power within the school, rallying all the delinquents to my cause, even if only as cannon fodder. The second task was to confront Xiangge. I would never forget the cigarette burn he left on my face. I would ensure he felt the weight of that humiliation. During lunch, our homeroom teacher informed us that the school mandated all students to reside on campus. The class monitor had a form for everyone to check their dorm assignments, and we were to head over at noon. The bedding had already been prepared. After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the students in the class surged towards the class leader, eager to view the form. I approached, intending to wait a moment, but a student snatched the form and thrust it before me, saying, Lu Gu, take a look first. I chuckled inwardly, appreciating the child's thoughtfulness. I glanced at the form, I was assigned to room 203, while Xiaohua was in room 504. It was simply that one was a male dormitory and the other a female dormitory. After reviewing the form, I made my way to the dormitory building and found room 203. The dormitory accommodated 6 individuals and featured a private bathroom, which was quite decent. As luck would have it, Peng Long turned out to be my dorm mate. Shortly after I arrived, he entered the room. Upon seeing me, he immediately lowered his head and called out, "Lu Ge." I grunted in response, telling him to find someone to switch rooms, as I preferred not to be bothered. Peng Long dared not argue and quickly exited. Before long, the other students arrived. These individuals were diligent students, quite different from me. After unpacking, I went to have a meal. When I returned to the dormitory that evening, I gathered together the crew, the buzzcut guy, the shorty, Wang Ming, Zhang Yang, and the burly one along with his friend Sun Yu. I told them, discuss with your dorm mates about switching rooms. From now on, you will stay here, while they can sleep elsewhere. To my surprise, my dorm mates were more than willing, repeatedly thanking me. I was taken aback and asked the buzzcut guy, "What does this mean?" He chuckled. "They think you're a nuisance and don't want to share a dorm with you." I thought to myself, if they don't want to be here, I certainly don't want them either. I called them over for 2 important matters. Clearing my throat, I said, "What is it?" They inquired. "First, I intend to recruit people. I want to become the true leader of this school. Second, convince your comrades to prepare for revenge." I stated coldly, "Revenge? Against Yu Liangfei?" They exclaimed wide-eyed. I remained silent, merely pointing to my forehead. "Oh, so it's against Xiangge." However, they were outsiders, and we were merely... They seemed a bit frightened, hesitant to confront someone like Xiangge. I tapped one on the forehead, saying, "What is there to fear? He pales in comparison to Yi Liangfei. If Yi Liangfei dares to fight, Xiangge won't he? Not quite, Lu Ge. I think we should consider this carefully. Even if we dare, our other brothers might not." The buzzcut guy explained, "I know they lack the courage, which is why I want you to persuade them." "Can you sway them?" "Even those who are afraid should stand with me. It's all about coercion and inducement, understand?" They sighed, agreeing, "I'll give it a try. And keep this from Chunjia. She must not find out," I urged. They nodded in agreement. Afterward, they led us to recognize our rooms, and once completed, they officially moved in. That night, they asked if I had any plans upon becoming the boss. I replied, "What plans? Once I take the position and get my revenge, isn't that enough?" The buzzcut guy shook his head. "It's not that simple. Once you become the leader, many will seek trouble with you, especially the nearby schools. Can you ensure no conflicts will arise? When you're the boss, many will want to follow you. Some may even pay for your protection. If they get bullied outside and call you, can you ignore them?" I was taken aback. I had never considered these aspects. I always thought being a leader meant having respect in school, without anyone daring to provoke me. I had never entertained the consequences. Also, if you want to be the boss, you need money, right? If our people provoke someone powerful, you need to treat them to a meal and apologize. If you lack funds, how can you maintain your status? The buzzcut guy continued. Suddenly, I recalled Yu Liangfei's words. Nowadays, fighting is about money. Without it, what is the point of having status? But having come this far, could I retreat? I had aspired to be the boss. And with the groundwork laid by the buzzcut guy, how could I abandon it now? If the buzzcut guy returned to find me, still being bullied, how could I face him? I could learn what I didn't know, and I could find ways to gather money. But giving up was out of the question. I refused to endure humiliation again. I would allow the girl I liked to be harassed by others. None of this would happen again. Liu Ye, what are you thinking? The buzzcut guy interrupted my thoughts. I looked up and asked, "Do you have any good ideas for making money?" He replied, "I do have some ideas. I was only mentioning the downsides of being a boss. There are many advantages too. When they come to you for help, they certainly pay you. And when it comes to treating others, they be the ones footing the bill." I nodded, agreeing, "All right. Let us proceed with my plan tomorrow. Spread the word that I am now the boss of the school. Anyone who disagrees can come find me. Additionally, take this opportunity to recruit people and embellish my background." They acknowledged my instructions, and I concluded, "In this week, ensure your brothers are prepared. This weekend, I intend to confront Xiangge on Dong Street." They earnestly promised to complete it within a week. I nodded and lay down to sleep. The next day, the teacher announced that there would be evening study sessions from 7 to 9 every night. Upon hearing this, the entire class groaned in discontent. However, I felt indifferent. Whether they attended or not was irrelevant to me. I had no faith that the principal would dare expel me. The last time the buzzcut guy went, he frightened the principal, and I had seen things I shouldn't have. During lunch, I didn't eat with the buzzcut guy and the others, but instead dined with Chun Jie and Xiaohua. During the meal, Chun Jie teased, "Oh, Lu Gu, I heard you're becoming the boss soon." I awkwardly scratched my head, realizing how swiftly the buzzcut guy had spread the news. I laughed. "What boss? It's just for fun. Whether I become the boss or not doesn't matter, right?" Chun Jie scoffed. "You should be careful, since Yi Liangfei hasn't backed down. He won't let you off easily." I asked, "Where did Yi Liangfei go? Do you know?" Chun Jie smirked. "I do, but you mustn't tell anyone." After glancing around, she leaned in and said, "Actually, Yi Liangfei transferred schools." Transferred? Where did he go? I was genuinely surprised. I had assumed Yi Liangfei was merely hiding. Not that he would actually transfer. "He went to the technical college," Chun Jie replied, retracting her head and taking a bite of her food. "To clarify, we have two technical schools here. One is the vocational college and the other the technical college. In the vocational college, the prominent figure is Zhao Ziyun, who happens to be Chun Jie's elder brother, often referred to as Brother Yin. However, I am yet to ascertain the identity of the leading figure at the technical school." I paused for a moment and inquired whether my brother had received any news. Chun Jie responded incredulously, explaining that it was indeed her brother who informed her. He had approached the technical school to seek assistance, and their leader had made it abundantly clear that none from our vocational college were to meddle with those from the technical school. Their cohort is notably united, and most of them do not engage in studies. Among the over 1,000 students, nearly all are delinquents, resembling the situation at our institution. My brother finds himself in a predicament. Had one of the four leaders pledged to protect him, he would certainly rally a group to rescue him. Yet, Yi Liangfei has somehow managed to secure the allegiance of all four leaders. A sense of foreboding gripped me as I contemplated the implications. Brother Yun is aware of the influential figure backing Yi Liangfei, yet he dares to confront him, indicating either a lack of fear towards that leader or an unwavering resolve to avenge Chun Jie, regardless of the cost. I deduced that Brother Yun has not yet sought revenge simply because Yi Liangfei remains within the confines of the technical school. As long as he stays there, even if Brother Yun assembles a group, it would prove fruitless. The previous circumstances were different. Even with a formidable leader shielding Yi Liangfei, it was unlikely that this leader would constantly shadow him. Thus, if Brother Yun resolved to ambush him, he could certainly succeed. Yi Liangfei is not a simple opponent. He is cunning, and his sudden transfer to the technical school likely indicates an intent to blend in and subsequently seek retribution against me. Given his notorious reputation, news of his transfer would undoubtedly circulate, and he is cognizant of the fact that he has lost favor at our school, leaving him without allies. Therefore, he opted for a fresh start at a different institution. As for why he hasn't summoned his leader to aid him against me, I cannot fathom, but I must remain vigilant. The individuals from both the vocational college and the technical school are formidable. They are akin to members of society, willing to resist any troublemakers. In contrast, our students tend to cower in the face of external disturbances, illustrating a stark disparity. Chapter 70. Trust cannot be placed in hearts were you pondering? Chun Jie inquired, nibbling our chopsticks. I replied with a slight chuckle. Half jokingly, I was contemplating how splendid it would be if we were in ancient times. I would marry both of you. Both Xiaohua and Chun Jie flushed crimson, chastising me as a scoundrel and a lecher. I remained unfazed, relishing the moment. Days passed, and half of the delinquents at our school had rallied around me, although many were merely following the crowd out of fear of potential trouble. After a week, I approached the buzzcut fellow to inquire about the situation. He reported that many claimed they were unafraid of Brother Xiang, feeling secure under my protection. I nodded in approval, instructing him to gather everyone at the school gate by 8 o'clock the following evening. However, a significant portion may not show up, he cautioned. Why is that? I asked. He explained that many among them were students from the township who needed to return home. I reassured him that that's all right. How many do you think we can count on? Approximately 30 or 40, he estimated. That is sufficient. Tonight, each of you should dismantle a chair leg to bring along tomorrow, I instructed. He agreed readily, confident that Brother Xiang was no match for us. That evening, our teacher unexpectedly announced that 4 high schools from the township, number 2, number 4, number 8, and number 9, will be merged into several city high schools come Monday. The students responded with enthusiasm, eager at the prospect of mingling with new faces. However, I felt a twinge of discontent. How many students would be transferred? Most from a township were those who had not passed entrance exams and were unlikely to be academically inclined, which could lead to further chaos. Nevertheless, I decided to set aside these concerns until I resolved matters with Brother Xiang. The following afternoon, I rummaged through my father's toolbox and unearthed a stun baton, presumably kept for self-defense. I discreetly tucked it away, anticipating its necessity later. I also stashed a few chopsticks for added precaution. Having prepared, I set out. A considerable number of students had already gathered at the school gate, predominantly athletes who, in their casual attire, bore little resemblance to students. Alongside them were various delinquents, and the turnout matched the buzzcut fellow's estimate of around 30. During my previous visit to Brother Xiang, I encountered only a handful, so our 30 against their mere 10 should suffice. I was determined to leave a prominent mark on Brother Xiang's face. "Is everyone here?" I queried, and they assured me that most had arrived. It was too late for anyone else. "Very well, let us proceed. Remember to conduct yourselves well and uphold our honor," I urged. "It's just Brother Xiang after all. I've been there several times without witnessing anything remarkable," they jeered. I nodded, pleased with their confidence. Thus, our group of 30 set forth towards East Street, discreetly concealing our weapons until we arrived. Once there, we brandished our batons, striding forth with bravado. Onlookers gawked, and a few among us, emboldened by our numbers, shouted threats at passers-by. Upon reaching Brother Xiang's billiard hall, I kicked the door open and bellowed, "Where's Brother Xiang? Come out." The hall seemed bustling with patrons, their numbers rivaling ours, yet they were merely customers and unlikely to interfere. "Get lost if you have no business here. I'm here for Brother Xiang," I proclaimed. Many patrons hastily exited, while several figures emerged from a back room. "Who the hell is disturbing my establishment?" Brother Xiang appeared, his expression shifting from surprise to amusement upon recognizing me. "Ah, it's you, Lu Ge. I've heard about your situation. Someone intervened and dealt with Xiao Fei, right? But I believe I also heard he has left the city. You're looking rather haughty. I've longed to confront you," a diminutive figure piped up, pointing accusatorily at Brother Xiang. "Who are you calling a brat?" Brother Xiang's henchmen menacingly brandished their pool cues at us. Chaos erupted as our group retaliated with shouts of defiance, engulfing the billiard hall in turmoil. "Your information is correct. He has indeed left the city. But do you really think we cannot handle you?" I retorted, maintaining a smile. "Do you honestly believe this group of inexperienced children can challenge us?" Brother Xiang's laughter echoed, and he whispered a few words to a nearby subordinate, who subsequently disappeared into the back room. When they returned, each bore a glistening knife, instantly silencing the hall. I felt a jolt of fear. Brother Xiang had escalated the situation to a dangerous level. The machete, an object I had only seen in the hands of those summoned by the man who had previously confronted me, now loomed before me for the first time, instilling a palpable fear. "Lu Ge, fret not. Those machetes are dull, akin to mere iron sheets," stammered a short fellow, his legs trembling. I, too, shivering with trepidation, replied, "Do you think we fear you just because you wield a few rusty blades? None here are afraid of you, right?" Silence enveloped the room once more. Apart from the crew of the buzzcut man, the others dared not utter a word, and only a handful echoed my sentiment. At that moment, a yellow-haired boy behind me spoke up. "Lu Ge, my father just called, urging me to return home as it's getting late. I must take my leave." With that, he turned and fled, prompting several others to follow suit. "Huh, no facial hair, yet you aspire to be a leader?" scoffed Xiang Ge, puffing on a cigarette. I frowned as I noticed our numbers dwindling. Soon, fewer than 10 remained. "Perhaps we should withdraw," I whispered to my companions, who nodded in agreement. "Let us discuss this matter in detail when we return," I suggested. Just then, the doors slammed shut with a thunderous bang, and Xiang Ge, brandishing the machete, advanced toward us. "Do you still dare to confront me without your backers? You think you can act tough outside school?" Xiang Yi sneered, delivering a resounding slap to my face. "Go on, strike me again if you dare," I retorted, only to receive another slap without hesitation. Enraged, I brandished my electric baton and thrust it against him, causing Xiang Ge to collapse to the floor, convulsing like a seizure-stricken sheep. With my retaliation, his henchmen rushed toward us, swinging their machetes. Though over a dozen remained, they lacked the courage to retaliate, shielding their heads with their arms as they endured the blows. Remarkably, the blades were unsharpened. They struck us without breaking the skin, yet the pain was still excruciating. "Dare to shock me? You're courting death." Xiang Yi recovering from my attack, snatched the baton from me and retaliated with a jolt of electricity. Chapter 71. On the brink of betrayal with a crackle, the baton made contact, and I felt as though I might faint from the shock. What voltage is this? It's unbearable. Xiangge glared at me fiercely last time. I let you off easy, yet here you are, seeking trouble again. Gritting my teeth in agony, I implored, could you spare my companions? Their willingness to stay during such peril filled me with gratitude, yet I couldn't let them suffer for my sake. It would deter anyone from standing by me in the future. Let them go. Fine, but I'll count every blow dealt to them as one against you. Xiangge snarled, kicking me as he spoke. Agreed. Just release them, and you may do as you please with me, I replied after some contemplation. If they left, perhaps they could summon aid. Remaining here would only subject us all to punishment. My intuition proved correct. Xiangge gestured for his lackeys to release the buzzcut gang, declaring, let them go. Just then, one of his underlings hesitantly remarked, Xiangge, what if they return with reinforcements? Xiangge laughed heartily. You're too naive. In East Street, no one dares to interfere. Besides, if they could rally support, they would in due time, regardless of whether they can now. Indeed, Xiangge's words rang true. The underling quickly acquiesced. Thus, the buzzcut crew was set free, casting a final glance back at me. How shall I deal with you? Xiangge asked with a smile. I remained silent, contemplating how they must summon Qinjie. Before her, Xiangge would surely hesitate to harm me. I finally understood the disparity between us and the vocational college crowd. Even if you were a big shot from a certain district, Zhao Ziyan's crew would confront you, while we were mentally subjugated by them, which explains Xiangge's fear of Zhao Ziyan. Are you deaf when I speak to you? Xiangge delivered a fierce slap to my face. I met his gaze with a cold smile. Do as you wish. I've already borne the scars of your cigarettes. Why should I care how you treat me? As long as you don't kill me, I will one day return to end you. Xiangye, unforgettable. Kick me twice in the head, taunting, come at me. I'll be waiting for you in East Street. If you dare, come and kill me. Do you dare to let me go? Release me, and I'll summon others to come for you, I proposed. Xiangge scoffed. Do you think I'm a fool? I'll never let you leave. He pointed to a small room, commanding, throw him in there. His henchmen seized me and unceremoniously tossed me into the room, which appeared to be a makeshift trash area, littered with leftover food containers. Xiangge remarked, this time, I won't beat you. I'll simply leave you here to starve and thirst. When hunger strikes, you can feast on our scraps, huh? With that, he slammed the door shut, covering my nose. I surveyed the surroundings, discovering a solitary barred window, my only means of escape. I recognized my limits. A day or two without food might be bearable, but after 3 or 4 days, I would surely succumb. If I were to eat their leftovers, I would never hold my head high again. I silently hoped they would hasten to summon Qinjie. An hour passed, then 2, then 3, yet no one came to my rescue. They had confiscated my phone, rendering any calls impossible. Did the buzzcut crew truly not call for help? Were they that dim-witted, or had they simply abandoned any thought of rescuing me? Even a call to the authorities would suffice. My hunger and thirst intensified as I lay on the floor, attempting to drift off to sleep, but the pangs of deprivation kept me awake. Gradually, I found myself unable to resist, my gaze drawn to the remnants of food on the ground, the gnawing hunger becoming unbearable. Suddenly, the door swung open, and several of Xiangge's underlings entered, dragging me out and into their common living space, where a few others dressed more formally were present, clearly not typical ruffians. What do you think of this one? Xiangge asked, patting my face. They nodded, declaring yes. Breaking his legs and sending him out to beg wouldn't be a bad idea. Xiangge laughed heartily. Then take him. Just ensure you send the payment swiftly. The man affirmed, no problem, before producing a syringe and approaching me. Get away from me. I shrieked, recoiling in terror and struggling. Hold him down. Xiangye barshid impaciently. His underlings swiftly subdued me, and the syringe was plunged into my skin, leading me into an abyss of unconsciousness. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in a hospital bed. Panic surged within me as I sat up abruptly, hastily feeling my legs. Thankfully, they were still intact. I exhaled in relief. It's all right, Sister Chin comforted me. I glanced at her and inquired, how did I end up here? With a look of guilt. Sister Chin replied, coincidentally, my phone died today while I was out, and your friends couldn't reach me. Fortunately, I returned home. I sighed in relief, grateful that it wasn't those heartless individuals who left me to my fate, Had that been the case, my faith in humanity would have been entirely shattered. What about those guys? I asked Sister Chun. She informed me that they had all gone home at my suggestion. I nodded and then asked, what does Brother Xiang actually do? Sister Chun shook her head, saying, I don't know. He certainly isn't engaged in anything respectable. Then looking at me, she added, ever since I met you, I've lost touch with more and more of my friends. You've offended each one of them. I felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, Sister Chun, I'm truly sorry. It wasn't my intention. It's fine, it's fine. They weren't good people anyway. Just behave yourself at school. If you really wish to take revenge, wait until Brother Qin returns. Sister Chun chuckled, affectionately patting my face. While her words were well-meaning, they left me feeling unsettled. I had always relied on others, to the point where Sister Chun believed I couldn't manage without the likes of the pitiful guy. I resolved in my heart to seek vengeance through my own strength. I silently vowed that as long as I lived, I would eventually rise above. No one could depend on others indefinitely. Now that you're awake, let us head back, Sister Chun said, and I agreed. Once outside the hospital, I asked her if she wanted to have a meal together. She declined, explaining that her parents were returning home today, so she had to go back. All right then, I'll head home, I replied. Upon returning home, I discovered my father glaring at me with a furious expression. Just as I was about to speak, he berated me. You little rascal, did you steal my electric baton? Taken aback, I suddenly remembered that I had indeed taken one. It must have been confiscated by Brother Xiang. I had taken it out to flaunt it for a while. I casually explained to my father. So where is it now? He continued pressing. Growing impatient with his inquiries, combined with the events of the day, I snapped, it was snatched by some idiot. Damn it. Do you have any idea that I was almost sold today? And you're still fixated on that broken baton? Chapter 72. The newcomer, my father, was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. I initially thought he would ask who tried to sell me, but instead, he shouted, Who the hell dares to steal my baton? In that moment, I felt as though I was not his biological child. Why are you so obsessed with a baton? I was almost sold. The person who tried to sell me took your baton. I retorted angrily. My father replied with an "Oh," and asked who attempted to sell me, insisting he would help me confront them. I said it wasn't necessary. I would retrieve the baton sooner or later. As I turned to head back to my room, my father grabbed my arm, unusually serious, and asked, Had you been causing trouble outside? I remained silent. He continued, If you've stirred up trouble, just tell me. Some matters you can't resolve alone. You should inform the family, understood? I nonchalantly acknowledged him and retreated to my room. I no longer wished to rely on anyone, not even my parents. I spent the night in contemplation, realizing that the reason those people fled was twofold: fear and the fact that one of them darted away first. Had the first one not run, the others would have remained, even if just standing there. The more I pondered, the angrier I became. I swore to confront that scoundrel upon my return. This also illuminated a truth for me. Not everyone is worth having. Such people not only fail to assist, but may even cause harm. The following morning, my parents left for the day, instructing me to oversee the shop while they tended to the branch store. I thought to myself, what a joke. They run a shabby health product store and expect to become a conglomerate? Ridiculous. Recently, a new KTV had opened near my home after renovations, appearing significantly larger and more legitimate than the small KTVs of the past. My father mentioned that it was originally intended to be a bathing center, but it was scrapped due to its proximity to the school, and eventually it was converted into a KTV, which apparently came with many perks. While managing the shop at home, the women who used to frequent it had not returned, not even Ying. It had been quite some time since I had contacted her. After my father mentioned her, I wondered if she had turned over a new leaf. Hence, I took out my phone and sent her a text, asking if she was free to come help me at the shop. After a while, Ying replied, saying she had nothing to do and was quite idle. I responded affirmatively, inviting her over since I was alone at home. About half an hour later, Ying arrived carrying a spicy hot pot. Upon entering, she asked, Haven't eaten yet? I chuckled, realizing I was unsure about lunch, so inviting her was indeed a stroke of luck. Thank you, Ying. I fetched a stool for her to sit down. We sat together enjoying the hot pot, and a few customers came in, all of whom Ying attended to. One customer even tried to flirt with her, but I promptly sent him packing. After we finished eating, I inquired about Ying's work. The moment I brought up the topic, her expression dimmed. If one had a good family, who would willingly engage in such work? Ying said, lowering her gaze. I frowned, realizing she must have her reasons shrouded in secrecy. Ying, would you mind sharing what is going on? I asked. She looked up and smiled. All right, little one, don't ask so many questions. I'm no longer a child. Please don't treat me as such, I insisted. Ying chuckled softly, covering her mouth, but remained silent. Ying, what will you do about relationships in the future? I asked. With a sigh, she replied, once I've earned enough money, I'll return to my hometown and find a decent man to marry. How can that be? I exclaimed. Don't you have someone you like? Ying paused and then shook her head, self-mockingly stating, someone like me? Do I even deserve to like anyone? Please don't say that. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful, I replied passionately. Ying smiled and patted my head, saying, all right, I've finished eating. I should be leaving soon. Your parents will be displeased if they find me here. I countered, how could that be? My parents like you. Ying shook her head, silly boy. Would you want your parents to see you being too close to a woman of questionable reputation? All right, take care of the shop. With that, she picked up her small bag and exited my family's store. I watched her retreating figure, feeling that life was profoundly unfair. I wished to rescue her, but I couldn't even save myself. The weak are invariably kind-hearted, yet lamentably devoid of strength. In the afternoon, my parents returned, asking if I had eaten lunch. Instead of responding, I told them. Ying came by for lunch. We ate together. My father and mother exchanged glances, frowning as they asked, Ying, what was she here for? To buy something? I shook my head, clarifying no, I was bored alone, so I invited her over. It is advisable to maintain a certain distance from Ying, as you are still quite young and should avoid being the subject of gossip, I reminded myself. With a sigh, I acknowledged that Sister Ying's words were indeed correct. The following day, I obtained my living allowance from my parents and proceeded to school. Due to the arrival of new students, the first class was canceled, and the flag-raising ceremony was also omitted, as we were preoccupied with welcoming the newcomers. When the second period began, our homeroom teacher ushered in several students from outside. To my surprise, they were all boys. Among them was one particularly handsome lad, and upon a cursory evaluation, I found him to be quite comparable to myself. As he entered, the girls in our class gasped in unison. I discreetly glanced at Xiaohua and noted her lack of reaction. I silently commended myself, realizing that perhaps I was the more attractive one after all. Another boy bore a tattoo on his chest, which I caught a glimpse of, leading me to suspect that he was not an ordinary individual. I resolved to inquire further after class. The rest were relatively unremarkable and did not warrant further introduction. I decided to refer to the tattooed boy simply as Tattoo Boy, just as I dubbed the handsome one ugly guy. A total of 5 or 6 students joined us, and our homeroom teacher instructed them to move their desks to the back of the classroom, adding an additional row behind the last. I refrained from adding another row to my area, as it would obstruct the door. After class, I approached Tattoo Boy and tapped him on the shoulder, greeting him. Hello there, mate. Tattoo Boy was quite straightforward in demeanor, responding with a cheerful, Hi, I'm new here. I look forward to your guidance. I replied, absolutely. By the way, I must say, your tattoo is impressive. Where did you get it? He glanced down at his chest and replied, I have a long scar here that I find unsightly, so I decided to get a tattoo to cover it. He unbuttoned his shirt slightly to reveal a lengthy scar, confirming my intuition that he was indeed an intriguing character. An idea struck me. Perhaps I could also get a tattoo to cover the 2 burn scars on my head. Just then, a voice from outside shouted, Hua, that fool is causing trouble. Hua Gu acknowledged with a nod and said to me, Brother, I have some matters to attend to. Let's continue our conversation later. I nodded in agreement as I followed him outside. There stood a person animatedly conversing with him, recounting how a newcomer had responded rudely when asked for his name, leading to a scuffle between them. Tattoo Boy interjected, If they start fighting, remember to call me. I want to see it. No problem, replied the other individual. Tattoo Boy then inquired about the class of the person he was speaking to, learning that he was in class 6, which I recognized as Wen Ji's class. I felt compelled to investigate further. After all, what if the situation involved Wen Ge? Who is that fool? I asked Tattoo Boy. He replied, That fool is from our side and is my rival, just a simpleton. If he bothers you, just call me. I'll handle it. Tattoo Boy's forthright nature was refreshing, and I smiled at him, asking, Is he quite formidable? He responded that it was nothing special, just a few unruly companions. I suggested we check it out together, as I was familiar with some people in that class and feared he might be causing trouble for my friends. Your friends? All right, let us go take a look. Tattoo Boy agreed. He then instructed the guy who had approached him earlier to gather their friends, emphasizing that if they encountered his buddies, they should try to defuse the situation. As we descended the stairs towards Wen Ji's classroom, I shouted through the door, Wen Ge, are you in there? Unfortunately, No one answered, and a few cheeky newcomers taunted me in response. I dismissed their remarks, focusing instead on finding Wen-ge. I grabbed a random student from that class and asked, "Where did Wen-ge go?" The boy replied, "Wen-ge was just called outside." I quickly inquired if the caller was a newcomer, to which he confirmed, causing a wave of frustration to wash over me. It seemed that trouble was brewing, and I was determined to not let anyone harm Wen-ge. "Is he your friend?" Tattoo Boy asked. I nodded affirmatively. "Yes, they are likely in the restroom. Let us head there." Tattoo Boy suggested we wait for his friends to arrive before proceeding, fearing we might be at a disadvantage. I insisted there was no time. I had to rush ahead. I hurried into the restroom, only to find it packed with people, the atmosphere thick with smoke. Wen-ge stood in the center, seemingly negotiating with another boy, who I suspected was that fool. The latter was glaring at Wen-ge, barking insults. "What is it to you what my name is?" He then shoved Wen-ge, prompting me to react, but Wen-ge remained calm, merely stating, "Don't push your luck." I could no longer contain myself. This was our territory, and I wouldn't allow an outsider to act so brazenly. As I pushed through the crowd to confront him, the restroom door suddenly burst open, and a figure charged in, delivering a swift kick to the fool's shoulder, sending him crashing against the wall. All I could see was a blur of red as the figure exclaimed, "You dare to harm my brother here?" The fool's companion brandished a steel pipe, swinging it at the red-clad figure, who effortlessly caught it and bent it with a mere flick of his wrist. I marveled at the strength he exhibited. The red-clad figure discarded the pipe and seized the assailant by the collar, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. It was no wonder Wen-ge had described him as the most temperamental among them. Such temperament must come with considerable power. As the confrontation escalated, more people began to pour into the restroom, and Tattoo Boy entered, bringing along a group of friends that matched the fool's entourage in number, making the already cramped space even more crowded. "What is this? Acting tough again, huh?" Tattoo Boy sneered at the fool, who had just been beaten. The fool, rising to his feet, glared at Tattoo Boy. "This doesn't concern you, does it?" Tattoo Boy scoffed. "Who says it doesn't? You mess with my brother, and it certainly becomes my concern." I watched in frustration as the opportunity to assert myself slipped away, with these two dominating the scene. The fool glanced between the red-clad figure and Tattoo Boy, then huffed, "Let us go," before exiting the restroom. I rushed over to Wen-ge, asking, "Why didn't you fight back? This isn't like you." The red-clad figure interjected mockingly. "This fool has been preoccupied with a girlfriend lately, acting like a coward." With a cheerful demeanor, Wen-ge remained unfazed by the taunts of the man in red. I suggested to him, "Shall we call someone to teach them a lesson?" To which Wen-ge replied, "It's not worth it. There's nothing much at stake, and I don't want to escalate things." The man in red cursed and retorted, "You can go if you want." After that, he strode out, leaving Wen-ge to watch his departing figure with a wry smile. The tattooed man followed suit, patting Wen-ge on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, if that brat bothers you again, just come find me." Wen-ge glanced at him and asked, "Who is this?" I replied, "This is a friend I just met. He's a good guy." Wen-ge acknowledged with an O and smiled at the tattooed man, who likely did not recognize my true identity and assumed I was merely a naive individual. I had no desire to disabuse him of that notion. After all, it was better for them to maintain their illusions. "Wen-ge, let's head back. If anything comes up, just give me a shout," I said. Wen-ge agreed, urging me to return swiftly. Once back, the tattooed man inquired, "By the way, what's your name?" I replied, "My name is Xiao Lu." He chuckled and said, "Oh," then continued, "That guy in a red shirt seemed pretty fierce." I affirmed, "Indeed, he has never faced a worthy opponent in one-on-one combat." The tattooed man laughed, suggesting, "Why not ask him if he is interested in teaming up against that brat?" I nearly burst out laughing at the thought. What status did the man in red hold? Dealing with a mere brat was hardly a challenge. Given his temperament, it was inconceivable that he would align with the tattooed man, considering he was already associated with someone of higher caliber. "All right, I'll introduce you when the opportunity arises," I conceded. The tattooed man nodded, informing me that he had been at odds with that brat for nearly a year, engaging in minor skirmishes due to the understanding that neither side was truly a match for the other. Fortunately, with a change of venue, an opportunity to confront him had finally emerged. I remarked that the rather handsome, yet seemingly unappealing fellow was indeed quite popular among the girls. Not only was he good-looking, but he also sang and played the guitar. This afternoon, he had brought an old guitar to class, strumming and singing, which quickly drew a crowd of girls who praised him for his charm and talent, leaving many boys in our class feeling envious. However, Xiaohua remained unpretentious, focusing on her studies and exuding an air of purity amidst the chaos. During evening study hours, I received shocking news. The man in red had single-handedly confronted the brat at his dorm, dragging him out and nearly beating him to death, leaving the brat's companions in a battered state. I was astonished and asked the tattooed man, "How many people does that brat have on his side?" He replied, "About a dozen or so." I pondered how the man in red could possibly take on so many alone. It was likely that the brat hadn't had the chance to call for reinforcements. Yet, the man in red was undeniably reckless with a few allies. He could have resolved the situation without resorting to personal confrontation. It seemed that the brat would indeed seek him out at the dormitory tonight. The tattooed man suddenly said to me, "Tonight, let's go check it out and make some connections." I was taken aback, but eventually agreed, saying, "All right, I'll count on you tonight. Remember to bring plenty of people." He patted his chest, assuring me, "Don't worry. Your matters are now my matters." The tattooed man was genuinely commendable, appearing quite loyal, and his words stemmed from a place of goodwill, concern for my safety. However, in reality, the man in red was certainly more formidable than him. Both he and Fongo were superior to the tattooed man, albeit more low-key. In the past, no one dared to provoke the man in red or Fongo. Whenever I was targeted, their mere presence deterred any would-be aggressors. I never anticipated that I would now be tangled with a few outsiders. After evening study, I led a few of my companions to the dormitory of the man in red. The residents recognized me and greeted me as Lu Ge. The man in red had yet to return, so I settled on his bed to wait. Shortly after, he returned, tossed his bag aside, and plopped down beside me, asking, "What brings you here?" I explained I was worried that brat might come looking for trouble, so I came to keep watch. The man in red scoffed, jokingly saying, "Look at you, used to have to beg me and Fongo to protect you, and now you're here to help me." I retorted, "Stop joking. I'm just looking out for you." He chuckled, saying nothing further, as he tossed me a cigarette while lighting one for himself. Regardless of who it was, either Fongo or the man in red could simply utter a word, and the athletes would come rushing over in no time. If they truly wanted to deal with the brat, he would indeed become a mere afterthought. I had yet to settle scores with the group that had fled last time, but I had no intention of doing anything drastic. After all, it was their first time, and fear was a natural response. Moments later, the dormitory door was kicked open, and the brat limped in, evidently having sustained quite a beating from the man in red. "The one in the red shirt, come out," he shouted upon entry. Without hesitation, the man in red grabbed a mop and snapped it in half, striding towards the door. I intervened, urging him, "Let me take care of this opportunity to show off." I stepped forward, asking, "Do you know who I am?" The brat scrutinized me, replying, "Aren't you that new lackey Huazi just took in?" "What? Didn't he come himself? So he sent you? Who says I'm not here?" Just then, the tattooed man, Huazi, appeared at the forefront, leading a group of over 10 people, blocking the brat and his crew at the entrance. Huazi stepped forward, declaring, "Brat, are you looking for trouble?" The brat sneered, "Huazi, I've already given you face today, but that kid came looking for me. When have I ever taken such insults? What am I supposed to do about this grudge? I don't care what you do. Just remember, you're not to touch a single one of my brothers." Huazi shouted back, cursing. The brat glared at Huazi, retorting, "Huazi, have you forgotten about the time I put a knife in you?" Huazi buzzed, then gritted his teeth, asking, "What do you mean by that?" The brat replied nonchalantly, "It doesn't mean anything. If you're not satisfied, we can settle it right here." Listening to their exchange, I realized that the brat was no ordinary individual. His willingness to wield a knife indicated he was no coward. Far bolder than our own group, the man in red, unable to contain himself, swung the mop at the brat's head, shouting, "Are you done yet?" His companions restrained him, urging patience. Frustrated, the man in red tossed the mop down, threatening, "If you don't get out of here now, I'll make sure none of you can leave today." The brat, clutching his head, retorted angrily, "You hit me again. Just you few? Where do you get your courage?" Cursing, the man in red stormed into the hallway, yelling, "All athletes, get your asses out here." This floor happened to house the most athletes, and, at his command, a cacophony of doors swung open, with a throng of students in flip-flops emerging. Some began to curse, questioning the chaos, but upon seeing the man in red, they greeted him as bro, inquiring about the situation. The man in red, showing no mercy, barked, "Is this everyone? Who else is hiding?" A few more individuals stepped out, and the hallway quickly buzzed with energy as a crowd began to gather, shouting, "Who dares to mess with my brother? Looking for death?" The corridor was teeming with people, quickly drawing the attention of the dormitory supervisor, who rushed upstairs. "What are you all doing here? Go back to bed," he shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears as the crowd surged towards the dormitory of the man in the red shirt. The tattooed man and his companion stood frozen, unaware of the man's unexpected popularity. I was somewhat astonished myself. Even if I'd shouted, I could hardly guarantee such enthusiastic support. "Is it you? Come out, or I'll teach you a lesson." The athletes shouted through the doorway at the tattooed man as companion. The crowd was too dense to enter, so those outside merely pointed and yelled. The man in the red shirt, unfazed, stepped aside to smoke. Seizing my moment, I called out, "Everyone quiet down." Instantly, silence enveloped the scene, and the athletes shouted a chorus of "Flow Brother." I felt a sense of satisfaction and glanced pointedly at the tattooed man, whose expression was indeed peculiar. I approached the tattooed man as companion, patted his face, and said, "You can act tough where you come from, but don't bring that attitude to our territory, all right?" The companion retorted defiantly, "I've fallen into your hands today, but don't think I'm afraid just because you outnumber me." I slapped him across the face, saying, "Why are you still acting tough at this point?" He huffed in silence, but several athletes could no longer contain themselves and stormed in, kicking him a few times while shouting, "Do you know who you're talking to?" The companion defiantly exclaimed, "If I'm afraid of anyone, then I'm not who I am. Then you might as well stop pretending to be brave and accept your place," I replied. He had caused trouble for both Flo Brother and the man in the red shirt. How they dealt with him was none of my concern. I waved my hand dismissively and left, uncertain if they even recognized who the man in the red shirt was. I returned to my room, ready to sleep. The next day, the tattooed man approached me, clapping my shoulder. "I didn't expect you to be so formidable, the boss around here." I replied modestly, "It's just a hollow title." He chuckled, "But that guy won't take this line down. He definitely seek revenge." I scoffed. "How tough can you Liang Fei really be? He transferred because of me. What can a country bumpkin like him bring?" I had no intention of worrying about it. If something happened, I would handle it then. During lunch, an unattractive student strummed his guitar and sang in class, which irked Wang Zuan. He stood up and pointed at the student, saying, "Can you stop screeching? What are you even singing? It's annoying. I still need to study." I felt a swell of amusement and silently applauded Wang Zuan's courage. However, after his outburst, he faced a collective backlash from all the girls in the class. "Who cooed? Oh, you must be envious." Wang Zin, fuming, was left speechless. As a man, he couldn't just hit the girls. The unattractive student, undeterred, gently pushed through the throng of girls to approach Xiaohua, saying sweetly, "Why aren't you eating? If you don't mind, would you join me for lunch?" His words silenced the girls, who stared at him in shock. Wang Zuan wore a look of schadenfreude, while the unattractive student remained oblivious to the tension, continuing to extend his earnest invitation to Xiaohua. I stayed put, observing her. Xiaohua glanced at him, then lowered her head, murmuring, "Sorry, I'm not hungry." The unattractive student smiled gently. "How can a girl skip lunch? Let me buy you a meal." Without waiting for her response, he set his guitar down and left the classroom. After he departed, Wang Zuan approached me, asking, "Flo Brother, why didn't you confront him?" I replied, "Why should I?" Wang Zuan explained, "If I hit him, the girls would definitely scold me. If you hit him, it will be justified. He bothering your girlfriend." I nodded, indicating I had my own plans. Wang Zuan ceased his commentary and returned to his studies. Xiaohua continued reading, seemingly unaffected, but my mood soured. My mind buzzed with irritation. In the past, I couldn't do anything when someone pursued Xiaohua, but now I wouldn't allow anyone to ride roughshod over me. I stood and walked over to her, asking Xiaohua, "Why didn't you go eat with Chunjie?" She replied, "Chunjie took a leave today, so I didn't go either." I nodded, having been too busy to join them recently, and had no idea about Chunjie's absence. After our exchange, I returned to my seat. Not long after, the unattractive student returned with 2 meals, placing one in front of Xiaohua and the other in front of himself. Before I could speak, Wang Zuan chimed in. "How can you be so rude, making our class so chaotic? How can we study?" The unattractive student smiled at him, saying, "It seems that those who are unattractive must study more." Wang Zuan was furious, slamming the table as he shouted, "What did you say? Say that again." The unattractive student merely smiled, ignoring him. "Classmate, let us eat." Xiaohua remained silent, shifting her book aside. "Why aren't you eating?" he pressed. I could no longer hold back, stepping in front of him and patting his shoulder. "Are you looking for trouble?" He remained unperturbed, standing and saying, "You're joking? Who'll want to die? If you feel that way, the window is over there. Just jump." His retort was sharp, rivaling my own wit. However, I was too enraged to engage in a battle of words. I was shaking with anger. I grabbed the lunchbox from the table and smashed it over his head, yelling, "Here, eat this. Is it good?" With a cold expression, he removed the lunchbox from his head and warned, "You're finished." I smirked. "Is that so? Let us see." As I spoke, the remaining boys in the class stood behind me, grinning at the unattractive student. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have come to my aid. But this time was different. Such a man was generally despised by others. "Relying on numbers? Are you? Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" The unattractive student tore a piece of paper to wipe his head. Xiaohua tugged at my sleeve, shaking her head, signaling me not to fight. I sized him up. He appeared rather effeminate and unlikely to defeat me. "Fine, a one-on-one it is. Are you afraid?" I challenged. "All right, let us do it," he replied, throwing the first punch with astonishing speed that took me by surprise. I cursed, retaliating with a punch, but he dodged effortlessly, delivering a swift kick to my ribs that left me wincing in pain. This guy must have trained. There was no way he could be so skilled otherwise. The girls in our class have started to chatter again, exclaiming how handsome he is, which only serves to infuriate me further. In a fit of rage, I seized a stool and hurled it at him, but alas, I missed. He retaliated with a swift punch to my nose, leaving me dazed and nearly collapsing to the ground. "Is that all you've got?" He sneered, shaking his fist. At that moment, I felt utterly humiliated and regretted my earlier bravado. Why didn't I just call someone to handle him instead? Now that I had failed to best him, it seemed rather futile to summon assistance. I could only mutter a threat, telling him to wait before storming out of the classroom, instructing a few boys to keep an eye on him and ensure he didn't approach Xiaohua. After wandering outside for a while, I still couldn't devise a good plan. It was easy to call someone to fight him, but everyone had seen me fail. If I let it go, he would undoubtedly continue to harass Xiaohua. I decided to confront him first, instructing a few athletes to join me in confronting the bully. Once he stepped outside, the group dragged him to the restroom for a thorough reprimanding, warning him to stay away from Xiaohua. He readily complied. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, I smashed his guitar, which left him subdued. He exited looking somewhat presentable, but returned with a battered face. In the afternoon, the tattooed guy approached me, exclaiming how chaotic things had become lately. "The big restroom is packed," he remarked. I nodded, acknowledging the brewing conflict. He then questioned whether I wouldn't intervene. "Why should I care? I can't manage everything," I replied. He insisted, "You're the boss here. You must take charge. They're causing a ruckus to vie for dominance." I chuckled. "Let them fight it out. As long as it doesn't affect me, I'll step in once the strongest emerges." Suddenly, the tattooed guy's expression shifted, and he hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but was reluctant. "To speak your mind," I encouraged. He sighed. "If you're not going to intervene, I might want to get involved too. After all, I'm somewhat of a leader back home." I responded, "That's fine. Go ahead. Just let me know if anything happens." He shook his head. "No need. I have connections outside. They usually handle things. If I get beaten today, I'll just call my people to retaliate tomorrow. It's a cycle." A sudden realization struck me, reminiscent of an incident involving Brother Xiong. If they brought outsiders into the fray, my people would surely back down. My position felt precarious. "Go ahead then. Don't worry about me," I said, patting his arm. He replied affirmatively, pleased that it wouldn't affect our relationship. Later that afternoon, Chun Jie returned and invited Xiaohua and me to dinner. I inquired about her absence, and she sighed, "It's just family issues. It's exhausting." I pressed for details, offering my help, but she shook her head, indicating the complications were beyond my reach. During our meal, I recounted the day's events, eliciting laughter from Chun Jie, who remarked, "You brought this upon yourself. With your demeanor, you think you can be a leader? Honestly, your current situation isn't much different from Liao Song's back in the day." I retorted, "That's nonsense. Liao Song was merely a figurehead. No one took him seriously. I have dozens of brothers, many of whom are athletes. Who wouldn't respect me? Zen Yistafet. You truly see yourself as the boss. Your so-called brothers are simply indulging you. None of them truly respects you. If it weren't for their fear of Qin Ran, they'd be off doing their own thing." Her words struck me hard. I had pondered this very issue, but had been reluctant to confront it. What if it had been Squatting Boy leading those athletes to confront Brother Xiong? They would have surely followed without hesitation. What's wrong? Feeling down? Jin Ye, Da said. I shook my head, feigning indifference. She quickly reassured me. Don't be too upset. This is just the beginning. Take your time. Come here. Let me comfort you. I forced a smile, not responding further. After dinner, I left the school alone and headed to the internet CAF. Fongo and the guy in red were in their usual spot, while Squatting Boy's seat remained empty. Everything felt familiar, except Fongo and the guy in red were engrossed in League of Legends instead of Red Alert. They waved me over, and I took a seat in Squatting Boy's former position. What's wrong? You look unhappy, Fongo asked while playing. Instead of answering, I inquired, Fongo, can you tell me Squatting Boy's background? He paused briefly, then said, wait until I finish this match. I occupied myself by watching a movie online until he finally turned to me. All right, let us grab a bite. It's getting late. The guy in red agreed. I'm a bit hungry too. I had no objections and followed them out of the CAF to a nearby eatery. After ordering, Fongo asked, why the sudden interest in Chinga? I replied casually, just curious. He nodded, Chinga, or Chin Ran, ISNTA local. I gestured for him to continue. He is purportedly from a powerful family known as the Chin family, which has been influential for 3 generations. Chinga is the 3rd generation. Fengye elaborated. I'm unsure of the specifics, but he is discreet. Aside from a past incident and helping you, he has kept a low profile. Can you elaborate on that past incident? I prompted. He nodded. There was a guy named Huang Mao, very arrogant. One day, while Qin Gu was in the restroom, Huang Mao cleared out the area to deal with someone. Qin Gu didn't interfere. When Huang Mao attempted to confront him, Qin Gu simply asked who his older brother was. Huang Mao, thinking Qin Gu was intimidated, boasted about his connections. Qin Gu made a call, and after that, Huang Mao vanished without a trace. Since then, he has kept a low profile. Feng Gu noted, he respects me because of my connection with Qin Gu. That is why I could intervene in the situation between him and Chun Jia. Hearing this, my heart sank. So, you mean my current brothers follow me because of Qin Gu? I asked, staring at the guy in red. The man in the red shirt nodded affirmatively and said, either Xiao Feng or I could easily push you aside. After speaking, he patted me on the shoulder and chuckled, but don't worry, we won't step in, haha. I remained silent, raising a glass of wine and downing it in one gulp. Could someone explain why they do not genuinely follow me? After a long pause, I finally uttered this question. The man in red burst into laughter and replied, what a joke. You have no followers, no money, and you can't fight. We want to follow you. I can assure you, the number of those truly loyal to you does not exceed 5. If Xiao Feng and I were to vanish, that group of athletes would immediately cause chaos. Do you believe it? Hearing this, I nearly broke down in tears, cursing the world for my previous delusions. Xiao Feng seemed to realize that he had spoken too harshly and nudged the man in red to stop. However, the man in red paid no mind, chuckling. It's essential to tell him. If we don't, what will he do when he faces difficulties later? Xiao Feng sighed, feeling it inappropriate to say more. I asked Xiao Feng why those athletes were so loyal to him. He explained, because I was once an athlete myself and have a good relationship with them. You, on the other hand, have no emotional foundation with them. When you need help, you call them over, but when you don't, you cast them aside. Who would care about you in that case? I nodded, acknowledging his insight. That night, I consumed quite a bit of alcohol, and by the end, I was unaware of how I fell asleep. When I awoke the next day, I found myself at home bewildered. I distinctly remembered being at school the previous night. How had I ended up back home? I rushed out of my room and asked my mother, Mom, how did I get home? She replied, curtly, you got drunk last night, and your classmates brought you home. I slapped my forehead, realizing that Xiao Feng and the man in red had returned me home. Where was my father? I inquired, and my mother informed me, your father went out on business and won't be back today. Hurry to school. I nodded, took some money from my mother, and made my way to school. As I approached the entrance, I happened to run into Chun Jia coming out. I asked her, Chun Jia, where are you going? She looked surprised and asked, what are you doing out here? I explained that I had drunk too much the previous night and that Xiao Feng and the man in red had brought me home. She replied, I'm going home. My dad found out that my brother intends to confront Yi Liangfei, so he is heading back to deal with it. Are they going to confront Yi Liangfei? I asked with a smile, considering the situation. Chun Jia's expression suddenly darkened, and she shook her head, saying no. My dad is returning to send my brother away somewhere else. What? I was taken aback. Why would they send your brother away? After what Yi Liangfei did to you, your dad is still helping him. Chun Jia explained, I just found out that I have a betrothal with Yi Liangfei. A betrothal? What era are we living in? I exclaimed in anger. Let us go talk to your dad. I grabbed her hand, insisting on accompanying her home. Chun-jie protested. "This is a family matter. You, an outsider, shouldn't interfere." I retorted, "I'm not going to your house. I'm going to confront Yi Liangfei and make him cancel this engagement." I did not understand why I felt such rage, but hearing about Chun-jie's betrothal to Yi Liangfei felt like a dagger piercing my heart. I disregarded her words and marched toward her home. Upon arriving at her doorstep, I found Yin-gu standing outside, facing a middle-aged couple, presumably Chun-jie's parents. They appear to be in a heated argument. As I stepped closer, I heard Yin-gu exclaim, "I won't leave unless you let me take Xiao Chun with me." "Absolutely not," Chun-jie's father shouted back. Yin-gu, enraged, yelled at his parents, "How can you sacrifice my sister for your own interests? I will not allow it. If you insist on marrying her off to Yi Liangfei, I will burn his house down." With that declaration, Yin-gu actually opened the trunk of his car, retrieving a box of gasoline and a lighter, and headed toward Yi Liangfei's house. "Zhao Ziyun, how dare you?" Chapter 77. Elevating oneself, Chun-jie pushed me, urging me to leave and not get involved. At this point, my presence was indeed inappropriate, as it was a family matter. Thus, I retreated. The news of Chun-jie's betrothal to Yi Liangfei left me unsettled. I wanted to intervene, but felt utterly powerless. That day, I pondered for hours and finally realized that my previous thoughts were entirely misguided. Their lack of genuine loyalty stemmed from my own actions. The man in red and Xiao Feng were correct. I possessed nothing, so why would anyone follow me wholeheartedly? In that moment, I shifted my perspective. After class, I approached the tattooed man and declared, "I have decided to take matters into my own hands." The more I remained low-key and restrained, the less opportunity one had to stand out, leading to further disdain from others. Low-key behavior requires a foundation of high-profile capital, which I evidently lacked. After much contemplation, I resolved to consolidate all the delinquents and, moreover, to elevate myself. During lunch, I sought out the man in red and asked, "Why are you so skilled in fighting?" He shrugged and replied, "Because I've trained. I joined a sauna club and practice whenever I can, so of course I'm good at fighting." "Can you take me with you?" I asked. The man in red paused, giving me a knowing look before nodding. "Sure, that club offers training in karate, taekwondo, sanda, muay thai, and more. I can take you there this afternoon." I agreed, returning home to contemplate which martial art to pursue. Taekwondo was out of the question. It seemed useless. Karate didn't appeal to me either. After much deliberation, I ultimately chose Muay Thai as it was fierce and advantageous in combat. That afternoon, the man in red and I registered for Muay Thai training, which would take place daily during lunch and evening study sessions, in addition to weekends. The man in red informed me that the Muay Thai coach had previously competed and won championships in various districts, boasting formidable skills. I nodded, determined to gradually enhance my physical abilities and subsequently take decisive action against those who had merged into my group. My brothers hesitated to confront outsiders because I had never led them into battle. I merely held a nominal title. Consequently, not only outsiders but even my own comrades looked down upon me. Yi Liangfei had already transferred to a technical college, and I was unwilling to remain in this pitiful state when next we crossed paths. That night, I returned to the dormitory and addressed my companions. "I have something important to share." The buzzcut man and others inquired about my news, to which I replied, "I intend to consolidate everything completely." They all looked stunned for a moment before erupting with excitement. "Luga, we've been waiting for this. Honestly, if you don't take action soon, the brothers will start losing faith. They don't want to follow a leader who is inactive." I patted them on the shoulder and said, "It was my fault before. From now on, I shall officially become the leader here. Regardless of where they come from, they must submit to me." "All right," they exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement. "Tell me about the current situation here," I said as I sat down and lit a cigarette, addressing the buzzcut man. At that moment, I felt the fervor within me begin to surge, a flicker of youthful madness igniting within. The buzzcut man informed me that 4 factions had merged, each hailing from different towns, thus representing distinct powers. Each newcomer varied in the number of followers, ranging from a dozen to 20, yet they were relatively comparable. Furthermore, the 3 groups had even assigned themselves names designated as Z, C, and why only 3? Wasn't there supposed to be 4? I inquired, puzzled. The buzzcut man explained that there were initially 4, but due to discord between Huazi and Suanzi, they failed to unite, resulting in their division. Had they merged, they would undoubtedly have become the primary force. I understood, relieved that they had not merged. Otherwise, a conflict might have erupted between me and the tattooed man. Though they hail from the countryside, I no longer dared to underestimate them. Having suffered a setback, I began to comprehend that one should never underestimate any adversary. They all have names. We, too, must adopt one, I declared solemnly. The burly man clapped his hands and said, "Indeed, I've been pondering this for quite some time, but I noticed your lack of response. With so many newcomers, you seemed inactive, so I refrained from bringing it up." I patted his robust frame, acknowledging my previous timidity. In this chaotic world, who could truly remain isolated? The greater one's abilities, the greater their responsibilities. After some deliberation, we decided to name our group TL. Although the name sounded somewhat rustic, it still resonated with a sense of authority. "Tomorrow morning, summon our people downstairs to await my orders. You all shall inform our brothers about the establishment of TL," I instructed them. They nodded, affirming their understanding, and immediately set off to act on my orders. Once they departed, I lit another cigarette, feeling the dormant beast within me begin to stir. Starting tomorrow, this place would become the territory of TL, the realm of Xiao Lu. Those who once looked down upon me would soon address me as Lu Yi. I chuckled coldly to myself. After a while, they returned, and I inquired about the outcome. They cheerfully reported that everyone was excited, claiming they had long awaited this day. The buzzcut man added that several had initially planned to sever ties with me, but were grateful for today's decision. I nodded vigorously, saying, "All right, let us all get some rest. We begin our endeavors tomorrow." I slept soundly, having resolved many previously perplexing questions. It was indeed reckless to have sought out Brother Xiong without first consolidating our internal structure. Such folly was inexcusable. The tattooed man was already aware of my intentions to intervene. He was principled and recognized that I was not his rival. Thus he decided to lend me a hand while eliminating Suanzi. Consequently, my ranks swelled once more, and the tattooed man's crew was particularly fierce, fighting with abandon. Thus, though they numbered around 10, their strength equated to that of 20. The next morning, I instructed them to wait for me downstairs. The tattooed man and I descended to find 20 to 30 individuals gathered, a satisfying turnout given the recent departures. "Let us head to the main restroom," I ordered, lighting a cigarette. They responded with a resounding yes, and we marched toward the restroom. Upon arriving, I instructed, "You all wait outside. Buzzcut, Shorty, Burly, Wang Ming, and Tattooed Man, come with me." With that, we entered the restroom, where a side was designated for their use. However, both sides were now filled with small-time delinquents smoking. Upon my entrance, they scrutinized me, and Suanzi, spotting me, mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, I sent this our big brother, Luga. What a rare occasion to see you here." "Shut it," Suanzi, Huazi retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. I restrained Huazi, saying, "He is merely a clown. No need to engage." Suanzi's face darkened upon hearing me call him a clown. Chapter 78. Preparing to act, he glared at me for a long moment before sneering. "I've gathered some information about you, Xiaolu, a so-called notable leader who climbed to prominence due to a connection with some influential figure. Now that this figure has departed, you stand alone, and no one is willing to follow you." He smirked again, adding, "Am I correct?" I smiled, responding, "So, you're suggesting I have no followers?" "Oh, you do, don't you? Just those few around you." Suanzi laughed heartily. "It seems you Haven T learned your lesson from last time, have you?" I retorted. Suanzi continued to laugh. "Lesson? Those last fellows were all from Brother Feng and that kid in red, right? What are you even doing here, making a fuss?" I scanned the restroom, estimating around 10 people present. I found it hard to believe they were all Suanzi's followers. Surely, there were leaders from other factions among them. The buzzcut man leaned closer and whispered, "That guy with the pompadour is the leader of Z. The one with the pockmarked face is the leader of another faction. And the one with the punk hairstyle is the leader of C." When I came down, I learned they were deliberating on who would become the leader here. Hearing this chilled me. Clearly, they did not regard me as a threat. In my territory, they were discussing who would be the leader. Truly a reckless endeavor. "Liu Ye, should we summon everyone?" the buzzcut man asked. I shook my head, replying, "Not yet, the time is not right. Since they are debating leadership, there will inevitably be disagreements. If I intervene now, it could lead to their unification, which would complicate matters for us. What should we do then?" The buzzcut man pressed. I pondered briefly and suggested, "Initially, have someone continuously come to the restroom. Ensure that no one repeats. We mustn't let them recognize our people. Furthermore, They must not engage in any conflict, using the excuse of needing to relieve themselves. The buzz-cut man understood. I chuckled internally, realizing they were unaware that those individuals were already aligned with me. This presented a favorable opportunity. While they perceived my side as comprising merely 5 or 6 individuals, the rest remained unknown to them, facilitating my intelligence gathering. We exited the restroom, and Suanzi's group called after us. What? Lugo is leaving? Ha! That fool thinks he can meddle in our affairs. He is simply courting disaster. Ignore that waste, I thought with a smirk, reveling in their bravado. The buzz-cut man set the plan in motion, and we each returned to our respective quarters. Upon returning, the tattooed man consulted me, inquiring if I wanted to summon additional individuals. I shook my head, saying, no need, just watch. They will certainly clash. The tattooed man nodded in agreement, remaining silent. In the afternoon, the buzz-cut guy hurried over to me, panting with excitement. Lugo, they really fell out. They're going to fight tonight at the playground. I laughed heartily. Great. Around what time? He replied, after evening study. I nodded in agreement, as it perfectly suited my plans. I intended to practice boxing with the man in red later, and after our session, I would not be delayed in this matter. Wait for me in the back garden after evening study, I instructed the buzz-cut guy. He inquired why we needed to go there, to which I explained that it was secluded and we should avoid detection. He understood and went off to inform the others. Just then, the tattooed guy approached me unexpectedly. I need to return to the dorm for a bit, he said. Why? I asked. He replied, I have something hidden there that I need to retrieve. I pressed for details, but he remained tight-lipped, and I felt it inappropriate to pursue the matter further. As the afternoon drew to a close, the tattooed guy dashed back and called me outside, revealing the hilt of a knife from his sleeve. A machete. I gasped, and he nodded grimly indeed. But don't worry, it's not sharpened, so nothing will happen. Tonight, I shall avenge that stab. Instinctively glancing at his chest, I reassured him, rest assured. That knife will be retrieved. After saying this, I sought out the man in red, as it was our first day of training, and I couldn't afford to be late. Upon finding him, we set off for the club. The number of individuals training in Muay Thai at this club was minimal, perhaps only 6, while those practicing Taekwondo were numerous, despite its relative ineffectiveness. It was a shame how many followed the trend. Upon entering the club, red-clad man and I parted ways. He headed to learn Sanda, while I proceeded to Muay Thai. Upon reaching the gathering spot for Muay Thai, I noticed a few individuals sitting on the floor, chatting, indicating that our coach had yet to arrive. I approached them and greeted, hello, I'm new here to learn Muay Thai. They looked up and welcomed me, saying, it's been a long time since anyone came to train in Muay Thai. I observed them closely and noted their muscular builds and various scars on their knees. I hope to learn from all of you. I smiled cheerfully. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, towering at about 6 feet tall, with muscles straining against his shirt. Are you the new one? The coach inquired. I quickly affirmed, yes, that's me. Upon hearing this, the coach unexpectedly wrapped his arms around my neck and delivered a swift knee strike to my stomach. My stomach churned violently, but fortunately, I hadn't eaten. Otherwise, I would have surely lost my lunch. Slightly irritated, I rubbed my belly and asked, why did you hit me? The coach did not respond directly, instead remarking, it seems your foundation is quite weak. Go train your arm strength. Do you see those dumbbells? When you can lift 40 in a minute, come find me. I glanced at the dumbbells, realizing they must weigh at least several pounds. How can anyone possibly lift that many in a minute? I questioned the coach, feeling defiant. He scoffed, with such little strength, how can you expect to hold your own against others? After considering his words, I conceded, all right, I will give it a try. Initially, I could only manage 5 lifts in a minute, and the other trainees mocked me, saying I had the strength of a girl. In fact, one of the female trainees, who appeared delicate, managed to lift 20 in the same time. It was utterly humiliating. However, after just one evening of practice, I found I could lift up to 15. As the clock approached 9, I informed the coach, I have to leave now. I have other matters to attend to. The coach scrutinized me and asked, how many can you lift now? I replied, I started with 5, but now I can lift 15. His eyes flickered momentarily. Then he commanded, show me. Nodding, I retrieved the dumbbells and managed 13 lifts before my strength gave out. I overexerted myself, I explained to the coach. He remained silent, lost in thought. May I leave now? I inquired, and he grunted an affirmation, instructing me to come early tomorrow. Thank you, coach, I said as I exited the club. The man in red did not participate in this affair, so he continued his training, and I did not mention my departure to him. After a night of practice, I felt as though my arms had become significantly lighter. Initially, I felt no soreness, only a sense of buoyancy. On my way back, I passed a convenience store and bought a baton, tucking it away as I headed home. Soon, I arrived at the back garden, where dozens of people awaited, smoking and wielding chair legs. "Is everyone here?" I called out. They shouted in unison, "We are." I instructed, "Let us head to the open field immediately. Split into 3 groups of 10 and enter the field in pairs." I assigned them, Buzzcut Guy and Shorty in one group, Wang Ming and Zhang Yang in another, while the rest followed me. The first 2 groups entered, standing at a distance while my group waited. Upon entering, I found the playground already embroiled in chaos, with insults flying and skirmishes erupting. According to the Buzzcut Guy's intel, tonight was about Z, and the alliance with the grandson had formed, aiming for domination. However, this was merely their own speculation. After tonight, the concept of ZC would cease to exist. "Look, here comes another group," someone shouted, having noticed us. Since we had been spotted, there was no need for further concealment. Their numbers were fewer than ours. It made little difference whether we struck early or late. Thus, I led my group forward, and upon our arrival, they halted their conflict. The grandson glared at us, finally demanding, "Xiaolu, what do you mean by this?" I laughed heartily. "What do I mean? Didn't you say I had no one on my side? Weren't you mocking me as a waste of space? Well, now you'll see just who the real waste is." With that, our group brandished the chair legs and advanced toward them. "Let's take them down," I commanded, and the Buzzcut Guy, Shorty, and the others surged forward, attacking indiscriminately. The 2 groups, numbering around 20, were quickly overwhelmed by our 30-plus members, especially since many on their side were already injured from the earlier scuffle, rendering them no match for us. The tattooed guy and I remained stationary, sharing a singular objective, the grandson. I focused intently on him. Despite his initial ferocity, he soon found himself outnumbered, resorting to using a lackey as a shield in a desperate attempt to escape. "Huazi, it's time," I urged the tattooed guy. He responded affirmatively, revealing his secret weapon and charging at the grandson. I followed suit, drawing my baton and racing after him, though there were numerous individuals along the way. Huazi wielded a secret weapon that deterred anyone from obstructing him. Consequently, our journey was largely unimpeded, and Huazi and I swiftly arrived beside Suanzi. Not one to be foolish, Suanzi recognized that we were after him and promptly took flight. Initially, he attempted to escape discreetly with small, cautious steps, but soon he abandoned all pretense and dashed toward the exit with reckless abandon. "Damn it, stop him!" I shouted. Our group consisted entirely of athletes, accustomed to running daily, and our speed far surpassed that of Suanzi. In less than a minute, he was captured by a fellow athlete who seized him by the collar, followed by another who kicked him to the ground. "You think you can run away?" Huazi and I huffed as we approached, gazing down at him. At that moment, someone from the playground shouted, "Xiaoyo, you dare touch Suanzi, you son of a bitch." I turned to see it was the leader of Group C, the notorious Deathmat, a rural nonconformist with long hair dyed bright red, appearing utterly ridiculous. However, he had gathered a considerable entourage, all sporting the same absurd style, one of whom was even cosplaying as a character from King of Fighters. "Xiaoyo, let Suanzi go," the leader demanded. The tattooed man pointed his machete at him, saying, "Who do you think you are? Get lost. I'll take you down too." "You dare touch Suanzi?" the leader retorted, seemingly unafraid of the machete. Nor was anyone in his group intimidated. "I had intended to let you live a bit longer, but it seems you've delivered yourself right to me," I sneered. The leader warned, "Xiaoyo, I'll say it again, if you harm Suanzi, prepare to face the consequences." Without hesitation, I slapped Suanzi across the face and declared, "I'm doing it now. What will you do about it?" The tattooed man followed suit, slashing Suanzi's chest, prompting a pained cry from him. Our group gasped. The tattooed man truly had the audacity to go this far. "You two are finished," the leader growled. "Just wait." With that, they retreated, and we erupted into laughter, mocking them for their empty threats. We thought they were formidable, only to come here and bluster before leaving. "Brother Liu, Z and Agu are currently restrained by our guys. How should we proceed?" The crew cut man whispered to me. I glanced at Z and Agu, then replied, "Take them back to the dormitory for now. I'll deal with them later." The crew cut man nodded and gestured for a few to escort Z and to go away. I turned to Suanzi, patting his face. "Suanzi, do you concede?" This time, he relented, saying, I concede. Can you take me to the hospital?" I looked down at his chest, where a long, visible gash seeped blood, a chilling sight. Damn it, the tattooed man deceived me. He said his weapon was sealed. How could it have such power if it were not? Feeling a twinge of fear, I realized that if things went awry, we would be in deep trouble. Fine, since you conceded, I'll let you off. I, Xiaoyo, am not devoid of mercy. I feigned grandeur to grant myself an exit, instructing others to hurry him out. Suanzi's associates had already fled, so we chose not to pursue them further. Thus, our group prepared to return to the dormitory, splitting into 3 smaller groups of about 10 to minimize our visibility. As we walked back, I noticed the tattooed man looked unwell, trembling uncontrollably. I inquired, "What is wrong?" He stiffly turned to me, his face a mask of distress. Xiaoyo. That idiot seller tricked me. He claimed it was sealed. Thank goodness I held back, or I might have killed Suanzi tonight. I couldn't help but laugh. It turned out the tattooed man was also playing a part, oblivious to the fact that his secret weapon had been unsealed. Relax, it's just a scratch. No one is going to die from it. And he is already on his way to the hospital, I reassured him. The tattooed man sighed. I'm heading back to the dorm now. I want to join you guys. Seeing his pitiful state, I offered a few comforting words before letting him go. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found Z and Ge bound to the bedposts with blankets. I couldn't suppress a chuckle. Whose idea was this? The crew cut man said they didn't know. They were like this when we brought them back, he replied. I suspected the boys who delivered them had concocted this lazy scheme. Come on, let us free them, I commanded. They promptly untied the blankets, and I grinned. Weren't you two quite cocky? I hear you were discussing who would be the big boss here? They immediately shook their heads. No way, Brother Lou. We're about to graduate. Who cares about that? We were just messing around with you. Gazing at their grinning faces, I felt a surge of anger. Messing around? I've been furious these past few days, and now you come to tell me you were just joking? Knowing we're about to graduate, and still causing trouble? What should we do with them? The crew cut man asked. After pondering, I decided, lead them around the dormitory and make sure they apologize. They agreed, and I turned to Z and to Ge, asking if they had any objections. They shook their heads. No objections. Relieved, I realized they were not as defiant as Suanzi, saving me considerable trouble. After dragging them around for a bit, we set that matter aside for the time being. The next day, the tattooed man incessantly inquired about Suanzi's condition. Annoyed, I finally said, he is dead. The tattooed man gasped, his eyes wide as he asked, really? Is he? Unable to contain my amusement, I replied, just kidding. I laughed heartily. He sighed in relief. So what is his condition now? I have no idea. He hasn't returned yet, I said. Where would I know? After a moment, he suggested, how about I go check on him at noon? Irrelented, fine. You can go. I'll have the crew cut man take you. The tattooed man nodded earnestly. Sounds good. With no other option, I sought out the crew cut man after class, instructing him to accompany the tattooed man to see Suanzi. Remember, keep your distance. And don't let Suanzi know you're there, I warned. Don't worry, Brother Lou. I've got this, he assured me. I trusted him. He was the most sensible among that group. With Suanzi's issue resolved, the school atmosphere had stabilized, and the newcomers from the rural areas had become quite subdued, except for that one ugly fellow who seemed to be pining after Xiaohua. I approached him, and he bluntly stated, Xiao Lu, I am aware of your standing in school. However, you cannot surpass me, and I refuse to acknowledge you. I gritted my teeth and gazed at him, realizing that such a person would only yield if utterly defeated. Yet, I lacked the capability to incapacitate him. I'm certainly no match for him. The rumors regarding the integration of students from rural areas spread, and apart from the grandson and the punk who expressed discontent, the others seemed to have settled down. 2 days later, the grandson returned, yet he did not cause any disturbances, dutifully remaining in his class. I was left pondering their thoughts. We have a rule here. Senior students prepare for half a year, and upon completion, we essentially graduate. During the remaining half year, students may study independently, and those who wish to learn are welcome to come. Additionally, the schooling age here is a year older than in other regions. Children begin school at the age of 8, and by the second year of high school, they are already adults. Now, the average age of students is around 18. As graduation approaches, I find myself troubled about the future. Attending university seems implausible, and working is not an option for me. My parents called me for a heart-to-heart, inquiring about my post-graduation plans. I confessed my uncertainty, suggesting I might reluctantly take over their work. My father scolded me, saying, "What nonsense. We are not old yet." I replied, "Then what should I do? If all else fails, I'll just stay home and play." I said this jokingly. After all, how could a grown man simply remain at home? I decided to defer the matter for later. By December, as everyone began preparing for exams, the atmosphere at school grew tranquil. Though I was not studying, I felt compelled to at least feign diligence, and thus refrain from practicing Muay Thai. Recently, I learned about Yi Liangfei, who is now at a vocational college, nearing a leadership position. I say nearing because his friend is genuinely one of the four big brothers, and their bond is quite strong. I felt indifferent. At least I am now regarded as a leader at our school. Coupled with the training over the past couple of months, the group of athletes had become significantly tougher, often confronting outsiders at the entrance. Xiaohua was fervently preparing for her exams, and when I inquired about her university aspirations, she expressed a desire to attend Beihai University. It is a prestigious institution, albeit located quite far from us. If she were to go there, our chances of meeting would diminish greatly. Could you not consider a closer university? I asked her. Xiaohua blushed and replied, why? It's so far away. I fear we won't have the opportunity to see each other. I sighed then. I will try to stay closer, if possible. Xiaohua meekly asked, is that all right? My eyes brightened as I responded, yes, ideally within the city or nearby. She nodded and returned to her studies. I asked Xinjie about her post-graduation plans, and she confessed her uncertainty, stating she was contemplating her next steps. The crew, including the buzzcut guy, shared similar sentiments. None of us held hopes of attending university. Ultimately, we decided to take the plunge and venture into the world. After all, we had little to lose and no particular skills, so why not take a chance? On graduation day, we even skipped the ceremony and loitered outside the school. The reason for our absence was a remark from the tattooed guy, who warned me that the grandson was gathering people outside, intent on confronting us. I sent the buzzcut guy to inquire with our former associates, and despite the initial enthusiasm, only about 5 out of 30 or 40 were willing to join us. That is sufficient. Quality over quantity, I reassured them, recalling how Brother Xiang thrived with only a handful of followers. They nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. What shall we do now? The tattooed guy asked. I pondered briefly before suggesting, since the grandson is looking for us, let us wait nearby and see who he brings. All right, if necessary, we'll fight. It's a good way to start, chuckled the short guy. Thus, we settled into an internet CAF across from the school. I spent 20 yuan to pay a beggar at the entrance to keep an eye on things while we indulged in games. Feng Gu and the guy in the red shirt also couldn't attend the graduation ceremony and joined us at the CAF. Upon entering, the buzzcut guy greeted us warmly. I distributed some cigarettes, asking, do you two have any plans? They exchanged glances and replied, We've decided to seek out Qin Gu. What? The squat guy? I was taken aback. It had been ages since we heard from him, and now, hearing his name felt oddly comforting. Yes, we're destined to follow him. Feng Gu and the guy in red affirmed. All right, if you find him, call me immediately. I'll rush over. Feng Gu patted my chest, saying, you better hold your ground. When we return, we'll depend on you. I assured them, no worries. You protected me before, and when you come back, I'll make sure to look after you. They laughed heartily, and just then, the beggar at the door called out to me, saying a group of shady characters had gathered outside. Could they be the ones we were looking for? Chapter 81. The enraged Yin Gu. I swiftly rose from my seat and called out to my companions. Let us go check it out. We hurried across the street to the school, and I was momentarily stunned. To my dismay, the grandson had indeed sought out Brother Xiang. They were engaged in conversation, smoking and laughing together. It's Xiang Gu, the burly guy exclaimed. Indeed, that SM I confirmed. What should we do? The buzzcut guy queried. I smiled and replied, don't rush. We've been caught off guard once. Shall we allow it to happen again? He is surrounded by so many people. We can't confront him directly. Exactly, Feng Gu chimed in. Since they can't find you now, let them look for you. I nodded and declared, let us head back and continue playing games. Feng Gu and the guy in red started bickering in the CF, calling each other foolish over a trivial game, while we laughed along. I quietly opened Red Alert, reminiscing about the squat guy. Once the graduation ceremony concluded, we would officially graduate. Xinjie called, asking where I was. I replied, I'm at the internet CAF across the street. What is up? She suggested, now that we've graduated, let us all go out together. I inquired who would be attending. If it included someone like Yiliang Fei, I would decline. Who would want to invite him? Genius Tukfet. It's just the three of us. You, me, and Xiaohua. All right then. But I can't head to school just yet. There is someone waiting for me outside. Xinjie exclaimed. Who is bothering you? It's graduation. Why would anyone still be after you? Xiangge, damn it, I couldn't help but curse. Why him again? Should I talk to him? Xinjie asked over the phone. No need. He is looking for trouble, and I haven't forgotten those 2 cigarette burns on my forehead. If he doesn't bother me, I'll make sure to find him. Chun-jie replied, you really should let it go. It's just 2 burns. You do not love to take action yourself. Look at Peng Long's too. They have both been dealt with. I chuckled and said, no, I want to remove them. These 2 scars serve as a reminder for me. Chun-jie remarked, do as you please. I am too lazy to concern myself with you. Let's meet directly at the Bensei KTV later. I responded affirmatively and hung up the phone. All right, I have matters to attend to, so you all enjoy yourselves. I told a few of them. Are you going to find Chun-jie? Take me along, will you? The man in the red attire joked. I replied, sure. If Yun-ge is going too, and if you wish to endure another blade, I will take you along. The man in red shrank back and said, then I'll pass. Initially, I anticipated a pleasant afternoon with Chun-jie and Xiaohua, yet things unfolded entirely differently than I imagined. I waited at Bensei KTV for Chun-jie and Xiaohua for quite some time, but ultimately, they did not arrive. I called them several times, but they did not answer. Growing increasingly anxious, I called my father to ask for Xiaohua's father's number. After acquiring it, I dialed him. Hello, Xiaohua's father answered softly on the other end. Uncle, this is Xiao Lu. Has Xiaohua returned home? I thought that with the new year approaching, Xiaohua's father should also be back, but he was not even in the city. What is the matter? Don't worry. Take your time to explain, he said. I informed him that I had arranged to meet Xiaohua at Bensei, but she had not shown up nor answered my calls. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaohua's father said, I will immediately use my connections to find her. He then abruptly ended the call. Just as I hung up, my phone rang again. I glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. I answered and asked who it was, but the voice on the other end immediately cursed, Xiao Lu. Did you eat shit? I've called you so many times while you were on another call. I was already in a foul mood, and to be cursed, that was the last straw. Without hesitation, I retorted, you better have your mother waiting for me under the covers. Let's see if I don't deal with her. The caller paused, then coldly laughed. Xiao Lu, are you seeking death? I have both your girls in my grasp, and you still dare to pretend? I was taken aback and felt a surge of anxiety. Who are you? Where are Chun-jie and Xiaohua? I urgently inquired. He laughed heartily. Who am I? I'm your worst nightmare. I was supposed to corner you today, but since I couldn't find you, I had to take your 2 girls instead. How dare you? Release them immediately. I growled fiercely. They're not someone you can provoke. Oh, you think I can't handle this? Ha! I'll see what you can do now that they are in my possession. He guffawed before hanging up the call. I was furious that he had hung up. I immediately called back, demanding to know his location. He chuckled. Are you in a rush? I'm currently at the bottom of Nanshan, in a courtyard with a small room. You and your friend come to exchange for the girls. Remember, only the 2 of you can come. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I find these 2 little beauties rather appealing. Ha ha ha. I insisted, don't harm them. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, I took a taxi to the internet CAF and called the tattooed man. When they asked what had happened, I impatiently replied, there's no time to explain. I'll tell you later. Suddenly remembering Yun-ge, I quickly asked the man in red, do you have Yun-ge's number? He nodded yes. Why? I urged, hurry up and give it to me. He promptly provided me with the number. I entered into my phone and dialed. As soon as the call connected, before Yun-ge could speak, I anxiously blurted, Yun-ge, something has happened to Chun-jie. Upon hearing this, Yun-ge immediately became alarmed, inquiring, where's Xiao-chen now? I explained, she has been kidnapped and is currently in a courtyard at the bottom of Nanshan. Yun-ge grunted, and fearing he would hang up, I quickly added, wait. You need to come find me first. The other party only allows me and a friend to go. Yun-ge asked coldly, where are you? I replied, I'm at the internet CAF across from our school. Wait there. I'll be right over, he said before hanging up. Within 5 minutes, Yun-ge arrived hastily on a motorcycle, his hair tousled from speed. Let us go, he said. I nodded and pulled the tattooed man along as we exited the CAF. I informed Yun-ge that this matter might involve Xiang-ge. He asked for the details, and I recounted everything. After listening, Yun-ge took out his phone and made a call. Xiang-zi, are you seeking death? He said coldly into the phone. I didn't hear the response, as Yun-ge hung up without further ado. Xiao Lu, do you want to see what I look like when I'm furious? His face was terrifyingly cold, and I dared not respond. Without saying another word, he made another call, and I couldn't discern to whom he was speaking. He ordered, gather everyone at Nanshan and surround it. No one is to leave. I will not spare anyone today. I took a deep breath, sensing that this situation was spiraling out of control. Upon reaching the base of Nanshan, I noticed a considerable number of individuals gathered there. Unlike the group associated with the man who squats, this assembly comprised grassroots individuals, albeit in greater numbers. Surround it, Yungu shouted as we approached, prompting the crowd to spring into action, blocking every exit of Nanshan. You and your friend go inside and bring my sister back. Yungu instructed, his expression stern. Without hesitation, I agreed, willing to endure a beating or even a blade for the sake of the girls. Chapter 82. The man in military coat. I told Yungu, if anything happens to me inside, you all better get me to a hospital promptly. They immediately cursed, get in there quickly. We'll collectively take you out if you delay our rescue. I sheepishly retreated, realizing that who wouldn't feel nervous? I merely sought to lighten the atmosphere. I believed they wouldn't dare harm me. My aura of dominance would surely keep them at bay. Thus, I strode boldly into the courtyard. In the center stood a small, old structure reminiscent of the stone houses from the 1980s and 1990s. Upon entering, I found another courtyard, with a room at the far end. Summoning my courage, I called out, "Is anyone here?" As soon as I shouted, several individuals emerged from outside. They were strangers to me, likely not affiliated with Xianggu or the one who had taken the girls. A van, its license plates removed, was parked in the courtyard, unsettling me, as such vehicles are often associated with heinous criminals. "You must be Xiao Lu," they stated. I nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am Xiao Lu." They acknowledged and said, "Follow us." I was led into the room, which resembled an old-style house with a living area and 2 bedrooms. In the living room sat several individuals clad in military coats, playing cards while smoking. Among them was the one who had taken the girls, appearing diminutive in their midst. "Grandson, I am your grandfather," he proclaimed. Upon uttering those words, I was momentarily taken aback. I had intended to plead for mercy. Yet as soon as I referred to him as grandson, I could not help but feel the urge to retort that I was indeed his grandfather. The grandson cursed under his breath, then rose abruptly, delivering a swift kick in my direction. I swiftly sidestepped to evade the blow. His expression shifted, likely embarrassed by the turn of events, and he seized a nearby stool to hurl at me. I hastily offered an apology, saying, "Brother, I misspoke. If you wish to punish me, could you first release Chen Jie and Xiao Hua?" He let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Xiao Lu, Huazi, you might not be aware of my background. This is my older brother." He gestured toward a man clad in a military coat. I acknowledged him with a nod and replied, "Brother, let's not drag women into our affairs." The grandson laughed heartily and said, "Hold your horses, let me finish." He continued, "My brother was imprisoned for half a year due to a brawl. Upon his release, he inquired about my current situation. After I briefed him, he insisted on intervening on my behalf, seeking out Xianggu to assist in dealing with you. However, it appears you did not show up." I responded with a simple, "And then?" His eyes widened as he asked, "Aren't you scared?" I paused, feigning terror, and replied, "Of course, I fear you, brother. But could you please release Xiao Hua and Chen Jie first?" "No," he retorted with a sneer. "Do you truly believe my brother kidnapped them simply over your trivial matters? Let me be frank. He discovered these 2 young ladies not only possess beauty, but also come from affluent families, correct? We happen to be in need of some financial support, and they present an ideal opportunity." "Don't push your luck," the tattooed man interjected, his brow furrowed and teeth clenched. "I regret not finishing you off last time." I couldn't help but marvel internally at the audacity of some individuals. The tattooed man had been terrified before, yet he now spoke so boldly. Time was of the essence. They had captured the women I cherished. "How much do you want?" I inquired of the grandson, who erupted in laughter, declaring, 200,000. "Can you manage that? 200,000, is it? First, let me see Chen Jie and Xiao Hua," I insisted. The grandson agreed, waving a hand, and 2 men brought the women forward. They were gagged and bound, appearing quite pitiful. Upon seeing me, they could not suppress their whimpers. "Enough of that," the grandson admonished, striking them. I could no longer contain my anger and grabbed a stool, ready to retaliate. "Oh, you wish to strike me?" the grandson said with a smirk, clearly underestimating me. Gritting my teeth, I swallowed my pride and said, "Brother, it's merely 200,000. I can provide it, but please, do not torment them." "That's fine," he replied. "As long as you deliver the money, all grievances can be settled." Just then, a figure burst through the door, kicking it open. "Yunye!" I exclaimed, unable to suppress my surprise. How could he be so reckless? With a knife in hand, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, contrasting sharply with the previous tension. "Brother, who are you?" The man in the military coat inquired. Yin Gu pointed the knife at him and said, "Someone sent me to rescue them." The military coat man chuckled derisively. "You alone? Seeking money?" "Indeed," Yin Gu responded. Just as the military coat man was about to speak, another man whispered something in his ear, prompting him to laugh. "Kid, you're quite the actor, aren't you? You're Zhao Ziyun, correct?" Yin Gu furrowed his brow, realizing his cover was blown. He pointed at the military coat man, declaring, "Release my sister." "Release your sister?" "Sure, 200,000. Otherwise, no one leaves." The military coat man sneered. Yin Gu, frowning, warned, "I advise you not to push me." With that, he clapped his hands, and a large group of people surged into the courtyard. "If you provoke me, it won't end well for you," Yin Gu said coldly. The military coat man laughed heartily. "Zhao Ziyun, if I want to do this, I will certainly obtain complete information. From what I gather, you value your sister more than your own life, right? Let me tell you, don't threaten me," I said, "without 200,000. Even the king of heaven can't help you." He then waved his hand, and the women were taken back. I gritted my teeth, watching the situation unfold, and sighed. 200,000, we will provide it, but you must release them first." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in laughter. The military coat man pointed at me, mocking, "Are you foolish? If I release them, who would come back to pay me?" "Brother, you're not from around here, are you?" Zhao Ziyan asked, planting his knife into the ground. The military coat man nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I seek only money, not lives. Just bring me the cash, and I'll release them immediately." "We can gather it," I shouted suddenly, "but you must release Chun Jie and Xiao Hua first. I can stay as your hostage." The military coat man furrowed his brow, turning away to converse with his companions. Finally, he nodded, saying, "All right." I was taken aback. I had not anticipated the military coat man would agree. "You're a fool. Zhao Ziyun values his sister, but that doesn't mean he places any importance on me. If you release Chun Jie and then hold me captive, Zhao Ziyun will undoubtedly return with a vengeance." "Come here," the military coat man commanded. I remained silent, walking over obediently. They bound me with ropes and pushed Chun Jie and Xiao Hua toward Yin Gu. He hurriedly untied Chun Jie and removed the claw from her mouth, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" His demeanor starkly contrasted with his previous indifference.